Svitolina, of course, well, Monfils is playing his last year. No word from Svitolina about how long she wants to carry on playing, but it's great to see her playing as well as she is. Already picked up a title this year. And her opponent this morning is from Poland, Linda Klimovicova, who I confess I didn't know too much about before doing a little bit of research this morning, but it's going to be an interesting match for her against someone of Svitolina's quality. Monfils, no doubt, will be in the stands giving his support.
Yeah, got the mum working and the dad just with the feet up there.
Exactly. Mum's doing well. I'm just listening to the coin toss for a second. In a minute, when Svitolina's ready, dressed in a very nice little pink skirt and white top. Much easier to describe than Jannik Sinner's. I'm going to say ensemble, but I don't think...
Okay. How did you? What colour choice was that?
Well, it kept coming up with this khaki choice, or whether it was mustard or peanut butter, I think you described it as, which was
very
good.
much peanut butter.
Yeah, it was... I don't think those will be flying off the shelves. That's what I
That's right.
For your towels, there are the boxes.
Naomi's dress, baby.
Yeah. It's going to be hard to go into a store to find one of those outfits.
Yeah, very limited edition. But her actual outfit that she ended up playing in was very nice.
Okay, Hannah, who's going to choose? Elena or Linda?
Oh, what a decision.
Linda. Would you like AO or Mark Edmondson? Okay, go for it.
I think that's because not many people know who Mark Edmondson is.
Yeah, that's right.
AO it is, receive. Okay, some photos please over to the side.
History lesson required.
Yeah.
I'll give you the coin in a minute.
50 years.
Yeah, anniversary this year.
Yeah, pretty amazing that it's given Australia's history and incredible heritage in the sport. You'd have thought it there would have been more men's winners in the meantime, but there have been a lot of other good players mopping up the tables, mopping up the titles since, which doesn't help. I'm just going to take you through the order of play today, let you know what's coming up.
Some big matches.
Some really big matches, yeah. On Rod Laver Arena, Sabalenka starts things off against Zhujuan Bai of China. Then it'll be Carlos Alcaraz, searching for the career Grand Slam. He takes on Jannik Hanfmann of Germany. The night session is Alex de Minaur, who played really well first round, but very strong, up against Hamad Medjedovic, and that might be pretty difficult for, well, not difficult, but it's going to be a test because he's a fine player as Medjedovic. And then the last match on the Rod Laver Arena will be a really good occasion for Priscilla Hon up against Iva Jovic. He's a good young player from the USA, seeded 29, and Hon's going to have her hands full, but she'll have the crowd behind her, that is absolutely for sure. Margaret Courts Arena, Andrei Rublev with... I just like the fact that Marat Safin is his coach these days.
That's right.
That is great, isn't it?
Yeah.
Never thought Marat would be a coach.
Yeah, no, when you see him around the courts, it's almost like he's here, but he's not here. He's just meandering around, super casual, and hearing Rublev talk about what he brings to the table. He's just said he brings the chill, which is probably exactly what he needs, because Rublev, at times we've seen, can be a bit of a hothead on the court, and I'm sure that may extend off the court as well. So just to calm the noise and keep things at peace, having someone chilled like that is probably a really good influence for Rublev.
I mean, Marat had a temper.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But he did win 2 Grand Slams.
Yeah.
World #1 and Davis Cup winner. So
he's in a different phase of his life now. He's probably, the pressure's off. He's got a little bit more of an understanding of the world is all about. After Rublev, it'll be Coco Gauff, the #3 seed against Olga Dalilovic. Do you say you picked Gauff for the title? Yeah, early. Yeah. Good call. The night session on Margaret Court will be Mira Andreeva, the #8 seed against Maria Sakkari, and Francis Tiafoe against Francisco Comisano. Here on John Cain Arena, as I said, it's Svitolina against Klimovicova. Then it's Medvedev against Quentin Halys of France. Elena Gabriela Rusa against Alia Tomljanovic, not before 5. And then, not before 6:30, Alexander Zverev against Alexandra Muller. Lots of other interesting matches around the grounds, the likes of Alexander Bublik, Tommy Paul, Jasmine Paolini, Diana Shnaider, Karolina Mukova, Victoria Mboko, who a lot of people think might make a big run here this fortnight. So a lot to look forward to. But we are going to start here on John Cain Arena with Elina Svitolina as she continues her quest to win that elusive Grand Slam title. Never been to a final, but has been such a consistent performer over the years. 3-time quarter-finalist here.
She's done amazingly well, being in motherhood as well. That can't be an easy task. Like we can never walk in their footsteps of of the care and the connection that they have, and to be able to separate parenting and everything that goes on with parenting to then put that in a box and just focus on the court. And also it's not so much the matches, but it's all the training and all the rehab and all the preparation pre and post match. That takes time, you know, and you can easily skimp on that to want to get to your child and reconnect and be with them. But it's for her performance level, that needs to be taken care of. So it's I can't imagine the juggle. No,
and also she's dealing with a lot of adversity at home in Ukraine.
Yeah.
So she's had a lot to cope with.
Throw that in the mix as well.
Yeah, it's a tough job, but she's doing an amazing job of it. She's really played great. Started the season with a very good win, with a title win. So she's going to be, very confident coming in. And her opponent, Linda Klimovicova, the qualifier, currently ranked the 4th ranked Polish woman, top one being Iga Świątek, of course, but behind Magdalena Frech. Beat Fran Jones of Great Britain in the first round. Jones retired with an injury, which is a shame. But making her first Grand Slam main draw appearance, so already doing well to have got to the second round, and is just ranked outside the top 100, looking to get into the special top 100.
Yeah, the elusive top 100, which guarantees you a seat at the table for every Grand Slam if you can maintain that ranking. And it's a great effort, just to be battle hardened to get through 3 rounds of qualifying.
Yeah,
that's it gives you a lot of inner confidence.
Well, we talk a lot about the prize money. The first round prize money here, $150,000, $225,000 guaranteed for her if she were to lose today. But these players have been working so hard for so long to get to this point. It's almost a reward in itself.
Yeah, and if you put it on a dollar value for every day that you've been out on the training court, it wouldn't equate to that much. But as a one lump sum, boy.
It's never, in my experience, never a good idea to try and break down your hourly rate.
That's right.
Certainly not in journalism anyway. But we're underway. It is going to be Svitolina to get us going on serve from the far end as we look at the court here on John Cain Arena. Good baseline rally. Klimovicova comes forward, she puts a double-handed backhand volley into play and then nets the forehand volley. I see too many players hitting two-handed volleys anymore.
Yeah.
There's a reason for it.
15
the most natural kind of action.
It is tough. Qualified at Roland Garros did Klimovicova, reaching the. Well, she was in qualifying. She lost in the 3rd round actually, and she lost to Jovic in qualifying for Wimbledon. So she's knocking on the door. And as we said, this first Grand Slam main draw, won a few ITF titles. Where they get hardened. That is a tough circuit, the ITF circuit, where there's not much money around and you just got to work your way through it.
And that's going to be a challenge for a lot of these players, especially some of the Australian players who've given wild cards and their ranking doesn't guarantee them, the biggest tournaments. Is you got to then drop back to another level, and how do you, carry on that enthusiasm and that energy and that intensity and focus from a slam to, let's say, a $75,000 event or a $100,000 event. It's a lot easier to raise the bar, and when you're in this environment and you're experiencing the best players in the world, you generally tend to lift, but then you got to drop back.
It was quite interesting listening to Katie Bolter talk about that yesterday, because this time last year she was top 25.
Yeah.
And she's dropped outside top 100. She said she's actually looking forward to playing. She may be just telling herself this. She's looking forward to trying to qualify for 250 events. Because she said last year, I was in and out of injury, not playing brilliantly, losing first round in a almost a 2-week Masters 1000 type tournament.
And then what do you do?
Exactly, you can't play another event, so you're stuck. And so she lost a bit of momentum, she feels. So this way she'll actually start to accrue matches and maybe work her way back up to where she probably deserves to be.
Yeah, and everyone loves to play the big events, but if, like you said, if you're losing first round, if you've got four of these big tournaments in a row and you're losing first round, it's a month down the track and you've played 4 singles matches where, sometimes it's a little bit humbling that you drop back a level, but try to get the ball rolling, get some matches under the belt, have some consecutive wins. And it's amazing what that can do to your confidence, is knowing that you can, you not only back up day to day and play a good level, or play at a level that you've got to find a way to win, which is so important.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many good players out there, and it's a real struggle for a lot of them. Nice forehand from Klimovicova, but she nets the backhand, and Svitolina holds serve to open the match.
I like the early start from Klimovicova. Come out full swinging. She doesn't look overawed by the court or the opponent or the situation.
You think, where would you place Svitolina in terms of, you know, sort of dark horses type person here this week?
Yeah, well, she's been thereabouts for all of her career. She's one of the players that she's so consistent with her effort that if you're going to beat her, you've got to actually go ahead and win. She's not going to roll over and throw in one of those shocker matches. Yep. She always tends to really compete hard, irrelevant of her level. And I've seen her some of the days where things haven't been so good, but she's just so tenacious and just hanging in. And it's almost like the longer she stays out there, she gives herself the best chance of winning. So, yeah, things will have to fall into place with players maybe not you know, having some early losses. But, you know, if she makes a quarter final, then, you know, that's good, on par.
Yeah, it is on par. She's reached the quarters or better at every slam. She's had 3 semi-finals to her name. And a real crowd favourite, especially since she came back as a mum.
Yeah.
And especially since Ukraine dealing with what they're going through.
Yeah.
A lot of people are drawn to her, and also Gael Monfils being such a crowd favourite himself. That Monfils match yesterday was awesome.
Yeah, it was good. It was good.
He could have won it. He maybe should have.
Yeah.
Could have been 2 sets up. But, yeah, good effort.
It's Monfils and Svitolina, the current day Agassi Graf.
Yeah, I think so. The power couple of tennis. Klimovicova serving to Svitolina and gets herself to 30 love.
Good morning to Kirsten, who's in Connecticut. She's wondering if we had any of the results have surprised us over the first 4 days. Thank you for the great coverage.
Good question. What do you think?
Oh, my big, well, slightly biased here, but it's actually really good to see a bunch of Aussies getting some wins on the board. Like, you know, they're either going through qualifying like Madison Inglis last night, unfortunately playing Kim Birrell, 2 Aussie girls who are both friends, having to face each other. But, you know, Inglis going through qualies and then seizing the opportunity and winning that match. You know, Sweeney yesterday as well. But
yeah,
from an Australian perspective, for me, that's maybe not surprising, but it's heartening to see that they've got this opportunity and they're really making the most of it. You know, Taylor Preston, one of those girls that are, you know, sees the moment and got a win under her belt.
Yeah, it's good for any tournament to have home players doing well.
Yeah,
making a little inroads keeps the interest up. I mean, my goodness me, walking in this morning, the crowds.
Oh right, yeah.
Are back up to Fed Square.
Oh really?
Yeah. The queue to get in to the entrance over that side is to Federation Square, which is absolutely crazy. Amazing crowds, record crowds this fortnight so far.
This is becoming the new Wimbledon lineup.
It is without even trying to. Yeah, it's just so many people want to get in. Svitolina, nice little drop shot from almost on the service line when she played it.
Good position. Start a little coffee cart business and just going up and down the line.
Yeah. Well, you'd be very wealthy if you did, because there
cocktails.
Are a lot of people. Oh, talking of cocktails, I saw a story yesterday as Klimovicova has held and Svitolina is 15 all at 1 all. There's a Pat Rafter cocktail going in a bar, a rooftop bar in Collingwood.
Oh right.
And it's I'm not sure if there's any juice left in my phone, but it actually sounds semi-revolting, but it's got Pat's name on it. It's Melbourne's answer to the US Open's honey juice.
Okay, at Slowpoke.
But it's got, look, what colour is that? Blue.
Oh yes.
It's got some sort of cream.
Hardcourt blue.
Yeah, hardcourt blue. It's gin, peach liqueur, house-made spirulina syrup with a fresh coconut cream.
Right. I will report back tomorrow to you.
I'm going to ask Pat if he's had one.
That's right.
Or if he gets a cut from each one sold.
Yeah, apparently the first 5 are a little bit hard to get to, but get down. But then once you pass the first 5, smooth.
Good serve from Svitolina. Quickly gets to 40-15. Winner in Auckland already this year. Sort of one of these players that has won a lot of titles. A lot of the women on tour, we talked about Naomi Osaka last night, she only won 7 titles.
Yeah.
Admittedly, 4 of them are slams.
That's
Emma Raducanu's only title is a slam.
Yep.
Which is very unusual.
Yeah.
But Svitolina has won 19, which is especially impressive. Serves to the forehand of Klimovicova.
What would you prefer?
I think the slam.
Yeah, I guess that's the pinnacle.
That's where in history your name will be written. Guillermo Fils sitting courtside with Andrew Bettles, Svitolina's coach. Been with her off and on for quite a few years now. She had a few different coaches over the years, but that including Ramon Slaughter, who I think is an excellent coach, and they did a really good job with her. She went back to Andrew Bettles last year. She serves, trying to close out this service game, and does, because the forehand return from Klimovicova is long. Svitolina just strolls towards the net. I like Svitolina's walks, really strutting. There's a lot of confidence in there.
Sometimes it looks like a frustrated walk to the chair.
Now, reminder, there is competition for you out there. We're giving away a $50 voucher to the Australian Open shop to the listener who has the most creative response to this question. Now, we've talked about which actors would play tennis players if they made a movie of their life. We're now turning the tables. We want to know which tennis players would play famous movie characters and why. It can be any genre, any era. For example, who would be a great Marvel character? We want you to be creative with your response. The movie can be from any era and anywhere around the world, although give us a little more information if it's not that well known, if you want to. You can use the voucher online, so you don't have to be in Melbourne to experience that. So you can enter it via Ask the Booth form on ozopen.com or email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. And remember to give us your name and where you're listening from. Entries close at 5 p.m. this Sunday afternoon, Melbourne time. And the winner will be announced on the evening serve with Nat Edwards that evening.
I've seen the list of entries, and I pity the fool who's going to be going through all those to try to pick a winner.
Yeah, do we know who's judging it?
Well, there's a panel of 20, I heard, that are going to go through it and validate every entry. Great prizes. It's a great prize. There's a lot of good stuff in that AO shop to purchase.
Absolutely. Yeah, good luck with all your entries. We saw some brilliant ones yesterday. Particularly liked, who was it? Who was well, obviously someone just suggested Novak Djokovic is the Joker, but there were some very creative responses, and that's what we're looking for, as creative as you can be. Nice finish to the opening point on the serve of Klimovicova, making a good start. Doesn't look overawed or anything.
No. She's got some game. She's likes to play very aggressively. She's transitioned forward a few times, which is good to see. More than one dimension to her game.
Now today is, am I right in saying it's Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley Day today here at the Australian Open?
Yep.
Which means a celebration of culture, and we saw that on the way in, walking in, of some fantastic music going on outside. And there are going to be lots of celebrations around the grounds if you're inside Melbourne Park today, so enjoy that.
There's a wonderful series about her life story.
Have you watched it?
I haven't as yet, but it was filmed at our club at Royal South Yarra. They did a few sessions down there on the courts, which was amazing, because they had Yvonne playing Chris Evert-Lloyd, and the young girl that played the body double was just
amazing,
absolutely just spot on with everything that Chris Evert did. They had the wooden rackets out there. It was amazing. It was great to see the set, how it all comes together. Yeah,
looking forward to seeing that. I saw
amazing story.
Saw it being advertised. Yeah, incredible. Talking of mothers who came back and won titles. Won Wimbledon as a mum. And great to see her. She's often here at Melbourne Park during the Australian Open. She will be again, of course. As the Klimovicova settling into this pretty nicely. 40-15 she leads. Svitolina is looking absolutely disgusted.
Yeah, she's not a happy camper. And good morning to Ron, who's he's listening on satellite radio in Pennsylvania while working on the governor's budget at -9 degrees outside. Go Tommy Paul.
Wow. Ooh. That's a tough job. Yeah, Tommy Paul's very consistent performer. Great return from Svitolina. Meanwhile, comes forward, puts the forehand away. We're keeping you, we're starting with this on Cain Arena, but we will be switching pretty shortly to Rod Laver Arena, where Arena Sabalenka will be in action. They're just getting ready with the light show as they get ready to introduce the players. And the fans crowding into Rod Laver Arena.
They do it well with their light show down here, don't they?
Yeah.
Like it's
a real spectacular. Just long with the serve, Klimovicova. It's 40-30, 1-2. I said, settling in very nicely. Turn down the middle from Svitolina. The backhand, wrong footing off backhand from Klimovicova. Very nice. Too good for Svitolina, and that's a holder serve, and it's 2 games apiece.
I really like that forehand from Polish player. Really unloads. Great racket head speed. And the good thing about this match, from her perspective, is that Svitolina's not going to blow you off the court. She doesn't have the firepower, so you're always in the rallies.
Yep.
She won't miss a lot, but she's going to pulverise every single ball, so you're always a chance.
That's true. I think she's added a bit of power on her serve to when from before she became a mum. She's really worked hard on that, but you're right. It's not a Serena Williams serve. She's not going to knock you off it. So you're in there and capable of, if you can play well, you've got a chance. But she's such a good fighter, is Svitolina. But that's not a good backhand from the Ukrainian. Just didn't quite move her feet the way she normally does. It's 15-all. Said wearing a sort of pale pink skirt. Turn inside in, good one on the backhand from Klimovicova. Too good for Svitolina. Caught her by surprise.
Small window of opportunity here at 15:30.
21 years of age, the Pole. As we said, played mostly on the ITF circuit so far, making her way in and around Grand Slam qualifying. This is her first appearance at a slam. Forehand deep from Svitolina, and the forehand error from Klimovicova. Maybe just slight mental
Yeah, that's
there.
the one where she's got to get a little bit more clinical in that situation. She has a little window of opportunity. Svitolina only has hit 2 balls and she's won the rally. Play tough there. Make the server earn it.
30-all, 2 games all. First serve is long. Said it before, but I really like this innovation with the red lights on the net.
Oh, you like that? Yeah.
It's good. It's good to. It helps commentators sometimes. Also helps fans when they're not quite sure. Not a good forehand into the net from Svitolina, and it's break point to Klimovicova. Forehand the weaker side.
Yeah.
Svitolina backhand rock solid, but she does miss sometimes when she's not on form on the forehand.
Especially when you go with pace to her forehand, she loses her timing a lot.
Oh, that's a good serve though to save the break point. Big
Great
flat serve out wide.
Interesting question here from Ryan McGuinness, who's in Glasgow. In your opinion, which was the greatest Australian Open match of all time?
My God.
Right. He's got Nadal Verdasco.
Yeah,
semi. Djokovic Nadal final. Murray Djokovic 2012 semi. Federer Nadal in 2009.
Federer Nadal 2017 I really enjoyed, but in terms of the tennis was up and down. I was looking. I always look at anniversary of stuff, and so this year is amazingly 40th anniversary of Australia winning the Davis Cup in '86 when Pat Cash won the last rubber for the second time. And that year, '87, Cash was runner-up twice in finals here.
Yes.
Those finals were good.
Yeah, one Mats Wilander and
the Edberg, the other one. I'm not sure. But he was really close to winning those matches, but they were good. I mean, there have been some absolute classics, haven't there? We'll have a think about that, because that's the sort of question that could run all day.
Yeah. Where do you draw the line?
Depends how long your memory is. Let's cross over to Josh and find out what else is happening so far around the grounds today.
Thank you, Simon, and a very good morning to you. Good morning, Mark. Over on Kia Arena, we've got Australian Talia Gibson and Diana Shnaider playing it out on Kia Arena, and we're on serve at 2 games apiece in the first set. Tommy Paul, you mentioned him moments ago, Mark. We're on serve at 2-1. He plays Tiago Augustin Tiante, and that's on 1573 Arena. And then over on ANZ Arena, Francisco Cerundolo and also Damir Jamur. Jamur was up a break of serve, but Cerundolo has broken back. So we're on serve on ANZ Arena.
Thank you very much, Josh. Well, we're getting ready. I think we're going to switch over very shortly to Rod Laver Arena, because they are getting ready to introduce Arina Sabalenka for her second round match. It's quite. What do you think of this new innovation this year of the players coming out either side? So one comes this side as we look at it, and one comes the other from the other side of the court.
Do they rock, paper, scissors, or the highest ranked player gets the one closer?
It's funny because when they're walking down the corridor of champions to get onto the court, It's almost like walking onto a plane, isn't it? If you go left, you're lucky.
That's right.
If you're right, normal.
I've never known what that door left, the first door left, where does that go? You just fall off the walkway and it goes to nowhere?
I think it goes to Champagne.
Yeah, okay, all right, yeah. No, I've spent quite a bit of time actually going down into the cargo hold with the other Labradors and Poodles. You get a nice little bowl of kibble and a bottle of water. It's a little bit frosty in the cargo section. It's a cheap flight, though.
It is, yeah. Klimovicova serving at 2-3. Good backhand up the line from Svitolina. Gets back to 15-all.
15-all.
Saved that break point in the last game. Maybe push to try and break herself.
Hard to know which door who's going to come. I think the higher ranked player comes from the closer one.
Yes, to where
both.
Where we are.
I prefer them coming out together.
Yeah. I think this one, the nearest entrance to the umpire's chair, I think, is where the higher ranked player tends to come out. I'm not sure. Maybe they do. No, maybe they do. Do a coin toss, as you said, rock, paper, scissors beforehand. But it's quite sort of boxer-like, isn't it? It's two coming together. Svitolina forehand deep to the forehand of Klimovicova, who's matching her from the baseline. Then the backhand cross-court from Svitolina, pulling Klimovicova out of position. There's a chance for Svitolina to go forehand cross-court, and the forehand on the run from Klimovicova is well wide. And it is 15-30 and a half chance for Svitolina to get the first break.
This relentless attack from Svitolina there. Just running her opponent from corner to corner.
Yeah, something we always forget about players. They don't always feel great. You don't wake up feeling great every day. No one does.
Just like everyone going to work.
Exactly.
You know, this is their work environment, and yeah, some days are diamonds, but most days are rocks, unfortunately. And yeah, it's, you know, we always think of them almost robotic-like, that they can perform at the same level, but just don't know sleep patterns, good sleep, bad sleep.
Yeah, it can make them grumpy, just make them slightly tetchy on court. And good forehand, brilliant return from Svitolina to set up a short ball, and then the forehand into the open court, which does have 2 break points.
And the good players are really aware of their, emotional intelligence of, how they're feeling, and then to be able to do some, breathing, some meditation, and just to get yourself in that mindset. They all know the pre-match routine they like to do physically as a warm-up and what they want to eat. But that's the outside stuff, but the internal dialogue, what's going on in the computer upstairs, you've got to try to keep that at a very even level. More so when you start losing as well. That's, you've got to have a big picture vision of it, and you're going to have losses, and it's just making sure that you don't get down on yourself too long, because you can get into a spiral, and that spiral just can spin faster and faster.
Big second serve from Klimovicova, but it was walloped back by Svitolina. Ball then went long, and Svitolina does get that first break in this first set, 4-2.
Because you always hear about the players talking about, I feel confident, or I've lost confidence. Like, where is it? You can't show anyone what that looks like.
No.
There's players who have gone through slumps and then all of a sudden have a massive win. So, like...
Oh, that's a nice backhand, threaded up the line from Klimovicova from almost outside the tram lines, found the inside of the line.
There's a lot of players who have been very confident but then still lose. So, what is confidence, and what does it look like, and how do you lose it so quickly?
Who was it? It was Vince Spadia, wasn't it? He lost 21 matches in a row. And then he got to Wimbledon. And obviously, as British press, we're writing about our British players. Greg Rosetsky was playing him, and he beat Greg Rosetsky.
Yeah, the one time. Yeah. Well, when I was back on that the poverty tour down there at the lower levels, there was a guy that had like 17 last round qualifying losses in a row, and so everyone was kind of rallying around him because he'd get so close. But then the one time he finally qualified, he won 4 events back to back.
Yeah,
so
it can turn, can't it?
Yeah, and also maybe you're not just ready right then. You have to go through those hardships to really to earn the spot to win those matches. They're not going to be given to you. So there's obviously some deficiency either mentally or tactically, and you've got to go through those hardships.
I'm trying to remember who it is, but there's somebody has qualified has made it into the main draw of all 4 slams as a lucky loser. I'm trying to think.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
wow.
One guy. Meanwhile, Svitolina, having got the break, is now love 40 on her own serve. A couple of errors, good forehand from Klimovicova, and chance for the Polish woman to break back. Yeah, I mean, imagine that.
That's the kind of guy you want to take to the casino here. He's on a hot streak.
Who was saying they'd been? One of the players was saying they'd been. Oh, Zverev was saying, I think, that his team have been to the casino quite a lot this week. I think
Oh, really? Already?
Yeah, I know.
Keep
Spending future winnings.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a dangerous game.
I don't know if he can rock up there with an IOU. Alexander Zverev, he's going to make the final of the Aussie Open. He'll be good for it.
15-14.
Yeah, it's like guaranteed third round prize money.
That's right. He'll be out here washing dishes and helping out with the ushers, or the ball kids getting an extra pocket money if he loses early.
Forehand from Svitolina saves the first break point, then goes out wide with a good slice. Well, look good, but it's just wide. So she's got a second serve to deal with. A couple of break points for Klimovicova. A few more bounces the ball from Svitolina. Spins in the second serve into the body of Klimovicova, and then crouches low does Svitolina to get the backhand into play using her legs. Slice forehand from Svitolina. Short one causes Klimovicova a few issues, which does a good job in getting back into position. Forehand cross court from Svitolina. Forehand goes long in the end, a sort of wild slap from Klimovicova.
Yeah, Klimovicova gets a little off balance on that running forehand. Her last couple of steps before contact, she really makes some small stutter steps and then really does a big lunge at the end. It just puts her off balance. Much prefer to see her just taking some big wide strides. Got both players walking out on court here at Rod Laver Arena.
Game point still, our break point still to Klimovicova. We will cross over shortly to Sabalenka. We'll see how this point goes. More bounces the ball from Svitolina, and then she serves down the middle again to Klimovicova, who goes after a backhand. Good depth, better depth from Svitolina. Good forehand on the back of the run from Klimovicova this time, and she does get the break back. And so we're back on serve at 4-3. We'll take a short break, and then when we come back, we will have Aryna Sabalenka in her second round match.
Qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood, and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free, whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights, and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Go to ausopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
You're listening to AO Radio.
Welcome back to AO Radio, day 4 of the Australian Open 2026. Getting ready to bring you Aryna Sabalenka's second round match as she plays Zhu Bai. Before we do, let's cross over to Josh and catch up with some interesting scores around the grounds, Josh.
Yeah, breakpoint opportunity here for Tommy Paul, but Tiante serves an ace down the middle, and so he saves that breakpoint. So we are back at Juice. Paul up 4-1 though in that first set. And over on Kia Arena, it is Talia Gibson with an opportunity to take this first set. She leads 5-2 and will be serving for the first set. That's on Kia Arena.
Yeah, and that's against Deanna Shnaider, so that would be a heck of a win if she's managed to pull that off. But here we are with Aryna Sabalenka, Simon Cambers and Mark Halawati with you. And first off, Mark, how would you describe Sabalenka's dress?
I want. Great colour ensemble. Yeah. It's got a little 70s little hippie era with the patterning. I love it. Love the that's that bright pink, matches my shorts today, and the orange. If there's a guy's version of that, well, actually, I don't even care if it's a guy's version. If there's a version of that I could grab, I'd be more than happy.
So Sabalenka, world number 1, looking for her 3rd Australian Open title, was really quite annoyed last year with losing here, not finishing off that attempt to win 3 times in a row. Of course, Madison Keys ended up winning the title in fine style. But bounced back well on the US Open in impressive fashion. And she is the player to beat, I think it's fair to say, this fortnight. Lots of competition, but her consistency at this level is pretty amazing.
Yeah, she's really turned things around. It wasn't that long ago, you know, she was had the serving yips, and everyone was questioning her ability to bounce back from that. You know, she was doing 20+ double faults and resorting to underarm serves, and the ball barely reaching the net. But you know, to her credit, you know, she shut down. I don't need anyone else. I'll sort this out by myself. And again, it just, you know, you've got to go through this adversity, and it shows a lot about the character of the person.
Yeah, so there were a lot of people talking about, she needs a sports psychologist, no doubt. But she ended up going the mechanical route instead.
Yeah.
And it's worked very well. And I think her serve now is, well, as good as anyone's out there.
It's an asset instead of a liability of what it was at that point in time.
That's it, but it's amazing that she turned that round.
Yeah.
The way, how bad it was at times.
But, you know, that's what we see on the court. Who knows what was happening off court, you know, so, you know, and the best thing about it is, like, she took full ownership of that and go, I'm going to fix it. So she invested the time, didn't hide from it. Didn't say it wasn't a problem, because that could make the problem even worse. And now it's, you know, it's a weapon for her. She's been super consistent with the serve percentages. The thing I like, she's got a lot more variation with spins and placement. She has a great ability to put it in an awkward position for the returner.
Yeah, and I wouldn't have said a few years ago that she'd be someone who would be bringing out the drop shot a lot, but she has a good drop shot. She's got good hands, and incredibly confident. Obviously, 4 titles in 2025, got to 9 finals in all, lost in the final at Roland Garros and here, the Australian Open, Indian Wells and Stuttgart. And really just has that incredible record in Grand Slams that is keeping her right at the top of the game. She's doing so consistently well, and that's why she has that lead at the top of the rankings. Nothing worse than a semi-final last year in 2024.
It's consistent, isn't it?
Yeah, and again, nothing worse than the semi-final in 2023. So there's only one quarter-final at Roland Garros in 2024 was her worst Grand Slam in the last 3 years, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to deal with for Zhu Bai, who has already equalled her career best result at a Grand Slam by reaching second round here.
She's had a rapid rise over the last couple of years. I remember my time in China. She was, you know, around the 700s, 800s for a long period of time.
Still is, but she's made it here, which is very impressive. I like these because we get a lot of stats given to us to help us with our to inform our commentary, hopefully. And as we said, with Klimovicova, who's playing Svitolina on John Cain Arena, she's the number 4 ranked Pole. Zhu Bai is the 31st ranked Chinese player.
Just still waiting up for the call up for the Fed Cup.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe we need a few withdrawals there. Svitolina starts the match with a walloping backhand cross-court and another one.
It'll be a good boost to her ranking points.
Yeah, absolutely. She'll be.
And she's qualified as well, so it's a great effort to get through, again, a bunch of matches.
She's adding 110 points in qualifying just from getting through to this stage, which is huge for her. She'll storm up the rankings. And a massive stage for her today to show what she's maybe capable of. I don't think too many people expect her to trouble Svitolina, but to trouble Sabalenka, but just enjoy herself out there and show what she can do. Sabalenka kick serve as Bai runs round it. The backhand almost just easy, almost like she's just stroking that ball away off backhand from Sabalenka. Backhand on fire already.
The tennis in China is also changing now, especially the women. There's a lot more exposure to go playing overseas, where in the past it's been like it's Olympic Games, National Games has been the 2 priorities, and you know, for everyone else, you know, the National Games is such an important event for all sports in China, and your career is defined by what happens at those at the national games.
Yeah, it's very like players from Russia, old East Germany as well. Anytime anyone did well in the Olympics, that's what people remember.
Yeah.
But now, as you said, in China, that's great. Things are changing. Sabalenka holds easily in the first game. Josh, what's happening on Kia?
Well, I can tell you Shnaider was able to break the serve of Gibson, and Gibson has set points here, though. So, at 15:40, Gibson with 2 set points.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah, the crowd's going to go bonkers if she wins it here.
Yeah,
absolutely. It's a packed crowd on Kia Arena. Plenty of Australian fans. So, Diana Shnaider serving at 15:40. 2 set points for the Australian. Her first serve is netted. Diana Shnaider sporting a blue dress. She serves and a double fault. So the serve is long and Gibson takes the first set 6-3. A big result for the Australian.
Yeah, great start for Australia on day 4 of the Australian Open. Let's hope she can carry on and go even further. So by serving, the players have switched ends. A great win in the first round over Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova. To get to this stage, that is a good former French Open runner-up. So shows what she's capable of. But this is asking a lot because Sabalenka is so aggressive, especially on returns.
Yeah, she's going to have to weather the storm. She's going to spend a lot of the time in defense and counter-attack mode here against Sabalenka. So hopefully she can get enough balls back and keep making Sabalenka play.
This is the first serve.
Yeah, second serve is going to be the issue.
Decent second serve, but just smacked back by Sabalenka right at the feet of Bai, and not much she could do about that one. It's love 30.
It's going to probably take a little while to get used to the pace of ball as well.
Yeah.
Just the trajectory of Sabalenka's shot, especially off the return of serve. It's so flat, skids through the court, stays low.
Well, we've seen the stats over the last couple of years. Sabalenka hits the ball harder than a lot of the men in terms of speed. So there is a lot to deal with, and a little mishit backhand's not going to help either. And 3 break points early on. Yeah, Bai was ranked 83. That's her highest ranking in 2024. Currently down at 702, working her way back. As we said, this will help a lot.
There's been an injury in there, no doubt.
Good pick up on the forehand from Bai, but another backhand. The backhand on fire early on from Sabalenka. Just rifled up the backhand, flat as you like. 0 chance for Bai to get across to that.
That's one of the great skills from Sabalenka, her ability to change direction of the shot from any situation. Like, that was not an easy ball to go up the line. She was moving sideways and backwards. Took it from the open stance with the left leg out. Just knifed it down the line.
It's the sort of shot you can't hit if you have a one-handed backhand. You can't, those open stance.
Yeah, not easy.
Not very easy at all. I mean, you can try it. Good serve and a good hooked forehand, wrong footing from Sabalenka. 2-love she leads. Opening point of the third game. As I said, has been ranked inside top 100, so does have that kind of experience. But this is a big step up. Not too many players have troubled Sabalenka over the last couple of years. Interesting, I was looking at head-to-heads yesterday for an article I was writing. Sabalenka against Anisimova is the interesting one. So Anisimova won the first 3. She leads 6-5 against Sabalenka. And I think it's just, it sort of reminds you about what matchups are.
Yeah.
Just that backhand of Anisimova's is so good. And Sabalenka can't always dominate from the baseline.
Yes.
And they just hit each other off the court.
Sabalenka's found someone who's got a better backhand.
Yeah, exactly. Let's pop over to Josh while we have a chance.
Yeah, thank you, Simon. Tommy Paul has taken the first set 6-3 against Thiago Agustin Tiante, and he brought it up with a brilliant serve out wide, and so he's taken the first set 6-3.
Tommy Paul's, thanks Josh, Tommy Paul's a player that I think you'll find like almost nobody talks about in it before a tournament, but he's another consistent performer. Incredibly quick around the court, good player. Getting to the latter stages of slams without really threatening. Double faults from Svitolina, from Sabalenka, and it's 15-30.
Yeah, he's just super consistent with his output on the court as well. Doesn't play a flashy game style, so it's not one of those game styles that it's a hit or miss.
No, half a chance perhaps for Bai to get on the board in this first set. 15-30, Sabalenka serving. So it's down the tee, full stretch return from Bai, just lands long. So accurate, that serve. Comes down from a height as well. Sabalenka, such an imposing woman. You know, as an opponent, you'd be quite intimidated, I imagine, walking around the net past her. 30-all. 2-love. This is the first serve.
It's great work by.
Flies over.
Yeah, it's great work by her team too, Sabalenka, to keep her out on court as long as possible. Like, they're playing lots of matches, you know, and that's wear and tear, and there's a lot of time and effort goes into recuperating.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, exactly. When you're winning or being in the finals every week, you're playing a lot of tennis.
Yeah. To maintain body and also to maintain mind. It's easy to get flat after a lot of matches in a row.
I'd probably be frustrated with that last return. Just dumped the forehand in the net, trying to attack it. 40-30. Kick serve on the first serve from Sabalenka, and the return hits the tape from Bai and stays her side. And it's 3-love to the world #1 and top seed here on Rod Laver Arena. Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably good for Sabalenka that there is good competition at the top of the sport, with Świątek, with Goff, with Keys here last year, with Anisimova coming through, so they keep her mentally fresh, because she's got to be on her game.
Yeah. And also, like, even that last service game there, a couple of first serves that were slowed down 146 kilometres per hour, but kicked up, put it outside the comfort zone of the returner, above shoulder height, still gets rewarded. Doesn't have to be hard and fast. So she's adding, you know, she's been known as this powerhouse, but also she adds that element of some variations, like you said, with the drop shots. The slice backhand's got so much better, so defensive skills have improved, which is fabulous. And now that variation with the serve, changing the pace, just giving the returner something different to look at.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, even in matches like this for Sabalenka, where it seems all very straightforward, this is maybe the chance for her to try a few things, work on a few little bits. She obviously just wants to get off. I like her attitude. Like, often in press conferences, players get asked, "Oh, would you not liked a harder test in this match?" I'm like, no.
No.
Why would I want a test? I just want to be off the court.
Yeah.
I want it done and won as quickly as possible. Save the energy.
Keep the petrol tank full.
Yeah, I mean, they play so much that I don't think they lose anything by winning quickly. I'm going to try and find out what this injury was to Bai as she starts her service game with an error, and it's
must have been
15.
significant from going from inside 100 to 700.
Exactly. She was 300 and something this time last year, 329 in fact, and she is there you go. Had a surgery for a foot injury before my phone died, to find out. Serves to the forehand of Sabalenka, who just lays into a forehand inside in. I was watching her practice the other day, and she just tees off on every single return, doesn't she? There's no, unless it's absolutely in the corner.
Yeah, and that's the tough part. Like, if you try to go at body and you're slightly off, you're hitting it right into the hitting zone, and it's a dangerous place to be. She's got a big wingspan as well when she's on stretch.
She got really annoyed because the person she was, her hitting partner was a lefty who was trying to hit serves down the tee for her to hit backhand returns, and he missed 2 in a row. The look on her face was hilarious.
Yeah, I know that
I'm
look.
sure you know that.
I know that look.
There's a lot of pressure for hitting partners, I think. Serena must have given a few looks in her time.
Yeah, funny ones there. They're just interfering to me every time I hear it.
Love break for Sabalenka. Going pretty smoothly here.
I do remember one year we were out on court 16, and obviously there's always a big crowd around watching Serena, and it was a quarter final, and you always know when she's feeling a bit tight, you know, intense. She's human. you know, and after hitting for 10 minutes, you know, she called me into the net with a finger and said, come here. And face to face, she just goes, Mark, I need you to hit the ball hard. I need you to hit it deep. And I need you not to miss. And then just turned around and walked backwards to the baseline. And I'm there shaking in my pants.
Yeah.
Going, what do I?
No pressure.
I can't do that.
No pressure. Sabalenka 4-love. A couple of breaks in the bag. Oh, a bit of serve and volley.
Yeah, you know, things are looking good when you're Sabalenka's into serve volley mode.
She was working on that in practice too, actually. Looking to get forward a little bit more, which is nice to see. I mean, she's got, you know, you've got that height and that power. Why not? Why not coming off it?
And a quality serve.
Yeah.
Hopefully going to get a comfortable return, comfortable volley.
Yeah, stories about hitting partners are always fun. I always remember another serve and volley from Sabalenka. Oh, it was a good volley, but into the top of the net. Annoyed with herself. Quite enjoying this serve volley practice that she's putting in. Yeah, like I watched Nadal practice, and you'd talk to the kids who hit with him afterwards, and they say they weren't allowed to have a drink for 45 minutes because they're not allowed to stop. And if they miss, Nadal would he wouldn't carry on playing it or volley it from the baseline. He would just leave it and look at them like, come on, you've got to get this ball in the right place. And considering Nadal absolutely belted everything in practice, it was tough. It's a tough job.
Yeah, and I've had a couple of female players on tour. I've seen hitting partners last like one rally, and I had a few years ago, and the players just looked at me and just go,
not good enough.
Not get this guy off. And it's like, whoa, that was like 2 rallies.
Oh, that is cruel, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's a lot of pressure, I think, hitting with top players.
But also, you know, that's the elite of the elite. They've got standards, you know, and that's the thing with Serena. Like, she had standards, and you had to live to those standards. And that's why she is who she is. That's nothing's... You can't be that good by being mediocre.
40-15, Sabalenka serving at 4-love. What do you make of the possibility of Serena playing again at some stage?
I don't see that happening,
Because there was nice return from Bai as Sabalenka tries to serve volley with a body serve, but Bai got out of the way and put a backhand inside in, really nice. Down the line.
Maybe it is for an exhibition or something like that, which I think would be great. But
because the rumours began when she sort of appeared on. If you want to come back to the tour after you're retired, you have to be on the list for anti-doping. So
yes,
she was suddenly on this list, which was a bit curious.
Yeah, very curious. She hasn't answered. She hasn't spoke why or anything like that. So yeah,
no.
Maybe one final fling with Venus in a doubles.
Well, this is it. You know, I can't see her playing singles as Sabalenka swaps away a drive volley for 5-love.
But would it be a US Open? US Open wildcard, but then
maybe Venus's last appearance as well.
Yeah,
maybe,
totally. Yeah.
You know, just a swan song between the two. And who knows? I mean,
or a smaller event where they're not taking a wildcard from a.
Yes, that's true.
A major, another American pairing.
Can't imagine them struggling to get a wild card for doubles.
No, that would create some buzz, wouldn't it? The last hurrah. A goodbye to Venus and a hello Serena. Goodbye Serena.
It would be great though. It'd be good fun if they did come back. Let's check in with Josh. What's happening with Svitolina and Klimovicova, the match we were covering early on, Josh?
Yes, Svitolina has just held serve, so we are on serve. She leads at 6-5 in the first set. So that match is quite close over on Cain Arena.
Yeah, very close. Closer than expected at first. Tommy Paul up, as Josh reported earlier, on 1573 Arena, and Gibson doing very well against Shnaider, leading 6-3 against the Russian, who is a fine player. And that would be a great win should she carry on and do that. Reminder, do let us know what you're up to while you're listening, and where you're from. You can get in touch with us through the Ask the Booth, that's what it is, form through ozopen.com, and you can also email us, of course, at aoradio@tennis.com.au.
Yeah, I want to hear from you if you have a really interesting or an unusual job.
Good
Please
idea.
let us know what you do.
I think hitting partner is quite an unusual job. People don't think of it as a job, but it is.
Yeah, there's some players out there who travel full time.
Yeah.
Also on the women's tour, like the guy who's on the road. Practice is sorted every day, which is good.
Yep, exactly. By serving at love 5. 50. Oh, that's a good serve. Ace down the tee.
Big cheer from the crowd, trying to give him some encouragement.
They would like her to get on the board. Help her. They'll certainly help her if they can. She's probably going to need a few more serves like that. Tries to go wide with a slider, just finds the tape. Andrei Rublev's also on court on Margaret Court Arena. Talking about Marat Safin earlier. Chop return on the forehand from Sabalenka and just nails a backhand. Again, it wasn't a bad ground stroke from Bai, but just got the treatment.
That's a danger if you hit the ball straight back to Sabalenka. She's got that skill level just to be able to hit any shot in any direction, especially that backhand up the line.
Yeah, the backhand has been near perfect so far today. She nails another one on the return. Good response from Bai. Sabalenka coming forward. She's not going to do well off that volley though, because that was a great pass at her feet. And it's back to 30 all. 30 all. Yeah, Peter Polansky, you were saying off air, was the guy who reached the main draw, the Canadian player, of every slam as a lucky loser. That's amazing.
That is an unbelievable stat, isn't it? And because that's done by draw of the hat now, so it's not because he's the highest ranked person losing in the last round of the draw.
No.
It's just a random pull out. He could have been potentially second or third on the list and still gets into play.
Yeah.
Depending on how many people withdraw in the first round.
Bai has a game point after an ace. Good big serve down the tee, and Sabalenka gets it back well. Now the forehand cross court from Bai is good. Hacked back squash style from Sabalenka. Another forehand cross court is good, and that's going to yield a game for Bai.
She's on the board.
Fist bump to her team as she wins her opening game of this match. Much better from her. 5-1 Sabalenka leads.
It can be done.
Sabalenka leads by 5 games to 1.
You just got to remember, it's some of the crowd, a lot of the crowd will look at her ranking 702 and not realise that she's been a top 100 player.
Exactly, yeah. Probably wondering how 770 odd gets into the draw.
But on the board, that'll make her feel an awful lot better. As the sun comes out nicely. It's a nice, slightly cooler day today here at Melbourne Park. It's going to be even cooler tomorrow. I saw the forecast for like 20 tomorrow. So we need to wrap up warm.
Yep.
But there are a couple of really hot ones coming.
There's going to be some stinkers.
So that is a day to cover up or get inside. Keep yourself sun smart, as they say. This crowd inside Rod Laver Arena virtually full. Few seats yet to be taken. People gathering themselves, getting their food and drink ready. Sabalenka serves down the tee. Forehand straight down the middle of the court from Bai, and Sabalenka misses, and Bai helps her out by pointing where it was.
Yeah, just to confirm.
Yeah.
Just telling the computer that was out.
Junior style. I don't know when that all came in, that whole pointing thing, because I swear that when I was young, people didn't do it.
Yeah.
I think it was probably sort of late 80s or early 90s when people started. And it's really quite obnoxious as juniors, isn't it?
Oh, very much so, yeah. I always thought it might have had a cricket connotation.
Oh, possibly, yeah.
Yep.
With the umpire's signal. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, did they do it in the back courts of Spain?
Good question. Sabalenka, 5-1. Love 30, excuse me. Maybe a chance for Bai to get a break. She had a sniff in the last service game. She's got a forehand to go after on the return. Sabalenka bringing the forehand into the net and 3 break-back points. Or at least one of the breaks. Sabalenka just gesturing with a puff of her cheeks.
The focus has gone just a little bit from Sabalenka. Kind of showed that when she started serve volleying, that was kind of the first sign that I'm pretty confident with what's going on. She's in a little bit of a predicament. Love 40. He's knuckled down here.
I think the sun might be a factor at this stage in her eyes.
Into that area.
We saw this. We've seen this on every day. This time of day, the sun is a factor for the right-handers. She kicks the ball to the backhand of Bai. It goes long. We'll just check in with Josh. Svitolina, what's happening there, Josh?
Yeah, Simon, she's taken the first set 7-5. She brought it up with a beautiful inside-out forehand. So she's taken the first set 7-5 against Linda Klimovicova.
Thank you very much, Josh. Still a couple of break-back points for Bai. 5-1 down, but a break-back would be handy for her. serve is to the backhand of the Chinese player, who goes right onto the baseline. Good depth as well from Sabalenka. Brilliant forehand from Bai, and she's hanging in there with Sabalenka in these baseline rallies now. Flat hit from Bai draws the error from Sabalenka into the net, and it is a break of serve for the Chinese player.
Well done to Bai. Well done. Fighting back.
Sabalenka's team don't seem to be in the box.
All right.
Unless they're sitting somewhere else. Maybe they've moved.
Oh, yeah, they're just up in the stand.
Have they moved above? Oh, they're above
first round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they you can choose if you want to sit down in the full glare of the public.
Yeah.
Or if you want to hide in the box up above.
And I've got my first unusual job here
Excellent.
on the grid. Thank you to Sarah, who's good evening from Vermont. Minus 10 degrees Celsius outside, but cozy inside. She was the scoreboard operator for a local baseball team this summer.
That's a great job.
There we go.
That's a great job.
Just wondering if there wasn't a weather delay, why did last night matches go so long or so late?
They were just long, weren't they?
Yeah, score. Tell the players. Yeah, they're going 3 sets, going deep, going a couple 5-set battles.
I mean, the Inglis match was nip and tuck all the way through, wasn't it? Tie break was long. Yeah. That's a good job. I mean, I used to, when we were playing cricket as youngsters, you know, when you're the fielding team, when you're the batting team and not taking part, you're sitting on the side, you always had to help out with the scoring.
Yeah.
And learn how to do that.
That's one thing I hope my kid never gets into is cricket, and I don't want to be there all afternoon.
Yeah, that's true. Does he play other sports? Or?
Oh, still too young. He's very good at throwing stuff at the moment.
Well, that's a good sign.
That's a good sign. So there could be a discus, javelin.
Is there a sport for throwing your food?
Yeah. Well, it's gold medalist right there. And throwing a tanty.
Yep.
Winning now.
By serving it 2-5 and growing in confidence. I think it's funny as sporty parents, when your kids even chucking food, you're like, well, it's a good arm he's got there.
That's right.
Good signs, good signs.
Yeah. That knife right in the forehead of mine. Good technique. That's right.
I remember my son once. My wife was telling me the story because I was out working or whatever, and came back and said, "Oh yeah," and he threw a little toy car or something across the room, and it hit her by accident. And it was the car, and she was retelling the story in front of him, and he said, "They were a train, Mama." Get the details right.
That's right.
Never done it since.
Don't accuse me of throwing a car.
That's right, wouldn't do that. Cars are too important. 15 all. Serve out wide from Bai. Really hooked forehand return from Sabalenka out wide to the forehand of Bai. And the forehand goes long from Bai, and it's 15-30, and Sabalenka getting herself back in.
Yeah, she's just regrouping here.
Mode. That's a good job, scoreboard for a baseball team. So many stats in baseball.
Oh.
It's very like cricket.
Yeah, it's very stat heavy, isn't it? It almost doesn't feel like it's so much of a team environment. It's more about my personal record.
Yeah, they've all got their records to look out for. Serve into the body of Sabalenka is a good one.
30 all.
Second serve. 30 all. It's good response from Bai.
Yeah.
So we've blown off court the first 5 games.
You've got to be thinking that, you know, the opponent can't sustain that level. And I think Bai would have realised as well that as soon as Sabalenka started serve volleying, she was probably maybe a little overconfident with things. Yeah. There's my opportunity. Exactly, It's a little bit...
Forehand down the middle of the court from Bai. Good depth from Sabalenka, standing her ground, then puts a little bit more spin on the forehand, but too much of an angle on the next one. And she slaps her thigh in disgust, and it's 40-30. Making a few errors that she wasn't making early on. Bai has definitely lifted her game. That's
the side I feel you can get a few errors compared to her backhand. She does take a bigger wind up and a bigger swing at that forehand. She's going to hit some winners with it, but she's also going to make some mistakes. If you can get a ball with a bit of speed to that wing.
Yeah, you've got to usually cope with the first big hit.
Yeah.
Big forehand inside in is a winner. So much power. Good accuracy. Some good signs in the crowd. Fans getting in behind the players. Hear the roar. Somebody has a little sign off. Deuce 2-5 by serving to stay in this set. We'll check in with Josh in a minute, see what Gibson is up to against Shnaider and Tommy Paul, etc. As by pulls the forehand wide into the tram lines, and it's set point Sabalenka after 27 minutes of big hitting here on Rod Laver Arena. Looking to close out this set if she can get the break here. Sabalenka had issues with the sun in the last game from this end. Maybe the same. She finds the first serve. Sabalenka trying to repeat the forehand winner down the line inside in that she made on the previous point that side, and slightly mishits it long. She's got a fantastically disdainful look when she misses a shot.
Yeah.
Can't believe it.
Utterly disappointed.
Stare at the racket. Paid money for this racket. What he's doing? Good serve out wide from Bai. Pulls Sabalenka out of court. Should put it away and does.
Well done. Good sliding serve out wide there. Got the cheap return. Sabalenka unable to control it, just floating it short. Well put away there from Bai. Not an easy ball. Opponents kind of faking movements left and right.
Not much margin for error there. It's right on the line. Sabalenka having a quick look at it. Wow, good serve, but just out, just as well, because Sabalenka just smashed it cross court. Second serve. Trying to go for the body of Sabalenka, who gets lucky because her return was going wide of the tram lines, but caught the tape and flicked inside. Little apology.
But Bai's got to be ready for that. She's hit a lot of returns, well, a lot of serves to that forehand, and that forehand is being redirected up the line.
I think that's her favourite return on both sides, isn't it? The inside in, backhand on the juice court. So the serve goes out wide from Bai, just misses. Sabalenka standing just on the baseline. By the time the serve struck, she's almost inside it. Doesn't have to bother with that one because it's double fault. The pressure of Svitolina, the Sabalenka return, causing that, no doubt.
It's accumulation of pressure with that return to serve, and that brings up set point number 2 for Sabalenka.
She stands her feet wide apart, very solid base. Yeah, by just letting the ball toss go for a second because of the sun. Serves down the tee, forehand down the middle from Sabalenka on the return. Same from Bai, and a big miss hit from Sabalenka on the forehand side. It's juice.
And that's where it can get a little bit ratty with that forehand. You know, that was a fast, deep ball, and she takes a big wind up, but the racket's travelling a long way before impact with not much time. She was off balance, mishit it, got it late. Where her backhand is just a lot more compact with its preparation. The racket prepares a lot closer to the point of contact. Increases the chance of a good clean hit.
First serve missed by Bai. Sabalenka standing slightly on the angle to return. Backhand goes down the middle of the court. Bai up the middle and just long. Just let the ball get away from her slightly. And it's a third set point, Sabalenka.
It's like she's pulling out, you know, golf analogy, a driver on every shot. You can't do that. You can't play golf with one club. You got to adapt your swing according to the situation.
Set point number 3. Good serve down to the forehand of Sabalenka. Flat forehand down the middle from Bai, and a forehand in the net from Sabalenka. Trying to go up the line.
Gotta be careful here, Sabalenka. It's getting a little bit frustrated. She's definitely in control of this match.
It's funny how quickly it can change.
Yeah.
We were talking yesterday about winning the first set 6-love. It's not always a good thing. We saw, I think, I can't remember who it was yesterday who lost from 6-love up. It can happen. It happens fairly regularly. You just change, you know, you lose your, maybe if you get broken first game in the second set, and suddenly just something in your head says, oh, this is not as good as it was.
Yeah.
Why you've come off a high, and it's hard to react. By going big down the tee, just misses. 2-5 juice, first set. And into the body she goes with backhand deep from Sabalenka. I wasn't ready for it. Nets. Pops over towards her team to get a towel and a few words of encouragement.
It's interesting that the team is not courtside, so there's not that much communication going between the parties.
Yeah, she's not not one to always look at her team, is she, Sabalenka? Some players do, but she's not, which is, as you say, is a healthy sign, I think. Backhand down the middle from Bai. Sabalenka doesn't really go after the forehand, just taking a little bit of pace off, and then does and misses.
Yeah, that's just a poor choice of shot. That's not the right ball to really try to offload on. And as you can see, it misses by a long margin. She's needed to be a little bit more patient, go again. Wait for the right opportunity. Just a little bit of frustration, trying to end things a little bit sooner than required.
Shaking her head at herself. Not surprisingly. Getting a bit irritated with the shots she's missing. Let's face it, she's not used to missing that much. Deuce again, second serve. The backhand wing goes long. Sabalenka on the return.
Advantage Bai.
Just trying to aim the ball deep at the feet of Bai and missing. Game point Bai, having saved 3 set points so far. Just 4 bounces of the ball. Bai, just in a blue shirt, white cap. Good serve out wide. It's got back well by Sabalenka, just about full stretch. She's not going to get this one, is she? Well, she does, but easy volley. Ooh, a nice piece of luck for Bai. Is a simple volley. Momentarily hits the top of the net and drops over the other side, and she saves the 3 set points and still in this first set, 5-3.
Yeah, she's just hanging there. It's probably about the error-prone forehands from Sabalenka that's keeping her in the match. Hasn't played as smart these last couple of games.
Josh, how is what's happening with the Gibson-Shnaider match?
Yeah, Shnaider up a break of serve now in this second set. She leads 4-2. Gibson, of course, took that first set 6-3. If you are just joining us, that's over on Kia Arena. And Tommy Paul up a break of serve on 15-73 Arena against Tianta. He leads 4-2. Paul took that first set 6-3.
Lots of other stuff going on around the grounds. A lot of doubles happening today. Sabalenka begins her serve as she tries to serve for the first set. We've been up 5-love in this set. Now it's 5-3. So a little bit of work to do. Second serve. Kicker to the backhand of Bai. High up above her head, but she gets it back into play deep and has Sabalenka on the run as she fires the backhand down the middle of the court. Sabalenka misses a backhand for probably the first time in the whole set. And now she's gestures to her team.
Exactly. That's the first time a real negative response after an error. Just throwing the hands up in the air, just going, what can I do? Good work from Bai. Just taking it to Sabalenka. This is a really, really important game for Bai. Sabalenka serving at the, I guess, the better end, not looking into the sun.
Sun actually's gone in for a moment, which helped Bai from her end. Sabalenka, love 15, misses the first serve long. Takes a moment, bounces the ball. Second serve. High kicker, good kicker to the backhand of Bai. Does a good job, but that's a great forehand inside in from Sabalenka.
And do we look back at 4-love serve volley points as going just maybe a little bit too cocky?
Yeah, maybe. I like to see it because it's nice to see, but yeah, you're right.
But do you just stick to your game plan, execute it? I think you might be in cruise mode, and now all of a sudden she's got herself into a little bit of a hole.
Minaur, big serve down the tee. Backhand return is good from Bai, and the forehand again goes wide. She missed about 4 or 5 of those in the last couple of games, and it's 15-30. She just strolls to the back of the court, just takes in a moment, knocks a ball away from the ball girl. And another, and then takes her time. She's got plenty of time. She plays quickly between points, never in danger of overrunning the shot clock. It's 15-30, pressure on. Good kick serve.
Yeah,
good
great
angle.
serve, great response. Very effective with that kicking, high bouncing serve. Bai's having to hit that return from around shoulder height.
Sun comes back out in Rod Laver Arena. 5-3, 30 all. Had 3 set points in the previous game. Sabalenka, wild first serve. The angle's wrong. Bounces the ball several times with her racket. Gets into her usual routine. A few quick bounces of the ball and Rocks back, rocks forward. Serve to the forehand of Bai, who then just tries to swat it, be aggressive, and it goes long. That's where you got to make the return.
Yeah, 30-all, second serve, 3-5. If there's ever a moment that you need to get the ball into play, that is it right there. Just hands a set point back to Sabalenka, set point number 5.
This on her serve. She serves to the backhand of Bai. Better return this time from the Chinese. Runs around her backhand, pulls the forehand up the line. Short forehand from Sabalenka is getting punished by the Chinese, who's at the net. Plays lovely drop volley.
And Bai attacking the forehand wing from Sabalenka there, getting a more comfortable volley.
Yeah, that was calmly done. Nice touch. Didn't try and just force the volley. Spotted where Sabalenka was and saved the set point again. Back to deuce, 5-3. Sabalenka serves. Wide forehand return is good from Bai, but Sabalenka moving backwards, just swings those two hands through the backhand. Cross court, clean as you like. Looked like a good return from Bai, but that was a sweet backhand from Sabalenka. And gives her yet another set point. Sabalenka serves. Forehand of Bai, doesn't catch all of it, but it gets deep and it puts her in a good situation, pushing Sabalenka back on the forehand. The forehand drops short again, hammers the next one, but it goes long. You're right, she's just a little bit off balance on that side.
Yeah. Just gone off cue a little bit there. And it's good work from Bai and the coaching staff there, just telling her to just keep focusing on attacking that side.
They can obviously see what's happening, but they've also got the benefit of those tablets in the box.
Yep.
You see all the stats, see the direction of serve, direction of forehand, where all the errors are coming. Back to deuce. Sabalenka gets the angle on the serve out wide this time.
And that's the weapon that she does have. That serve can get herself out of trouble. It's a quality first serve once again. Set point number 7. Surely she's got to make one of these. On serve.
You're going to go for the kicker again. Goes for a flatter serve out wide, and this time she does take it, and she just bounces the ball slightly irritatedly behind her, but she has the first set in the bag. Wasn't as easy as it looked. It was looked like it was going to be. 6-3. She sits down with the first set.
It's a hard way to end the set for Sabalenka after being in cruise mode for so long. But this is what happens at this level. Just got to stay focused for long periods of time. Your opponent can come back and cause some problems, and all of a sudden that could have been 5-4. By serving 5-all, then she's got to serve into the sun, and then, you know, the drama builds.
Yeah, look at the stats from that first set. The big difference is second serve points won by only winning 13%. So she needs to get as many first serves in as possible, otherwise the second serve gets punished. But did a great job in getting back into that set, and we feel a little bit more confident about the second as she heads into it.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood, and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
The sound of summer. AO Radio.
Welcome back to AO Radio. Start of the second set in this second round match between Aryna Sabalenka and Bai of China, Zhuzhuan Bai, who fought back well in that first set from 5-love to 5-3, but Sabalenka just about getting over the line on the seventh set point in the end. So looking to consolidate that and move ahead in the second. Let's go to Josh. What is happening with the Gibson-Shnaider match, Josh?
Yeah, well, Gibson has turned things around. It's now 5-4 on serve. So she leads 5-4 on serve in that game. So she's broken back against Shnaider. That is on Kia Arena. Elsewhere around the courts, Andrei Rublev and James Faria on Margaret Court Arena. And it was Rublev who took that first set 6-4. And Tommy Paul is also up a break of serve. He leads 4-3 against Tiante on 1573 Arena.
Yeah, up a set and a break, looking pretty good. So that's good to see. Plenty going on around the grounds. As I mentioned, a lot of doubles as well. Doubles getting underway properly in the next few days. And we'll keep you up to date across the board. Please do get in touch if you've got anything you would like to share with us. So you can email us on aoradio@tennis.com.au, or you can go through the Ask the Booth form on ozopen.com. And a reminder about our radio competition for week 1. We're looking for which tennis players would play famous movie characters and why. Any genre, any era, be as creative as possible. Let us know everything about it, or as little about it, or as much about it as you want, and you can win a $50 voucher to the Australian Open shop, which can be used online, so you can enter from anywhere in the world. It could be, for example, who'd be a great Marvel character, or it could be who'd be a great fantasy character or horror character or anything like that. Tennis player as a movie character. Look forward to hearing all your suggestions. We've had some great ones over the first few days. And the entries close Sunday at 5 o'clock Melbourne time, and the winner will be announced in the Nat Edwards evening serve as Bai tries to get in front early in this second set. Good forehand on the run is from Bai, but the backhand is just beautiful from Sabalenka. Right into the corner. Great point.
The slight danger with Bai playing a lot of balls to the forehand of Sabalenka. He can play it into a bit of form, unfortunately, so she does have to try to just vary things up a little bit. But you give when you do go to the backhand side, you've got to make sure that you're putting Sabalenka under pressure somehow with depth or movement.
It's the voice of Mark Halawati, who's also asking our listeners to let us know if you've got any unusual jobs, or what you would consider an unusual job anyway, and let us know, because we'd love to hear from you. A good couple of suggestions already. Backhand from Sabalenka into the backhand corner of Bai, who gets tucked. Sort of stuck in that corner, misses the forehand, and Sabalenka gets the early break.
That's what we talked about early on, the improvement with the Sabalenka slice backhand to improve her defensive skills. She had 3 or 4 of those where she was in all sorts of trouble, but it just makes your opponent go again, resets the point. She got it deep enough, and also get the ball low, and then also you have that option of varying it up with doing a shorter ball and throwing in a drop shot.
We were watching John Cain Arena at the start of our programme. Josh, what's happened over there? If you're there, because I think I'm right in saying that Svitolina was very close to victory. We can't get hold of Josh at the moment, but I think I just saw the score flash past. I think Svitolina has finished that off. So we will bring you that in a minute, because
Gibson's got match point.
Ooh. Yeah, Talia Gibson has match point against Diana Shnaider, which would be a fantastic result. Josh, how's that one going?
Yeah, sorry about that, Simon. I was on Kia Arena. Match point here for Talia Gibson. Shnaider to serve. She's serving down the tee with an ace. That brings us to deuce. It's been a magnificent fight back, though, from Gibson in this second set. She was down a break of serve. She broke back.
Well, that ace has just hit the smallest part of the line possible.
A raucous crowd on Key Arena too, cheering on the Australians. Shnaider to serve.
We'll stay with you, Josh.
To the forehand there of Gibson. Backhand Gibson. Right down the middle. Backhand there from Shnaider. They exchange forehands and backhands from the baseline. A drop shot there from Gibson. It's netted. And another match point. Netted by Shnaider. Match point number 2 for Talia Gibson.
Well, that backhand barely crept over the net, did it? Did the job, though.
What an opportunity and moment this would be for the Australian to knock out the 23rd seed and progress to the 3rd round of the Australian Open. Shnaider to serve. Down the middle to the forehand of Gibson. Backhand there from Shnaider. Forehand Gibson. Forehand Shnaider at the baseline. Backhand cross court there from Gibson. Cross court forehand there from Shnaider. And the backhand from Gibson is wide. Again, we're at deuce.
She had an opportunity there with the very first forehand that she was about to hit. And a little bit safe.
Elsewhere around the grounds, Tommy Paul up 5-4 in this second set. He took that first set 6-3. Here's Shnaider to serve, though, against Talia Gibson. Shnaider down the middle to the backhand of Gibson. That one's just hit the baseline. Gibson plays a forehand. Backhand there from Shnaider. Having to defend. Backhand Shnaider is lobbed up and beyond the baseline. Match point number 3. Advantage here for Gibson. Talia Gibson. So can she close it out, the Australian?
We'll hear the roar from here if she does, no doubt.
Well, we sure will, Mark. Her 3rd appearance here at the AO. Shnaider serving down the middle to the forehand of Gibson. Cross-court backhand there from Shnaider. Gibson had to work and her forehand is wide. Again, a deuce. She just can't quite close it out. She's had those opportunities. We're at deuce.
Couple of match points. She hasn't really hung in the rally when she's been on the stretch.
Shnaider serves to the forehand of Gibson. It's sprayed wide. Good serve out wide there from Shnaider.
Yeah, she's a good competitor, Shnaider. She's not going to throw it away.
Yeah. Got to make those opportunities when you get those match points.
Try to just hold serve here, Shnaider. Down the middle to the forehand of Gibson. And she plays a backhand that's sprayed wide and hits the net. 5-all. So she can't quite close it out. Talia Gibson, 5 games apiece in that second set. Back to you, Simon.
Thank you, Josh. We'll be back with you if it gets close to the finish soon, as Sabalenka shows a little bit more variety with that backhand slice and then tries to play an angle forehand, but it's a little bit out of position. It's back to Deuce, serving at 1-love in the second set. Was love 30 in this game. More advice from the Bai team, from her coaching team in the corner. Of course, players are now allowed to chat to their coaching team freely.
It's so much better now, isn't it? It almost feels like, why wasn't that done so long ago?
Because it was being done from the stands anyway, wasn't it? There was something that just has been normalised now. First serve in the net from Sabalenka. Just wipes a bit of sweat off her hand. It's ready for her second serve. Suppose it's the forehand of Bai who miss-hits the return wide. Advantage. A lot of serves that she's returns having to hit above her head. Bai, which is always difficult. Tires you out too over the period of a match. Game point Sabalenka as the helicopter flies over. It's a little bit of pace up it, kicks it to the backhand of Bai and misses the backhand. Can't believe she's missed it. With her arms out. Disgust. It's a couple of balls from the ball kids at the back of the court, ball girls.
This is probably the one area that I feel that other players can expose with Sabalenka. Sometimes if you just hang around long enough, she does go through these little peaks and troughs with her form.
Yeah, she can be amazingly streaky in terms of hitting winners, but yeah, she does go off occasionally.
Yeah, and when she is in that little lull, it can really knuckle down.
does possess that serve that, as you said earlier, gets her out of trouble when she's in it with her ace there. Game point. Second game of the second set. Took the first 6-3. Forehand cross court has by full stretch on the run. Forehand goes wide and Sabalenka does hold the deuce and consolidates the break. And she leads 2-love. Svitolina did indeed win that match with Klimovicova. It is 7-5, 6-1. So
unfortunately, Gibson is 2 break points down. She's serving at 15-40, 5 all. So she had 3 match points. Now is facing 2 break points on serve.
It's hard, isn't it? In your head, you think you should have won already.
Yeah. A bit of inexperience there. Big moment, big occasion.
Yeah, as you said, she didn't really go after that forehand she had on the first match point. Returned from Sabalenka, catches the tape, drops the other side, and then good hands from Faria, just waits, just drops it over the net, onto the line, and rush it. And she certainly settled it right into this match, and that first set was a contest in the end. Now just trying to get on the board again, lets the ball toss drop. Sun's still a factor from the far end of the court as we look at it from our commentary booth. Serve to the forehand of Sabalenka, who hoists a high forehand, but it's too short and should get pummeled away by and indeed it does, although Sabalenka stares at the line, wondering, cursing her luck. How dare someone hit the line?
Very close. Shnaider did get the break of serve there, so Shnaider is serving for the second set to level the match at 1 set all at 6-5 up. It's a quick turnaround there.
Especially when you're the lower ranked player and you haven't clinched the win. Mentally, that can be tough.
Yeah, it feels like it's slowly slipping away, so she'll have to regroup.
Yeah, got to remind herself how well she's played to get to this point, where she is.
Stick to the game plan.
Would have taken 6-3, 5-6, I'm sure. Forehand. A few people have drifted out of the stadium after that first set. I'm sure they'll be back in very shortly. It's by serving at 30-15. Love 2. Second serve to the backhand of Sabalenka, who just rips it cross court. A pump of the fist from world number 1.
I like that return when she cuts the angles off and goes diagonal to that backhand. Just gets the ball so much earlier, creates some angle. Good clean strike.
Stands tight to the baseline on that second serve return. Right on the baseline on the first serve as well. Sometimes well inside it. Inside the baseline now with her right foot. Standing slightly on the angle to return, 30 all. Second serve to come. Tries to play the kicker to the backhand, but just gets it long, and it's a double fault. Chances of getting into this set drifting away. Sabalenka chance to go up 3-love. Nets the first serve. It is tricky from that end.
Sabalenka will need to break serve here because then she's serving from that area.
There's the forehand of Sabalenka, who just nails it inside in, marches to her chair with a 3-love lead. In this second set, having taken the first 6-3 and looking back in control of things. Josh, how's it going over there on Kia?
Yeah, Shnaider up a break of serve now. She's 30-love currently, so she'll be looking to close. Oh, a net cord there from Gibson to get it to 30-15, but Shnaider will be looking to try and close this one out. I must say, she's held her nerve pretty well to save those 3 match points in the end. So at 30-15, she leads 6-5 and will be trying to take this second set.
Saved that first match point with an ace, didn't she?
Yeah.
Right on the line.
And a couple of set points now. An ace right down the tee. So at 40-15, she'll be looking to take this second set. It's been a frenetic set. Gibson down a break of serve, was able to break back, then 3 match points, and Shnaider then breaking Gibson. Shnaider, serve out wide is good. Gibson can't get that one back, and she takes the second set 7-5. So set a piece on Kia Arena.
Yeah, so a lot of work for Preston to Gibson to do to get herself mentally back in. Probably sit down thinking, I could have won that. But good work from Shnaider to actually extend it into the third set. We'll be back with Josh around the grounds as the matches go on. Rublev up a set on Margaret Court Arena. Tommy Paul up 2-0, so plenty happening. But here on Rod Laver Arena, it's Arena Sabalenka in control again in the second round match, leading by a set and 3-love. Who's going to beat her? I know you picked Goff from the start, but why did you go for Goff?
Yeah, I kind of feel like Goff's court coverage really good. So you know, Sabalenka hits big. She's able to cover the court and make the areas of the court a lot smaller. And I feel like she's able to also just keep, she has the ability to try to keep Sabalenka moving. I feel that the less moving Sabalenka does, the better she is. So if a lot of balls are coming back towards her or back to one area of the court, I feel like she's far better in that situation. We've seen today that a few times she's pulled out wide to the backhand, then she's got to hit that running forehand. We're getting errors from that wing. So I kind of feel like the backhand from Goff going to her backhand was good, and then being able to change direction and get Sabalenka running to that forehand corner can be an area that, you know, she might get a few points, a lot more points from. So I kind of feel that. And again, just with the return of serve of Goff is a strength. So hopefully that could nullify the serve quality from Sabalenka. All good in theory, but you just don't know.
Yeah, and Goff's going to have a good serving day.
Yes, yeah.
The serve's still a work in progress, really.
Yeah.
Making changes, getting confident with it.
But as we've seen today, like, it hasn't taken too much for Sabalenka just to lose her level a little bit and get frustrated. And the way she responds to that frustration is to go, I'm going to try to go even bigger. And so her shot selection under a little bit of frustration, pressure, hasn't been as ideal.
Yeah, she did. Certainly has these dips in matches that can affect her if she's playing top-level player by just missing a couple of returns. She hits the ball very flat, does the Chinese. But sometimes when she's been going for it, it's gone long, and it's 40-30 on the Sabalenka serve at 3-love. Yeah. There's obviously Iga Świątek in the other half of the draw, number 2 seed. And Amanda Anisimova, who's had such a great year. Kick serve from Sabalenka, didn't have that much on it, and maybe didn't quite strike it as well as she wanted. You can hear the frustration in her voice, and her shout, shake of the head. Annoyed again. We did say this, she's up the difficult end with the sun. So maybe that's why she was throwing the ball toss away from the sun to hit it, and didn't quite connect as well as she wanted to. You
tend to get those little spots in your eyes as soon as you hit that serve. No. That's a better serve.
Much nicer, short angle on the serve out wide. So short in the box, no chance for Bai to get that. Game point Sabalenka. Well in control, 6-3, 3-love. Looking to finish this game off quickly. Plays a kicker again. Again, doesn't catch all of it, but she's into the backhand cross-court down the line. The forehand cross-court from Bai drifts long. And it is indeed a 4-love lead to Sabalenka after exactly an hour on the clock on Rod Laver Arena.
So Sabalenka 5-love up in the first set, 4-love up here. Could have been a could have, would have, could have, should have, isn't.
Reminder of what's to come after this on Rod Laver Arena. We've got Carlos Alcaraz, the top seed, world number 1, looking for his first Australian Open title. Hasn't been past the quarterfinals here yet. I think it's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
But he plays against Jannik Hanfmann of Germany, and not before 2 o'clock start. He's Bai trying to get on the board. This is a backhand on the opening point of her service game.
Not before 2, for those listeners are going, why is it not before 2? So if this match finishes earlier, it won't be a straight follow-on. So the players know that if this match does finish, come 2 o'clock, they're ready to go.
Yes, exactly.
Normally some of these matches are just follow-on. So if you see a no, not before time, then it's just following. So the players have to be ready. So around this situation for love, the players will be downstairs getting ready with their warm-up. So if this does go 6-love or 6-1, they're ready to go.
Really nice slice backhand from Sabalenka in the middle of that rally. Very low clearance over the net. It caused a bit of fuss for Bai, and it's love 30 on the Chinese serve. The evening session, the night session on Rod Laver, Alex de Minaur, number 6 seed from Australia, of course. Australia's big hope. Plays Hamad Medjedovic of Serbia. And that'll be followed by Priscilla Hon, an all-Australian night session against Eva Jovic of the United States, the number 29 seed.
Could be potentially a late finish or a late start for Hon. She's going to be waiting around.
Could be some midnight madness.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting how they put the men in front of the women in that situation.
They've been doing that a lot so far. It's fairly unusual. Usually the women play first. I think partly because you have more of an idea of what time it's going to end as best of 3. And best of 5 could be anything, couldn't it? Big return from Sabalenka. Too hot for Bai to handle, and it's 15-40.
Much better returning game from Sabalenka. Definitely dialed in. Not going for the flashy stuff. Be rock solid.
Sabalenka in a hurry. Let's go and get some lunch. That's a better serve from Bai, straight down the middle. Down the tee. Sabalenka gets a racket to it, but not back into play, and it's 30-40, still break point.
Now you mentioned lunch, I was just starting to go through my head. Oh, no wonder I was feeling a little bit peckish.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good serve. Backhand return from Sabalenka's in play, but the forehand inside in is really good from Bai. And good body language from her too, a little fist pump towards her team. Always good to see players, even when they're a long way down in a match, still fighting, still thinking the right way.
Start winning points if you want to get back into this match. So
did it in the first set.
Yep.
Not impossible. Well, that's a massive forehand return from Sabalenka though. Good for a third break point.
Advantage, Sabalenka.
Wasn't a bad serve. Got the treatment.
Better preparation on that. I like when she really abbreviates that backswing on that forehand return. Abbreviate and really accelerate through the hitting zone.
Break point again. Number 3 in this game. She's going to have a second serve to deal with, and that's where Bai struggled. Second serve. Decent one to the backhand of Sabalenka. Plays it straight down the middle. Bai just casually hits a forehand good and deep, and Sabalenka nets. Didn't panic there and under the power. Bai just taking an extra moment to gather herself in the shade at the back of the court on the Rod Laver Arena. She's just drifting past the Melbourne sign as the sun moves. Deuce. Bai serving at love 4. Misses the first serve again. Second serve to the backhand. Well, it was to the backhand of Sabalenka, but she chose to run around it and actually ended up getting in a bit of a tangle. Missed it.
Much better going with her strength with the backhand return there, Sabalenka. A good opportunity to potentially go up the line with that return, make the serve a run.
Just a moment. Something on the court. Did the ball boy
feather
to pick up? Might have a feather on the court. Remember that final between Djokovic and Andy Murray?
Yes.
Feather. Andy Murray blamed that for losing for a while. Big serve from Bai, draws the error from Sabalenka, and a little bit like the opening set. Hold serve, get on the board at this stage, and Sabalenka still very much in command at 4-1.
We've got a little message from Cody, who's in Staunton, Virginia. Ooh. So excited for the first major of the year. Listening while working as a quality inspector for industrial air conditioners.
Wow.
That's good. We're looking for...
Need a bit of quality there.
Yep, looking for jobs, different jobs.
Very good.
He's hoping to see Madison Keys defend her title and thinks Sinner will defend his.
Yeah, I'm with him on that. I think Sinner is the man to beat. He looked so strong last night. Amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, the Alcaraz-Sinner matchup, the head-to-head is interesting. If Alcaraz gets there, obviously. You would think that they probably will, but yeah, I just think Sinner is so strong right now.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this whole plays out. You know, a lot of people will be looking for a Sinner-Alcaraz final, that's for sure.
Yeah, so Darren Cahill yesterday. Cahill with Sinner, this time last year, Sinner revealed that Darren was going to leave at the end of the year, and then they changed their mind. Darren's still very much part of the team this year, which is great. Why would you break that up? Unless, obviously people have families and other things that they have to deal with, but and think about. But they're still very much together, and looking to win the title for a third straight year as Sabalenka comes forward to put a forehand volley into the corner of the court and almost gets past by a half chance.
It's just a little late with the transition forward there, Sabalenka. It was the right ball to come in on. She got by stretching with the one-handed slice. Slight hesitation. Makes a difference. You're volleying from a metre or so deeper inside the court. She could have been really on top of the net. That one away.
Misses first serve. Takes a breath. Leans back. Goes with the second serve. Picks up really high above the backhand of Bai, who does a really good job in getting it back into play. Forehand cross court from Sabalenka's good. Up the line goes Bai at full stretch on the forehand. Drop shot from Bai is a beauty.
Sabalenka's got to be ready for that. That's the third or fourth time Bai has had to come inside the court with looks like a slice. And she's gone with a drop shot every single time. So Sabalenka's got to be a little bit more aware in that situation. She's getting caught out.
Yeah, it was a good drop shot, but she really didn't read it at all, Sabalenka.
So many more options that Bai could have done from that situation.
15-0, 4-1 in this second set, having taken the first 6-3. This is where, in the first set, Sabalenka had the little wobble. She doesn't want history to repeat itself if she can help it. Second serve. Bai runs round her backhand, hit the forehand, but just mishits it slightly and it goes long. Again, another time where maybe should have been better off hitting a backhand there, but decided to run round it.
Moments like that, turning that second serve. Bai works hard, get back to 15-all. She's played a good point previously with a drop shot. Pressure valve's just released with that error.
Another missed serve from Sabalenka. First serve just dipping in percentage. Backs herself on her second serve. Good one. 30-15, second serve. Pick to the forehand of Bai, and the forehand cross court from Sabalenka. Full stretch on the run. Bai chops it back into court, but it's short and it's put away easily by Sabalenka. 40-15, looking to close out this match.
Way to convert that 30-15 lead there with Sabalenka. Great second serve and first forehand. Set the point up. Really like a little sliding serve out wide just to take the game. Please do it. No?
Now she can, because there's a
let. Worked out that one at the body, just not going to work.
Just takes another ball from the ball girl and looks at the other one she has, gives it back. Serving 40-15. There's the slider. Bai gets it back into play. Drop shot from Sabalenka. Lovely change up from her. And she holds the 5-1, and she's just a game away from the place in the second round. Over to Josh.
Yes, so thank you, Simon. And Talia Gibson is up a break of serve now in this third set. She found herself in a little bit of trouble before in that first service game where she couldn't quite hold serve. She saved 3 break points. She's now up a break of serve. She leads 2-love in this third set.
That's a good response, having missed those match points, 3 match points at the end of the second set. And the early break in the third. So Bai serving to stay in this match. Sabalenka looking to finish it off. Plays a slice backhand to the slice backhand of Bai up the line. A bit more height on the topspin forehand from Sabalenka, and Bai trying to flatten it out, misses. Into the net.
And our commentary booth is about to be
invaded
with Taylor Swift's #1 fan of all fans.
That's a big claim.
Well, that's what I thought until last night. I was privy to the Taylor Swift documentary life experience from Go to Woe. I've never... And you know what happened? I got home and just Googled the lights out of Taylor Swift. Candy Reid was able to weave in every song title, Taylor Swift's first album from when she was 5 years of age, right through to current day.
My God, that's impressive. I mean, sort of impressive. Might be other words for it.
yeah.
Serve from Bai at love 30. It's love 40. It's 3 match points. Sabalenka.
Candy was trying to stress that she's not one of those mad fans.
No, he just knows every single song.
It's like, I'm not one of those crazy tennis parents, but my kid.
Yeah.
Here it is, Sabalenka, 3 match points with the return.
Surfaces, catches the top of the net, lands in, just have another go. Hour and 12 minutes played. Sabalenka looking to finish this off. Bai serves down the tee. Sabalenka does get good depth on the forehand return, goes after the backhand cross court. Bai is at full stretch herself, and then up the line goes Sabalenka. It's good. Bai goes cross court with the forehand. Catch with the tape from Sabalenka, gets a little bit lucky. Bai nets the forehand, and the world #1, the 2-time champion, is through to round 3 of the Australian Open with a 6-3, 6-1 win over a valiant Zhujuan Bai, who hit that well in the first set, but really in the end was very second best to the world #1.
Yeah, moments of that match where Sabalenka was in a bit of trouble. Bai had her opportunities. Just lacked a little bit of the polish when it really, really counted. Put additional pressure on #1 seed, but Sabalenka, well done. She gets that ball rolling and she gets that momentum. She is very, very dangerous.
She certainly is. Through to the 3rd round yet again. That's consistency in slams we talked about, you know, not having only one quarter-final in the last 3 years being the worst that she's done in any of the slams. Very much a favourite here to go a lot further. A nice round of applause for Bai as she leaves the court for another exit. It's a 3rd exit. Wow, in fact there are 4. She's gone out the other side. In a minute we're going to hear from Sabalenka. She'll be talking to Andrea Petkovic, who's made her way into the middle of the court. I think she'll be fairly happy with the way she played. Looks like Shnaider's broken back on Kia Arena. 2-1 Gibson leads in the 3rd. We'll be in touch with Josh shortly. We're also going to have a change of commentators in the next couple of minutes. Andy Reid and Courtney Walsh getting ready to replace us as Sabalenka just feeds the crowd a few towels.
Like a dirty, sweaty towel that I've been wiping my arms and my underarms and my face on. Take that.
Yeah, enjoy that.
Yeah, the beautiful smell of ammonia.
So let's hear what Sabalenka has to say alongside Andrea Petkovic.
Well done, Arena. This was not a very easy match, even though the scoreline indicated 6-3, 6-1. How did you feel about the match and your performance today?
Yeah, I feel great. Happy to get this win. Tricky opponent. She really stepped in the first set, and for the moment I felt like, okay, what should I do? She's like crashing it, and I'm super happy that I was able to close that set. I think it gave me a little more confident that okay, I'm there. It's okay. My game is there. Just like focus step by step, and yeah, super happy with the win.
How do you think this flexibility came along? Because you mentioned 5-0, then it came back to 5-3, but you remained calm. You have talked in the past about controlling your emotions today. Thumbs up.
I think so, yeah. I mean, there's always a little gap to improve, but I'm happy that in that game I didn't lose it, and I was like focused. I was trying to, I was trying to tell myself, okay, just one at a time. It's okay. It's gonna come back. You're okay. Just keep fighting, keep trying, and I'm glad I did it well.
Well, you were more than okay. Absolutely, applause for this. What I loved most about you, every year there is something new in your game. We see the serve and volleys, we see the drop shots. Were you always the person that was open to change, or did you have to learn that?
Oh, not at all. Not at all. I was really strict with my game. I didn't want to move one step right or left. And I think after I struggled at double folding situation, I had no choice, so I had to open up for something new with the serve. And then I realized, okay, maybe this is the way to improve, like every time to search for something new. So I think that time in my life, which was disaster, actually really teach me a lot and helped me a lot to improve my game. And yeah, you see serve and volley today didn't really work well, but
hey, you did one.
I did one, okay, at least one. That's a success, but I'm trying my best.
Oh, you are doing amazing, and I saw you have 2 tigresses there. How important is it for you to inspire the young generation? It's so cool with the little ears, and they got the towel from you, I think. How is it for you to inspire these young girls like this?
That's incredible. I see all the posters, even though I have to be focused on the match, but then on the screen they show these beautiful posters. The creativity is there. Thank you so much, guys. It really means a lot to me, and I always wanted to inspire next generation. I wanted to be someone they look up to, and I'm really, you actually inspiring me. Thank you so much for bringing these posters and supporting me, guys. Thank you.
Thank you for this beautiful performance. Arena Sabalenka, everybody,
what sets this tournament apart, really, the crowds. Like, there is so many players just talk about how the fans are really engaged with them, and they're with them for the entire journey. It's fabulous to hear.
Yeah, it's great commitment from the fans, and a good solid performance from Arena Sabalenka through to the 3rd round, on track for what possibly could be a 3rd Australian Open title. Right, we are going to take a short break, and when we return, it'll be 2 new faces and voices in Candy Reid and Courtney Walsh.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication, or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au, and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis, presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis, presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
The sound of summer. AO Radio.
Well, hello and a warm welcome. It is day 4 at the Australian Open 2026, and huge thanks to Mark Halawati and Simon Cambus, who have done a good shift this morning. Watched a couple of women's matches. Alina Svitolina advancing, unlike her husband Gael Monfils, who of course had a goodbye ceremony a couple of days ago, because this is his last Australian Open, and unfortunately for him, he was beaten in the first round. But his wife, Alina Svitolina Monfils, mother of daughter Sky, is through to the second round. And earlier today, just a few minutes ago in fact, Arena Sabalenka, the top seed and a twice champion here, has advanced against Bai of China with few problems. My name is Candy Reid, delighted to welcome in Australia's national treasure, even though he doesn't admit that I believe it to be true. It's Courtney Walsh. Hello, Courtney.
Good afternoon. I was about to say good morning. It is.
It feels like both.
Beyond.
Doesn't
I'm sure
it?
it's still morning. Clearly early in the UK.
It's morning somewhere.
And it's yesterday back in the US, in North America. But no, lovely to be here. Again, a really nice day in Melbourne. It was a little brisker this morning, a little overcast, but quite comfortable now. And just walking down through the city into Melbourne Park, it felt. Again, another delightful day. I think it's been really nice conditions all week for tennis.
I went early to the gym today and it was cool in that I thought I'm coming to work in trousers or pants, as they say in America.
Trousers.
Was that a bad decision?
No, look, I don't think so. I think it'll be a little chillier later. I have the jumper packed, but any chance you get to wear shorts?
I need to bare some legs, don't I? I've been going to the gym, so that's what I'm doing it for.
Well, of course.
Right. Well, we are going to be heading back to Rod Laver Arena because Carlos Alcaraz is going to continue his bid to win this major for the very first time and complete the Grand Slam. And that's why we should really call these majors, not Grand Slams, because it becomes a little confusing. That's just my opinion.
It's an interesting one, and there's also when you, like I, as you know, am a print journalist as well, a written journalist, and when you are referring to the Grand Slam, it is cap G, cap S.
Correct.
But when you were referring to an individual Grand Slam, it's just the one, lowercase G and S. And
it's still factually incorrect, though. Is it not?
But style, nonetheless.
Yes,
it's the style of
the
publications you're
if
working
you ask
for.
Billie Jean King, and I don't tend to because I don't really know her, but if you do, she would call these majors, the 4 majors, and then if you win all of them, you complete the Grand Slam. And if you win all 4 of them in the same year, it's the calendar Grand Slam. And if you win all 4 of them in the same year and win the Olympic gold like Steffi did in 1988, then that is bonkers.
The golden Grand Slam, which is still. I know it's happened in wheelchair tennis most recently with Dylan Alcott and Esther
Vergeer.
Esther Vergeer or Didi de Groot?
Sorry, Didi de Groot. I think Didi de Groot did it more recently than Esther Vergeer, but
2021.
Both of them did that.
But dating back to Steffi, and what an unbelievable achievement that was in.
I remember that moment where she was given the diamond racket. Oh, that was just that was a memory. One of the memories, you know, when you think back and think about memories, that's one in sport that really sticks out. So we are going to be on Kia Arena, and we're going to be following the conclusion here of Diana Shnaider, who's the 23rd seed. She came back a couple of days ago from a set down against Barbora Krejcikova, who was clearly injured. Shnaider is a winner of 5 WTA Tour titles, and she's facing Tyler Gibson of Australia, who is an exceptional young player. You know all about Gibson, Courtney. We spoke about her the other day. Just to get you updated on the scores, 6-3 to Gibson, 7-5 to Shnaider, and it's 3-2 to Shnaider now with a break in the 3rd set. Just give us your thoughts on Gibson and what you know about her for us, Courtney.
Well, what I like about her is in the last couple of years, she's been able to build towards that top 100. She came through with Taylor Preston, who we were talking about yesterday, a good maiden Grand Slams winner, not Grand Slam tournament, but certainly her first win in a major yesterday, now that I'm all discombobulated with my thinking. So two young women out of Western Australia who we talk about people to look up to, etc. They've had a couple of players out of WA. Now, of course, the great Margaret Court many years ago, but more recently we've had Alicia Gmolik live in WA. She's South Australian, still runs Adelaide International as the tournament director, top 10 player here and a quarter-finalist here. She's been living in WA, which is really handy, I think, for these younger women. Also, Casey Delacroix, of course, came from WA. So it's been a breeding ground. I spent a bit of time over there and played, and it's just some spectacular grass courts over there among a broader tennis. Perth in WA.
Right.
And so she at 20 and 20, she's 21, Preston's 20, and for mine, I like that, down to about 120 odd in the world.
She's 119 exactly. And
just making her way, and she's powerful. She's slightly unorthodox. It's not quite the traditional. I suppose. How do I put it? All baseline, beautifully produced grand stroke. She is capable of throwing in some. Changing the pace a bit of
bit of variety,
and she's quite powerful. So, and you can see she's quite a tall woman. So it's the movement. But I like the progression she's making in at 21 against someone who is she's been a disruptor, hasn't she, Shnaider? She's been a...
She certainly is. She's someone who can create angles from pretty much nothing. Went to NC State, North Carolina State University in the United States for a year, although she could have come out early because she was already making some serious money, which she had to give up as an amateur status is the case in a US college. And Shnaider, a couple of years ago, 2024, Courtney, she won 4 WTA Tour titles. She was the only woman to win a title on each of the 3 surfaces. The only man to do that, Halys Alcaraz.
It's good going, isn't it?
Incredible. And she's since added one more. The progression of Shnaider has slowed a little bit. She's the world number 22, off a career high of 11, I believe. But she's exceptional. She's working with Sasha Bajin these days. She went through a few coaches last year. Actually, this time last year, I remember her mum, her dad, and her younger brother were with her because she didn't have a full-time coach. She seems to have settled now on Bajin. And we'll see how that goes. He, of course, was the former hitting partner of Serena Williams. He worked a little bit with Naomi Osaka when she won a couple of majors. Worked with Karolina Pliskova and most recently Donna Vekic, but that didn't work out particularly well last year. So let's get to some of the action. Don't forget, here on AO Radio, you can get in touch with us. Courtney is ready and waiting for questions. Ask the booth, ozopen.com. Email us aoradio@tennis.com.au. I do hope you're enjoying our continuing coverage, and it looks like Courtney Walsh is having some technical problems.
Just a couple, just trying to swing the inbox into action, of course.
My husband, who works in IT, would just tell you to turn it on, off, and turn it on again. But I mean, it usually works.
Tried that one.
Okay, but that has not worked. Now we have a problem. So we're going to join the action here in the 6-game third set. Shnaider has a point for a 4-2 lead against the wild card from Australia, who's definitely justified her wild card. And Schneider's taken it rock solid from the 23rd seed. That last rally, 11 shots.
And look, we've seen in the last game and a bit since we actually crossed over to this court. It was a very deep, lengthy service game when Gibson was serving at 2-all. In the end, Shnaider, just the experience, probably been on the tour for a couple of more years, was able to hold her nerve, under significant pressure and find a way through. Then in that game again, a couple of the big points at 30-all, Gibson just overhit that forehand cross court. So it's an experience thing. These things will come, but she's one thing I know is she is a fighter and she is hitting. You look at the unforced error rate. Gibson's made far more, but that's because she's trying to make the play. So, in part, because she's trying to make the play.
And it's windy. It's really windy out there on Kia Arena, so you have to play within the margins. We're going to head over to 1573 Arena very quickly because our man on the scene, Josh Herriot, is there watching Tommy Paul. Josh.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Canny. Good afternoon to you, Walshy. Tommy Paul, he took the first set 6-3, the second set 6-4. He leads 5-2. In the third set. We're currently at 30-all, and he's trying to serve this one out. Is the 19th seed Tommy Paul, of course, a quarter-finalist here last year as Tiante's forehand is netted, so a match point here for the American.
He's playing Thiago Agustin Tarante from Argentina, who's a decent player, ranked just outside the world's top 100, but it looks, Josh, no match for the American Tommy Paul, who does have a good record here.
Absolutely, he does. Made the semi-finals here in 2023 as well. It's his best Grand Slam result, so he likes it here down under. Does Tommy Paul to the backhand of Tarante, and Tommy Paul's forehand hits the baseline, just scrapes in, and he has won in straight sets. The man dressed in purple on 1573 Arena. 6-3, 6-4, 6-2.
Purple is in. I just saw Rajiv Ram, the doubles player, who's Rampras, and he has a very large, because he is a tall chap, purple shoes. Colour is in, Courtney Walsh.
It is, and I'm glad that you worked for Vogue through the infancy of your of your college career, and
you can tell with the way I dress.
And different colours. It's always a pleasure when Chris Bowers gets on and starts describing with detail the fashion. Look, I'm more broad brush. I like to say it's purple. For example, Talia Gibson's wearing a delightful
neon pink.
Neon pink.
It's all neon pink.
All
apart
neon
from the
pink,
shoes.
apart from the shoes, including the visor, which is very wise out there. Given as we said, it's not the warmest day in Melbourne today, but it's certainly sunny.
You need it for the hair. Women, I can tell you, wear visors and hats to keep the hair out of their eyes. That is why they do it, because they do it indoors a lot of the time. Deanna Shnaider, as we know, has the headscarf because she's very, very fair, and when she was young, her mum wanted her to wear a hat. She didn't get on with hats, so she developed the headscarf.
And so just an indication, just to touch on this point, as Talia Gibson moves to 40-30, she was able to come forward and looked very, very adept at the net. Now, as I said, she grew up in WA. It's a beautiful environment in Perth, and have the ability to come forward is not surprising given where she's come. Yeah.
You have to. I think being Australian, you cannot.
By a birthright as such.
Yes, you would be outcast. You are not allowed. So I think it's the right way to play, isn't it, for Talia Gibson, because she is a tall glass of water. She's making a third appearance here at the Australian Open. Previous best result for Gibson, reaching the second round last year. So she's defended that, registered her first tour-level main draw win at last year's Australian Open, beating Zeynep Sonmez, the Turk, who had a good win the other day.
I was going to say, I think she had a good win today from memory as well. I think she was able to progress, which is a good start. Loves going to the beach, which is not surprising given where she grows up, some of the world's best beaches.
Also Australian.
It is.
Likes to volley and go to the beach.
Likes to volley, go to the beach.
Does she like a barbecue by any chance?
Well, I suspect there's every single chance, but she picked up some. She and Preston came through together, and they often vied for Junior Athletes of the Year, Newcomb medals, and different things like that. They were, very much two good, talented Western Australian girls coming through, and that's a lovely lob.
That is. Oh, Shnaider gave it a good effort. Really good little drop shot from Gibson, and then threw up the lob against the lefty Shnaider, who was the favourite to come through. We've got Simon Ray in the box of Gibson in the data analyst's position. She is bidding for a first career win over a top 50 opponent in today's match. Has played 8 top 50 players before. Has no winds to show for it, and a very windy day. The skirt from Gibson is blowing in the wind. She's just hit a crushing backhand cross. You can hear the roar from those on Kia Arena. They want some Australian success, and she's narrowed the gap here. Diana Shnaider leading 4-3 third set.
What are your early impressions from what you've seen?
I have seen Gibson play a few times before. I think she's got a big game, and I think she just needs to play within the margins because she does everything well. To me, she looks like she can improve on her fitness and her quickness. But I've thought of that for the last couple of years, and I think it's coming. She's obviously putting in the work. She hits the ball really well and really hard. I just think that will be the last bit of the puzzle, is just getting really fast.
Yeah, trying to just that. Yeah, as you said, that transition movement is part of it as well. The defensive stuff.
Yeah.
Side to side. But I think she has got the ability to come forward, as we said. So moving forward is not something that's going to trouble her so much. It's just getting a little quicker, which will aid the defence.
Yeah.
But this is an exceptionally good performance so far. Really testing a player who I rate. I really like the way she's tackled this challenge, and she is still right in this match.
Yeah.
Deep in that second set, there were some chances. Here we are in the third, an important hold. Crowd right behind her, and again another magnificent crowd here at Melbourne Park.
What do you think about Gibson's ability to play under pressure in front of the home fans?
I think she's demonstrated the last 2 years here by being able to win matches. That's important. And I know it's we're only talking one win, but a win in the Grand Slam is still
massive.
Important in the infancy of your career when you're at home, because you know you can do it. There are players. Priscilla had the breakthrough the other day. It had been 6 years since she'd won at home.
Yeah.
Some players do not flourish under that pressure.
Oh, exactly right. Yeah, that is the making, isn't it? Amélie Mauresmo, famous for not enjoying playing in front of her crowd in Paris, but of course she is a former Wimbledon champion. So the 8th game of set 3. Gibson took the first set, 6-3. Shnaider, the 23rd seed who knocked out Barbora Krejcikova in the opening round, answered by winning the second 7-5 on Kia Arena, and Schneider's now serving with the break 4-3, 15 love. She just served wide, the lefty in a blue outfit with a blue racket, a white-ish cover on her head. She's got white shoes and white socks and luminous yellow wristbands. We've been playing for over 2 hours now. And Shnaider gets through to the third round. That's what she's aiming for. She is making a 4th appearance here at the Australian Open. This tournament result making the 3rd round last year, where she lost to Donna Vekic. Vekic as I said a little earlier, was coached by Schneider's current coach last year, Sasha Bajin. Schneider's career best major showing, a 4th round run at the US Open 2 years ago. That was her best year so far. She, on that occasion, lost to the eventual finalist, Jessica Pegula. It's 40 love, and Diana Schneider's just missed a serve fraction long. If she can win this game, she is 4 points away from victory and moving back into the 3rd round, but she's just double faulted. It is windy.
It is a little blowy out there, and of course that court there is one that will actually swing it around a little bit more. Kia is not as steep as, for example, Rod Laver Arena or Margaret Court Arena, so the wind does get in a little easier, can swirl down on the actual court level.
I believe it's 3,000 capacity.
Beautiful little stadium.
Oh, so good. And the record crowds. We've already had 300,000 through the door in the first 3 days, Courtney. It's been an absolute triumph for Craig Tiley, the man in the hot seat.
It's just been staggering. It's a staggering tournament, as you know, in terms of how many people walking through the doors. But last week it felt like an event in itself.
Yeah.
Demonstration there of the movement just from Gibson as Shnaider ripped a very deep off forehand. It wasn't designed to be struck as a winner. It was more to try and get her rival. Not so much off foot, but she just didn't get across to it. Wasn't able to get there in time to defend, give herself some margin for error on the forehand. Now, admittedly, we are very deep into a match that's now lasted 2 hours and 8 minutes on the clock. So the legs will start to get a bit weary. But you're talking about the fitness, the ability to actually keep yourself up and going in those matches. And
you can just tell, like, if you watch Sabalenka, who we watched on Rod Laver Arena, a defeat by of China in straight sets, you just see someone like that, and she's put a huge amount of effort into her movement. But getting out of the corners, they're not reaching. It's comfortable, and that's the difference. And it's over a 2 hour period. Can you sustain that? There's a huge amount of work that goes into that. Actually, I had a chat with Tom Hill here last year. He was coaching Peyton Stearns before going back to Maria Sakkari. And I said that I thought Peyton Stearns had top 10 potential. And he was like, whoa. Top 10 is a completely different ballgame, because Peyton Stearns at that time was getting close to top 20. He said to be top 10, you have got to be 1,000% committed. Like, the work entails to get to top 10 when you are just putting in the work every single day is a completely different animal. Do you agree?
Without a doubt. Look, I go back to conversations with Australia's most recent champion, Ash Barty, and Craig Tyser, a coach, and that was very much what they were talking about. And when she was sort of considering or announcing the retirement, she was saying, unless I am absolutely 100% committed, I am not top 10. You have to be and beyond the sacrifices you need to make, the preparation, the dedication, the determination.
Yeah.
I think that Craig probably thought, she could easily roll around as a top 20 player without.
Do we need that?
Do you want to do that? And no, it's unless you're fully committed, completely committed. But if you are not committed, not committed to the 1,000th degree, you are not top 10.
Right. No, agreed. Right. This game, 40 love. You probably heard the roars in the background. A really good game here from Talia Gibson, who's giving Diana Schneider a bit of a headache out here on Kia Arena. She's showing some good potential. Is Talia, a player born in 2004. Schneider's just hit a lovely backhand up the line. She is really good at that. Schneider, one of those players that likes to stay very close to the baseline, take the ball early, create angles. You've got to get the ball up on her or get the ball down and slice. The Aussie fans on Kia really trying to get behind their player. One big last push for a player who made her WTA Tour debut at the Hobart International as a wildcard entrant a couple of years ago. Lost to Tatiana Maria in the first round there. Now that is a slicer and dicer, the mother of two. The hardest working woman in tennis, I would say, is Tatiana Maria. She's never at home. Absolutely never at home, and homeschools her kids while playing professional tennis. It's bonkers.
I do remember talking to her a couple of years ago as Gibson gives up one game point there, just missing with the backhand. Still another chance here to get to 5-4 to force Shnaider to serve this second round match at 46 unforced errors to 27 off the backhand wing as well from Gibson. But again, she's going for it.
Just got to play within a little margin. She has got a big game. And that forehand is missed, but she didn't actually need to go that close, did she? Particularly on a day where the wind is swirling. So Diana Schneider getting closer to victory here. This game was 40 love for Gibson, serving at 3-5. in the third set. If she can just bring it in a little bit, Talia Gibson could be a top 50 player. There's no doubt about that.
Look, I think that as well, and I'm sure that's that's the work in progress. That's where she's trying to get to with the team.
It's going to be a second serve for Gibson here. We've got a match between Vicky and Boko and Katie McNally coming up on 15.73. Daniil Medvedev is up against Halys of France on Cain Arena. It's Faria against Andreeva Rublev, Margaret Court Arena. They're in a third set right now. And on Rod Laver Arena, we will be going to it shortly. Carlos Alcaraz versus Jannik Hanfmann again, who's just got engaged. Jannik Hanfmann.
There you go. That's the engagement story itself, or
he got engaged here.
As we have a match point here.
Yeah, we've got a match point for Talia Gibson.
Double fault at Deuce, unfortunately. So this is, a difficult moment for her.
She was 40 love up in this game. Now double faulted. Deanna Shnaider with a match point. So move back into the third round for the second straight year, the 23rd seed. She was really up against Barbora Krejcikova. Krejcikova was absolutely smashing in that first set a couple of days ago, but then injury hit and Shnaider was relieved to come through that in a 3-set battle. Shnaider has done it. Gibson nets a forehand, and there's a big smile from the 23rd seed. Disappointment for Gibson. She is now 0-9 against top 50 players, but she has pushed Deanna Shnaider to a 3-set thriller here on Kia Arena. And so the 23rd seed Shnaider goes through 3-6, 7-5, and 6.
Absolute jubilation there from Shnaider. She's out, she's celebrating, she's pumping her right fist in the air in delight. Coach is pointing towards some of the fans who have supported her through that, and that's not always the case, but generally it's fairly fair here in Australia in terms of even up against a local star or a local hopeful, they'll get support. And she was, people love the way she plays. I think that's part of it. Like the way she gets around the court, attracted by the bandana as well. They find it interesting. Look, Gibson will, I think, walk away from that disappointed in the end, because she was right in that match. A couple of loose points at 2-all on serve in the third set. Then to have 40 love in that last service game, if you hold serve, the rival has all the pressure on them to try and serve out a match. No matter how experienced you are, and you know that Shonda's got some experience, you've still got to close that out. Again, deep in the second set, just the service break that went missing. We looked at the up-force error. She was trying to make the pace, but just went the wrong way. I think she's got great upside, though, and good potential. And, hopefully it's a WTA to a top 100 breakthrough at some stage this season. I think
it's actually coming. Josh, let's head to you if you can hear me for a little look around the grounds.
Yes, currently just watching Medvedev and Halys. We're on serve there at 4-3, so that's on Cain Arena. And Storm Hunter is in action as well against Hailey Baptiste on ANZ Arena. And Baptiste, up a break of serve, she leads 4-1 against the Australian. That's on ANZ Arena. Back over to you, Candy and Courtney.
Brilliant, thanks very much, Josh. So Deanna Shnaider, a winner over Talia Gibson, a wildcard entrance from Australia. Let's hear from her now.
You had to save 3 match points before going on to win. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, she played amazing, and honestly, it was very hard to believe that I can, pull this out and win this match. But yeah, on the match point, I was just like, it's okay. Like, I need to go for it because, if I'm not going for it, she's going for it. So, yeah, it was tough, but I'm super happy that I was able to do that.
You clearly had to dig deep, down a set, down 3 match points. Then you were able to find another gear. What was your thinking going into that third set?
That I just need to keep fighting, continue what I am doing because, as I said before, she played amazing. And, I just try, run for every ball and return as many balls as I could.
They say this is the party court of the Australian Open. You've now won 2 matches here on Kia Arena at this year's Australian Open. Are you hoping your next match is back out here as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great stadium. Definitely won many matches already here, so I'm looking forward, and I hope I will be competing here next match. And thanks everyone for coming, and I think next match I'm not playing against Aussie, so I hope there's going to be more support next match.
Just quickly on that, you have Elena Svitolina in the next match. She won her match earlier today. Obviously another tough opponent. It doesn't get easy. There's no easy matches from here on in.
It's definitely no easy matches here. I feel like I'm definitely checking my ability to play free setters. So yeah, it's going to be a very tough match. We never played against each other. So yeah, we're definitely going to prepare ourselves. And yeah, I'm excited for the new challenge for me.
No doubt you've picked up some fans today. Good luck, and look forward to seeing you in the third round.
Thank you so much.
Well done to Diana Shnaider. Came back from a set deficit to beat Barbora Krejcikova in the first round and then saves 3 match points against Talia Gibson in the second.
Yes, just those opportunities that I touched on earlier. Chances that were there just went begging. And look, if you're playing and going for broke, it's, that got into that position, but just not quite able to seize it. And as Shnaider touched on in that interview, and it's very much what we saw in the third set there, she was going for it. There was only one way it was going to go. It was either in for a winner and put her under pressure or not. So a good performance by Shnaider to survive. She talks about how difficult it was, but yeah.
Ouch.
The 49 unforced errors, the 39 winners, so really trying to make the pace, but in the end, just the latter stages of that second set when those chances went begging, and then from midway through the third set, particularly that chance to serve for 5-4. It's going to hurt a little bit because, there was a chance there, a golden chance to take another step forward in the Australians' career. We look at the total distance covered by the players. To give you an example, Gibson, 1,315 metres. Shnaider, 1,484.
Yeah.
So she's had to cover,
she was running more
per set, an extra 50 metres, which may not sound like a lot when you're thinking it just as, it's 50 metres. But by point, it's at least half a so she was getting moved around. She was dictating the pace to the Australian, but just not to be in the end.
So we know that Svitolina, who is also seeded 12th, will face Diana Shnaider for a place in the 4th round here at the Australian Open 2026. Right, let's get to an email, and then we are going to go and head over to the Andre Rublev Jaime Faria match on Margaret Court Arena. What have you got, Courtney?
Lovely to hear from Rob, who gets in touch and says, "Hi, I'm a long-time listener to all the Slams radio programs, where I've never watched the booth before. It really adds something. You get a courtside view as well as courts on monitors. Pretty cool. You really need to let everyone know about that." Now, I saw some footage of Candy yesterday commentating, and absolute natural in front of the camera.
Me?
Oh, it's all over social media.
On this?
All over social media. Flying, going viral. Yeah, your co-colleague
There's
Simon.
a lot of viral in my life. That doesn't sound good.
But thank you very much, Rob, and we'll swiftly move on to the next one. And as always, remember you can get in touch with us at AO Radio via the Ask the Booth form at ausopen.com, or email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. That's Ask the Booth form on ausopen.com, or email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. We'd love to hear what you've got to say to us. We've got that great competition in terms of a $50 voucher to the Australian Open shop to give away to any listener who has the most creative response to the following question. We've talked about which actors would play tennis players if they made a movie in their life, and we're turning the tables this year, aren't we, Candy?
We certainly are.
We want to know which tennis players would play famous movie characters and why. It can be any genre or any era. Who would be a great Marvel character, for example? Be creative with your response. The movie could be from any era or anywhere around the world. Well, you may not want to give us too much information. Some more information, what if the movie isn't so well known. The voucher can be used online, so you can enter from anywhere around the world. You can enter via the Ask the Booth form on ausopen.com or email aoradio@tennis.com.au, and remember to give us your name and where you were listening from. Entries close at 5 p.m. on Sunday afternoon, Melbourne time, with the winner announced on the evening serve with Nat Edwards that evening. And check out all the great Oz Open merchandise online at australianopenshop.com.
Perfect. I was thinking Daniil Medvedev, Dr. Strangelove.
Oh, I like it.
Instead of Benedict Cumberbatch.
I like it. There was a great one yesterday casting Daniil Medvedev, and I think he's clearly...
It's all about Daniil Medvedev.
Clearly the traits, the characteristics,
yes.
the midnight madness, creativity in a film yesterday, a detailed, extended plot, which I quite like. So if you do have any suggestions, please get in touch.
Yeah, we want to hear them, especially if they don't contain Daniil Medvedev, because he's just been the centre of attention, perhaps a little bit too much.
And Andre has written from Niagara Falls in New York. I suspect it is very cold. Yes, it's -9 centigrade.
Ouch. Time to move.
With wind chill is -18 and snowing. My suggestions for tennis players being movie characters: Jannik Sinner as Kyle in Legally Blonde.
Okay.
The UPS guy. I'll have to go back and refresh my
That's
memory
really
there.
good.
In fact, he could
I like
play
that.
any UPS guy with his new outfit.
My son and Jannik Sinner are incredibly alike. They're the same height, the same build, the same colour hair. It's crazy.
Does he get round with the same Nike outfit?
No, it was, well, we were discussing the colour. It was kind of a dirty green or a khaki or a khaki.
A khaki.
Depending on how you say it.
He suggested that he's a UPS guy who has spilled French vanilla ice cream on one leg of his shorts.
I love that because it was
a little splash.
Yeah, it was kind of like a yellow mustard. I thought it was like a hot dog mustard. You know that colour with the dirty green. It was interesting. I didn't mind
hot dog
it.
mustard.
Yeah, it was like a you know when in American shows they always put the mustard and the tomato on the hot dogs. Hot dogs of which could be anything in there. Right, so we are going to head over to Margaret Court Arena for this match between Jaime Faria of Portugal and Andrei Rublev, the 13th seed. Rublev has taken the first two sets, 6-4, 6-3, but Faria has just answered by taking the third set, 6-4. So we've got a little bit of a match on our hands.
I was intrigued to see how this one would go, and just monitoring the scoreline while walking in this morning. I had another commitment early on, and Rublev away and in a dominant position in the first set and a half. But to see this response, that's impressive. And you never know with Andre, do you? You need to be able to stay with him because things can happen quickly. Things can derail.
He's very amusing.
Oh, and he's a fabulous player. I love watching the way he plays. I'd love to see him, break that quarterfinal hurdle. Hoodoo, I think is.
Yeah, the hoodoo. It's like
right.
the Pagula quarterfinal hoodoo. She's broken it. So why can't Andrei Rublev? He's got very long hair.
Very, very long hair. Do you think it weighs him down in these conditions?
I don't think it does. I think he's just, he just loves to hit the ball harder. I was at Wimbledon last year and Caroline Dollarhide just came around and we were having a chat and she said, anytime I can, I just like to come and see Andrei Rublev hit a ball. He was just practicing in Irangi. But he's that kind of guy. He's so dynamic and exciting, isn't he? He puts everything into it, everything. He just loves it so much. And he's so devastated when he loses and so happy when he wins. And he's in a little bit of trouble here. The world number 15 taking on the world number 151, a match that Andrei Rublev will certainly feel he should win. Again, 6-4, 6-3, 4-6. So let's head over to Josh Herriott again because Andrei Rublev has just left the court for a bathroom break. So we've got a few minutes. Josh, fill us in.
Yes, Medvedev has just saved 2 set points here against Halys, and they're just battling it out here in a nice rally. Halys up to the net, plays a backhand down the line for a winner. So we're back at deuce at 5-4.
That's on John Cain Arena.
And also Hayley Baptiste and Storm Hunter. It's Baptiste who leads 5-2 in the first set over on ANZ Arena. So the American up 5-2 against the Australian Storm Hunter.
Very cool.
But if Halys is to break through here and take this first set, it'd be a nice start for the Frenchman.
That would be a bit of a shock, wouldn't it? Halys is a very good player. Particularly, I've seen him on indoor hard courts in France, his home country, and he does like to serve and volley. He's very contained, but he's not someone that would stand out as someone's going to beat Daniil Medvedev.
Well, I watched him here going back, I think, around a decade ago when he was in the infancy of his career, and I thought, this guy has got a lot going for him. I thought, I really thought this is a guy who can certainly rise rapidly up the rankings. And then for years, I'm looking at him going, where is the consistency of these results? He's languishing sort of outside the top 100 in qualifiers. For the life of me, I couldn't understand how someone who looks so promising in a match here hadn't made it through. But I think in the last 12 months or so to 18 months, some of those results have been coming more regularly. He's certainly got a lot to like about his game.
Yeah, I totally agree. He's one of those guys that you don't, if you close your eyes and listen to him hit the ball, it's a lovely crack, a bit like in Sinner's case. But he just hasn't kind of made the next step up, and maybe it's a little bit too late, but this would be a big result if he can pull this off. That is the first set there on Cain Arena. And cont Halys 5-4 up, Medvedev serving, and it's juice.
The Hunter Baptiste is a match that caught my eye when Storm Hunter on the comeback trail from a terrible Achilles tendon rupture going back 2 years, well, about 20 months ago on the eve of a Billie Jean King Cup tie in Brisbane. She clinched the world's top ranking in doubles. I've always thought that she had the potential to go far further in singles, and I thought that was occurring. She'd made the third round here. She'd shown some good signs on clay and had got through, it was basically on the verge of the cusp of breaking into the top 100. Yep. Never really believed in herself, but has all the tools. A really lovely player.
And I think it's right, Courtney, when she was younger at the Australian Institute for Sport, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but she was not one of the better players, but because of her personality, she was such a team player and everybody liked her. They did ask her to come along and join the AIS and be amongst everybody, and she was far the least good at that point. But because of her overall character, they wanted her to be involved, and now look what she's done.
And I had the good fortune of having some exposure to that great character.
Right.
She ran a bucks party or a stag party for those who are not here. A lady organising a stag party about going back 6 to 8 weeks ago, which I was one of the guests who attended, one of the few men that were on this stag party.
Explain, so a stag party, because a stag do in the UK would be, my husband would go on a stag do, right. I would go on a hen do, but...
You would, yes, that's right. That's the tradition, but it was for a coach, a high performance coach here, and he's worked a lot with women around Tennis Australia.
So Storm was organising it for him?
She organised it for him, and he's a long-time mate of mine.
Okay.
And so it's quite a lot of the top-line women were at...
amazing. Did you go and paint nails and go shopping?
The thing I love about this with Storm is I would get the invitation. It's come to this bucks party, my whole hometown racetrack, etc. Let us know if you can come. I'm thinking, going, this is very elaborate. This is well done. And you're about to play a semi-final of the Wuhan Open doubles. And she set up this bucks party on the way to winning the title in Wuhan. I thought you were very, very much a multitasking skilled. But she played Baptiste in the infancy of her comeback in Italy last year in qualifiers in her second singles back, her first WTA singles back using the protected ranking. And I thought, interesting to see how she goes. So that's a slowish start, but let's see if she can fight her way back against the American, who's a very talented player, isn't she?
She's actually, I'm in touch with Kazim Baptiste, who's Haley's dad, and I've told him many times she is one of my favourite players to watch because of the way she plays. I love the fact she's very attacking. She loves the slice backhand. She's also got the Mr. T starter set, where there's some big necklaces around, but she just has beautiful hands.
Yes, and that's it was going to be an interesting little battle of craft because I think Storm, her prowess at the net is exceptional.
Phenomenal.
I think that left-handed serve, when she gets it rolling, I saw her at Roland Garros a couple of years, before the injury. She had that left-handed serve to the juice court, landing short up the singles line and kicking wide.
Nice.
It really had the right-handers stretching out of court. So still a bit to go in that one. We have a note from, speaking of characters, and this, not surprisingly, Novak Djokovic as a character who will be cited regularly. Victoria has written from Auckland to say Novak as the mighty Thor.
That's good. That's really
Marvel.
good.
I like that one, Victoria.
Yeah, that's really good. We've just resumed the fourth set here in the match on Margaret Court Arena. Andrei Rublev, the 13th seed, up against Jaime Faria of Portugal, who's a qualifier. Rublev again has won the first two sets, 6-4, 6-3. Faria answering 6-4 in the third set. And Rublev, who has got Marat Safin in his coaching box alongside Fernando Vicente, has just begun here. He's serving to start set 4. I love Marat Safin, watching him, because he is huge. He is very tall, and he's now very tattooed, and he's got long hair. He looks like an artist. I saw him for the first time in Monte Carlo. I had to do a bit of a double take. Because remember when Marat was playing, and wow, wasn't he good? He had the short hair. He had a lot of women in his box. Very, very glamorous.
The Safinettes.
And yes, the Safinettes. But now he's become kind of he looks like he could be sort of painting. He could be...
creative and artist. A bohemian
He looks a bohemian, that's it. That's what he looks like.
I saw him on centre court here, Rod Laver Arena, last week in the 1-point slam.
Yes.
He was able to win a round.
He was playing?
He played. He won a round and just hit the ball so sweetly, and I thought, this is the guy who could actually just win this.
Did he play another pro or did he play an am?
He played a pro and got through his first round, who's escaped me and then was rolled in the second round.
1 point slam, he was rolled.
Rolled in the second
Didn't
round.
win a point.
But he still looked to me, and look, it's 21 years since he won the Australian Open final, defeated Leighton Hewitt in 4 sets, lost the first and then played lights out tennis for the last 3 sets. Was just magnificent.
Talk about pure ball strikers.
He had, of course, beaten Roger Federer in the semi-final in one of the better matches I've seen. It was just such a superb match, great quality. So, fabulous player. The Portuguese is a player that I'm really interested in watching. He's, not surprisingly, played more of his tennis on clay courts, which is fairly much the norm. He's bidding to become just the 6th Portuguese player in history to reach the 3rd round of a Grand Slam.
Amazing.
Now, you'd know a couple. I'm sure you've come across and covered. Of course, we have Nuno Borges here, who's into the 3rd round. And if he manages to sneak away back and conjure a comeback, and he's done a very nice job there by whipping a backhand down the line to open up at love 1 in the 4th, having clinched the 3rd to keep the match going. That would be only the 2nd time in history that 2 Portuguese players have made the 3rd round of Grand Slam. So, of course, João Sousa was a very, very good player. And a couple of others. Henrique Roca. Roca was another.
Do you think, I've been to Portugal a lot because we used to have a timeshare when I was younger, so we went every year, played a lot of golf, and there were always tennis courts, and you always think that Portugal really should be a bit of a powerhouse in tennis, but that hasn't been the case compared to their larger neighbours. No, it's intriguing. I mean, look, I had the joy of going to a World Cup about 3 or 4 years ago in paddle, an old seniors World Paddle Championship, and we were blown away by the intensity of the matches between Portugal and Spain. Whew. The neighbours going up against each other, the passion that was on offer between them as Andrei Rublev just hits a rocket, launched a rocket off the forehand side. It was a short second serve, wasn't it? It got the absolute treatment. So absolute passion for the sport. I mean, it's a very, very proud nation, and but you're right. You would have thought that it'd have a little more success given, given great climate. They've got a lot of tennis courts, but they just haven't had that one player, have they? That's the breakthrough, stood out. The freakish sort of talent that it gets towards the finals of. And that Spain have had. Yes, a couple. Just a couple. We're going to see, by the way, talking of Spanish legends, particularly on the men's side, Carlos Alcaraz, one of 4 men left in the draw. He is up in action against Jannik Hanfmann of Germany in about 14 minutes. So we will be heading over there on Rod Laver Arena. We'll see if Mr. Alcaraz can complete the Grand Slam. The Australian Open is the one major he hasn't won yet. He'll be the youngest man since Don Budge, all the way back in the 1920s to complete the Korea Grand Slam. Amazing. He's just amazing, isn't he? He's so likeable, Alcaraz. He's got that megawatt smile. I wonder what movie hero where would you put him? I mean, he's got to be like a smiling assassin. I was going to say, well, a smiling assassin, yes, or I mean, there's a bit of Clark Kent about him, isn't there? Oh, so you're thinking Superman? Superman. Gosh, the romantic lead. How about that? Yeah, I have to think that one through. He's just too much of the boy next door, isn't he, for me to be maybe a romantic lead. But maybe everybody listening disagrees. Send us your opinions. Now, this is Faria serving at love 1, 4th set, and he's 40-30 up. Rublev has gone for another big forehand, but didn't get that one out of the middle. Rublev, 28 years of age, with an ATP ranking of 15, 17 ATP titles. That is exceptional for Rublev. Many of those have been won at 250 level. Hasn't broken through at a major yet. Has that time passed him by? We shall see. Faria tried to change direction with the first backhand and netted it. Good return. Yeah, twice in this game and twice in the last 3 points, both to the advantage side. He's had some issues on that backhand. Tried to flatten through at 30-15, netted it. On that occasion, just the quality and pace of the Rublev return troubled him. And Rublev has beaten Matteo Arnaldi in straight sets, 4-2 and 3. That was on Monday. And so he's done better than last year because last year He fell to João Fonseca in the first round. That was his earliest defeat at an Australian Open since he fell in the first round in 2019 to Mackenzie McDonald. So already Rublev's done better, but he would expect to get into the second week at the very least.
Oh, I think so, and it would have been 2 years ago that he played an outstanding round of 16 match against Alex de Minaur on this court, and at the start of the 5th set he just went bang, and the power that he produced, the shot making he produced was just otherworldly as he was able to progress there as Faria levels the match, holds serve, deep forehand, just clips the line. We have a fan,
go for it,
a big fan of one of our own.
Oh, brilliant.
Josh Herriot.
Oh,
says,
Josh.
Tim says the more Josh updates, the better. Now, did you know Josh has got a hidden talent, a little sneaky talent?
Go on.
A fabulous and emerging aspiring race caller.
Oh, well, I knew that. I knew he was a brilliant horse racing caller. Yeah, we've discussed that. That's very exciting. Maybe we could do the results in a horse racing commentator's voice. Josh, do you want to give it a go?
Hello, Candy. Sorry, what was that?
Well, we were talking about your horse racing commentating skills, and we wondered if you could
You're not going to ask me to call a race,
Oh,
are you?
yeah.
Oh, no.
No, we're not going to get you to do that, but I'd like you to do maybe 3 match updates in a horse racing commentator's voice at pace.
So sort of quick is what you mean.
Okay, ready?
Oh, well, I can tell you, this first set is going to a first set tiebreak between Halys and Medvedev, and it's currently 2-1. Halys with the mini break over Medvedev as I cast my eye over towards 1573 Arena, and Boko is 3-1 up, a set up against McNally, a break up against McNally. I'll leave it back to you, Candy.
Very good.
I didn't expect I was going to be doing that.
Was excellent.
Yes.
Well, it sounds like to me that Andrei Rublev is in the 1-1, the box seat, ready to pull out and go for home at the 200-metre mark here in this 4th set.
What odds would you give him?
I would look. We don't. We as credentialed members of the press. There's none of that. But he is 1-all 30-15, and he is in the box seat, of course, in this 2 sets to 1 up in this fabulous match out on Margaret Court Arena.
And we've got Daniil Medvedev against Conta Alisas, John Cain in a tiebreaker first set in Kia Arena. Riley Opelka's just begun against Alejandro Davidovich-Fokina. Davidovich-Fokina, Courtney, twice last year was in position. He had championship points, Delray Beach, and then in Washington at 500 level, and lost both of them, so he still is without an ATP Tour title. But in my opinion, he's the best player not to have won an ATP title on the men's side.
He's an exceptionally good player. The despair, the devastation after losing that DC final to Alex de Minaur from a position of prominence. Whew, that one hurt him, no doubt about it. A little challenge here for Rublev at 30-all at 1-all.
And he's just hit a really good wide serve. Faria recovers beautifully. Andrei Rublev puts the ball into the back end of the right-handed Faria. Faria throws the ball up. Rublev having to hit a bounce smash in the wind, does so very nicely, 40-30.
Just adjusted the footwork at the last time. You talked about that one, just curving back into him a little bit. He'd positioned himself, and then that little late adjustment, well hit. Great defence from Faria to try and press the Russian.
I've discussed the clothes that Rublev wears with the man himself because he designs his own clothes. He's got his own clothing company, and he's got a lovely blue sort of sea-coloured shirt with darker blue ripples on it, grey shorts.
In times really difficult to watch. On that occasion, sits down, takes his seat, just a regulation hold, but the positivity from him towards his box. That was a good solid hold, and there he goes and celebrates it. So really good. Now, back to just a quick one while we've got a brief break. And this character was referenced for the former American great yesterday in terms of our movie contest, our actor as a tennis player, a tennis player as an actor. John McEnroe as Jack Nicholson, as the Jack Nicholson role of Randall McMurphy in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. That one's from Harley in Sylvania in New South Wales. We had one for John McEnroe as Jack Nicholson yesterday, but in that case in The Shining. So clearly people are seeing in John McEnroe, the American great who was commentating just next door back to America yesterday whilst we were on air on AO Radio, as John Nicholson. Sorry, as Jack Nicholson. It'd be pretty handy.
Jack's
John Nicholson
twin
as well.
brother. I like that.
Indeed.
Okay. I don't think we should tell. Should we tell John McEnroe that?
Well, I mean, he's been twice likened now two.
I think he'd love Jack Nicholson, but maybe not the Joker.
The two characters. Well,
he has been in makeup, though, getting those red lips put on.
One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and The Shining. They're quite characters. But remember, you can get in touch with us.
Here's Johnny.
Indeed.
Here's Johnny McEnroe. There we go. I didn't even mean
McEnroe.
That worked out rather well, didn't it?
Boom. Delivered with style. Are you auditioning for your own role as lead commentator in a drama?
Oh, well, that would be great. Thank you. And thank you for this award. I'd like to thank my friends, my family, my co-host, Courtney Walsh. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. And I'm so overwhelmed with this award. And, I can do all that. Right, let's get back to the tennis. That's much more interesting than just making stuff up here in the commentary booth. We are on AO Radio, live around Melbourne Park, broadcasting to the world. It's Candy and Courtney and Candy. Which is which? Nobody knows. Jaime Faria of Portugal. We know that. He is serving against Andrei Rublev, 1-2 in the fourth set. And he is in a white shirt, a white hat, black shorts, white socks and white shoes. But it is a colourful tournament, this one. We've seen Naomi Osaka. How about that outfit, Courtney?
Have you
got a hat like that?
I have not got a hat like that, but certainly the umbrella, or what is it called?
Parasol,
the parasol,
darling. It was
more to
a
the point.
parasol.
The parasol,
yes,
more to the point.
Not an umbrella.
Look, it's been a while since I've had my time flicking through Vogue. Hasn't necessarily been my my forte, but I thought it was very stylish.
Okay. I thought it was just hilarious because she was playing Antonia Rusic last night, 23-year-old Croatian who's never won a major match. She was only playing in her second ever. And we've just seen Andrei Rublev on the full stretch and on the run hit a forehand up the line. He puts his hand up in celebration. Faria now serving at 15-30. But it was just hilarious because they're coming down the Hall of Champions.
Yes.
The walk, which is kind of like...
Your photo's up there, is it?
It is, yeah. It's kind of like the Twilight Zone a bit. And so you see Antonia Rusic just waiting, and then suddenly a woman in a large white hat and a veil and all these bits kind of steps in front of her, and you could see Rusic going, where am I and what is happening? And she followed her down the corridor, and Naomi Osaka went on to win the first three games. It was quite the match.
I will say this about Rusic, by the way. I think she'll certainly be a player to look for in clay court tournaments coming up. My word. I think she's got some. She's going to cause some issues for some women once we hit the clay circuit from a couple of months down the track.
We're going to whiz over John Cain Arena. Our man Josh Herriott is on the scene.
Yes, thank you, Candy. Medvedev did have a set point moments ago. Halys with a nice serve out wide to bring it to 6-all in this tie-break.
Let's stay with you, Josh, and see what happens in that breaker. First set tie-breaker between Daniil Medvedev, he's the 11th seed, and Halys of France.
It's been a pretty good battle between these two, and as I mentioned, we're off to the tie-break. It's 6-all in this tie-break. Halys hasn't reached the first round here, the third round here before. It's his 9th Australian Open for the Frenchman. He'll be serving now to Medvedev, a 3-time finalist here. 11th seed.
6-all tiebreaker. Yep. Very excited. It's been pretty neck and neck. I think most people were expecting Medvedev to... I mean, you never know on the ATP Tour side because they're all so brilliant, but you'd expect him to win that in straights. So carry on. Take us through it.
Halys to serve to Medvedev. And he's serving to the backhand out wide, the forehand out wide to Medvedev. He plays a drop shot. Medvedev up to the net. He got there. And now a lob there from Halys is going to land. Good. Forehand there from Medvedev, flattened out by Halys. They exchange forehands from the baseline. Inside out forehand from Halys is superb. And it's 7-6. And a set point here for the Frenchman.
Ooh, so one set point for Medvedev, one now for Halys.
Absolute thriller.
As we've mentioned, it's been a pretty good battle between these two, both 29 years of age.
We were just talking about how good Halys was. He was a career-high junior, number 3. Doesn't quite get there in senior level, but this could be the breakthrough. We shall see. Carry on, Josh.
Here's Medvedev. He just lost the ball, and he's in the sun on his service motion there. He's serving down the middle, that one just long. So, a second serve here for Medvedev, the 11th seed, down the middle again. Forehand return there from Halys. Oh, it looked long, just hit the baseline. He flattens it out with a backhand, and then a forehand down the line from Halys. Cross-court backhand, cross-court forehand down the line, rather, from Medvedev. for a clean winner. 7-all.
Oh, both players have now had a set points cancelled out. Just looking here, Halys has never defeated a top 20 player at a major championships. So this would be massive if he could grab the first set here and put Daniil Medvedev under a little pressure. Has Medvedev gone anywhere near the net so far, Josh?
Not particularly. Not particularly.
He's got an allergy.
He does.
We're just watching a good friend of his, Andrei Rublev, of course, is the godparent to Daniil Medvedev's eldest daughter. And Andrei Rublev has just come to the net and hit a winning volley. It does happen.
And executed it exceptionally well.
He did.
And Medvedev with a cross-court backhand for a clean winner. So a set point now for Daniil Medvedev.
It's going to be either every other point, a set point, isn't it? So this is Medvedev's second set point.
And for the second round in a row, Medvedev, who we're so used to those marathons after midnight at Melbourne Park, is playing early on. Perhaps the organisers have said, no more of this madness.
We want to get home.
Midnight. We need to get some sleep, Daniil.
And Medvedev's probably quite grateful. Some players do like playing late, though. What's happened, Josh?
Cross-court forehand from Halys, a clean winner. 8-all now.
8-all. Very exciting. Yeah, Medvedev has won 6 of 10 5-set matches here at the Australian Open. A couple of years ago, he recorded 5-set victories against Emil Raducanu, Hubie Hurkacz and Sasha Zverev before falling to Sinner in 5 sets. Long matches a couple of years ago.
Even last year, I think he had one in the first round that went well and truly beyond 2 o'clock. So they've said, if we get him started at 11, we might be out of here before dusk.
Does he get paid more the longer the match lasts? Is that how it works with Daniil Medvedev? Josh, what's going on?
Yeah, that shot there from Halys, just long, so 9-8 Medvedev to serve now here for the first set.
Right. The third set point for Medvedev, this one behind serve. This match is on Cain Arena.
As Andrei Rublev holds serve. Oh, no, that was a tape. Sorry, my apologies. I thought he'd just stretched his rival wide, and then you just catch the umpire calling him back.
So here's Medvedev now to serve at 9-8 for the first set against Halys. He's serving to the forehand of Halys. It was a great return from Halys. Inside-out forehand to the backhand wing of Medvedev, who lobs one up, and that's beyond the baseline. 9-all.
No way.
Rublev holds eventually after I predicted it. Forehand draws the error from Faria. 3-2 to Rublev in the fourth set.
Yeah, we're watching Rublev versus Faria, Portugal versus the seeded player on Margaret Court Arena in the fourth set. And Josh Herriot watching the match for us on Cain Arena, where Daniil Medvedev has had 3 set points. Halys of France has had 1, and nothing is decided yet. 9 points all in the first set. Tiebreaker. We've got a match on Kia Arena. Riley Opelka up against Alejandro Davidovich Fokina, the Spaniard. And that's on serve early stages. And Victoria Mboko of Canada. Wow, what a great player she is. She is 4-3 up on Katie McNally on serve. They're on 15-73. So much action going on. And Carlos Alcaraz is about to begin his match against Jannik Hanfmann. We will be going there shortly to Rod Laver Arena and seeing how Carlos is getting on. They haven't walked out yet, but everything is prepared on the main stadium here at the Australian Open. Josh, back to you.
Yeah, 9-all in this first set tiebreak as Medvedev plays a drop shot, and Halys up to the net, matches it with an even better shot.
Daniil Medvedev has just hit a drop shot. Did I hear you correctly?
You did, Candy.
Grief.
10-9.
So 10-9 here.
Clearly the Frenchman, well alert to the potential for surprise, moved forward rapidly.
And he is serving Halys. Let's see if he can come up with something good. This is, I believe, his second set point.
It is for the Frenchman. So serving at 10-9 for the first set. A mammoth first set tiebreak. The Frenchman to the forehand of Medvedev. Inside-out forehand there from Halys. Oh, has that hit the line? It hasn't. And the Frenchman takes the first set.
Well, that is very exciting stuff on Cain Arena. Halys saving 3 set points against Daniil Medvedev, the 11th seed. And so Halys takes the first set. His best major result, by the way, the Frenchman, reaching a third round on 3 occasions at the majors. He made it at Wimbledon as a direct acceptance in 2023. He was a qualifier in 2024 and as a direct acceptance at Roland Garros last year, where he lost to Holger Rune. Holger Rune, of course, out with a nasty Achilles injury. Blew it out. I actually spoke to his mum quite recently, and she said the rehab's going quite well. He's on course to come back quicker than expected, but it's about a 12-monther, Courtney.
Oh, and then you have to have the conviction and the confidence after that to be able to trust yourself properly, which we talked about. Storm Hunter, the Australian who's on court now, and it's taken her a period to feel that comfort back on court in competition. So give him some time, Holger. Rublev, meanwhile, is potentially making a move here. Love 30 on the Faria serve. Rublev leads 2-1 and 3-2 in the third, and love 30 in this game.
Holger Rune would make a good movie villain, wouldn't he?
Ooh.
He's kind of got that boyish, that smile where he could go, ha ha ha. Rublev's just hit a forehand cross-court winner again, pumping the fist. And now Andrei Rublev, the 13th seed, has 3 break points. If he can take one of these, he will move to 4-2 and 2-1 on Jaime Faria.
And hard to just how good that last forehand was. And the 20th shot of a rally, which both men moved all the way around the corner. Rublev stretching wide, sliding wide. It was a great depth from Faria, who had set the point up perfectly, to be able to come up and whip that forehand winner cross-court in front of him. Exceptional talent, unbelievable shot.
21 winners on the forehand wing for Rublev, 37 winners on the day. He's 4 aces, 0 double faults. 70% of first serves in. He's held serve. Can Jaime Faria from love 40 in this 6th game of the 4th set. Faria pile drives are backing up the line. He's saved 1 of the break points.
Pile drive is right. That was thunderous, that backhand. Stepped right in. Wasn't a bad return from Rublev from deep in the court, and just absolutely flattened through that beautifully.
He has hit 10 aces today, Faria. Only has 1 fewer winner than his opponent, 36, but much fewer off the ground. That serve has really helped Jaime Faria today. Let's see if this serve will help. It's a wide one to the Rublev forehand. That's brave, given how well Andrei Rublev is hitting his forehand, and he's cranked another one cross-court. It's a win and a massive roar from Andrei Rublev. Why is Jaime Faria giving Andrei Rublev forehands? Andrei Rublev 4-2 up in the 4th set, 2-1.
And just the demonstrations of that magnificent shot-making capabilities that he has. Wow, a phenomenal game from him. Just almost like, okay, I'm near the finish line here. Let one slide in the 3rd set. I don't want to be out here for too much longer. Bang, concentration right at the top, and just lifted his level beyond what Faria is capable of. Just some beautiful shot making, and the roar of jubilation afterwards. Extended roar. Stare into the sky. Magnificent play.
2 hours and 24 minutes, and Andrei Rublev in pole position now to come through against Jaime Faria and reach the 3rd round. Let's head to Josh. There's movement on ANZ Arena, Josh.
Yes, Hayley Baptiste with 3 match points here against the Australian in Storm Hunter. She took that first set 6-2. She leads 5-1 here and 40 love. So 3 match points here for Hayley Baptiste, the American. She's serving down the middle, and the backhand from Storm Hunter is well wide. It's out, and Hayley Baptiste is through to the 3rd round of the Australian Open in straight sets against Storm Hunter on ANZ Arena.
Oh, well, a shame for Storm Hunter, ranked 367 in the world in singles. She is playing with Ellen Perez in doubles, and surely they've got a good chance getting the home fans behind them. But Storm Hunter, what a run she has had coming through qualifying after that horrific injury to win a round, but she just seemed to run out of steam against Hayley Baptiste.
Indeed, and Baptiste, she talked about her quality and what you think she's capable of, and it was always going to be a tough one based on her talent, I think, but great to see Storm back playing, winning singles matches. That'll give her a lot of confidence. Where she goes from here, it's always a challenge when you've got that disparity between your ranking in singles and also in doubles. But that'll give her ranking a big boost, obviously, making it through to qualifying and then winning a round. So, you know, you're thinking she's back in the 200s somewhere as a result of that.
Nice payday as well, 150,000 Australian dollars. And her husband, Lockie, and her father were working on her decking apparently, so that will pay for some decking, won't it?
225,000 actually for making the second round, Australian. So,
oh, of course it is.
Yes, so she's even more. That decking will have gold plates, gold bars along
That's right. It's 150 if you lose in the first round, then it goes up to 225,000 Australian dollars.
In the second. So that's a great thing. And look, her two lefties together, her and Alan Perez. I'm sure that, and they've both been very, very well. Storm topped the world, and Alan's had great results in doubles. So I like that.
I like that combo. Ellen Perez, University of Georgia graduate, as a University of Tennessee. We have a massive rivalry. It's a bit like Spain and Portugal going head-to-head, University of Georgia and University of Tennessee. Let's get back to action on Margaret Court Arena. Andreeva Rublev trying to finish off Jaime Faria, but he's in a little trouble here in the 7th game of the 4th set. Although he's just hit a beautiful backhand that forces an error off Faria, so 30 all. That point was crucial for the very long-haired Andreeva Rublev now. It's quite a mane, isn't it? He's got
a significant mane.
It's
I mean, do you think that one, that'll take some decent shampooing after each match, you would have thought?
He's worth it, though. Something I found out last year, Andreeva Rublev's married. I didn't know that.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, he's a married man. He just showed us a lovely picture of Storm Hunter. That was the occasion, the butts you were telling us about. Oh, that's a very smart picture.
And quite a few of the stars in that.
So Daria Saville?
Daria Saville.
Who is pregnant, not playing here, married to Luke.
There's Alan Perez, so quite a few of the top liners.
That's very nice. What a lovely picture. I like the fact that they're all supporting each other. It's a very lots of camaraderie amongst the Australian women, and I think the Australian men.
I think so, yeah. No, I think it's a very good environment at the moment, and
a bit like Italians. I think they get on superbly on the tennis side.
WhatsApp groups flying, messages, invitations, and I like that. What I'm told is that the elder women go out of their way to make sure they try and,
and we're talking about still in play older women. Okay, the more experienced
players try and look after the younger ones.
That is lovely.
Emerson Jones, formerly the world's top-rate junior, who was beaten in the first round here, but a very, very good, talented young player coming through. She was saying how welcoming they'd been and trying to find her place. They were sit with her to give her opportunities when she's at events, etc.
She can feel threatened, can't you, as an older player? As a younger player starts to get more and more attention, but it's good that she has been taken under the wing because everyone has to start somewhere. Andreeva Rublev is almost getting to the finish line here. He is 4-2 up and has an advantage to him. It's a first serve to the body of Faria, backhand from the Portuguese player who's come through qualifying, and he's missed a forehand wide. So 5-2 now for Andreeva Rublev. It is only one break of serve, but it's hard to see how the Portuguese is going to come back here. And on Rod Laver Arena, we are watching it now because Carlos Alcaraz has just come out in the lime green. He is about to begin his match with the German, newly engaged Jannik Hanfmann, who's a bit of a star on the German Davis Cup team, but will Jannik Hanfmann have enough to trouble Carlos Alcaraz in the second round match on the main stadium court here at the Australian Open? We shall find out very soon.
You said you had a nice story about Jannik Hanfmann.
Yeah, so he was supposed to play qualifying here in Melbourne, and then Emil Rosavwari, who's had some problems overall. I love that guy, but he's just had some mental health problems for Rosavwari and really struggling. He withdrew from the main draw of the Australian Open. So Jannik Hanfmann got an automatic spot into the main draw rather than qualifying. So he had extra time. And so he, his girlfriend, his sister, and her fiance all went to the animal park during what would have been qualifying week.
Which animal park are we talking about?
I know they saw koalas and bits. I'll find that out. So they're at the animal park, and Jannik Hanfmann says to his sister and her fiance, "Can you just go to the bathroom quickly?" And he proposed to his girlfriend, and she said yes. Isn't that lovely?
If nothing that you can't use a koala for. Perfect witness for.
Well, exactly.
A situation like that. No, that's lovely to hear.
I wasn't expecting you to say that. I wasn't ready for that.
Well, a witness.
I've never used a koala, but if I ever got engaged again, and my husband might be a bit surprised if I did that, but I would not.
But if there's a koala on hand,
I'd love an animal. So yeah. I'd be up for that. I don't know. Yes, right. It's very rare that you can get me speechless, and Courtney Walsh has managed to do that. So welcome to the action. We are on AO Radio live around Melbourne Park, broadcasting to the world. I do hope you're enjoying our coverage of one of the 4 biggest tournaments in the world. It is the 2026 Australian Open, and what a tournament it has been. Record numbers of crowds. And maybe you're listening to us right now and on Melbourne Park, and you'll know how busy it is and the sun is shining. 40 love here for Jaime Faria of Portugal. 2 hours and 30 minutes played. He's serving to stay in the match against Andrei Rublev. Rublev 6-4, 6-3 in the first 2 sets. Faria answered 6-4 in the 3rd set, but now really up against it. The Portuguese qualifying. He's just hit a double fault, but he is 14 now, 15 up.
And Rublev, I've been really impressed with the way he's locked down in this 4th set. 2-all, he raised the bar, flattened out some of those ground strokes, some scintillating shot making, but he also tightened his game as well. So, yes, the winners were flowing from the racket, but he was not making mistakes. He was working the point really well to open the windows or open the door to be able to hit those winners. So impressive, but he still has to get over the line. He still has to serve this match out.
The Alcaraz match has begun on Rod Laver Arena. Jannik Hanfmann is his 2nd round opponent today as Halys Alcaraz attempts to win this title, the Australian Open, for the very first time. He's got a couple of quarterfinals. We've just seen Marat Safin looking very cool, very bohemian.
About to stride down Brunswick Street in Fitzroy, drop by a couple of my favourite locales, and enjoy an afternoon in the sun.
Marat Safin has got long hair these days. He's got little round glasses, looking very bohemian, like an artist. He wouldn't be out of place, certainly, in a National Gallery. Now, Jaime Faria is holding on for dear life here. Andrei Rublev serving for the match at 5-3, 4th set, but he's lost the first point. We are on Margaret Court Arena. Following this one, Francis Tiafoe is due up soon on this court. Rublev has just missed a first serve. Overall, he's got 69% of first serves in, but this is a 2nd serve and it's long. Love 30. Is Andrei Rublev getting a little nervous here?
Well, it's interesting. We talked about just how well he played, but that he still had to get over the finish line. And from nowhere, a couple of loose points, including that double fault, the 2nd serve just flying over the service line, trying for the body serve, but overcooked it.
Both players have had 8 break points. The difference is that Rublev has taken half of his and Faria has only taken 1. Is he going to have more break points? Well, not as Rublev can help it. He's the 13th seed and he's just won that point. So love 30 goes to 15-30. He's got main coach Fernando Vicente watching him. And he's won multiple ATP Tour titles, but never a major. Just got the timing wrong, hasn't he, Andrei Rublev? Because, of course, coming in the backside of the Federer, Nadal, Djokovic moments, and now Sinner and Alcaraz are winning all the titles. And he's just asking for some more tennis balls.
So just a little bit of byplay back and forth there. He's a little agitated in this game as he's trying to serve out the match.
Do you think Faria's just trying to put him off there a little bit?
Well, it's an intriguing one. He gestured to the ball girl to go with him over to one side, and now, ball toss, catching, hitting balls away.
I think Faria just delayed Rublev, so Rublev sort of went back, but he's served another double fault, 2 double faults in this game.
To the same side, and again, overcooked it. And just from nowhere, he looked so composed, so clear. We talked about the positive body language early on in this set, and then he followed with an immediate break of serve.
15-40, first serve is in now. Faria chips it back on the forehand side. He's not going to get that one. It's a winner off the forehand wing for Andrei Rublev. That is now 40 winners for the match, 24 forehand winners, just 6 off the backhand side. And 15-40 becomes 30-40. It's still a break point though for Faria. He's now had 9, converted just 1. That can get a bit in your head, can't it? It's a wonderful serve down the tee. How about that from Andrei Rublev? A 5th ace at a perfect time.
197 kilometres an hour. Really well struck.
And Andrei Rublev had 0 double faults coming into this game. Isn't it amazing how pressure situations can affect players, regardless of how experienced they are? As Rublev, of course, has Played thousands of matches now in his professional career. He's been a fabulous junior and transferred into a fabulous senior. That serve goes in. Faria hitting a nice forehand to the Rublev forehand. He's really stretched the seeded player, and now Faria nets that ball. So we've got a match point for Andrei Rublev here on Margaret Court Arena.
Exceptional defence there, because he was stretched all the way out of the court by the Portuguese player to the forehand wing to be able to find that depth and that pace to draw the error. Really good. And again, just a little bit of byplay. He asked for another ball. It's an intriguing sort of situation as he tries to serve out this match.
He's never lost a major match to a player ranked as low as Faria, who's 1-5-1 in the world. Faria coming through qualifying. Match point to Andrei Rublev.
Let, second serve.
Second serve is a let. Groan from the crowd. They are waiting to celebrate a win for the 28-year-old world number 15. Oh, and he went big on that second serve. He's missed it long. 3 double faults, Courtney Walsh.
And all to the advantage court. Very unusual. And again, now he's walking around. He's muttering to himself. He takes a big, deep breath. He purses his lips. He grabbed about 4 balls on that occasion from the ball kids. Had a look at 3, knocked them back. Just some anxiety and some edginess here.
First serve is in, though, to the juice court. He's having no problem there. It's an off backhand from Rublev, who's mostly in blue, patrolling the baseline nicely. He's onto his favourite forehand. Faria hits a massive forehand up the line and gets the error. That was unbelievable strike.
And now the roar towards his box. I mean, he must be thinking, okay, he's nervous. He may not want this. Well, not so much he doesn't want this, but
he wants it too much.
He's a little bit rattled here. If I can stay with him, who knows what happens. That was phenomenal power that he was able to find from so wide in the court.
That was like a Rublev forehand hit by Jaime Faria, 151 in the world. Faria's only 22 years of age, so he's got plenty of time. Good serve this time from Rublev. 3 double faults to the outside, but not on that occasion, not facing another break point.
Having more success when he's serving down the tee on the advantage court than when he's actually trying to go to the backhand there.
So Faria now 1 of 11, Courtney, on break point opportunities. That's a success rate of 9%. 9.
Not ideal.
Not ideal. Juice again for Rublev, goes wide. Faria clips it back with a forehand block. Now Faria having to try and pass. Rublev's at the net and misses long. That's the part of the game, to me, that Rublev just hasn't developed enough, is that at the net. He's just not solid.
Yeah, and on that occasion, it was a well-directed or well-struck, not attempted a passing shot, but just did enough to make sure that he had another volley.
Yep.
But it was there to be made. And he just iron gloved it. Just by that I mean not the
good
touch, not the softness of the hands to let that one drop in.
I like that, iron glove. Is that an Australian term?
Yes.
You can imagine that, can't you?
Well, whether it's an Australian term, but it's a cricket term.
Oh,
if
an
you think
iron
about
glove,
iron gloves.
Yeah. You need soft hands sometimes, don't you? You don't want to brick the volley. All right, second serve for Andrei Rublev. He's already hit 3 double faults. He's facing another break point. This is number 4 for Jaime Faria, and he's going to get it. It's a bounce smash put away. Jaime Faria has broken back Andrei Rublev. He's asking for some love on Margaret Court Arena. Incredible scenes. Andrei Rublev failing to serve the match out at 5-3 in the 4th set. And so we are going on. Jaime Faria back on serve, and next he will step to the line 4-5 with the balls in hand. Right, let's get an update with our man on the scene, Josh Herriot. Josh, what are you looking at?
Yeah, still at John Cain Arena, and I can tell you Halys with an early break of serve here against Medvedev. He leads 2 games to love in this second set, so positive start from the Frenchman against Medvedev. Of course, he took that first set via a tie break. It was a very big tie break, 11-9 in the end. But he leads by 1 set, and he's 2 games up here in the second set.
How is Daniil's demeanour out there, Josh? Is he, is he gesturing? We know he can get a little worked up, similar to what Rublev is on occasion in matches. How's Daniil handling the early pressure that he's under?
Typical Medvedev, Walshy. He is a little bit worked up at the moment, but I think, he's just frustrated at the moment after dropping a break of serve at the start of this second set too. So, yeah, there is visible frustration from Medvedev.
Well, perhaps an early upset alert. Still a long way to go, as Josh touches on. A couple of notes. Perhaps he'd like to be channeling the poise or the calm or the ability of this suggestion. August is written from Nimbin, which is not too far from the magnificent Byron Bay up in the north coast of New South Wales. August has gone with Novak as Nero. Novak as, Nero could be work as well, but Novak is Neo from the Matrix.
Oh, that's really good.
He got the red pill and played in a parallel universe to everyone else who got the blue pill. I like it.
Oh, that's really good.
I like that a lot.
Does he have that kind of shh movement when a bullet's coming at him? He could, actually, because he's so lean and limber.
Absolutely perfect.
That's a really good one. That could be a winner.
The agility and the flexibility to be able to dodge bullets.
Totally see that. Keanu Reeves. Watch out. Just quickly on Rod Laver Arena, which is the match we'll go to shortly. Carlos Alcaraz, love 1 against Jannik Hanfmann. And it's a tough old game serving for the top seed Alcaraz, looking to add the Australian Open title to his impressive CV. So early stages there on Rod Laver Arena. We are following the action on Margaret Court Arena and the conclusion of this 4th set between Jaime Faria and Andrei Rublev. Andrei Rublev has failed to serve it out at 5-3, so 3 double faults, all from the ad side. And broken by Jaime Faria, who's a qualifier ranked 151 in the world. Faria's lost the first point as he serves at 4-5, though. Maybe about to undo all his good work. He throws in a drop shot, the Portuguese, and he covers at the net beautifully. Full stretch, Faria 15-all.
Yeah, it was well executed drop shot. It came from up high. A little surprise, but it was enough that Rublev would be able to get to a racket to it, but not able to do much more with it. So I didn't mind that play at all. A good tactic.
You are watching or listening. You're not watching, or you could be on YouTube, because we're now on YouTube if you want to. AO Radio, live around Melbourne Park, broadcasting to the world. You can see Courtney Walsh's beautiful face, national treasure of Australia. What a journalist he is.
Andy Reid going viral. Taylor Swift, look out.
Oh, I love Taylor Swift. I didn't even know anything about her until I went to a concert with my daughter. 3 hours and 15 minutes. It was just brilliant. I've watched the docu-series twice. Very impressive.
And that's only in the last 24 hours.
Yes, exactly. There's no time for that. Not what we're doing. Oh, Andrei Rublev brought into the net. It was a low short forehand. Instead of going to the continental grip, which he probably should have, and pushed the ball into a corner, he went with the topspin, nets it, and gets pretty cross.
Yeah, frustrated. You can just see it bubbling away, the emotions. Slams the ball into the net with the backhand. He was actually probably lucky he had some control there, because they could easily have flown a little further afield. Now walking back, and you can hear some muttering. Just a bit frustrated.
And he's done well, hasn't he? Because in previous times when he's got into tough situations, Rublev has just gone crazy, and he's talked about really working on that. He's brought Marat Safin in just to calm everything down. Marat Safin looks like he could calm anything down right now, I have to say. He could be kind of on a magic carpet ride, Marat Safin. And it's a wonderful serve from Faria, netted forehand return from Andrei Rublev. So the Portuguese has 2 points now to make it 5-all in the 4th set.
And again, the gesturing, the frustration from Rublev. He's storming around the baseline. What he needs to tell himself, of course, is that I still lead by 2-1 here.
It's easy to forget, isn't it, when you're playing tennis, because you get so invested. And all these people are professionals. They're such perfectionists. 5 games all. It is 1-1 on Rod Laver Arena. Carlos Alcaraz and Jannik Hanfmann on serve. And on John Cain Arena, as we heard from our man in the middle, Josh Herriot, Conta Halys is up a set and now a break on the 11th seed, Daniil Medvedev. Josh, let's go to you quickly for an update on 1573, because Vicky Mboka, who's one to watch, the 17th seed from Canada, is up against Katie McNally. What's going on there?
Yeah, well, Mboka took that first set 6-4, but McNally up a break of serve, a couple of breaks of serve, 3-love at the moment in that second set. And Davidovich Fokina has taken the first set against the big, tall American in Riley Opelka. That score 6-3 for the first set. We're on serve 2-all in the second set.
I'll be interested to get your take on Katie McNally, Candy. I'm sure you've seen a bit of her.
Love her.
When I've watched her, as a young player coming through, I thought, ooh, this is someone a bit like Halys, who I thought she's really capable of taking some big strides up the rankings. Where is she at in terms of what she's doing at the moment?
Well, it's a bit hit and miss. She's really struggled with injuries. Her mum is Lynn. Her mum's here as coach. Katie's been through a few coaches, hasn't really settled on anyone. I think the potential is massive, but the execution hasn't quite happened. She was sort of a bit of a peer, wasn't she, of Coco Gauff? They played a lot of doubles together in the early stages. And while Coco Gauff has gone on to the next stage now as a major champion in both singles and doubles, McNally hasn't got there yet. She needs a year or so of being healthy. That would really help. But the potential's definitely there, and I just think she needs maybe a top coach to guide her to the next step. Your thoughts?
Just the weaponry that she has, I thought, having looked at her, yes, the consistency that you would hope would come as you mature, but I thought from a younger age, I thought, yeah, she has the capacity to do some really good things because she's got great shape on the serve. There are weapons she can deploy and use, and so I'll be interested to see. She's still very young.
They're all very young, yeah. But Vicky Mboko, to me, is the exciting one. I had a friend, Dan Kiernan, who coaches Gabi Dabrowski, as we've just seen Andrei Rublev serve a much better game and move 6-5 in front on Margaret Court Arena. Is just aced Jaime Faria to put himself in another good position. But yeah, a friend of mine was helping out Dan Kiernan with the Canadian United Cup team just recently, because of course Gabi Dabrowski is one of the best doubles players in the world, and he just said Vicky Mboko was just a delight, so polite, such a great athlete. I mean, 2025, what a year for Vicky Mboko, and she's now seeded 17 here at the Australian Open.
Played very well last week in Adelaide. Yes. I thought there was a little injury concern at the end, but she seemed to shake that one off without any issues against Emerson Jones in her first round here. But to have that breakthrough success that she did at home, what a statement to make on home soil at that level. Phenomenal last August, and I'll be really interested to see what she can do this year more broadly, and also over this fortnight in Melbourne.
Yeah, she has won a couple of titles at WTA Tour. Both have come on hard court in Mboko. She won Hong Kong 2025 at the beginning, and then Montreal, that's the one you were talking about, 1,000 level last year as well. She was 18, and the way the tiers work, Courtney, we've got the 4 majors. They're the big ones. They're the ones that everyone wants to win. Massive points, massive prize money. Then you go to the 1,000 level ATP. It's called the Masters. And they're the next rung. Then you've got the 500 level. Then you've got the 250s. And so Vicky Mboko has already won one at 1,000 level. That's bonkers at 18.
Oh, insane. And it's just because the quality of the players in those fields.
It's the best.
It's the best. It's Grand Slam tier tennis.
No one wants to. And in some ways, they're harder, aren't they, than winning the majors because you have less time in between matches?
Well, in some events, absolutely. And the other factor is that because the draws are slightly smaller, it's harder to build into it. You're more likely to be coming up against someone who has really done something on the tour. You know, it
96 player draw, isn't it? Rather than a 1-2-8, which the majors are. So you hope, anyway, at the majors, if you're seeded, you've got a little protection, but at 1,000 level, that's not necessarily the case. Right, let's rejoin this match. Margaret Court Arena, Andrei Rublev trying to finish things off. He no longer, of course, has a break lead, though, because he was broken due to those 3 double faults and good play from Jaime Faria. 2 hours, 48 minutes. This one, it's been rather arduous for both men. Faria serving a 5-6 love 15. First serve is just wide. He was aiming T there, the young 22-year-old. Still looking for his first ATP Tour title. He has 2 wins in major main draws, 4 defeats. Looking for number 3. He's just hit a lovely forehand into the Andrei Rublev backhand. That's the side that you have to go into when you play Rublev.
Without a doubt, because that forehand can be thunderclap and lightning. It's very, very frightening if he's on song.
You are the queen.
Thank you very much. I'll take that. What a voice he had. We've seen enough from Faria in this match, no matter what unfolds here, to suggest that he will be able to do some good things on tour, I think.
It's crazy that this guy is ranked 151 in the world. It just, again, shows you the depth on the tennis tour. He's just missed that forehand wide. The head drops a little bit from Faria. 15-30 now. Rublev within 2 points of victory and a place in the 3rd round.
You talked about that forehand that he hit a couple of games ago.
Ooh.
Just dynamic. And Rublev, yes, he had that little lapse there at 5-4 when trying to serve that out, but 5-3 when trying to serve that out. Yes. But he has played well. So it's you know, it's been to be able to push him deep into the fourth set here and perhaps to a tiebreaker, and who knows. Although Rublev, a thunderclap forehand again, you talked about which way you go. And now 2 match points open up for Rublev. But it's been a good performance from the Portuguese player.
Faria serving into the forehand of Rublev. Again, what was he thinking? You can't go there unless you can deliver a really good serve. He's got 2 match points here. Andrei Rublev on the Faria serve. First serve is good from Faria into the backhand very sensibly. Faria now redirects it, goes into the backhand from the baseline with his own forehand. Andrei Rublev, it's a nice backhand cross-court. Now Rublev, a backhand up the line. Faria goes cross-court with the forehand. Now up the forehand with his line. The Portuguese inside the baseline. Nice slice to the Rublev backhand. Rublev now back into neutral territory, as is Faria. They're going right down the centre. A long rally. Faria runs out of steam. Andrei Rublev is into the 3rd round here at the Australian Open. Gets over the disappointment of being broken serving this match out, or attempting to, and breaks again. So he gets the better of Jaime Faria, who's come through qualifying the Portuguese. A good run for the world number 151, but he runs out of time and steam against the seeded player Andrei Rublev. What a popular figure he is, and he gets it done in 4 sets. Courtney Walsh.
No doubt some relief as much as there is joy. He races both arms in triumph, and now he's out into a service box, left arm raised, thanking the crowd for their support. That got a little trickier. That last set extended to 59 minutes, in part because of that little surprising just concentration lapse perhaps when serving, trying to serve out the match 5-3. But I think he'll be very happy with that, because I think Faria played at a decent level. He certainly played above, I think, what his ranking suggests, and demonstrates that coming through hard courts, for a player that's had some, more of his tennis on clay courts, he should be thinking that he's capable of doing better things on the tour and breaking into that top 100 and becoming a consistent player in Grand Slams. For Rublev, another step forward. It's not a surprise to see him into the last 32 at a Grand Slam. In fact, it's probably more of a surprise when he doesn't make the last 8, truth be told. And then for him, the challenge. Can I take that next step? Can I make a Grand Slam semi and beyond? Time is still there for him. He's 28. He's got the weapons. He's got the tools.
He loves it.
It's just the belief in the end in those big, big moments. But he'll be happy with that, a big win, and perhaps he'll go for a stroll down Brunswick Street with Marat Safin, the 2005 champion, afterwards, as Faria gets a very warm reception from the crowd, standing ovation as he walks off the court and gives a wave of appreciation as well.
Yeah, good work from Faria to get that set off Andrei Rublev. Rublev, though, reaching the 3rd round here for the 7th time. This is his 10th Australian Open, his 33rd major overall. Rublev beating Matteo Arnaldi, and now following that up with a win over Jaime Faria in 4 sets. So that match over on Margaret Court Arena. Next up on this court is Coco Gauff versus Olga Danilovic. Let's get an update from our man in the middle, Josh Herriot, though. Daniil Medvedev on John Cain Arena. Josh.
Yes, and he's broken back, so we're at 3 games all in this 2nd set. As Walshy touched on before, his demeanour was quite negative in the early part of this set. He was throwing his arms up, he was shaking his head, but a bit more positive here from Daniil Medvedev. So back on serve here, 3 games all in this 2nd set.
Thanks, Josh. All right, well, Colin Fleming is on court on Margaret Court Arena talking to Andrei Rublev, so let's hear what Andrei Rublev has to say.
Yeah, it's true, I didn't know him much. Obviously, I didn't know him at all. And but then I started to do researches. I was watching some videos of him, of his matches. I saw that last year he lost against Novak, and he won a set against him. So I started to look how he was playing, and I was like, wow, how this guy is in the quality, because the level that he was playing was quite good. He have amazing serve, amazing backhand. He's moving well, fighting. So to be honest, I don't understand how he's in quality. His level is much better, but yeah, and I knew it's going to be a tough match. So this match I was approaching quite serious. I mean, obviously every match I approach serious, but yeah. So I approached it quite serious, and since the beginning I was trying to play great tennis. And in the end, yeah, like you said, it was a good match, entertaining, because the Jaime, he started in one moment, he started to play unbelievable. He started to make winners all over the place. So it was not easy, but I was just trying to be there, trying to fight, and in the end looking for my moment. And then I had my moment and I make it.
want to take the chance to ask you, Andre, about your clothing, the Rublev, which I'm sure not many people will know about the clothing and the meaning behind it. Can you tell us more about that?
Oh man, it's long story. But I guess there's nothing. It's just clothes that.
It says "Play for the kids." I can see it here. What does that mean?
Man, it's a long story. It's not for 1 minute answer, but yeah, it's something related that means to me a lot, and that's it. And I'm trying to. That's it. And then in interview I will answer
another time. You want to play for the kids. You want to play for something bigger. Let me ask you, these Grand Slams, the Australian Open now, it's a 15-day event. Obviously the match days matter the most, but you have to use the off time, effectively as well. How does Andrei Rublev spend his day off tomorrow? Well, how do you relax, or is it all about business?
Well, I guess first of all ice bath, and then coffee, sleep, practice, and sleep, and that's it.
There's good coffee here in Melbourne. I'm sure you'll find them pretty easy. Ladies and gentlemen, through to round 3, it's Andrei Rublev.
Andrei Rublev speaking to Colin Fleming. He does play for the kids. He's very involved in charitable organisations, and I think it does help his demeanour as well, thinking about when he's got opportunities to win matches that he's playing for something bigger than himself, Courtney Walsh.
Without a doubt, and I think you see he's quite a thoughtful character, a very smart character, I think, away from the court as well. But just earlier on in that interview, he touched on what we had said about Faria. He said, I was watching when he played Novak here and took a set off him and thought, and then I'm going, how is this guy in qualifiers? This guy is way too good for that. And so did some more research and thought, okay, no, I've got to really be switched on for this match. And that was demonstrated on the court. It was an impressive performance from the Portuguese player.
Yeah.
But
interesting to see his progress now, isn't it?
Impressive by Rublev to get through. He still had to be switched on and able to produce.
Very good from Andrei Rublev. 4-set winner earlier today on Margaret Court. So we have now switched our attention to Rod Laver Arena, Courtney, where the top seed Carlos Alcaraz, playing in a lime green sleeveless shirt, was in a little bit of bother against Jannik Hanfmann, who's a big serving German player, recently engaged. Hanfmann up 3-1 with a break, but Alcaraz has just broken back.
And whipped a forehand up the line, and you saw the tension released with that shot, that winner. Bounced up and down to his chair, a big roar, and that's just to get back to 3-2 to get this match back on serve. So really feeling the pressure. It started early on. I kept a close eye on this as we were commentating on the recent match. We had it on sort of on the sidelines, and we were able to see with Alcaraz, the first game was an extended service game. He was under pressure early. Hanfmann really stretching, finding the angles, slicing that serve wide to the advantage court, taking it up to the man who's trying to create history here in Melbourne over the next fortnight. So just to see that exclamation of emotion,
he wants it.
Oh, absolutely, and clearly felt a little bit of pressure early on. You don't want to be getting into extended battles necessarily out here, particularly early on in majors, because we know that you can't win a major in the first week of a Grand Slam. You can do some significant damage to yourself if you go long, or if indeed you exit the tournament.
Well, exactly. And Hanfmann, to me, Courtney, is a little bit like Jaime Faria. He's been well inside the top 100, but currently ranked at 102. And I saw him in Davis Cup. I actually covered that for the ITF last year, playing for Germany. And he played so well against Japan. It's just astonishing that this guy's not in the top 50.
Oh, indeed, and I've watched him in Davis Cup ties as well before. I mean, it's a really good Davis Cup setup, I think, the German team.
Yeah, they're really invested.
They live for it, don't they? It's, in fact, the whole German foundation, I remember seeing a couple of their juniors as Hanfmann over hits a forehand at Roland Garros last year. They played off in the boys' final, and just the depth of, I think, the commitment, but also the joy at seeing some success.
Was Justin Engel playing? Do you remember?
It wasn't Justin Engel, it was Max Schroeder.
Yeah, Schroeder.
And he played against, he was beaten by a Scottish German, German with Scottish sort of heritage, whose name has just escaped me for a second. Played very well. I think it was Robertson, but I'll
it's not Charlie Robertson.
No, it wasn't. He's the young Englishman.
Charlie Robertson is Scottish, but not German.
No. His name has just escaped me, but I will be able to
we're getting that.
Bring that up.
Just seen Carlos Alcaraz hit one of his famous drop shots. This drop shot bouncing, the definition of a good drop shot, 3 times inside the furthest box. It certainly would have. Jannik Hanfmann just gets a racket to it. Alcaraz now at 30-love in the 6th game, 2-3.
Niels McDonald.
Oh, yes, Niels McDonald. Yes,
so
yes.
Of course.
German-Scottish. McDonald and Niels.
Yes.
And Niels is Niels. Yeah, he's a good player. But Justin Engel is the one to watch from Germany. He's the unbelievable. He's a massive prospect and was playing in the next gen at the end of last year. That's the top 20 top players tournament, of course, which Carlos Alcaraz has won, as has Jannik Sinner, and year before last, João Fonseca, and last year, Lerner Tien. So it produces very good players.
Tsitsipas before that, of course, as well.
Brandon Nakashima's won that.
Yep, so it's a pretty good cast.
Alex de Minaur played twice.
Finals,
I think
both
he got
times.
to the finals, that's right.
Yes.
Never made it quite, but yeah, it's an indication.
Tsitsipas might have edged him in one and Jannik Sinner in the other, so pretty handy opponents you're going up against.
Okay, John Cain Arena, we've got a set point for Daniil Medvedev, Josh Herriott.
Not quite, he leads 30-15. He's serve out wide, so a double fault for Medvedev.
I'm just looking into my crystal ball. I predict he's going to win the next point.
Yes, 30-15 for Daniil Medvedev, who impressively was down a break of serve and then has come back and broken Halys and is going to try and serve this out to take the second set. We're playing a rally from the baseline. Cross-court backhand from Halys, cross-court backhand from Medvedev. They play cross-court backhands. Halys with a backhand that's just wide, and now it brings up 2 set points for Medvedev.
I predict a riot. Good comeback from Medvedev, isn't it? Because Conte Halys was set up on a tiebreaker and then 2-love up. Medvedev has forced his way back and in front. And you've got to think, Josh, that if he takes one of these 2 points, he's going to be very much in control.
And he seals it with an ace, Candy. So he takes the second set, 6-3, set apiece on John Cain Arena.
He seals it with an ace. Courtney Walsh seals it with a kiss. 1 set all.
And indeed, and I'll do that by passing out the details for...
Don't pass out.
No, don't pass out yet. Details for getting in contact with us. We've got a couple of messages which we'll get through as Carlos Alcaraz squares this match at 3-all after dropping serve in the fourth game of the match. He's been able to fight back and level with Hanfmann.
It was a bit of a slow start, wasn't it, from Carlos Alcaraz? He's got a little pressure on his shoulders just because he wants this title, and I'm sure that he will in his career get this title. It's just whether he does it in 2026.
Yeah, I mean, I think this surface is actually really well suited to him in terms of everything here in Melbourne. He hasn't progressed beyond the quarterfinals. It's been a bit of an outlier given his outstanding record in the other majors.
Strange, isn't it? Very strange. Carlos Alcaraz does lead this head-to-head against Jannik Hanfmann 2-0. They met in 2019 at a challenger in Seville on clay, and Alcaraz won that 6-5. And more recently, they've met on the hard courts of Beijing, China, and Alcaraz won that one 4-3. So everything indicates that the number 1 seed will beat a player just ranked outside the top 100 today. But as we've stated already, the first part of this match has not been easy for the world number 1, coming back from a 1-3 deficit. Jannik Hanfmann is very tall German, got an excellent game, played some US college ball. He's got amazing racket speed. We've just seen a massive forward. Now Jannik Hanfmann drops in the drop shot. Oh, that was nice.
Just gave Carlos a taste of his own medicine there. The surprise tactic at the end, he was shaping to drive that forehand and then cut back underneath the ball and around it, and it just slid away nicely to the juice court. Alcaraz would have been 16 when he played Hanfmann, who would have been 28 in that challenger match back in 2019. So it's just a demonstration of what a prodigy he was, even from that age, to be able to beat a player of this quality.
12 years between them in age, and Hanfmann serving at 40-love in the 7th game of this first set. So this will be the last game with the new balls. Has just netted a backhand. He stands at 6'4". 1m93, a player born in 1991 in Karlsruhe, Germany. Coached by Petr Popovic, who used to be the coach of Andrea Petkovic, who's doing a fabulous job as commentator these days. What a wonderful girl she is. Petkovic, very good coach for Jannik Hanfmann. As Hanfmann has missed his first serve here. First serve percentage is 57, so he needs to improve that. Otherwise, he's going to get broken again. Maybe not in this game. It's a net cord off the forehand from Hanfmann, and Alcaraz misses the backhand wide. Just a little stuttering start for a man who's working with Lopez now. Of course, Juan Carlos Ferrero no longer on the back. Controversially, perhaps in the off-season, that relationship ended.
Certainly some discussions, understandably, when you break up a combination that had been so successful. 6 Grand Slam titles, a couple each at Wimbledon, Roland Garros, and also in New York, where he won his first one as a 19-year-old, going back 4 years ago now, isn't it? 2022, that first success.
Crazy.
Now, just to get in touch with us, please email us. Let us know your thoughts on Carlos Hanfmann, if you know him, what you might expect from this match. Can he cause the upset? It would be a massive boil over if that was to be the case. You can write to us or get in touch with us via the Ask the Booth form on ozopen.com, or email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. I got one for you here, Candy.
Great.
Marie has written in from Jamaica to say Medvedev versus French players. Really straightforward matches. I mean, no, Medvedev has spent some time, obviously, in France.
Yeah, he lives in France. Spent a lot of time. Monte Carlo, I think, is the residence.
Felicitas has written from Heidelberg. I think Felicitas got in touch yesterday before going off to school. That was up at 5:30 in the morning from Heidelberg in Germany. What makes one get up at 4 a.m. on a cold and dark winter morning, up even earlier, freezing -4 degrees here? Of course, it's AO Radio.
Yes.
So much looking forward to the 2 German matches today. Go Jannik, you can do it. Felicitas. So really looking for an upset here as Alcaraz steps up to serve. And I'll rattle through one from Mark from Kansas City in the US. Really glad to see Monfils one last time in Australia. He never fails to entertain. Any favourite moments of his career? Well, my favourite moment of his career is actually just dating back to when I first set eyes on him in Melbourne all those years ago as the world #1 junior, thinking, what can this man do? And going out to watch him on the outside court, and he was such an electric
athlete.
Present. His athleticism, the way he slid, the way he could rope a dope on the court in rallies. I've loved watching him from then on, Mark. So that's my special one for him.
I think talking to a good friend of mine, John Williams, who's the former coach, as we see Jannik Hanfmann hit a lovely backhand down the middle against the at the net Alcaraz to win that point in the 8th game. 15 all Alcaraz serving. He's the top seed, and he's just talking with his bench a little bit. But speaking with John Williams, former coach of Taylor Townsend, who is a high performance coach. He's worked with multiple Olympic track and field athletes, and he says that Gael Monfils is the ultimate. When you actually look at him, how well he moves around the court and how much he entertains. What a phenomenal player who has possibly the worst record ever against Novak Djokovic. It's become a bit of a running joke, hasn't it? And it doesn't look like it's going to change anytime soon. Maybe you'll get one pop at Novak Djokovic and Novak will give it to him.
Oh, I'd love to see it somewhere. Do you think Novak's the type that's that generous? I know he's a generous soul in terms of his foundations and his philanthropy, but...
maybe they play an exhibition. If they play an exhibition, Novak might be generous enough. We shall see.
It's like a Harlem Globetrotters type situation against the Washington Generals.
You hit 1 point slam, let's play. That might be the only way that Gael Monfils gets the better of Novak Djokovic. Beautiful off forehand from Carlos Alcaraz, inside out, little racket shake from a man who's wearing a lime green sleeveless shirt. The shorts are lime green at the side panels, a little bit lighter in the front and the back. He's got similar coloured shoes, looking very smart, and white socks. The Babolat racket is grey and a luminous yellow. The grip is white. He's got some wristbands on as well, and he's worked on his serve. There's a nice article on the ATP website about Carlos Alcaraz's serve, because he's got a little bit of a change of technique, and Novak Djokovic says he's been watching mine and I want copyright duties.
I quite enjoyed that. Look, I went back and had a look through it yesterday and went through it a bit with an Aussie colleague of mine who's done some work on the tour, Craig O'Shannessy. We've spotted there are similarities absolutely, but the subtleties of the serve, there's some differences. Starting off, of course, with the stance. One's pinpoint and one's platform, but there are definitely there's definitely some similarities there. It wouldn't surprise me if he's absolutely mimicked some of what Novak did. And the amazing thing with that, of course, is that Novak, in the infancy of his career, that serve under pressure, he had some glitches. There could be some, but now it has become such a wonderfully reliable delivery.
He has changed his serve, Novak Djokovic, over the years. It's massively different than it was when he started. And Alcaraz is always, as is Jannik Sinner, they're always looking for improvements, aren't they? What can I do better? Let's have a look from the stats from last year. What can I prove upon? And I have to say, Courtney, I coach national, international juniors, and if I'm working with someone on their serve, I will go to the Novak serve. I just love the technique. I love the loose wrist. I love everything about it. Biomechanically, it's just right on.
And you can see with Alcaraz, there does look that looseness as he's sort of bringing the racket up towards the trophy position and then accelerating up through the ball. It's I can understand exactly what you're saying there.
Just looking at Daniil Medvedev's record against French players in his career, 40 defeats and 60 wins. So he's played a French person 100 times. This is his 101st match against a French man, and right now it's a settle.
Now, Steve has written in from Maryland in the US, just listening in while scrolling away. And look, just to correct you there, Steve, Jannik Sinner is still in the tournament. He's not out of the tournament. That would have been one that, that for a second had me going, hang on, have I missed something? But his opponent last night retired after the first. Hugo Gaston after 2 sets to love. It was he unfortunately had to withdraw, but. He's running. If Alcaraz gets to the final, who will he play? How many sets will it take for him to win in the finals, depending on who he plays? Well, look, he will need to win 3 sets. Absolutely, there,
so
Steve.
Clever,
but how many sets the final goes if he's able to get there? And look, I would still very much have Jannik Sinner as the man, most likely, given his phenomenal record on hard courts and his stunning record in Melbourne. And
looking for the three-peat, isn't he, Sinner?
He looked pretty sharp here last night, didn't he?
Oh, he looks so good, Jannik Sinner. He's my pick to win. I think he's the only, realistically, isn't he? Novak is trying to get that 25th elusive major 11 here at Australia, and he certainly can. He looked very good the other day, but Sinner is the overwhelming favourite. As we enter the 9th game here, it's Yannick Hanfmann serving, the German. 30-15 up. Hanfmann, a 32-year-old these days, has slight hearing impairment, which is pretty impressive. He's got about 60% hearing. A lot of players don't even know that, and that's quite an achievement, Courtney, given that he's not necessarily hearing his opponent hitting the ball.
And that's a really important thing. I was just when you said that, that struck me. That's something that actually I wasn't aware of. Is it in the right ear or the left ear?
I think it's in the left ear, if I recall rightly.
Okay, that's it's because it's important to hear the sound of the ball off the racket.
Yes.
He would have certainly been able to hear Carlos grunting through that extended rally, working overtime to try and win that, but he does, and now it's 4-all, 30-all, so a really critical point here in this match.
A man who went to the University of Southern California in the United States from 2011. Under a little pressure, Hanfmann, because Carlos Alcaraz is finding a way back. He's fought back from 1-3 down, the top seed from Spain, looking to add the Australian Open to his impressive list of titles already. Second serve from Hanfmann right at Alcaraz, who ducks down and hits a very unusual return. Whoa! Alcaraz almost ran into the hoarding boards there. That was quite scary, actually. I'm glad that Alcaraz didn't trip, because otherwise he could be out of the tournament. That was a little scary. Hanfmann, game point.
He just lost his control a little bit, didn't he? It just accelerated, and for a second it's right in front of us, and we thought, oh boy, and you have a look and go 1-2. Yeah, just lost his way a little bit off balance as he was getting close to that hoarding. That could have been a situation, but he's really a sublime athlete, so he was able to correct.
He recovered. It's a bit like a skier who hits a piece of ice and manages to stay up on their skis. That's what it looked like. Actually, he was in Tokyo at the end of last year, where Alcaraz rolled his ankle in his first match. He said he's got the best physio in the world. His physio is here, and I've got a story to tell you in a minute about the physio. But Alcaraz ended up winning the title despite having a rolled ankle. Alcaraz has just pummeled a backhand up the line. Now he's up to the net and forces the error. We're back to juice. That was a brilliant point from the world number one.
Yeah, in fact, 2 of the last 3, aside from the one from the stumble, it's been very composed, basically using his advantage in terms of the power without overhitting. It's been really, I think, controlled aggression in the last little bit. Yeah, he had that surprising start. He was a bit slow to start on the serve, pressure in the first service game, dropped the second, but he's looked better and better as this set's progressed. He's still very tight, clearly, 4-all deuce.
He's absolutely ripped, isn't he, Carlos Alcaraz?
Wow, he's a
specimen.
He's a strong man.
And you should see, so the story I have is in Tokyo, I was at the hotel gym. We were all staying in the same hotel. And Alcaraz's physio was working out as well. He was doing HIIT workouts. The physio doesn't look, he's actually sitting next to Carlos Alcaraz's agent, right behind him on the left side of the agent. His physio. Wow, you can see why Carlos Alcaraz is in great shape. The physio is just ripped. I mean, there is zero fat on him. Incredible shape. And I was just, my eyes just got wider and wider as I saw the physio work out how hard he was pushing himself. It was a bit like you in the gym, Courtney.
Oh, without a doubt. Although I think I have worked out, is that the Grand Nico Hotel in...
it was, I believe that's...
In Ariake?
Yeah, I kind of go from hotel to hotel, so I know it's a tough life. It was very nice indeed. Point for Jannik Hanfmann again to wrap up this game, looking for a 5-4 lead. We played 45 minutes on Rod Laver Arena. It's almost completely packed, as you can imagine. Hanfmann nets a backhand. We're back to deuce.
Very, very entertaining opening set in this match. 45 minutes. Alcaraz serving at 75%, and yet still at 4-all, which is an indication of just how well Hanfmann's played. Settled in immediately into this second round encounter. Yes, the head-to-head is 2-0 to Alcaraz. Yes, the expectations heavily favour the Spaniard, but an impressive start from the German veteran.
So back to deuce. It is 4 games all first sets. Mark Halawati waiting with bated breath to take over here in the commentary booth. We may get this first set completed here on Rod Laver Arena. We shall see. It is day 4, big day of action. Second round beginning here at the first major of the year, the 2026 Australian Open. Carlos Alcaraz, one of 4 Spanish men still left in the draw. Rafael Jodar is a qualifier, a man who's just turned professional after spending a year at the University of Virginia. He's another one to watch. Alcaraz with a massive backhand return, cross-court. Hanfmann was serving volleying, and Hanfmann, well, he's very tall, couldn't get down for that one.
Just the position with which he struck that return, to be able to find that angle. Hanfmann was able to get in because he was so far back, Alcaraz, on the return, and to rip it like he did and find that, wow, it was a magnificent return. Hanfmann lunged desperately to his left to try and make that backhand volley, but too good. And the pump of the fist from the Spaniard as he shanks that return. Hanfmann goes to the forehand, not able to handle it on the control, and another game point in what's been an extended game now, extended service game for Hanfmann. He has a quick chat to his coach. Which way do I go on this serve? Where do I trouble him on the advantage side?
Popovic looking after Jannik Hanfmann's career. We are going to go shortly to 1573 Arena because Vicky Mboko is getting closer to victory against Katie McNally. Let's just see what happens in this point. It's a first serve net from Jannik Hanfmann. 48 minutes on the Rolex now. Hanfmann trying to finish off this game. He's really been pushed. It was a good start for Hanfmann, 3-1 up, but he's been drawn back level and just looking to put his nose back in front. Good first serve down the tee to the Alcaraz forehand. Alcaraz at full stretch. Alcaraz hits another forehand. It's a forehand cross-court rally. Hanfmann looking for the forehand. Doesn't get round that one and it's netted. So let's head to Josh Herriot for that match on 1573, Josh.
Yes, match point here, Candy, for Victoria Mboko against Katie McNally. McNally was up a break of serve in this second set, and Mboko has done well to wrestle back the momentum and then be 5-3 up and is now serving here for the match and to progress through to the third round of the Australian Open. She's serving down the tee and she seals it with an ace. She goes through to the third round in straight sets, 6-4, 6-4, 6-3 against Katie McNally.
Amazing. Victoria Mboko making her Australian Open debut into the third round at the first attempt. Our thanks once again to Josh Herriot. Now, Carlos Alcaraz has slightly missed a forehand return. Jannik Hanfmann has yet another chance to finish this game off.
Yeah, he's having some success drawing him wide to the deuce court at slicing serve. Alcaraz not quite able to find the rhythm on that. That's 2 shanks in a row from that side when the ball's been sliding wide to the forehand court.
First serve is in. Backhand return from Alcaraz. Alcaraz sitting back in that backhand side, looping the ball up. Now he's gone into the Jannik Hanfmann forehand. Hanfmann again with a game point, and this time he does finish it off. So it is 5-4 to the German against the world number 1, Carlos Alcaraz, on Rod Laver Arena. A packed crowd here. We're going to go to commercial break, and then Chris Bowers and Mark Halawati are going to take over. Bye for now, and enjoy the coverage here at the 2026 Australian Open.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ozopen.com.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Email aoradio@tennis.com.au.
The sound of the Australian Open. This is AO Radio.
With Mark Halawati and me, Chris Bowers. And Carlos Alcaraz serving to stay in the first set. That wasn't necessarily something we were expecting, but Jannik Hanfmann has played a very good set so far. I get the sense, Mark, that Hanfmann has to win this set for the match to have interest.
Yeah.
If Alcaraz were to claim it, he can only do so with a 7 in it, then the momentum will all be with the world number 1 at the start of the second set.
He's definitely playing a game style that's challenging Alcaraz. He's really stepping up.
Forehand down the line from Hanfmann is a clean winner. It's a serve into the body. And Hanfmann took a step back, created room. Very short backswing. I can really assume that he has fairly low tension in his strings, because that was just a little push at the ball. It came off the strings at quite a rate of knots. Alcaraz. 4-5, 50 in all. Serves out wide, forehand return. Forehand from Alcaraz down the middle of the court. Backhand from Hanfmann to the backhand of Alcaraz. Backhand Hanfmann, happy to trade punches with the world number 1. Lofted with a lot of topspin from Alcaraz. And pushed deep by Hanfmann. Alcaraz nets.
I'm liking his forehand. The German is generating a lot of pace off that wing. It's causing Alcaraz a few little issues. And he's got a small window of opportunity here. Not too often that Alcaraz has been beaten by pace from a baseline rally.
I mean, let's be honest, Alcaraz can afford to lose this first set and still come back, but he would rather not. The Rod Laver Arena bathed in bright sunshine. 15-30, Alcaraz, second serve to the backhand of Hanfmann. Oh, that's off the frame of Hanfmann's racket and goes wide of the doubles line. Irritated with himself.
He got what he wanted. Second serve, 15-30.
Just tending to his finger, Hanfmann, on his right hand. He's a right-handed player. Almost as if there's a little bit of skin that's come off there. He's a fairly expressionless man. He just gets on with it. Alcaraz, 4-5, 30 all. Serves an ace.
14, that's it.
Down the centre. Easy as that.
Yeah, and when it's needed, that first serve always seems to pop up for Alcaraz. 206 kilometres per hour, straight up the centre line.
He's caught the inside of the line, which is sort of perfect placement. Point for 5 all. Alcaraz serves, backhand return is just going to clear the net. Backhand Alcaraz down the line, he's caught the line. A nod of the head from Jannik Hanfmann. And we're level at 5 games all.
5 games off.
It's just interesting, the situation where Alcaraz 15-30, little opportunity maybe for Hanfmann to do something, fails to get the return back into play, and then Alcaraz goes ace backhand winner. Just really is able to just change gears and raise the bar.
Got the makings of a good player, hasn't he?
Yeah, he could be all right. Yeah, just keep an eye on him, everyone. Yeah. Might do okay for the youngster.
Well, he hasn't won this tournament yet.
No.
It's the only major he hasn't won. Hanfmann from the President's Box End. He's wearing a grey sleeveless shirt. Looks like a T-shirt. It's not. It's these modern-day materials. Serves the forehand. The backhand out from Hanfmann. He's pushed that wide. It's the right idea. Just didn't get the execution right. I'm not sure I like the term execution as it's used in tennis. I mean, I know people have the difference between what's the right idea and whether you can actually do it. But when they talk about execution, it doesn't half feel sort of dangerously final.
Yeah.
Hanfmann serves, backhand return deep to the backhand of Hanfmann. Forehand Alcaraz at the middle of the court, forehand Hanfmann. Alcaraz with a forehand to the forehand of Hanfmann. Alcaraz slightly rushed, but he gets that back down the backhand wing from Hanfmann to the backhand of Alcaraz. Hanfmann nets.
It's when it counts. Hoffman's having a bit of trouble keeping the ball in play. Fairly routine backhand missed. Now he finds himself in a bit of trouble here. Spot of bother at love 30.
He's taking his time. He was wandering around right in front of our commentary window in the shade, making about 4 balls, deciding which 2 he wants. Ready now at love 30. Hanfmann serves, backhand return. Hanfmann tees off on this forehand. That's too good for Alcaraz. Made by the serve, which elicited a defensive return, and that set up for Hanfmann, and he's able to generate the pace.
And he managed to keep that forehand very, very deep. That makes it very difficult for Alcaraz to come forward. He had to go backwards, sideways at the same time. But one of the important points back, 15-30.
Hanfmann serving to the backhand of Alcaraz. Alcaraz's return is long.
A great response. 2 big first serves. I always wanted to know what an Englishman does for this tea. What's your...
drinks it.
No. Are you weak or are you strong?
I'm middle to strong.
Middle to strong, okay.
Yeah.
Very particular about it's got to be exactly it?
Yeah, well, within reason, yes. I've got my range that I'm comfortable with.
Okay.
Yeah. And we have this weird thing that at mid-afternoon we drink English breakfast tea.
Okay, obviously time zone difference. Just trying to maintain. Is that why you're here in your pyjamas?
Well, some tennis players that look like they're out here in pyjamas, don't they? It's a double fault from Jannik Hanfmann, and this is almost a set point. 5-all, 30-40 against the world number 1. Hanfmann is taking a lot of time between points, wandering around very, very calmly. Careful of the shot clock, down to 5 seconds, but he'll serve within the allotted time. He goes down the centre, and ace!
Wow, that's the way to save us break point and a potential set point. Oh, that was flush on the centre line there. Great serving, Hoffmann.
At deuce, serving. Out wide, but too wide.
Finally dawned on me, he's got the little Andy Roddick start with his stance, his service motion. Yeah, this part there.
A lot less twitchy. Oh, double fault. 2 double faults in the deuce court.
Advantage. Alcaraz.
He's going to wander to his towel. He's going to have to watch the time. Actually, the shot clock hasn't started yet. The umpire has been very generous. Now it's started. Whether he saw Hanfmann wandering over and thought, on a day like today. Mind you, it's not that hot,
it's not that bad.
It's supposed to be maximum
it's a little breezy.
24.
Although fans in the stand who are facing the sun have definitely got the fans out.
Second break point for Carlos Alcaraz. on the Hanfmann serve. Hanfmann served an ace last time, goes down the centre, forehand return. Forehand from Hanfmann to the backhand of Alcaraz.
Oh.
Alcaraz miscues. And that is a loose shot from the world number one.
Yeah, I don't know if that was just... It was meant to go down the line, but if he was, he's just miscued that, like you said. Got it very late. Maybe the ball just reacted off the court a little bit more bounce. Back to Juice.
Hanfmann serves down the centre, backhand return, backhand from Hanfmann, comes in behind it, down the line, Alcaraz, he's caught the line, has he?
No, just wide.
Ooh.
It was in as it was flying through the air, but it's just wide.
It was just wide.
Courageous move forward.
I mean, it was the right ball to come in on for Hanfmann because the serve was good, he got the short return. I don't think he hit it with the confidence that he's been hitting with for most of this set so far. So got away with one there, did the German. Point for 6-5, he serves. Forehand return is hooked wide by Alcaraz, lofted high by Hanfmann, and it goes long. Damn, what was he doing there? He's going to play the high moon ball, fine. Now he's actually bent double. I wonder if he's got a problem, Hanfmann. He's moving very slowly between points. Now to a certain extent that's just his manner.
He just kind of had a little bit of flexion with his knee there.
Left knee. There's a lot of time between points at the moment. We're down to 7, 6, 5. He's going to be within it, but only just. Hanfmann serves. Again, he's flexing the left knee. You heard the cry of fault. And he's going to have to wait a second. The ball's been thrown back. Now he's ready for the second serve. I think he's got a problem with that left knee. He serves. Backhand from Alcaraz is netted. Watching Hanfmann now as he walks back. He's not been flexing it this time.
Just got to be careful not to show Alcaraz anything here that something's bothering him.
Indeed. Hanfmann serves out wide, backhand return, backhand from Hanfmann up the forehand wing, Alcaraz cross court, forehand Hanfmann cross court, Alcaraz is there, forehand Hanfmann off the frame and into the photographers. This is a sort of weird stage of the match. You feel that Alcaraz is about to take control. Hanfmann has not got the confidence in his ground strokes that he's had for the first, 10 games or so. Hanfmann is walking very, very slowly now. A little butterfly comes across the court. Maybe we shouldn't talk about butterflies, otherwise somebody will come up with a hat with a butterfly on it. Or has that been done already?
AO Radio is always looking for a uniform, so...
Oh, no, don't, no, please, please. Second serve to the forehand of Alcaraz, off the top of the net. Sits up for Hanfmann, who should put this away. No, Alcaraz is ready, goes cross court, but nets. And again, Hanfmann winces.
There was a change-up tactically there from Alcaraz. He went backwards on the return of serve just to buy a bit more time and space. Unfortunately, the passing shot from Alcaraz barely made the net.
Alcaraz is not playing at his best at the moment. This game is about to hit 8 minutes. Third point for Hanfmann to lead 6-5. He serves down the centre, forehand return is deep, backhand from Hanfmann. A drop shot by Alcaraz, in just too good. I think Alcaraz has sent something up. He might have played that drop shot anyway, but it was a really good return of serve, pushing Hanfmann back. He played a half volley off his baseline, and Alcaraz with the drop shot.
And instinctively, when that return is struck at your feet, you seem to retreat back behind the baseline because you get that feeling your opponent's going to come in and really attack you. So you try to give a bit more viewing space. That then just makes that drop shot even better.
It's deuce. Hanfmann serves down the centre, backhand return. Will be taken on the full by Hanfmann. Another lob from Alcaraz. I don't think that's going to go in. Let's just be sure. No, it's just long.
He's doing well. He just keeps backing up, point after point.
And he's wandering slowly in the shade at the back of the court. We get a very good view of him. Grey shirt, black shorts, black socks, black shoes, white cap. Alcaraz, as usual, not wearing anything on his head. He's wearing a sort of lime green sleeveless shirt as Hanfmann serves down the centre, forehand return. Forehand Hanfmann into out, backhand from Alcaraz, pushing Hanfmann back. Good angle from Hanfmann. Chipped backhand from Alcaraz, again to the backhand from Hanfmann, who Alcaraz goes down the line. Forehand from Hanfmann to the forehand of Alcaraz. Big forehand Alcaraz for Hanfmann, wins the point, and he really teed off on that one. Waited for his moment and launched that forehand across court, and he's held serve and leads by 6 games to 5.
And that's the same forehand 5 or 6 points ago, hit the frame and went into the photographer's booth.
Yeah,
he can do that, and then he can just go out and just crunch the ball and overpower Alcaraz.
But if you think of what gets the racket head speed, it's that kind of wristiness, which you couldn't do with a wooden racket.
No.
You can do it with the modern composite rackets because the power to weight ratio is so different. But he really whipped that. But of course, if you're really whipping it, the moment you get it slightly off centre, it is going to go into all sorts of weird and wonderful places. So playing at your club and you do that, it probably ends up in the road.
Yeah. And a little message from David, who's in Fargo, North Dakota. Enjoy listening to AO Radio every winter during my evening shift driving around Fargo, where it's a balmy minus 14 degrees Celsius. Ouch. Maybe next year I'll be in the stands down under in shorts and t-shirt, although I say this every year.
It'd be great to have you down here, David. But
it was a great show, I think, Fargo on.
There was.
That was really, really funny.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't remember the guy's name. He was the character in the show there. That was hilarious. David did send a picture of himself out in the streets where it was freezing cold, beanie on, big jacket. Keep on listening. Try to keep entertained and
keep warm, and we'll try and keep cool.
Yeah, maybe you can do some shadow tennis swings there out in the streets.
We've got 37 degrees coming up on Saturday.
Yeah.
So the contrast with where David is will be pretty dramatic. Alcaraz serving for the second time to stay in the first set. Is it 15-love? Having had an unreturnable serve. He serves down the middle, just too long. Second serve. The reigning Roland Garros and US Open champion. Forehand return is netted. Quite a second serve, 174 kilometres.
Just warming up.
Alcaraz at
Medvedev's 2-1 up.
Against Quentin Halys, the Frenchman. I keep thinking he's a qualifier, but of course it's just his initial.
Seems to qualify a lot during the tournament, doesn't he?
Yes. Alcaraz serves an ace out wide.
The other guy that used to, was very lucky with wildcards, W.C. Fields.
Yes. Well, the player that I used to get mixed up with in the early part of her career, Arantxa Rus, was from the Netherlands, and at the beginning I wasn't sure if she was Arantxa Rus from the Netherlands or Arantxa Ned from Russia.
Oh, right.
Because the abbreviation.
Holds 2 passports.
Alcaraz at 40-love, serves the backhand of Hanfmann, pushing Alcaraz back. A drop shot by Hanfmann. Alcaraz can't get there. And given how quick Alcaraz is, in fact he pulled out of that one because he was heading straight for the net post. I think at 40-love, he decided that he'd let that one go.
Yeah.
Take his chances on one of the next 2 points.
It's been a good little test here for Alcaraz, this opening set.
40-15, Alcaraz. Green shirt, green and sort of light green, pale green shorts. Two-tone on the shorts. White socks, green shoes. Second serve. It's to the backhand of Hanfmann. To the backhand of Alcaraz. Backhand Hanfmann cross court. Alcaraz holds, and we have a tiebreak.
Big difference there. Alcaraz holding serve quite comfortably. Hanfmann is having to work hard every single service game. Big moment here for the German. Both players heavy discussions with their coaching staff.
Alcaraz is walking slowly as well. Maybe it's warmer out there than I think. Excuse my voice. It's not breaking. I'm not quite that age.
Last night at the karaoke bar obviously is taking effect.
Well,
got to ease up on that, Chris.
I
Gotta
wish.
Protect the golden tonsils.
Was that the Stefanos Tsitsipas karaoke bar? He was here. He actually wasn't the last to finish, to be honest. The last to finish with the two Aussies, Inglis and Birrell.
They gave him the keys to lock up.
The Hanfmann, first point of the tiebreak, back and return from Alcaraz. Now Alcaraz slices. A lot of air on that one. Alcaraz with his two-hander up the line is a winner. Do you know that they were a bit worried when Alcaraz was about 13? They felt the backhand was such a weakness. They talked about whether they should try and teach him a single-hander. Look at that backhand now.
Yeah.
It's a terrific shot.
It's so hard during a young tennis player's physical development. You're like at 13, like they're going through some physical changes.
Yes.
You've got to make sure you have a long-term view.
Alcaraz serves, forehand return, forehand from Alcaraz cross court, forehand Hanfmann gets good angle to that. Alcaraz is there, Hanfmann has a whole backhand wing. Oh, he goes down the centre, chipped by Alcaraz, forehand from Hanfmann. Alcaraz the defensive forehand, sits up for Hanfmann, who goes back to the forehand, picked up by Alcaraz, and that brings Hanfmann to the net, who plays a drop shot. Alcaraz won't get that. Hanfmann raises his arm as if to say, yes, I can play attractive tennis too.
And I love the fact 2 times during that rally, he's got a big forehand, but he took a lot of pace off and just got a lot of angle.
1 on.
And dragged Alcaraz well off the court. That's smart play from the German.
Lovely point that.
Yeah, and that last drop shot once again, getting Alcaraz caught out.
One all in the tiebreak. 1 hour, 11 minutes. All the ones. He's standing on one leg or something. Backhand return from Hanfmann is off the frame and wide.
2-1. Alcaraz.
Doesn't have quite the sort of playfulness about him yet. I think he knows that this is a...
Yeah, this is business time.
This is business time. Yeah. He's under a bit of pressure to prove himself because his long-standing coach, Juan Carlos Ferrero, is not here. We still don't know the full story about how that breakup happened. Hanfmann at 1-2. Serves down the centre. An ace.
I like that Hanfmann serve. He's got very good accuracy. Targets are very small, close to the lines.
His technique is good, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a very simple service action. Not a lot can go wrong. Please serve a double fault now. He serves out wide. It's not a double fault. It's an excellent serve. Alcaraz gets a racket to it, but can't get it back.
3-2. Hanfmann.
The gasps from the crowd are because Hanfmann's serve caught the very outside edge of the line. You don't see that when it actually happens. Alcaraz at 2-3. Could yet win this in straight sets, but he's been made to fight more than many of us expected. Alcaraz serves to the net. Second serve from the Spaniard, world number 1. Goes down the centre, forehand return, forehand from Alcaraz, forehand Hanfmann cross court, Alcaraz down the backhand wing. Hanfmann goes onto the baseline of Alcaraz. Now Hanfmann lofts this one, flattened out by Alcaraz. Backhand Hanfmann down the line, Alcaraz is there, goes cross court. Wow. Too good.
And Alcaraz realises the importance of that point. And Hanfmann couldn't get racket onto that ball from that last winner. Just kept running to his towel. Wow, that's a quality point.
Well, he ran to his towel, I think, so that he could stop and towel himself down right next to his coach. It also buys him a bit of time because the umpires, I don't think this is the right thing to do. They don't turn the shot clock on until both players have passed the umpire's chair. Alcaraz is already at the other end. Hanfmann is still taking lots of swigs of water. Not supposed to be that way. Now he passes the umpire's chair, and still the shot clock hasn't started. You're going to have a shot clock. You've got to start it at a reasonable time. Now he's at the baseline and it starts. But that's no time to start it. That's my whinge of the day.
No, that's all right. No.
I mean, if you're going to have the stop clock, it's got to serve the shot clock. It's got to serve a purpose.
When should the shot clock begin? At what point? Once the point's over.
Forehand from Alcaraz. Chopped forehand from Hanfmann. Brings Alcaraz in. Into the net from Alcaraz, and Hanfmann has the mini break. I think when they're staying at the same end, then yes, it starts. Well, at the moment they're doing it. They start when the umpire calls the score.
Yep.
So if there's been a very long point, the umpire can take a while before they call the score, which I think makes sense. The problem is when they have to change ends, like they do in the middle of a tie break. But I think they should just do 60 seconds because they don't need 30 seconds to get to the net.
Yeah.
You know, the idea is to go straight through. Now, if they rush to their chair and take a quick swig of their drink, fine. Hanfmann at 4-3, serves, forehand return, forehand Hanfmann down the backhand wing, Alcaraz lofts this one, forehand Hanfmann to the forehand of Alcaraz, comes in wrong footed by Alcaraz, draws the error.
Yeah, and that forehand up the line to the Hanfmann backhand just caught him out for lack of time, got a little bit rushed. And as Chris said, it forced the error, 4-all. One more point on serve for the big German.
That mini break didn't last long. 76-minute set. Still no idea which way it's going to go. Hanfmann at 4-all. Serves out wide, forehand return to the backhand of Hanfmann, who can't get the angle he wants. Backhand from Alcaraz, forehand Hanfmann nets. But really he lost that by not being able to steer his two-hander much closer to the sideline. It served out wide. Alcaraz with a defensive forehand return up the middle of the court. That's where Hanfmann needed to guide the ball. So even a slice would have worked.
Yeah, it was a little tentative. Didn't really commit to the hit. That gives Alcaraz 5-4 up, 2 points on serve.
If he holds these 2 points, Alcaraz takes the set. Serving off the net and long. So second serve for Hanfmann. Not that second serves from Alcaraz are easy. They're heavily kicked. In this weather, they do kick up. Backhand return from Hanfmann. Backhand Alcaraz. Backhand Hanfmann. Alcaraz goes up the middle of the court. Backhand Hanfmann. Alcaraz at full stretch to the backhand of Hanfmann. It's backhand to backhand at the moment. Now Alcaraz goes up the forehand wing, but sent back to the backhand. That's a lovely wrong footer from Alcaraz.
Does that so well, Alcaraz. Just comes forward on the shot. Doesn't wait for the ball. Hanfmann right in front of us. Bitterly disappointed with that last point. That ball wasn't very far away from Hanfmann, and he couldn't get racket on ball. He was committing to running to the open court.
Interesting that he's trying to keep the ball away from Alcaraz's forehand. 6-4. 3 points on the run for the Spaniard, and he has 2 set points. The first of them on his own serve. He serves now out wide, forehand return is off the frame and wide, and that scream is from Alcaraz. A 78-minute set, but I suspect that scream also indicates that he knows he's probably broken the back of this match.
Yeah.
7-6 in 78 minutes.
And you see, and Huffman's at the chair, just smashing his hat against his bag. He realises he's let an opportunity slip. He's got to be careful here at this change of ends that he doesn't just drag on that negative response too long. He's got to clear the baggage and just get refocused. Threw his racket down in disgust.
Yes, he has to reset because his first service game of the second set will come under pressure. Right that we focus on the world number one, especially when he's in a tight first set. Let's see what else is going on. Kate Kearns, what do we need to know?
Well, firstly, it was Billy Bob Thornton in Fargo on the TV series, but of course
done.
the movie was what started that craze, and that was, I have to say, one of my favourite movies of all time. Now, let's talk tennis, because out on Margaret Court Arena, we've got Coco Gauff, the number 3 seed, up against Olga Danilovic, who, of course, played Venus Williams the other night and has made it through to the 4th round of the Australian Open. I believe that was last year, Danilovic. So she comes in pretty comfortable here, but Gauff got off to a 5-love lead. Danilovic has held serve. She's got it back to 5-2, and she's just struggling because Gauff has got a point for match points, should I say, and she's just missed that. She's dragged a forehand wide.
I hope it's a set point, Kate.
Oh, sorry, set point. Yes, I got ahead of myself then.
Time.
Yes, it's 5-2 in the first set. So it's back at deuce, but Gauff is serving better today than she did in her first round match, serving at around 75%. And winning just over 80% of those. So doing a lot better. As I said, that's a tight one. Let's go across to John Cain Arena, where Daniil Medvedev, the 11th seed, is up against the Frenchman, Halys. And I believe you don't say it, Quentin. Is that correct?
That's
Chris?
cont.
Yes, indeed. It's 2-1 up is Medvedev. We're at 1-1 in the 4th set. Medvedev did have the break in the second, and he's just broken again. So both men struggling to hold serve in the 4th. So we'll keep an eye on that. 2-1 now. Medvedev is up in the 4th, but 2-1 up in the match. And Riley Opelka is in a little bit of trouble against Davidovich Fokina. He's 2-0 down, and we're on serve in the 3rd.
Yeah, I'd expect that. Opelka is...
He's got a big game, but he's
got a big game. He's up against the 14th seed,
and
Davidovich Fokina, who had a very good year last year.
That's right, and just struggles with injuries and what have you, doesn't he, Opelka? But when he's in form, he's hard to beat. Difficult one for him today. And just quickly, Emma Raducanu did have the break in the first set, but Potapova has come back and won that in a tie break, 7-3, and we're on serve in. Oh no, Potapova has just broken Raducanu in the first game of the second.
Am I allowed to ask you, Kate, which tennis player you'd like to play Fargo? Or since we have the competition on, is that...
Oh, let me have it.
Think about it.
Yeah, when you come back to me for the next update.
I go Medvedev, a little bit of crazy Billy Bob
Can I say, poor old Medvedev.
He cops a lot of the goofy stuff. He's Kramer, he's Larry David, he's Billy Bob.
Yeah, if there's a villain, mostly he's playing it. So let's lay off poor old Daniil for the time being. I'll let you get back to the match on Rod Laver Arena.
Thank you, Kate. And if you don't know what we're talking about in terms of our competition, I'll tell you about that at the next change of ends. A bit of a delay at the start of the second set because an awful lot of people decided this was a good time to go and maybe get out of the sun. I think in particular the people at the side of the court, because there's a big gap now, lots of gaps.
They're well done.
They are, exactly. The
chicken is cooked.
They're well roasted. And they need to put their après-sun on. Alcaraz has only played 1 point. Second point of the second set. Backhand return. Alcaraz plays a shot through the legs. Drop shot from Hanfmann. Alcaraz runs and doesn't quite get there.
He's done that again. He did that in his first round match. It's a great return.
Basically, it's when the shot is at the opponent, and the opponent can do nothing except put the racket behind their back and play the ball behind their back through the legs. Coordination to make that happen shows you what tremendous artists these tennis players are. Alcaraz serves, backhand return, forehand from Alcaraz into out, backhand from Hanfmann up the middle of the court, forehand from Alcaraz. Hanfmann can't get that one back. 30-15 on the Alcaraz serve. He serves first in this set. A tie break, you always then switch the serving order. That's an air shot.
Yeah, that's a swing and a miss.
Did that take a bad bounce? Maybe one of those sort of clusters of top dress. Oh, there isn't a top dressing.
That's right. A little extra fluff.
It's a hard court. Maybe
off the line.
A divot. Oh no, there isn't a divot in a hard court either. Alcaraz at 40-15 serves out wide and plays a low volley behind it, and a chop from Hanfmann. Alcaraz is at the net with the softest of volleys.
It's a good serve volley point there from Alcaraz.
He did serve a volley, didn't he? Although he didn't come in after his serve. He played the volley about a metre inside his baseline. Very low. Yes, it does count as a serve volley. He has got such good volleys. I wish he played more doubles, actually. Great to see him. The volleys in doubles are different to the volleys in singles.
Yeah.
There's not a shot he can't play. The only weakness in his game is that he sometimes loses focus. Hanfmann. Back at the President's box end. The rule at the end of a set with a tie-break is that you automatically swap serving order, and in terms of the ends, you change ends from the way the players were on the final point of the tie-break.
Aren't they meant to be just a straight change of ends without the little pit stop?
No, after a tie-break you can have 2 minutes. Because it's the end.
Oh, but after the first game.
After the first game, they're supposed to be going straight through. I tell you who was very good at that, and there are still 1 or 2 people who do it, and that's Serena Williams, because she used to go through the other side of the net.
Yeah.
Now, in a way, I think they should have a rule that you have to go through the other side of the net, because it will cut down the time.
Yeah, or just no time to drink, no time to towel down.
Correct.
Walk in front of the umpire. That's a rule, then.
Let them put a fence up in front of the chairs.
That's right, electrified.
A temporary electrified
couple guard dogs with laser beam eyeballs.
I don't need a drink. Honestly, I don't.
That's right.
Hanfmann serves down the centre. Second serve. Goes to the backhand of Alcaraz. Deep off the top of the net from Hanfmann. A drop shot from Alcaraz, and Hanfmann pulled up, actually.
Yeah, he didn't really take off at all.
I wonder whether he saw that wasn't going to come over. He's not called the trainer, so if there is a problem, he's trying to keep it hidden. $15 all on the Hanfmann serve. Again, he's taking his time in the shade. 8 seconds. Once he's in serving position, he gets on with it fairly quickly. 5 bounces of the ball. 4, 3, 2. And now serves. Forehand return just into the net from Alcaraz. And Hanfmann was actually serving and volleying there. And given that that return hit the top of the net and dropped back Alcaraz's side, what a good move from Hanfmann.
Just had good variation in his game. He's got that ability to serve volley. Not as much as we'd like to see. He's doing enough.
At 30-15. Serves out wide and serving, and he's coming in behind that one as well. Didn't need to play the volley because the serve was out. Wonder whether he's having to keep the points short or whether it's just a change-up tactic. Second serve from the German. His kick to the backhand of Alcaraz. Forehand from Hanfmann is netted. He's suffering a loss of intensity, I feel.
Yeah. It's a good deep return there from Alcaraz.
I said that if the first service game of Hanfmann in this set would be under pressure. 30 all. Hanfmann ready to serve now. It's this slight sort of an old steam locomotive motion with his hands. Now goes down the backhand wing. Alcaraz chips, but into the net. Good point from Hanfmann.
Yeah, and a good transition forward there. Alcaraz sensing that Hanfmann was coming in. He had to try to keep the ball low, and that makes a net mistake.
You said serve reminds you of Roddick.
Yeah.
That sort of, you know what I mean by the steam train, where they have the those bars that sort of look like they're going backwards and forwards.
Yep.
He has that motion just before he tosses the ball. Serve out wide. Now Hanfmann takes it on the full, hits it for a winner, and he holds serve. So the first moment of danger negotiated by Jannik Hanfmann.
1 game all.
And it's 1 game all. The umpire's very much looking at Hanfmann. I think he's looking for the potential eye contact. If the player Wants to ask for the trainer. No sign of it yet. And there may be nothing wrong. He may just be managing his energy on this summer's day. Alcaraz serves just too long.
Do we have a career best ranking for?
I will get that for you.
See.
Second serve, pushed back by Hanfmann. Now he's sort of pushing Alcaraz back. Alcaraz goes long.
Currently 102. Just snuck into the draw on ranking.
Yeah, he would have had, the ranking goes by 6 weeks before the first day of the tournament, so it would have been the rankings, well, it would have been the rankings at the end of last year, wouldn't it, really? And end of
he won through qualifying
November.
at the Brisbane event, so he 2 matches won through, lost to Dimitrov in the first round. Won through in the qualifying in Adelaide.
Alcaraz at 15 all, 1 all second set. A set to the Spaniard on the tiebreak. It's an ace down the centre from Alcaraz.
He's had a career singles high of 45.
45, yeah.
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 Which was in
2022? 2023. Alcaraz at 40-15. July 2023 was his career high.
See them being around that 40, ATP 40 in the rankings with the kind of game that he's got.
Big forehand from Hanfmann, that's a winner. All done because of a very, very crisply struck return of serve.
14-13.
Get a little bit more from Jannik Hanfmann. He hasn't won any tour-level titles. He has been in 2 finals. Backhand return from Hanfmann, backhand Alcaraz. Hanfmann digs out this with 2-hander up the forehand wing from Alcaraz. Forehand lofted by Hanfmann. Big forehand Alcaraz, backhand from Hanfmann. Alcaraz on the defensive forehand, down the backhand wing. Now Alcaraz nets his backhand. The 2 tournaments where he got to the final, Kitzbühel in 2020, that was late, wasn't it? Because that was just after the tour had resumed after COVID. When we had a few tournaments, slightly unusual positions. Rome was beginning of September. And Kitzbühel was about that time. So he got to the final then, and he got to the final in Gstaad, also on the clay, also alpine altitude. So interesting that he should have got to the 2 finals on clay in those places where the ball travels through the air very quickly. Backhand from Alcaraz is a clean winner. And he moves to advantage.
Alcaraz.
Two of the most beautiful spots on the ATP Tour, Gstaad and Kitzbühel.
Yeah, what's your favourite venue for an event? If you take out the slams?
Well, it's probably Monte Carlo or Gstaad. I mean, I've played on the centre court at Gstaad. Lovely little place. As you walk back at one end, you look up to this sort of like chocolate box castle. It's just wonderful, but it's not easy to get to. A drop shot by Alcaraz, which is not good. Hanfmann should put that away. He does. On the back of deuce. I mean, I've been to some pretty impressive temporary venues for Davis Cup ties under the old format. The Spaniards had a model where they would build a temporary stadium, and They used to use a lot of the old bull rings.
Yeah, that's right.
And build stadiums of bull rings. I went to
what an amazing atmosphere to be
Davis
in.
Cup semi-final in Alicante, which was just marvellous.
Yeah, I think Australia played Spain a few times inside the bull ring. A hostile environment, to say the least.
Absolutely. They had the Americans in the bull ring in Madrid, which was amazing. Backhand from Hanfmann, forehand Alcaraz, chopped by Hanfmann into the net. Alcaraz has another point, third point. A fifth point it is actually for a 2-1 lead. I've never been to the Kitzbühel tournament, but that's pretty nice. I find Halle quite nice, but again, Halle's a bit like Stade. It's a long way to get there. It's a long way from the nearest airport. Once you're there, it's lovely, but it's not the easiest place to access. The thing about Halle is it's in the middle of a forest, so all around you've got these hills and trees up on the top of the hill. Forehand return from Hanfmann, forehand from Alcaraz, cross-court winner, and finally he does hold the lead by 2 games to 1.
Halle has that beautiful court indoor. They can be
they can close the roof
on a grass court, which is very unusual.
Yeah, I mean the grass, the mixed views on it, because they basically, because it's a multi-purpose stadium, they take the grass out after the tournament and keep it outside the stadium and then bring it in about 5 weeks before the tournament starts, so that they can use the stadium throughout the rest of the year, really. Now, I was talking about film. This basically, we've got a competition running until Sunday. We have a $50 voucher for the Australian Open shop, which we're going to give away to the listener who has the most creative response to this question. We've talked about which actors would play tennis players if they made a movie of their life. Well, we're turning the tables now. We want to know which tennis players would play famous movie characters and why, which is why I asked Kate which tennis player would play Fargo. It can be any genre of film, any era. Who would be, for example, a great Marvel character? We want you to be creative with your response. The movie could be from any era, anywhere around the world, although if it's a fairly little known one, please tell us something about it. Give us more information, because we're picking something that's a bit offbeat. We can't really judge it unless we know a little bit more about it. In terms of the voucher, if you win, you can use it online, so anywhere around the world. If you're watching a bit of the Australian Open on television, you'll see a lot of the souvenirs that you can buy in the shop, so have a look at the AO shop. It's got its own address, its own website, australianopenshop.com. Check out the merchandise. Now, if you want to enter the competition,
thank you.
Basically give us your answer the way you'd ask us a question. So either find the Ask the Booth form on ausopen.com or email aoradio@tennis.com.au. Remember to give us your name and where you're listening from. Entries close at 5 p.m. Sunday afternoon Melbourne time, with the winner announced on the evening serve with Nat Edwards that same evening. We're trying to work out what 5 o'clock is. It's 10 to 4 now. So an hour and 10 minutes from now, it'll be 5 o'clock in Melbourne, and I don't think anyone's time zones change between now and Sunday. So that's our competition. Use your creative flair.
I've gone, my little movie has just dawned on me now.
Go on then. Backhand from Alcaraz, cross court from Hanfmann, misses, and it's love 30.
For Rublev to be the lead, there's a little cult movie, very low budget, called The Room. And he'll be the lead. I think it was Johnny that is the character's name. But for anyone, Google The Room. It's one of those cult films that if you go watch it, you can get an instruction manual when all these bizarre things happen throughout the movie. You have to take a little shot, a little drink of whatever you're drinking, and it turns into a bit of a festive game. It's a really bizarre, really low budget, poorly made movie. It's absolutely hilarious, called The Room. I'm hoping someone's seen it.
Okay, well, we'll look it up.
They still played in one of the theatres here in Melbourne, and it turns into a night out, a big night out, when they play this movie with these funny little strange things happen with the characters actually change. The actor becomes a different actor for the same part in part of the movie.
Alcaraz has cut off the volley. Lovely cross-court forehand touch volley, and he's now got 2 break points.
15-14.
The next change of ends, we'll go and get a roundup from Kate Kearns, and I will throw to her about what actor she might like, because if you're giving yours, I'm sure she can give hers. The only problem is if that's your idea to enter the competition, then we've rather spoilt it for you, haven't we? That's why I don't think we should give too many from us as commentators, but it's a good example of an entry, Mark, even though you're banned by dint of
That's
being a
right, yeah,
commentator.
no. Just makes me actually want to go watch the movie again.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. It's got a 3.6 star out of 10 from almost 100,000 views, so that gives you an idea of the high quality.
Yes, indeed. Forehand from Alcaraz, the forehand of Hanfmann. Alcaraz goes cross-court. Hanfmann lofts this up the middle of the court, flattened out by Alcaraz. Hanfmann is there, goes cross-court, a slice by Alcaraz. Forehand from Hanfmann, cross-court. Alcaraz is there. Hanfmann trying to run Alcaraz around. Now comes into the net. She'll put this away. Alcaraz is there and can't get the ball back.
Little last slice forehand from Alcaraz, just
13,
too much height.
14.
Just fed Hoffman an easy short ball forehand. These players are working hard. They're taking their time out to the towels.
1 break point saved, still a second one.
Anyone knows the movie review website Rotten Tomatoes, this one is...
Well, that's the one that people will go to, as much for the name as anything else.
Yeah.
As Hanfmann serves, chipped back. Forehand from Hanfmann, tries to wrong foot Alcaraz. Alcaraz got down the line. Oh, it's into the net from Hanfmann. And Alcaraz breaks the lead by 3 games to 1.
Got a very low score of 24% on that website. But well worth watching, I'm telling you, everyone. If you had a little bizarre sense of humour, you'll understand.
Your cousin's not the director.
No, well, geez, it needs a career change if that's the case. I think he actually, the lead actor wrote the story, starred in it, directed it, made all the money from it. Yeah.
I've learned something about films in the cinema, and that's it. Look who the executive producer is. If the executive producer is the lead character, the lead actor, then it tells you that the motivation for making the film might not necessarily have been entirely pure.
Yeah, this is as bad as it gets, but as good as it gets.
Alcaraz at 3-1 second set. He's now at 15 love after Hanfmann nets a backhand.
50-11.
Alcaraz looking very comfortable now. I wonder if we might see a bit of showboating, well, maybe in the 3rd set. He does tend to try a few things. He's got such great creativity, and I think he needs to use it. I think that's why he sometimes loses his focus, is that he wants to try things. Tennis is fun for him. He serves to the backhand of Hanfmann, and a volley again just inside the baseline from Alcaraz. Now he plays a forehand cross court, forehand from Hanfmann to the backhand of Alcaraz, backhand Hanfmann, forehand Alcaraz up the middle, a drop shot by Hanfmann. Alcaraz will get there, tries to play a drop shot, but it's not long enough. Doesn't quite clear the net. It's the 2nd time he's played a volley from about half a metre inside his baseline.
It says something about the return of serve, being able to take that ball so early and giving Alcaraz no time to recover. He's been quite successful with the drop shots. Hoffman.
He's got good technique on it. He turns... Is there a change of grip when he plays that? Or
yeah, he looks like he's got his normal forehand drive preparation. Slight grip change and then slides under it, opens up the racket face.
Alcaraz with a half volley to the backhand of Hanfmann, forehand Alcaraz, forehand Hanfmann at the middle of the court, forehand Alcaraz, a clean winner. By going at the middle of the court, Hanfmann really had to guess whether Alcaraz was going to go left or right. Hanfmann went left, Alcaraz went right. Alcaraz. Ready to serve now at 30-15. Goes out wide to the backhand of Hanfmann. And now backhand from Alcaraz up the line. Chopped back from Hanfmann. Alcaraz lets it go, and it's wide. It was wide and long.
14-15.
40-15. Points for 4-1.
Potapova has 3 match points against Raducanu.
We'll go to Kate in just a second. Let's just see Alcaraz close out this service game. Alcaraz serving down the centre, looking for the ace. Misses it. Second serve from Alcaraz. Backhand return. Backhand from Alcaraz stands up for Hanfmann. He plays the drop shot. Alcaraz will get there, goes up the line. Hanfmann throws up the lob. Alcaraz races back and throws up a high ball. Is that going to go in? It is. Hanfmann will smash off the bounce and puts it away comfortably. And Alcaraz throws back his head as if to say, oh, do all that chasing.
That's right. Hardly worth the effort.
He's gone to his towel, which is right by his entourage.
He's covered some court.
Good is Samuel Lopez, who has a bit of a smile. He covered a lot of ground there, but he made Hanfmann make the extra smash.
Generally, after a taxing point like that, the next one's quite quick. Alcaraz taking his time, he's regrouping, lowering the heart rate.
A lot of players these days. Someone shouted something.
Yeah, come on, Nadal.
Oh, right, okay. Alcaraz is enjoying that. Smiling, shaking his head now. You wouldn't mistake those two. Very different players. Alcaraz serves an ace and leads by 4 games to 1. So, Kate, come in, tell us about what's been happening.
Oh, thanks, Chris. Yes, we've just had 2 matches finished. Anastasia Potapova from Austria has defeated the 28th seed from Great Britain, Emma Raducanu, in 2 straight sets, 7-6, 6-2 in just around about an hour and a half on court today. So that's a terrific win for Potapova. And of course, Medvedev has got through in 4 sets against the Frenchman Halys in just over 3 hours. Looked like almost a straightforward sort of win for Medvedev in the end, having dropped that first set 6-7 in the tiebreak. But he came through 6-3, 6-4, 6-2. But that last set was a seesawing affair. The player really, struggling on serve just to hold. But in the end, Medvedev too good. The 11th seed is through to the 3rd round.
And have you got any?
Yes, I was waiting for that, Chris. Sorry,
Yeah, sorry.
awkward silence is not good.
I had a mouthful of English breakfast tea, and I'm not going to interrupt that.
Well, what's your mate sitting next to you doing?
He's. I've got to check the messages from listeners.
No, that's all good. Priscilla Hon, I think, could play Lara Croft, Tomb Raider.
Yeah, valid. Yeah, I'd see that.
Oh, come on.
That's a controversial one, given that Lara Croft is a creation, isn't she?
Oh, she is. Oh,
so are the Marvel characters.
They're all starting to get upset, aren't they, too?
That's right.
Well, AI generated
There's one in our AO team, could be Fred Flintstone. I'm not sure who, but one of them could.
Just quickly, a couple of the other scores around the ground. At Cain Arena, Davidovich Fokina. It's 2-1 lead over Opelka from the States, and it is on serve in the 3rd set. So we'll see how that one plays out. But the 14th seed doing well in Cain Arena. And on 1573 Arena, Jordan Thompson, the wildcard from Australia, is up against Nuno Borges. They're in the 1st set. It's 4-all. We're on serve, and we're in the very early stages of that match, 37 minutes in.
Thank you, Kate. And I think we should probably stop the commentators making suggestions now, because it could
it's getting competitive and ugly.
Well, it could be also a listener's offering, and we rather spoil it if we
that's true.
Suggest what they might be wanting to suggest. So, but anyway, it gives you an example of what we're looking for. What tennis player could play the part of somebody in a movie. Backhand from Alcaraz, deep to the backhand of Hanfmann. Forehand Alcaraz, the forehand of Hanfmann. It's a good forehand from Hanfmann, and Alcaraz can't control that one.
It's a really good forehand from Hanfmann.
13.
Done well, ripping that forehand cross-court into the Alcaraz forehand.
Do you see Alcaraz and Sinner as equal favourites for this tournament? Or do you think one of them has an edge coming in?
Oh, no, yeah, that's you could throw a blanket on both of them there on any given day with what's happened with when they've head-to-head matches. It's hard, you know, who would be better on clay, who would be better on hard court.
It's funny, you know, last year I would have said, well, I'm going to go for Sinner at the Australian and US Opens and Alcaraz at Roland Garros and Wimbledon. And you got Sinner, who beat Alcaraz at Wimbledon, which I didn't expect. And you've got Alcaraz, who beat Sinner at the US Open, which I didn't expect either. That's a love game from Jannik Hanfmann. He holds serve, but he's still a breakdown as Alcaraz does keepy-uppy with his tennis shoes.
There's not much between those two players. It's actually a really good contrast.
And that's so good for each other.
Yeah.
Because of that contrast in styles, contrast in personalities. And I know that Sinner is Italian, but there is, you know, he's from the German-speaking part. There's a small part of northern Italy. Alcaraz hits the forehand. Oh, it goes straight back to Hanfmann, and that's, yeah. Hanfmann apologises. I think he apologised because he missed his return of serve, but Alcaraz should have thundered that away for a clean winner instead of which he went straight back onto the Hanfmann return. To the racket. Yeah, Sinner is from that German-speaking part. I think he lives about 3 kilometres from the border with Austria. Inishin in the South Tyrol, Alto Adige region. Alcaraz throws up a lob. Hanfmann goes back and throws up a high lob himself. Where's that going to land? It's in the tram lines. If it's even a little bit wide of the tram lines.
Yeah, Hanfmann just didn't do enough with that short ball at net. Thought he was home and hosed. Just kind of guided the forehand cross court. Great defensive skills from Alcaraz.
Home and hosed. Is that an Australian expression or is that one of yours?
No, it's an Aussie one.
Okay. I like that. Home and hosed.
That's first service.
Not sure of the meaning, but
I suspect it's get home and have a shower.
Yeah. The job is done.
Alcaraz serves too long. Second serve. He's at the far end from where we look out onto this two-tone blue court. Forehand from Alcaraz to the backhand of Hanfmann. That's a really good backhand. Alcaraz, the defensive shot goes long. And it's 15-30.
Hanfmann really does have a great backhand cross court. Simple preparation. Very clean on the striking.
15-30. Alcaraz. Speaking technically correct Castilian Spanish, it should be Alcaraz. But I think he's generally known on the tennis circuit as Alcaraz. I know the BBC who pronounce the Spanish lisp.
How many languages can you speak?
About 3.5.
Okay.
English, German, French, all pretty much fluent. So you might question my English. And I speak a bit of Spanish as well. I learned Spanish as an adult, basically to do interviews with Argentinian tennis players.
Oh, right.
When they had that great generation in the about 20 years ago. Got a good generation now, the Argentinians, but there were a couple of Correa and Caleri refused to speak English, and I knew I had to persuade them at times, and I thought it's easier if I can speak their language if I've made the effort. It's a forehand from Alcaraz. Has that caught the line?
Yeah, it's taken a teeny bit of the line.
Hanfmann is standing over looking at it as if there is a mark in the sand. There's no sand. And the groans tell you how close that ball was. Alcaraz catching the outside of the line. Alcaraz. Point for 5-2. 40-30. He serves. Backhand return is onto the sideline. Alcaraz goes down the line. Chopped back by Hanfmann, but goes wide. And interesting, 15-30 Alcaraz was again, just as he was at 4-5 in the first set.
Alcaraz leads 5 games to 2.
Pulls out some very, very good strokes. Yes, so it's always difficult. My rule of thumb is try and get the name as close as you can without sounding contrived. But what happens when you get something like Borg, which everyone knows him as Borg, but it was a mispronunciation. there's a G at the end of a Swedish word, is very soft. So boy, how do you pronounce that? But, you know, that may be getting too correct, and if people know him as Borg.
Yeah, if you told everyone boy, no one would go, who?
Wouldn't know who you're talking about, yeah. Well, you know the second Swedish city, Gothenburg, that the Swedish pronunciation is Göteborg.
Yeah, okay, yep.
That it ends B-O-R-G. Well, I say that, there's a picture of Borg from the mid-70s on the back fence of the electronic display at the back of the court. It's part of an advert.
There was little Junior Borg was out playing there for a while.
Leo Borg.
Yeah, I wonder where he's at.
Yeah, he's still trying to make it. He played Davis Cup for Sweden last year. So Hanfmann serving to stay in the second set. That's 2-5. Serves now after the forehand of Alcaraz. It's too long from Alcaraz. Hanfmann. Ready to serve. He has to wait because the ball kid has slipped and dropped the ball. She's on her feet now, so a little bit of applause for her for getting up. They've grazed her shin or something. Slightly nasty slip, and it's an abrasive surface, this one.
Yeah.
Although the amount of times players are slipping on it, you do wonder. They do slide on a hard court, which always gives me the shivers. Double fault from Hanfmann.
Yeah, he's got to be very careful here. Just got to make sure he keeps holding serve, at least force Alcaraz to try to serve out, set. Lose your game here and then have Alcaraz serving for the first service game of the third set.
Hanfmann serves down the centre, but too long. Second serve from the German. The backhand of Alcaraz. Alcaraz steams into the net, plays a volley. A lob from Hanfmann. Alcaraz shepherds this. It lands in, backhand cross court. Drop volley from Hanfmann. A short ball from Alcaraz. And now through the legs from Alcaraz, but that'll be put away by Hanfmann. I wondered when we'd have a bit of showboating.
Yeah.
That was not a high percentage shot from Alcaraz, but we all loved it.
13-15.
He goes to his towel, which is right by his box, and I wonder whether Samuel Lopez has said, just wait till you break up in the third before you do that.
Yeah.
I wonder if they have a deal in the team. You know, when you're 2 sets up and you've got a break in the third, then you could start showboating. Then you can have your fun. Hanfmann serves, back and return. Backhand Hanfmann is a drop shot. Alcaraz gets there, but again he tries to answer the drop shot with a drop shot and underdoes it.
14-15.
Done it a couple of times today.
Lost that feel on that backhand slice when he runs forward. Not easy to do coming in at full speed. Trying to then slow the hand down to get that ball to get up and over the net.
Hanfmann at 40-15, serves down the centre, backhand return. Alcaraz can't get that back. And Hanfmann holds. Alcaraz will be serving for a 2-set lead.
Leads 5 games to 3.
And he's done his job, the German, holding serve and now forcing Alcaraz. He's got to come up with the goods. That's all he can do at this stage.
So Alcaraz, never been beyond the quarterfinals here. Lost in the quarterfinals last year, beaten by Djokovic in a very, very good match. Djokovic, who I suspect would fancy his chances more against Alcaraz than against Sinner. He's in Sinner's half of the draw.
15-11.
So return of serve from Hanfmann is too long. And Alcaraz moves to within 3 points of the set.
Yeah, you kind of feel like Sinner has too much firepower for Djokovic.
It's matchups, isn't it? I mean, if he's got too much firepower for Djokovic, has he got too much firepower for Alcaraz? The thing about Alcaraz and Sinner is that they knew each other on the junior circuit. Right?
30 love.
An ace from Alcaraz. I always feel there's something psychological about that. If you've played on the juniors with somebody, you don't fear them. They're just somebody who you know very well, and they might beat you more than you beat them. But because you've grown up with them, it's not the fear factor. And that's very much the case with Alcaraz and Sinner. Alcaraz at 30 love, forehand return. Alcaraz pushes the forehand back. Forehand from Hanfmann. Alcaraz down the line is long. Went for a glory shot. Running wide to his forehand, going over the high part of the net. Just overdid it.
Oh, he's gone the physio. Hanfmann has just called the umpire to call the physio, and I think it is for an abdominal snowman.
It's a good serve from Alcaraz. A really good return from Hanfmann at Alcaraz's feet. A couple of days ago, a highly respected British tennis journalist called John Roberts died at the age of 84. He'd been ill for some time, and I was reading an obituary of him last night, actually, and he used to come up with some wonderful phrases. And he once described a football player who was a bit of a show-off and forever getting injured as the abdominal showman, which I thought was just a wonderful term. May he rest in peace. Lovely man, John Roberts. A chopped forehand from Hanfmann, sits up for Alcaraz to go into out, clean winner.
It's trademark Alcaraz right there. 14. Run around forehand, rips it up the line and gets another opportunity and goes to the other end of the court. That brings up set point for a 2-sets-to-love lead. I wonder how much fight is left in Hanfmann.
Set point for Alcaraz. He serves out wide. Backhand return. Backhand Alcaraz cross court. Winner. Clean winner. Just over the 2-hour mark. Alcaraz takes the second set by 6 games to 3.
Alcaraz leads 2 sets to 0.
Well, I suspect that's done and dusted, and we're going to find out a little bit more now as Hanfmann stretches. Oh, that's stretching his left arm then. Waiting for the trainer to come out.
So this is going to take some time, isn't it?
Why should it take time? Because, you mean for the analysis?
Yeah, well...
Because the trainer should be nearby, shouldn't he?
Yeah.
He or she. It's normally he for men. And...
the umpire is just, I think, telling Alcaraz that the trainer is on his way, or on their way. Oh, here they come. That was pretty quick.
Here he comes, yes. There's 2 of them.
Whoa,
the doctor's here as well.
That's right. Sharpening the knives. It's like, got the meat cleaver out, ready to make the incision. Something about the stomach. The left side, the oblique.
We're trying to work it out from... they don't put the camera too close for that kind of conversation. Spider cam has come down now to try and eavesdrop.
That's right.
Whether it's not allowed to be too close, because I think that's when a player has to be able to talk to the trainer without giving away too much information. If that's picked up on a microphone, it can easily make its way to the opponent's coach, who is now allowed to say whatever they want. We're still getting a sense of what this injury is. Doesn't look like the kind of injury that forces him to stop. I'm sure he'll carry on playing.
Yeah.
It's a long discussion. He's got his shirt off now. Hanfmann.
So the process is they'll make an
assessment
and then go, let's take an injury timeout where he's allowed, I think it was
3 minutes.
3 minutes of that.
Yeah. So that's now starting now. The physio has to make the assessment, then tell the supervisor, who's basically the representative of the tournament referee. Has the clock started yet?
Yeah.
I don't think it has.
If it is something with the stomach muscle, there goes your serve power. And you don't want to...
Have you noticed the serve getting weaker over the...
If it has, I wouldn't mind serving weak like that, that's for sure. But no.
Just to see where he's pressing. He's pressing just at the... Yeah. It's going to be painful, that massage.
Yeah.
Yes, just at the top of the hip bone. You ought to ask Kate Kearns, because she knows all about the body and the various muscles. Are you around, Kate? Can you see from where you're sitting the pictures of
Hi, Chris. Yeah, I'm just having a look now.
Where the physio's massaging?
Yeah, just under the rib cage there, which is really unusual because that is, yeah, I mean, if he's pulled his lower ab, then as he was saying, I mean, that's going to be really hard for not only serving, though. I would have thought, I'm just trying to work out,
There's nothing much you can do if you...
Backhand, forehand side, it's going to be really, really hard to push through something like that,
That's it.
You're not getting through that, are you? You've got to pack up your bags and go, because that doesn't get better.
I recall on this stadium, 2022, Djokovic had an abdominal tear, and we were told the X-ray had shown that it was about half an inch, just over a centimetre in length. And he won the tournament that year. He did it in the third round.
Yeah, I know, but you should never sort of do comparisons with Djokovic.
Okay, fine. While we're talking to you, Kate,
he also had a hamstring tear that was like 7 foot long, wasn't it, at one stage?
Pretty much, he actually needs an injury to win this tournament. And honestly, though, he's always had he's had a niggle, and sometimes it's worse than a niggle. But
there's enough tape on his right shoulders for him to win this tournament.
Yeah, and apparently he's getting his double hip replacement tomorrow morning before practice. So
I'll be changing.
You'll be nursing that through.
I'm changing my pick.
Now, boys and girls.
Let's not start the rumours.
No, but the match last night, and I haven't seen what that injury was, but in the match with Sinner.
Gaston?
Yeah, Gaston. That to me was quite similar.
Right, okay. While we're talking to you, Kate, do you want to give us some scores?
Oh, yes. Coco Gauff has won in straight sets against Olga Danilovic, just under 1 hour and 20 minutes, 6-4, 6-2. Coco, I thought the second set was a lot more competitive, but the scoreline would suggest otherwise. And then we have Jordan Thompson playing Nuno Borges on a 1573 Arena. We are in a tiebreak in the first set, and it's 6-all. So nice close contest early on in that match. Lernitien, the 25th seed, and of course really announced himself here last year with that great win in the wee small hours of the morning against Medvedev. He has just come out on ANZ Arena match against Shevchenko, and they're very early stages. It's just the second game of that first set. Riley Opelka, he actually won that third set, Chris, with Davidovich Fokina having taken the first 2 sets. Opelka fights back. He was down a break and then managed to get 2 breaks of serve and wins that 7-5 in the third. So we're into the fourth, and it's early stages. Davidovich Fokina has just held serve, and Opelka is just starting his.
Thank you very much indeed, Kate. Well, the injury timeout is finished. Jannik Hanfmann has put his shirt on. He's now put his cap on. He's now stretching.
This doesn't look good to me. Like 2 sets of love down. Got an issue with an ab.
He will have had a word with the physio, won't he? He'll have said, right, if I play on, am I likely to make it any worse?
Yeah.
If I were to retire now, do I come back on the tour somewhat more quickly than if I...
Yeah, he didn't take a tablet or anything like that, so there's no anti-inflam required. Maybe it's just a little stiffness.
Well, let's just see what the serve's like. Hanfmann starting the third set. That was a very soft serve. A slice from Hanfmann. Forehand from Alcaraz up the forehand wing is just wide. Ooh, that was...
Yeah, that was 173. That was just rolling the arm over there.
Yeah, but the way he went to that backhand as well, he did not That's the kind of movement I will expect him to have 30 years from now. Not now. Hanfmann serving on the centre. That was 180, so maybe he's cranking it up a bit, although he's just stretching the left arm up now. Second serve is a kick to the backhand of Alcaraz. Alcaraz goes long. Oh, we've got the syndrome of playing a wounded lion.
Yeah, and this is where Alcaraz has really got to stay focused here. He's just got to keep sticking to his game plan. Don't drop the intensity.
Hanfmann serves down the centre. Chipped return. Hanfmann takes it on the full. A lob from Alcaraz. Hanfmann lets that drop and is right to do so.
40 love.
So, I mean, he can compete at the moment. Love. Hanfmann serves down the centre. Forehand return, just clears the net. Forehand cross court to the forehand of Alcaraz. Forehand from Hanfmann. Short ball for Alcaraz to go cross court. Alcaraz overdoes it. And Hanfmann holds to love. Easy game tennis, isn't it?
Yeah, just roll your serve over slowly. Against the #1 player in the world. Take the win. There's always this lull after a long changeover in the first couple of games of the set. Big opportunity if you come out with good energy, and Carlos kind of running down to receive the ball, trying to maintain some focus and intensity. Hanfmann taking his time, walking very slowly at the changeover.
He's been walking slowly throughout the whole match, really.
The kind of guy you want to go for a little Sunday morning stroll with. We'll start Sunday morning and finish Thursday night.
Backhand return from Hanfmann to the backhand from Alcaraz. Low backhand from Hanfmann, who now goes to the forehand of Alcaraz. At the middle of the court, nice hitting from both men. Backhand from Hanfmann to the backhand of Alcaraz. Netted by Alcaraz.
Love indeed.
Done pretty well with these baseline battles with Alcaraz. He hold his own with his backhand and forehand.
Well, since the injury timeout, we've played 5 points and they've all gone to the wounded lion.
Fight or flight mode.
Alcaraz serves, looking for the ace and finds it.
A few good matches on tonight too, isn't there? Later on this afternoon.
Oh, yes.
Who's your pick of the battle?
Well, on Rod Laver Arena this evening, we have Medjedovic, Serbia against Minaur. That for me will be an interesting one. Because I think an awful lot of people in Australia think, oh yeah, top Aussie, top 10 player, up against a young guy from Eastern Europe. This Medjedovic is good.
He can play. I like Zverev Muller.
Except will Muller have much gas in the tank after such a long match the other night against Popperin? Another ace from Alcaraz and he moves to 40-15. Alcaraz in front of our commentary position. Serves down the middle into the net. Let the ball smack against the tape. His first serve is regularly topping 200 kilometres. His second serve, ace. Nowhere near Hanfmann.
1 game on.
162 kilometres an hour. Second serve. The placement was so good. The disguise was good. Came around the side of the ball, so it's moving away, almost like a banana shot. Sliced serve or slider serve. Hanfmann at 1 game all. Serve down the centre, backhand return, backhand from Hanfmann, backhand Alcaraz at the middle of the court, forehand from Hanfmann, backhand Alcaraz is a winner. He's flicked the wrists, landed it short so that he made the most of the angle.
Again, it wasn't a very quick serve, averaging around 188 kilometres per hour. He's definitely taken some pace off that first serve.
Hanfmann serves off the top of the net and wide. The question is, will he play the set out? I mean, I think his hopes of winning this match will have faded somewhat. He serves to the backhand of Alcaraz down the line. Forehand from Hanfmann just clears the net. Dug out by Alcaraz. Sets up for Hanfmann, who plays a top forehand. Alcaraz goes cross court. Forehand Hanfmann. Alcaraz up the middle. Forehand from Hanfmann into the net. I think it was the wrong choice of shot as well. It would be much better just taking a sideways step and going up the backhand side.
It was always going to be a tough match to win, even if you're 100% fit. Now, the chances really diminish. Stomach abdominal issue. It's probably senses for Alcaraz that this is the moment to really strike.
Yes, if Alcaraz were to break here, he's love 30 up, then we will keep an eye on Hanfmann to see whether that's a possible time to throw in the towel if he feels it could make this worse. That was a good serve. That was 192. He's cranking it up, you know. That wins the point. Return being netted. 15-30. The Hanfmann serve. Serving out wide. It's too long. The applause there was for a catch by the ball girl at the net, but it was a two-handed catch and the ball went straight down her throat.
Not literally.
No. Hanfmann goes for a cross-court forehand, just misses it narrowly. But yes. Did you see the interview that Jim Courier did with Roger Federer on court on Saturday night? Because there was one match, he hit a loose ball away and the ball kid reached his arm out and caught it one-handed, incredibly spectacular. They found him, he's now 28, so they tried to recreate it. He dropped every one.
The old hand-eye skills
were better at 14 than at 28.
That's what an office job does to you.
Second serve from Hanfmann, facing break points. Backhand Alcaraz. Oh, it's a horrible backhand from Alcaraz. Almost like he just...
He didn't attack that with his movement at all. He stayed back and the ball got very high, well above the shoulder height at impact. Could not control it.
Second break point for Alcaraz. Hanfmann serving wrong. That was 199. He's building up, you know. Whatever that masseur did is making some difference. Second serve to the body, forehand return, backhand from Hanfmann to the backhand of Alcaraz, backhand to backhand. Now upper forehand winged from Hanfmann, dug out by Alcaraz, forehand from Hanfmann. Alcaraz is there with the forehand. Forehand off the frame from Hanfmann is long. Alcaraz clenches his fist. Hanfmann looks up. We'll just keep an eye on Hanfmann. The chances are he will go to his chair. Sometimes they have a consultation with the physio. Yeah, the physio's there. And I suspect Hanfmann will be saying, am I making it any worse? He has sat down. Just keeping an eye on the conversation here. There's discussion going on. No, Hanfmann sent them away. So I suspect that means he's going to try and play out the set. But there's, there could only be 4 more games in it. Alcaraz leading 7-6, 6-3, 2-1 with a break. Hanfmann stretching his gluteus muscles. Don't forget, you can be part of AO Radio. People listen at different times of the day, depending on where they are. It's still evening on the west coast of America, California, Oregon, Washington State. Europe is starting to wake up now at 6:30 Central European time, 5:30 in Great Britain, Ireland and Portugal. Contact us if you wish, if you have any questions or comments, thoughts, anything that strikes you, or enter our competition. We want to know which tennis players will play famous movie characters and why. Any film you want to choose, enter our competition by 5 o'clock Melbourne time on Sunday afternoon. You could win a $50 voucher to the Australian Open shop. 2 ways of contacting us. Alcaraz serves, plays a drop shot, brings Hanfmann into the net. Hanfmann goes cross court with a flicked one-handed backhand, which is wide. Either go to ozopen.com/listen/radio. Should have found that. But anyway, on the ozopen.com page, go and scroll down to Ask the Booth and fill in the form. Or you can send us an email to aoradio@tennis.com.au. Make sure you do give us your name and where in the world you are listening to us from. And either your entry to the competition or your comment, questions for the commentators. 15 all after Alcaraz hits a double fault. So this is where he can lose concentration.
Yep.
It's 2 sets up, there's a break up in the third. Maybe it'll do him good just to try 1 or 2 more inventive shots. Alcaraz serves down the backhand wing. Backhand from Alcaraz cross court. Backhand from Hanfmann. Forehand from Alcaraz. Big forehand from Hanfmann. Alcaraz with a forehand, pretty much half volley. Now a cross court from Alcaraz is wide.
15, touch.
The issue with the stomach doesn't seem to hamper the ground strokes. Hoffman's looking pretty good from the back of the court.
Alcaraz just waiting. Somebody to settle down. 15:30. He serves down the centre. That's too good. That's been his go-to serve, hasn't it, in the ad court? Serve down the tee. I thought he might want to use the serve out wide a little bit more to open up the court. Thirty all. Alcaraz serving out wide, chopped by Hanfmann, sits up for Alcaraz, it goes into out, clean winner.
Jordan in, I think it's Macclesfield in England?
Macclesfield, yes.
Yes, he's currently walking to work. He wants to know, who do you think the Brits should be watching as the next big thing? And who do you think, if there's any Brits could win a major in the next couple of centuries? No, sorry, years. Sorry, it was a bit hard to see on my screen there.
Well, there are 2 obvious ones, and that's Raducanu and Draper, but big question marks about their staying power, in particular Draper. Draper's been off since the US Open. Backhand return, a slice from Alcaraz, it's a drop shot. Hanfmann will get there, goes cross court, but puts it on top of the net and it drops back his own side. Alcaraz holds and leads by 3 games to 1. Arthur Ferry did very well to beat Flavio Caboli the other day, but I don't see him winning a major.
What's happened with Draper? Has he been injured or?
Yeah, Draper's got a... he basically took the rest of last year off and said he'd be ready, and announced that he was going to play United Cup with Raducanu. And I think he actually came out here and realised that the injury wasn't ready yet.
Okay.
And he just said, having taken so much time, I don't want to come back before it's ready. I don't know if he's got a tournament identified, whether he'll come back somewhere like Rotterdam, which is a couple of weeks after the Australian Open, or whether he might come back on the clay.
You would have think he would have had some serious match play situations back home to prepare himself for the journey out here instead of...
Yeah, match play back home would be, unless he plays a couple of challenger tournaments, that would have to be just
training matches,
Hanfmann, 15 love, serves down the middle, 400 turn is wide.
It's a long time off court.
Yeah. Don't forget Djokovic in the early part of his career was always getting injured. He's ended up with a reasonable trophy cabinet. 40 love as Alcaraz hits a forehand into the net. 400 turn of serve. Hanfmann serves an ace down the centre, 188. Oh, he's looking okay. Maybe that magic massage for him. Kate, are you around? I think it's a while since we had some scores from you.
Well, we've got an interesting match now on Key Arena. Riley Opelka from the USA has a break in the fourth and leads 3-2 against the 14th seed, Medvedevic Fokina. So the fight back is on.
So after you wrote him off, he's coming back.
No, who wrote?
Didn't
I was.
Okay, all righty. I thought you just penciled in the W there.
I'm just wondering too around the injury on Rod Laver Arena. If it's a torn oblique, I mean, after a while, like when the tear happens, it hurts like hell. But once it's warm, you can actually play through. The problem is when you stop, and the problem is then 2-3 days later and you can barely move. That is the problem. So he may not be feeling too bad out there because at the moment that tear is warm and he's probably not feeling too, like when it happened, yeah, it would have hurt, but maybe he's just not feeling that much pain right now.
Is it likely to get worse by having played him? If it's a tear, surely the tear can extend, can't it?
It could, indeed. But
there's no real sign that like there was a point in motion in throughout the match or through serving or hitting ground stroke where it was an incident where that was the shot that hurt it. So
yeah, and you don't know how he was coming into this match, and you know we're assuming it is something to do with his obliques. It could be something else completely. So
yeah, could be indigestion.
Yeah, that's right. And he's
not with a massage there.
That's right.
An inguinal hernia, perhaps.
That's right.
Lenny Tien has a very good lead in the first set. He's 5-1 up against Shevchenko. And Jordan Thompson managed to win the first set 11-9 in the tie break. And we've just early stages. Borges has the break and is now 2 love up in the second set.
Well, one of those matches, I suspect, will be the subject of the next commentary shift. We've got another 20 minutes of our shift to go, but I suspect that'll take us up to the end of this match because Alcaraz is steaming through his service games.
Well, Opelka's just managed to hold serve and he's 4-2 up now in the fourth set.
Thank you, Kate. Alcaraz leading 3-2, 30 love. What's this match got? About 10 minutes in it, 10-15 minutes, and then the interview with Alcaraz, and at 5 o'clock we'll have a shift change and a match change. 400 turn. No, the serve was too long.
Kate would know about some injuries. I heard she was a little bit on the dodgy knee after last year's marathon through the sand and the desert. Amazing effort.
It was an amazing effort, yeah. And you know, on that one, they have to carry all their own water with them. There's no water stations to carry their own.
No 7-Eleven out there in the desert.
Well, if there is, you probably get there between 11 and 7.
That's right. It's just a mirage. The lap of honour that really kind of probably gave her the injury.
Yes.
The victory lap.
Alcaraz serves an ace, and he moves to 4-2. 2 games away from a place in the third round.
Alcaraz leads 4 games to 2.
With that little fist pump, that kind of shows to me that this is the game that he really wants to try to break here, challenge himself.
There's one match, I'm not sure if Kate gave us a score on this one, I'll give it now. It's Michael Zheng, who is an American of Chinese origin, and Corentin Moutet. Zheng's taken the first set 6-3. The reason we're interested in that one is that the winner of that will play the winner of this, which looks very much like being Carlos Alcaraz. Good serve from Hanfmann, off the top of the net from Alcaraz, and that's not within the range of Jannik Hanfmann. Kicks the loose ball away in frustration.
Love 15.
Fortuitous start from Alcaraz, who is looking to want to break in this game, break the serve.
Yes, I think he'd love to get this done. Another break. 7-6, 6-3, 4-2 at the moment. Hanfmann serves off the top of the net and wide. Second serve. This to the backhand of Alcaraz, just a little bit too long.
Cheerio to Bailey, who's watching us from the Gold Coast on YouTube. So we have a little camera here, so...
Wave to Bailey.
Thanks for tuning in. Anyone else want to see what the commentary booth looks like? And
Hanfmann serves, chipped return, that's it up for Hanfmann to put away. Oh, Alcaraz has read it well. Volley from Hanfmann is too good.
Good hands.
$13-10.
15 on the Hanfmann serve.
Sam from Hubei Sound in Florida is wondering which American, either men's or women's, will go the furthest at the AO, in your opinion?
I'll ask you to answer that one at the moment, but after this point, it's backhand from Alcaraz deep to the backhand of Hanfmann. Backhand Alcaraz up the middle of the court, forehand Hanfmann, forehand Alcaraz. Big forehand Hanfmann into the net, looking to inject extra pace. What's your view?
Yeah, I think... Can Shelton, how deep can Shelton go? If there's one, I think maybe Keys.
Yeah, Keys, although Keys had a very, very wobbly first set yesterday against a difficult opponent, it has to be said. I mean, I wonder whether Ben Shelton is going to be the next man who is not called Alcaraz or Sinner to win a major. I'm not convinced, but it's possible. It's a drop shot from Hanfmann. Alcaraz is there. Across court from...
Well done.
Hanfmann, Alcaraz cuts it out with a lunging forehand volley.
It's great athleticism from Alcaraz at net. And that brings up a very, very important break point for Alcaraz.
Yes, this would give him a chance to serve for the match. For 5-2. Serve out wide from Hanfmann. He should kill this one. He does. Good serve. Defensive backhand from Alcaraz, which sat up for Hanfmann.
Yes.
Wall away with a cross-court forehand.
I like the American Leona Tien.
Yeah.
Very, very smart.
Interesting to see how he develops, but I mean, I don't think he'll be ready to win a major for 2 or 3 years. Whereas to me, Shelton's got so much power. The backhand, it's into the net from Hanfmann.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
Decent serve. The return up the middle of the court.
I kind of feel with Shelton, he's still got to learn a little bit about his game style and try to maximise what he does. Yes, that serve's amazing. His return of serves.
His return of serve, I think, leaves something to be desired.
Got some work to do there.
Yeah, exactly. Serve down the centre and misses from Hanfmann. I think Shelton, I'll make the point after this point. Second serve from Hanfmann to the backhand of Alcaraz, off the frame, sits up for Hanfmann, but doesn't do enough with it. Alcaraz gets back into this point. Forehand cross-court from Alcaraz, forehand from Hanfmann, misses. There's a second break. And Alcaraz will serve for the match at 5-2 in just a minute. The point I wanted to make was...
Alcaraz leads 5-2.
I think Shelton sees his return a little bit late. I think he's still got a lot to learn about reading where the serve's going.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, we look at Djokovic as one of the great returners, but I think that's as much as anything the eyes. He sees where the ball's going.
Yeah.
So he's in position early. So he has that fraction of a second more. I don't think Shelton's got that yet.
Yeah, and also think that, Shelton does like to play big tennis and try to, hit winners from situations that, may not determine that that's the right choice of shot. The best players to win a slam, you've got to play a very similar level for 7 matches in a row. Sometimes it may not be your best tennis, but you still got to get the job done.
So we have time's just come up to 10 to 5 in the afternoon. We've got, what, 2 or 3 minutes of this game. And then the on-court interview, which should take us pretty much bang up to 5 o'clock. Don't forget the extra serve, a roundup of all the day's action with Nat Edwards at 7 o'clock, so 2 hours, 10 minutes from now. And then the night session. Some fascinating second round matches to come. Alcaraz serving for the match for a place in the 3rd round. Goes to the backhand of Hanfmann. Forehand Alcaraz, forehand Hanfmann. Backhand from Alcaraz up the forehand wing. Hanfmann goes back to the backhand of Alcaraz. Cross-court Alcaraz. A slice from Hanfmann. Brings Alcaraz into the... No, he doesn't come into the net. He's staying at the back of the court. Forehand Hanfmann. Good angle, but Alcaraz is there. Backhand Hanfmann down the backhand wing. Slice from Alcaraz. Forehand from Hanfmann. Backhand from Alcaraz. Netted. Very, very well constructed point from Jannik Hanfmann.
And again, midway through that rally, Hanfmann just takes the pace off the ball and creates a lot more angle with that forehand cross-court, really dragging Alcaraz outside the double sideline. Just gave him enough time and space. I like it when he does that.
He's come out with his reputation enhanced, I feel, for this match.
Yep.
He's going to lose it in straight sets, but...
he's got a good level.
Yeah. Alcaraz serves just too wide.
Would not surprise, and I'd be almost not expecting, but I would not surprise if he gets better than his highest ranking of 45 this year.
Backhand from Hanfmann to the backhand of Alcaraz. It's backhand to backhand at the moment. And a slice from Alcaraz. Forehand from Hanfmann to the forehand of Alcaraz. Lofted deep. Flattened out by Hanfmann, but Alcaraz is there. Goes long though.
I'm not sure if that high loopy ball from Alcaraz is the right play against Hanfmann. He gets a bit of time. Just increases the swing size and generates power. A little bit of trouble here for Alcaraz, serving for the match.
Love 30. And the Alcaraz serve. Hasn't happened too much today. When he's been down on serve, he's generally focused and pulled out something big. Looking for the ace out wide. Didn't get it. Second serve. It's a double fault.
It's a frustrated second serve from Alcaraz. What can he produce here? 3 break points.
Alcaraz just bouncing up and down behind his baseline, ready to serve. And the centre. I'm looking for the ace. Serve's just lost its range at the moment. Second serve. The backhand of Hanfmann, backhand Alcaraz. Forehand Hanfmann is just too long. 1 break point saved. Still 2 to come. Don't forget to send us your messages, either ozopen.com. Let's find the Ask the Booth form. Send us an email to aoradio@tennis.com.au. Don't forget to give us your name and where you are in the world. Forehand from Alcaraz into out, backhand from Hanfmann. Alcaraz is at the net with a lovely volley.
That's great tennis. Does that so well. He just moves to his left to hit that forehand. An easy shot to do. It's an area of the game that I really like from Alcaraz, that he gets inside that service box with his volleys. Very efficient. high success rate.
Full break point. Alcaraz serving at 30-40. He's missed his first serve. Right, what can Hanfmann do with this one? Serves the backhand. Hanfmann is long. It's a very good second serve. 160 kilometres, well placed, out wide. And that takes Alcaraz to within 2 points of victory. Having a look at the Zheng Mute match, because that's the match that will give us Alcaraz's next opponent. On serve early in the second set. First set to Zheng, the American. Forehand return. Forehand Alcaraz is netted.
Fortunately for Alcaraz, not enough width on that serve. Straight into the hitting zone of Hanfmann, and he rifled the return back at the feet of Alcaraz.
Fourth break point for Hanfmann. Alcaraz serves, backhand return is netted.
He has a very good habit of landing big first serves when required, Alcaraz.
Alcaraz back within 2 points. A place in the third round. This is his first serve. Second serve. And the backhand wing. That's too long from Hanfmann. And Alcaraz now, after 2 hours and 40 minutes, has match point. Alcaraz match point. Serving to Hanfmann, looking for the ace down the tee, didn't quite make it. Second serve on the number 1 seed. It's to the backhand of Hanfmann, backhand from Alcaraz, backhand Hanfmann to the backhand of Alcaraz. Hanfmann makes good ground, goes up the forehand wing, dug out by Alcaraz, forehand from Hanfmann, up the backhand wing from Alcaraz. That's a lovely backhand from Hanfmann, but Alcaraz is there, taken by Hanfmann on the drive volley, that's too good. Very good tennis.
Yeah, and he's trying to lift the crowd behind him after that point, and rightly so. One way to save the match point. Oh, that's some clean hitting from the German.
This stadium is nearly full. A few seats you can see in the sunny areas. Maybe people just decided they've had too much sun for one day on their skin. It's an excellent point from Hanfmann. Alcaraz serves out wide. No, just too long. Second serve from Alcaraz. It's to the forehand of Hanfmann. Forehand Alcaraz.
Nice.
Oh, a lovely shot.
Not an easy shot from Alcaraz there. Return rifle back cross court, a little bit off balance. Able to control the racket, control the body, gives himself another match point.
This is match point number 2. Alcaraz. Bouncing the ball. Ready now. Serves down the centre, forehand return is a clean winner.
A little wry smile there from Hanfmann. He just stood and slapped the ball back. Even Alcaraz is applauding that return of serve. I'm kind of guessing he may get a backhand return after this one. Wow. He's hit at 206 k's an hour, that serve.
206, yeah. He did go to the backhand at Alcaraz, but a little too long. Second serve. Alcaraz out wide, forehand return is going to sit up for Alcaraz to kill. Hanfmann's ready, gets a racket to it, but won't go in.
Come on, Alcaraz, tempt him again with another forehand, see what he can do. Beginner's luck or not.
He might do that, you know.
Yep.
It's the kind of thing that Alcaraz needs to say, right, I'll take on the dare. Will this go flat out to the backhand? It's match point number 3 for Carlos Alcaraz. He serves right to the backhand, pushed back deep. Backhand from Hanfmann is wide. Alcaraz raises his arms. Well, the big battle in that was the first set. 78 minutes it took. Alcaraz winning it on the tie-break. But when you look at the match in its entirety, he was never seriously threatened. Very, very good match by Jannik Hanfmann. At 34, there may not be that many more opportunities for him to play on a big arena like this. But it's Alcaraz who moves forward to play either Michael Zheng or Corentin Moutet.
Alcaraz clapping to the crowd saying thank you.
The big word, congratulations, on the electronic display at the back of the court.
Nothing flashy from Alcaraz all match,
No.
but just sound. Just had to do enough.
We're going to hear from Alcaraz in a second. Wally Mazur standing by for the interview. Just waiting for Jannik Hanfmann to pack up all his stuff. And Alcaraz is just changing his shirt. Applause for Hanfmann. And having come in one entrance, he's going out of another. He's decided which one he wants to go to, the one that's closest to the locker room. And warm applause for the German.
Yeah, it was well played.
Exchanges high fives with his team and departs, which is the signal for Wally Mazur to step on court. He's a semi-finalist at the last Australian Open to be played at Kooyong in 1987. Beaten by Stefan Edberg. And then beat Pat Cash in the final.
That was the last one at Kooyong?
That was the last one at Kooyong.
Then
it was an amazing period for Cash, because Cash had that impressive win against Mikael Penforce in the Davis Cup.
Oh yeah, that was one of the greatest matches.
Yeah, from 2 sets to love down in December '86, and in January '87, he got to the final of the last Australian Open at Kooyong. Wally Mazur, semi-finalist there, is about to talk to Carlos Alcaraz.
Great, yeah. Carlos, at this level, nothing comes easy. I mean, Jannik, full credit to him. He played an incredible first set there.
Yeah, he was... I knew he was going to play great. I mean, I know his level. I played a few times already. We came, you know, through the challenges together. I played in challenges against him. So it was, but to be honest, it was tougher than I thought at the beginning. I mean, I didn't feel the ball that good, or not as good as he wanted. But you know, the ball was coming as a bomb. You know, like forehand, backhand, serve. So I had to be ready for those shots. But you know, really happy that I get through a really difficult first set, and then I started to feel a little bit better in the, you know, on the court with my shots. You know, tactically, I think I played much better. So just happy to you know, have played the really good level at the end of the match, and you know, get through in another row.
Carlos, I'm guilty of it. I look at the tail of the tape. You're 1, he's 102. But every match you play, there's questions asked of you. The other night you played Adam Walton. The heat of the day was gone. It was in the evening. It was quite cool. Adam doesn't supply you with a lot of pace. You come out here today, bright sunshine. It's breezy on court. And as you said, he's hitting you with a lot of firepower. I mean, every match I think we take for granted, but it's not that easy, is it?
No, I mean, probably a lot of people is just watching the rankings, and I'm number one, and I'm gonna play against the 100. But the people thinks that okay, this is gonna be an easy match, but it isn't. To be honest, every match is different. Every match, the style of the player is quite different. There are some players that his level suits pretty well to yours, and then you feel really comfortable, and then there are others that you feel really uncomfortable on the court, which probably Jannik has a kind of a style that I'm not really comfortable on the court. So that why it wasn't really easy today. Obviously the conditions, as you said, breezy, really hot, but I thought it was going to be like cloudy, but the sun came out. Thanks God, to be honest. So it was, every condition is different, so you have to get used to it, and sometimes it's not really easy.
Yeah, just like Spain. Beautiful. Yeah. Now, you talk about time. Everybody wants time on a tennis court, but at a Grand Slam, you have every second day off. There is time. Now, I just want to ask you, Melbourne is well known for its golf courses. Have you had a chance to get out and experience some of them?
I have played already, so we cannot waste time to play some golf. So, but yeah, I mean, we're trying to make the most of the days off, practicing a little bit. If we're able to do it with the body allow us to practice in those day off. So I don't know what's coming tomorrow. To be honest, I don't know if I'm gonna practice. I gotta talk with my team. Probably I'm gonna practice a little bit because I really want to be better on the next round. But the golf courses are waiting for me, and I know that. So and I will sort up for sure.
Well, if I had the chance between practice and golf, I know what I'd do. But just a question: who did you play golf with the other day?
I got the.
It's an easy question. Who did you play golf?
No, I got the luck to. I was lucky to play with Roger.
Okay, so that's Roger Federer. Now I want a one-word answer. One-word answer. How is Roger's golf game?
As beautiful as the tennis.
Why am I not surprised?
I'm not surprised neither. So it's unbelievable. Everything he does in a style really beautiful. I mean, the golf course is really beautiful swing. He plays really good. I think he's been playing for 2 years now, and his level is really good for 2 years. I've been playing 5, and he already beat me, so it hurts, yeah.
Well, Carlos, you have a style all of your own. I know we are all enjoying it here in Australia. Good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you. Thanks.
Great seeing that human side of him.
Absolutely.
He's got a great personality. He's able to take the mickey out of himself.
Yeah, but just imagine being on a golf course and suddenly, there's a pair up behind us. It's Federer and Alcaraz. Yeah.
Whoops.
Yes. Well, mind you, there are some players who've injured their backs, haven't they, by playing too much golf?
It's probably because they're in the rough under a tree trying to swing. Good players never get hurt.
Some of us are that all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Ivan Lendl played tennis right-handed and golf left-handed. Right, well, that concludes the day session on the Rod Laver Arena. We're going to go in a couple of minutes' time to Kia Arena for the 5th set of Opelka against Medvedevic for Kina. You'll be in the company of Jamie Forlis and Steve Pearce. Mark Halawati, thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Enjoy the afternoon.
And I'm Chris Bowes, and we will be vacating our seats. Stay with us for more action on day 4 of the Australian Open 2026.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ozopen.com.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights, and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Email aoradio@tennis.com.au.
The sound of the Australian Open. This is AO Radio.
Where you are now joined by Steve Pearce and Jamie Fawless.
Hello.
Hello, Jamie.
How are you?
I'm extremely well. Quite warm. It's quite warm out there today.
It's very warm outside.
Very warm. It's been super warm on centre court. Great thanks to Mark and Chris for the last couple of hours, which involved that terrific win for Carlos Alcaraz. He'd be very happy with that tight first set, but then, showed his class.
Yeah, always good just to have a bit of a tight but comfortable first round win. You don't really want to be playing your best tennis early on, so...
No, I agree.
Very good for him to get a win.
To be frank, I'd be pretty happy to play my best tennis anytime.
That's so true. I'd be happy to get a win anytime.
Absolutely. So in the interim, as Chris mentioned just before we went to that little breather, we have zipped across on AO Radio to Kia Arena, where we're into the fifth set of this match, which everyone's been keeping you in touch with, between Riley Opelka and Alejandro Davidovich Fokina, the 14th seed and 14th ranked player from Spain. It's a contest that the Spaniard had under control at 6-3, 7-6, but then Opelka has hit back to take the third and fourth sets, 7-5, 6-4, and now we're on serve, early stages of this final set, and it is absolutely packed around Melbourne Park today.
There are so many people here today, which is so good to see. Everyone coming down and supporting the tennis, and of course supporting the Aussies as well.
Absolutely, of course, supporting the Australians, and of course many people travel internationally to this event, come here to support their countrymen and women, and we've seen another raucous Turkish support for Sonmez, who won again today, which was terrific to see.
Yep.
Good story, amongst many good stories, including the 6'11" and bearded Riley Opelka, who is striding around Kia Arena and serving here at 15 love. Delivers a fairly big ball in every sense, and Davidovich Fokina happy to get this ball just back across the net, but it'll be easily put away by Opelka. There's just a foot difference in height between these two, the 6'11" Riley Opelka and the 5'11". I know I'm in the old money, you're probably in the meters thing, but Alejandro Davidovich Fokina, so just a foot.
Just a foot. Still a pretty big difference.
It's quite a bit.
Yeah.
I couldn't even tell you what that is in meters, but it's a bit, isn't it?
Might have to look it up.
Yeah. Very good at those conversions when you start kilometres and miles. And the only thing I can do a little bit okay, that's from golf. 40 love here, Opelka, as Carlos was just talking about his and Roger's golf game on centre court just now, is yards and metres. That is a conversion I can manage, but only because of golf and playing it in different parts of the world.
Are you a big golfer?
Yes. But I'm not as good as Carlos and Roger.
That's okay. We don't need to talk about that. Well, no one needs to know that.
But I do enjoy it, and I haven't seen as Opelka serves that up to Love, 2 games all. Do love my golf. Play just down the road at a beautiful little club called Patterson River, not one of the famous Sandbelt courses where I'm sure Carlos has been entertained. I don't think he said which course he played at then, did he, in that interview? No, but I expect he was taken out to Royal Melbourne or Victoria or Kingston Heath, one of the big Sandbelt courses.
One of the nice ones.
It's Carlos, right?
It is.
Yeah, and Roger. So, really, they're not going to play down at Patterson River. But if you are listening, the two of you, you're more than welcome down at Patterson River. I can quite happily now say that we'll pay for your green fee. Smashed away by Davidovich Fokina there.
And a personal tour.
Yes, and a personal tour of the extensive clubhouse, which will take about 5 minutes, I think. Dear. Are you a golfer?
No.
Oh,
not at all.
No, that was one of the quickest no's I've ever heard.
Yeah, no. My dad is a pretty big golfer,
Is he?
but no, I'm not a golfer at all.
Davidovich Fokina here. Oh, he's going to serve, but then throwing the ball up into the sunshine, wearing his orange cap. Still didn't help because completely lost track of it and had to let the ball go. Anyway, this time he serves at Opelka's backhand, slaps it back cross court. That clips the tape and flies wide from Davidovich Fokina for 15 all. Where does your dad play?
That's a really good question.
It's a question without notice, isn't
Yeah.
it? I should have prepped you for
Yeah.
that. So you could have texted him.
Well,
You could text him now while we're on air.
he goes to a couple of places.
Okay.
Yeah.
A couple of places.
Yeah, he likes to move around.
Okay, move around. Nothing wrong with that. Davidovich Fokina there, just pushing long beyond the baseline with a forehand. That will definitely go into the unforced error category.
Yes, definitely.
So just a little window of opportunity here at 15:30 for Riley Opelka. Is that how you'd look at it? As a window when you get to 15:30? You're looking for a break in the final set? You'd call that a window, wouldn't you,
Yeah,
Jamie?
definitely.
Yeah. I always look at it as a window. Not that I'm paying to quite your level. Oh, beautiful backhand up the line there over the high part of the net from Opelka.
And being 15:30 up, you have that opportunity to kind of swing out a little bit, especially playing Davidovich Fokina, making first ball and an unbelievable backhand line winner from Opelka.
Bang. Not much backswing on that, was there?
No, not at all. Only took him 2 steps to get to the ball as well. It was outside doubles lines.
So a couple of break points here in the 5th set, but Davidovich Fokina shuts the door firmly with that first serve ace down the middle.
Interesting how far Opelka's standing back also on return. Nearly a couple feet from the back fence.
30-40 still break point here serves. Opelka just defensively putting this short ball up. Should be put away by Davidovich Fokina. It's not. The forehand gives Opelka one more chance. This should be slammed away, and he almost puts a hole in the court that time, just to emphasise it, does the Spaniard. Saves another break point, back to deuce.
Always got to make sure when you get that smash on top of the net, that goes over the fence. He bounces first, then goes over the fence, so your opponent has no chance of getting it back.
Zero.
Just to be safe. Don't go straight over the fence. Make sure it bounces into the court first and then goes over the fence.
Yes. Important to make contact with the court first. These are the intricacies of tennis. Slam it in. All right, back to deuce. Davidovich Fokina finds the ace out wide. That's exactly what he wanted right there. At 3.5 hours on Kia Arena, he gets himself a game point, which is much more comfortable for a 3-2 lead on serve in the final set. Have a look at your messages at the next end of game. Doesn't sound quite right, does it? But you know what I mean. Slice there from Opelka, going just long beyond the baseline. Davidovich Fokina, big scream of delight. And he does hold from a pretty awkward position there at 15:40. Served it out well to lead 3-2 on serve in this final set.
Yeah, that's a pretty big game to hold, especially being 2 break points down. 2 massive first serves as well, and going into the 5th set to be back on serve. And after you kind of hold, you take the pressure off yourself, and it kind of been put onto the opponent. So
especially when she has had significant opportunities to break, and
Yes.
they were there for Opelka, but there was some good serving as well from the Spaniard. Any messages to look at, Jamie?
we do. We have one from South Africa.
Oh, good. Any particular part?
Johannesburg.
Johannesburg, lovely.
Which is really cool. And it says, the team does a superb job commentating on matches/players while mixing up the serious job at hand with tasteful jokes and goofing around. They are informative, engaging and entertaining. Keep it up.
Okay. That is a good overview of AO Radio.
Yes.
It's almost our elevator pitch.
Yes.
If you're in
That's
marketing.
a good one.
Yeah. Nicely done. Who was that from?
Sandon.
Zoe.
Also.
Zoe Longe. I have not said that correctly. I do apologise. Now, on Kia Arena, there is some interaction here between the officials and a couple of people in the crowd who are clearly supporting Riley Opelka, given their bearded approach and hat.
They've been there the last 3 days on Kia Arena on the first row.
Okay. So they are
dialed in. Anyway, Opelka here serving here at 2-3 with the, and that's gone way beyond the baseline. That was a big mistake on forehand with the sun just creeping across the court. That's got to make it harder, Jamie, doesn't it, when it does that?
Yeah, definitely. It does become really difficult just to track the ball with your eyes, but you're both in the same position dealing with it, and it's probably the player that deals with it the best.
Who comes out on top? Opelka then serving heavily down the middle to the forehand of Davidovich. Fokina gets the short ball and puts it away cross court. Does the American for 15-all.
First serve for Opelka is so important, and making sure he hits his spot, which is what he's done on these two first serves, and having that short ball. And off a short ball that's so close to the net, you can pretty much go anywhere.
He's actually dressed like he looks like he's about to go off on a safari in South Africa.
He does too.
Which is
but I think I've heard that his clothes are quite expensive.
Oh, I'm sure they are. Serving here heavily down the middle and nonchalantly just strolls away from that eight. I think it was an ace. I don't think he got a racket on that, Davidovich Fokina. 30-15, yes. And those two gentlemen in the front have, I'd say, had a couple of drinks.
Just a couple.
Enjoying the afternoon. As long as they remember not to shout out during points, that's the most important thing. And keep it clean. Serving down the middle again, that time Opelka, well read by Davidovich Fokina. He's doing well to stay in this point, but his backhand, which he just tried to block back into play, has strayed long, and Opelka has points here for 3-all.
Davidovich Fokina did a great job of getting the return back in. I think he was surprised how well and deep he actually hit that return, and then wasn't ready for the next ball to come to him.
So game point here for Opelka. Serves to the backhand of Davidovich Fokina, and then the slice from the American just didn't quite get down to that ball, which is easy for me to say. I'm not 6'11", and found the net.
Do you think that would hurt his knees over a long period of time? Like his knees would be something that would go first in terms of injuries for him.
He would have to have a unique physical preparation set up. Yes, I agree. Like it must take its toll. That's good heavy serving though from Opelka, and the response from Davidovich Fokina flies beyond the baseline. 3 games all in this final set. Do keep those messages coming through, as we just had from South Africa. You can get in touch with us through aoradio@tennis.com.au on the email, or use the Ask the Booth form on the app or ozopen.com. Just do remember to put your name and where you are contacting us from. And we'll take your questions, your comments, your thoughts, or just what you're up to as you listen to this wonderful fortnight. Well, 3 weeks of tennis now that we have in Australia at this time of year, the Australian Open for 2026. Davidovich Fokina serves at the forehand of Opelka, and it flies wildly off the American's racket.
Opelka did not get out of the way of that ball, did not really move his feet, just stood there and tried to turn with his upper body and shanked it and nearly went over the fence.
It's a messy looking shot, which none of our Spanish fans or Davidovich Fokina will mind about whatsoever. Spaniard serves out wide. Opelka gets this well back on the backhand, going cross court, swings onto a big forehand, but again trying to loop that ball with a little bit of topspin to land on the baseline. Just didn't get it quite right.
No, didn't rip it enough with his hand, and just target was too close to the baseline. It's starting to get a little bit windy out on Cain Arena during this time now, especially. The wind can get quite swirly.
Swirly, it sounds a technical term. Swirly. Serving here, the Spaniard goes down the middle. Opelka does quite well to get a racket on it. Couldn't control that backhand, though, the single-hander to land back in the court. So this is comfortable for Davidovich Fokina, and he has points to open up a 4-3 lead on serve in this final set on AO Radio on this Wednesday afternoon. Opelka this time with the backhand does land that in, but left the court wide open for Davidovich Fokina to put away the forehand winner. Beautifully done, holds to love. Opelka to serve next at 3-4, and it starts to get a little bit twitchy when you're serving from behind in the final set.
Starts to get a little bit nervy, I'd say, especially, at this point of the match. Both players have played incredibly well, and it's so important getting your first serve in, especially if someone like Opelka's height, and even Davidovich Fokina, who can hit his serve as well quite fast. first serve on the men's side is so important.
Neither of these players have made it past a quarter-final at a major ever. Davidovich Fokina, quarter-final at Roland Garros 2021, eventually losing to Zverev, and Pelka's best major singles result, fourth round, also in 2021, but he was in New York. So not players expected to go deep.
Would you say
into the
Davidovich
tournament, but-
Fokina is more of a player suited for clay?
Yep. I would. This is, I would imagine, not a favourite surface, but equally, he's still acquitted himself pretty well here. Got to the fourth round last year, eventually going down to Tommy Paul. And he's played pretty well on across the different surfaces. And he did well to reach the semis at Monte Carlo last year, but then also on the grass at Eastbourne. So, you know, he's got his ranking up to 14 in the world, which is pretty impressive.
Very impressive.
Good start for Opelka here as he tries to level things up at 4-all. I wonder if we're headed for the elusive match tiebreaker.
10-point super tiebreaker. I've never played one in singles.
Yeah, right. It's probably, how long has it been in now? Is it probably 3 or 4 years?
Yeah,
Is
the
it
last couple of years.
Something like that? Yeah. Just bunting this back was Davidovich Fokina. Nice touch on the drop shot from Opelka.
That's a great change-up from Opelka. His serve will always get him a short ball. It's just how he uses that short ball, essentially, and what he wants to do. And he was very clear that he wanted to hit the drop shot. He'd also disguised it quite well. He went for the forehand and then last minute changed it into a drop shot or a bit of a short slice, as I would like to call.
Short slice.
Yes,
Short
my
slice.
forehand's a short slice.
Short slice. I love it. That's good. Davidovich Fokina again doing well to get this one even back over the net, and the short ball slammed away on the backhand down the line on that occasion from the big American. 40 love.
Or you can just hit a backhand line winner. You can
Yes.
move up to the ball, hit it on the rise, and hit
smash
a
it.
clean backhand line winner.
Which was lovely. Made it look very, very easy.
It must be quite nice.
Yeah.
Being that tall with a serve like that.
The 6'11" Jamie Fawless would be a different player, right?
She would.
40 love here. Opelka serving. Again, just pushed back into play by Davidovich Fokina. But a short forehand slice from Opelka landing in the perfect position. And in just over 90 seconds, we'll call it 97 to be exact, Opelka holds and it's 4 games all.
Must be so nice just to be able to go through a game in 97 seconds, but also use the variety of, you know, changing up with a short forehand slice or hitting through the court. We're starting to see more variety through Opelka's game, which is quite nice.
Almost a trick shot from the back of the court,
Yeah.
isn't it? I mean, that was so good.
But that's what you can do when you're 40 love up.
Yes.
I don't know if I would do it at 3-4 down in the 5th
No.
set, but
You'd
if
still
you're 40
play the
love up,
regulation shot. Yeah. Still, Riley is a different character. All right, new balls here for Davidovich Fokina at 4-all. So we're very much at the pointy end of this one. Mistakes can be very costly at this stage. We're playing it out, of course, for a place in the 3rd round of the Australian Open, or the round of 32, if you prefer that terminology. Forehand put away, short ball nicely done by the Spaniard for 15 love.
I'm still slightly confused. Opelka's so far back on return, and it's like he hasn't hit the ball cleanly because he's so far away from the ball. I wonder if he's going to change that up in the next couple games and move his court position closer to the baseline.
Yeah, he seems to be very dominant on serve. And he did earn himself a couple of breakpoint opportunities a couple of games ago on the Davidovich Fokina serve, but it's not looking likely on this occasion as the ace down the middle swinging away from Opelka. Nicely delivered by Davidovich Fokina for 30 love. Beautiful court, Kia Arena. Absolutely packed to the gunnels for this one. First serve missing on that occasion. Just in the shade here, Davidovich Fokina Lands this onto the backhand of Opelka, who has a huge swing at it. It skids off almost sideways and well wide of the court. 40 love.
Just very undisciplined. Didn't really need to do that. He's essentially still in that point. You're only love 30 down. Make the person play, hit topspin, hit over it, go for big parts of the court.
Serving here, Davidovich Fokina delivers the ace, and it's a couple of love games in a row, the significance of which has got Davidovich Fokina within one game of the third round. The pressure heaps on the American here. He's got to serve to stay in it next at 4-5.
And Davidovich Fokina is just about to change his... No, not about to change his racket on return. Interesting. They did get new balls.
Yeah, he just served with new balls.
Just served with new balls.
Yep. Seems to be in conversation, I think, maybe with his coaching team on the opposite side of the court. I think played 3 3/4 hours, so the players have got to be feeling it a bit. It's not a 40-degree roaster, but it's pretty warm outside.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty warm, especially when the sun's out, and I don't think there's any cloud. There's no cloud in the sky.
So, what awaits us here in this contest, which has been an enthralling one on Kia Arena this afternoon. The flags are fluttering away with some desire outside. There's a decent breeze blustering across Melbourne Park. It's absolutely packed outside, and there was a big queue when I came into the venue a couple of hours ago, so there's as many people in the venue and streaming in and streaming out. It's such a part of Melbourne life at this time of year, and you can hear the crowd engagement and involvement in this one here on AO Radio as well, as Riley Opelka, I was going to say strides to the baseline, but it was a bit more nonchalant than that. Anyway, he's there and he's ready, and he's got a hold here. Let's see if he can. 4-5, Opelka serves to the backhand of Davidovich Fokina. Slice from the American, same from the Spaniard. Right, good deep play, and too long from Opelka as he tries to return the favour. An initial first blood, if you like, in this game goes to the Spaniard.
The wind is definitely starting to pick up, and the slice just drifted. He didn't really need to play that ball that long through the baseline. But a great positive fist pump after that for Davidovich Fokina.
See how Opelka responds. He hammers an ace wide at 204 kilometres per hour, and Davidovich Fokina had a read on it, but it kicked up high and he still couldn't get a racket on it.
Just unstoppable when he gets that first serve in. It bounced probably halfway up the stadium wall.
His first fastest serve today is 220 odd, so he's hammering it down there when he's landing it in. Sunny day, so it'll help speed things up a bit, as Carlos was alluding to earlier when he was chatting to Wally Mazur on court. As Opelka gets himself ready, serves deep in the court. Davidovich Fokina doing pretty well with that, and again another forehand error from Riley Opelka, looping a forehand long beyond the court. So here's a real opportunity for Davidovich Fokina if he can get a look at the serve.
If he can get a look at the serve. I'd love for him to change up his court position, just show him something different. Opelka's forehand just floating long, not enough spin on it, not getting it to drop.
Serving here, Opelka misses this first ball by a long way. He's putting a little bit of pressure on himself. Under the cap here, Riley Opelka serves, lands this in. Backhand from Davidovich Fokina is pretty good. Opelka trying to go back behind Davidovich Fokina. He's opened up the backhand for the Spaniard here. Here's another one, goes back cross court, deep in the court. Slice from Davidovich Fokina, forehand at the back of the court from Opelka. Then he switches to a backhand, onto the forehand with a bit more angle. Cross gets the mistake from Opelka. Davidovich Fokina holds his racket aloft. He's earned himself 2 match points.
What a way to bring up 2 match points. An incredible point by both players, but Davidovich Fokina just hanging around, doing enough to make Opelka play another ball. In the middle of that, he came up with a pretty nervy slice forehand that kind of drifted towards baseline, but Opelka just not getting there with his legs, and that forehand flying so far long.
So, is this the moment for the Spaniard? Opelka serves heavily down the middle. Davidovich Fokina does well with the first ball, has an opportunity here. Opelka tries the volley, it lands in. Davidovich Fokina hammers the winner past him.
6-3, 7-6, 5-7.
and he holds off the challenge of Riley Opelka. Alejandro Davidovich Fokina wins this contest in 5 enthralling sets on Kia Arena, and he's through to the third round.
Incredible match by both players, and Davidovich Fokina's throwing his racket, ripping come-ons. That's a big first round win. Second round win.
Second round.
Sorry,
second
second
round.
round win. His team, they're all dressed in the same colour.
Yeah, the orange, the orange, the orange. He's pretty happy with that, as is his team. He's fired up there. That was a big contest, and he was 2 sets to love up and had to hold on and find a way back in that final set. Riley Opelka chucks a couple of towels to the crowd. He can be disappointed with the way he surrendered that contest in the end. Fought hard, fought very hard, winning sets 3 and 4 to force the 5th. But serving from behind, and my word, Alejandro is delighted with that, just releasing some of the tension there that he must have felt as he broke through there in the 10th game to seal that 5th and deciding set. But again, as we've seen so many times before, that pressure of serving from behind is intense when you get to 4-5 and 5-6 in that final set.
Yeah, definitely. And I think also being 2 sets to love up, you put so much pressure on yourself to, it's just one more set, it's just one more. And you go into the 5th set knowing you've been 2 sets to love up, and it's kind of how you put yourself, your headspace, your mind frame. And yeah, I think being able to bounce back from 2 sets to love up to coming back to 2 sets all and winning that 5th set for Davidovich Fokina. So much emotion on the face, body language, so pumped up.
Fair enough too. Fair enough too. It is a big win for him. He's got to be delighted, and he sets up a contest with Tommy Paul in the next round, who he lost to in the round of 16 last year. So anyway, let's hear from him. He's on court now.
Well, I'm used to from last year, so yeah. Today was a very tough match. He was serving unbelievable. I didn't know how I break in the last game, really. A little bit of luck. I just decided to go all to my backhand, and the lucky thing that he served all to my backhand in the last game. So yeah, I appreciated all the people that support me today. Was not an easy match, but you know, I have very good memories from last year in this course, so I knew that it's gonna be. I'm gonna do all my effort to win this match.
There were some frustrations at times when you are up 2 sets to love. Those frustrations come to the fore. Did you have to mentally prepare yourself? What was ultimately a 5th set decider?
Yeah, at the end, he broke me in the 4th set in the beginning. So he was playing very good with his serve, as I said, and it was a little bit tanky in the return. So it was not easy to play, not a lot of rally. So yeah, in the 5th set I was a little bit luck. He had a couple break points and I saved it. So yeah, I'm very grateful how I manage every moment, and yeah, I'm happy to be in the next round.
Through to the 3rd round once again here at Melbourne Park. You had an incredible 2025. You had 4 ATP Tour finals, reach a career high ranking of 14 in the world. What's the ambition for 2026?
Keep playing like this, keep fighting, and yeah, who knows what is gonna be in the future. So at the moment, just I want to be relaxed and be prepared for the next round.
Speaking of the next round, you've got another American. This time you come up against Tommy Paul. You met last year here. That's another big match.
Yeah, at the end he's a very good player, very solid player. So well, we will see what is. For sure, it's going to be a tough one, and yeah, I want to relax now.
You definitely need to relax. Congratulations. Thanks for an entertaining afternoon. Please congratulate Alejandro Davidovich Fokina through to the 3rd round here at Melbourne Park.
Yeah, it's a terrific win for Alejandro Davidovich Fokina. interesting how he was describing how Opelka delivering those serves all to his backhand side in that final game, and how he was able to utilise that.
Yeah, kind of hope Tommy was listening. Every serve next round is definitely going to the forehand or on big points. That's what I would do.
Yeah, it was. And it was a good break of serve, and it was a good set of tennis, and it was, in fact, it was Davidovich Fokina himself who was in trouble 25 minutes or so ago when he faced those break points a little bit earlier in that set. I don't know what he just wrote in Spanish. Oh, he wrote it in English. Always fight. Yep.
That's pretty cool.
I mean, you can't disagree with that.
Yep.
Always fight.
100%.
Find a way through. Fight for every point. All that stuff. And he found a way, dug himself out of that. But I was a little bit, I'm not going to use the choke word because I don't really like that. But, I mean, the pressure of the moment seemed to get to Opelka in the end.
Yeah.
In that final service game, he can't be happy with what he delivered there.
Yeah, I'm going to go on a different pathway. I'm going to go his concentration was not on point. So in terms of him concentrating for where he wants to serve or how he wants to play the ball, or knowing the ball's going to come back, I think, if he was a little bit more in the moment and concentrating on every point, maybe taking time between, going back to your routines.
Yeah.
He definitely let that moment slip, and that last game was on Opelka's racket for sure.
40 winners up against 33 unforced for the Spaniards, 78 winners up against 68 unforced for Opelka. First serve 66% for Opelka and 78 for Davidovich Fokina.
And both players had a lot of break points.
Yeah.
And not many break points were converted. Only 2 out of 11.
So it's as we were saying earlier, it's a repeat of that fourth round match. This time in the third round, as Davidovich Fokina takes on Tommy Paul of the United States, and then the winner of that match will play either Zheng, Mute, or Carlos Alcaraz.
Pretty good draw.
Which would be quite a decent contest in the fourth round, although we're looking a little bit ahead. But that is a terrific 5-set win, and for Davidovich Fokina, that improves his career 5-setters to 10-8 over the journey, whereas Opelka, disappointingly for him, and it starts to look like a bit of an Achilles heel, 1-6 in 5 sets.
Wow,
5-setters.
That's an interesting stat. That's a very big stat.
And he's
5-setters.
never come back from love 2 down to win a 5-set. Well, yeah, I suppose he could have only done it once, since he's only ever won one 5-setter, but in a major. But yeah, so that would have been a change of statistics there if he'd been able to deliver there.
I wonder if he knew that
he wasn't.
going into every match that he plays or every 5-setter.
Well, you tell me, Jamie, because you're the tennis player. Would you have that sort of stuff in the back of your mind? Would you would know, wouldn't you?
Every play is different.
Okay.
Yeah, it depends how much they want to know. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Some players love to know stats and love to know everything about everyone's game and their own game, and then some people just don't really care.
Now we have to guess which one you are.
Have a guess.
I reckon the way you delivered that, you're I don't really care.
Right.
There you go.
Yeah.
So you would not have had it in the back of you. You wouldn't have had, like, how many times have I come back to win in 3 sets? You just wouldn't have had that in your mind at all. You'd have been like, oh, no, next point.
Yep. And I think I have the ability to do both, to either, if I'm ahead and then it gets close, like win a 3-setter from being behind or winning a 3-setter from being up. That won't change my mindset and how I go about things.
Would you or any tennis player that you know ever choose to be serving second, i.e. behind, in a final set?
Well, someone asked me this question a couple of days ago. So it's on the whether you serve or receive situation.
Yeah.
If I'm not serving great, I'll usually return first. So I love returning first. I love feeling the ball, and I think returns are one of my strengths. But during the period of the last year or so, I've been serving well. So if I'm going through that feeling of, I'm serving well, I'll throw in a serve. I'll serve first. So it just depends. It usually changes, but I've been more on the return if we were to kind of
Yeah.
go on the statistic
Yeah.
of if I serve or receive first, I'll do return.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
It's just fascinating. Yeah, obviously, and it's not necessarily a set rule. It might just depend on how you're feeling with serve, how you're feeling with return. Yeah. I kind of thought that, it's unlikely in a way, and maybe it differs between the men's and the women's game, because obviously serve is a bit more dominant in the men's game, so maybe you'd always rather be serving in front. Yeah.
But do you think it's changing, especially now on the men's game, that there's more better returners? The guys are also getting better at returning bigger serves. They have big serves of their own, but there used to be a gap between a good guy server and their return games used to be probably not as good. Because I always find it quite interesting when you watch guys warm up compared to females warming up. The guys, they'll roll down some serves, maybe hit 2 returns and that's it, but they'll focus on those serves, whereas on the women's side, we'll spend a lot of time hitting serves and returns.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
It's interesting.
Something for us to ponder as we go through the rest of the afternoon. Stay with us. The live tennis is going to continue here with me, Steve Pearce, and Jamie Fawless here on AO Radio. If you're just joining us, a great win there for Davidovich Fokina over Riley Opelka, and also Carlos Alcaraz through a little bit earlier this afternoon. But go nowhere. We'll continue in just 90 seconds or so here on AO Radio.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights, and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Go to ozopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
You're listening to AO Radio.
Indeed you are, and it's Steve Pearce and Jamie Fawless with you as we make our way to John Cain Arena. At some pace, I can tell you, because we're going to check in on a contest between Ruse and Ayla Tomljanovic, which is in the first set on John Cain Arena. And it's interestingly poised because Tomljanovic is serving at 2-4 down and deuce. And Rusa is going to face in fact, Rusa is going to have an opportunity to break serve here for what would be a double break. So, tricky moment for the Australian here on serve. Serves. Just catching the net cord, landing in. So, Tomljanovic will have still a first serve here. She serves. Rusa with the backhand. Can't make that one over the net. So Tomljanovic with a little bit of a fist pump and a flick of the hair, which is tied up in a ponytail, gets this back to deuce.
It's great to see Ayla back and healthy. She pulled out of Adelaide last week with a pec injury. She did have major surgery a couple years ago on her shoulder, so very glad it's all good.
Rusa here. Oh, she had a mid-court ball put away really on a forehand and made an absolute meal of it into the net.
Yeah, didn't really move her feet up to it, kind of hesitated a little bit, but over Isla's last couple matches, she's done a good job of keeping herself in it with her serve and just fighting really hard. And that also happened a couple nights ago over in her first round victory.
Tomljanovic serves. Russo with the backhand. Doesn't have to continue with that point, though. Isla again serving, looking for the tee down the middle and found it beautifully. That's great serving. She hangs on here, Tomljanovic. That would have been a double breakdown. As it is, Elena Gabriela Rusa has the 4-3 lead, the Romanian over Tomljanovic here on a pretty packed, can't see a lot of seats, there's a couple, but pretty packed John Cain Arena here as we move towards Wednesday evening. A big puff of the cheeks for Isla there as she sets herself and ponders how she can get this other break of serve back.
Yeah, that was a great serve by Isla. The ball just swinging, hitting the line and swinging away. Her first serve is so important, especially in her game, someone that hits the ball quite big. But this is going to be a great match. It's going to be a lot of flat hitting from both players. Not going to see much variety in Isla's game. She occasionally will hit a slice, try and come to the net, but it's not her most favourable thing to do. But very excited to be calling this match.
It's terrific. They're actually ranked, I think, very close together at the moment on the ATP rankings. I think Elena Gabriela Rusa, the Romanian, 79, and Isla Tomljanovic, the Australian, 78.
Very close. Very close.
Does that make Isla the favourite?
I would say yes.
Absolutely, it does. Comes from Bucharest, Elena Gabriela, and should be pretty happy with how things are progressing to this point. They've played a couple of times before. They played in 2024 in a 1-2-5 in Hong Kong, and Tomljanovic won that, whereas Rusa won the contest 4 years ago in Dubai in straight sets. So both on hard court, so read into that what you will. Rusa here, then down the far end, serves Tomljanovic with the forehand, beautifully struck up the line.
Isla did a great job of getting out of the way of the ball. That serve kind of came body forehand. Isla hitting a clean winner. Not too close to the line, had great margin over the net.
Isla Tomljanovic, who beat Starotseva in the opening round in 3 sets, whereas Rusa got the better of Yastremska in straight sets in the opening round. Rusa here serves onto the backhand, this time of Tomljanovic, who landed that beautifully near the baseline and forced the error from her opponent. Love 30.
Isla's backhand return is world class and one of the best on tours. Her ability to hit the ball anywhere she wants from the backhand wing is incredible, and she just showed then how deep she can hit that return when it's in the slot.
So Rusa here facing a big point here at love 30, 4-3 up, has the break of serve, but this is a wobbly moment on serve. Couple of ball bounces. Tomljanovic just inside the baseline to receive this as Rusa serves. Tomljanovic with the forehand, but that's too long.
15-30.
It's proved to be an insurmountable hurdle for Isla on the 6 occasions that she's made it through to the second round of the Australian Open. So she will be desperate on a number of levels to get through to the third round.
Very desperate. She loves playing here at home.
And that doesn't really represent her talent and ability, does it, over the years? Isla Tomljanovic, to only have made it to the second round here at her home major. Big forehand from Rusa. Lands quite short, though, so no trouble there for Tomljanovic. On the run, Tomljanovic goes with a backhand. That's quite short, though, and it's dispatched by Rusa with a pretty powerful backhand.
Yeah, Rusa can definitely step up and hit the ball. She got the outside edge of the ball, pretty much hit the line to take it off to the double sideline. Again, Rusa's backhand is her strength and her go-to shot.
So from love 30 to 30 all. Dressed in the all orange dress with a little white trim. Rusa serves to Tomljanovic, and again that forehand again goes too long from the Australian, and Rusa has a point here for a 5-3 lead in the first set. Tell you about the competition in a minute, our Week 1 AO Radio competition, which I know causes excitement right around the world when we announce it, so I'll give you some details in just a tick. As Rusa serves, a fault. Just on the baseline, just inside to receive. Tomljanovic is ready for this down the middle, gets a forehand racket onto it, but Rusa gets the short ball and dispatches it with the forehand cross-court and wins 4 consecutive points to take that game. And now Tomljanovic in a tricky situation to serve next at 3-5.
Yeah, that serve definitely set up the point. A slider tee, the ball moving away from Isla into the forehand wing. And Rusa's ability just to go back behind Isla and get that forehand angle off the court, something she's very good at.
You may remember Rusa lost in the second round last year. Not the fact that she lost in the second round, because a lot of people wouldn't remember that, but she lost to Madison Keys, who went on to win the title, of course, last year, and lost 7-5 in the third set. So there's an indication that she's wouldn't feel not at home, if that's a sort of double negative. Anyway, you know what I mean.
She's very comfortable playing on the hard courts.
Thank you, that would be a better way of saying it. Well done. 15 love here for Tomljanovic on the Tomljanovic serve. She serves down the middle. The forehand from Rusa goes long in response. So Isla's just got to force the issue here and put the pressure on to see if Rusa is going to be good enough to serve out this first set. Tomljanovic serves at the backhand of Rusa, but she got a bit stuck on the court there and didn't get the elevation. Put it in the net, 40 love.
Yeah, just didn't get her hands under that ball. Got it very late. Was that your golf swing or your tennis swing?
Oh dear, that shows that it wasn't very good. That was actually the tennis swing. Serving here into the net. See, the golf swing would look more like that.
Oh, yes, that's
and
a good golf swing.
Attempt
That was your backhand.
Double-handed backhand, yeah. It didn't look quite right, did it? Although neither did Elena Gabriella's, really. Then I nodded it there as Tomljanovic does exactly what she needed to do and holds serve, although Rusa held serve herself pretty comfortably before and will get the opportunity to win this opening set next when she serves at 5-4. So, Jamie, the competition. I know it's what you want to hear about.
Please.
So we have a $50 voucher to the Australian Open shop to give away for the most creative response to this question. You cannot win it.
Okay.
Okay, because you're not a listener. You're not listening around the world, you're here. We've talked about which actors would play tennis players if they made a movie of their life, and now we're going to turn the tables. We want to know which tennis player would play famous movie characters and why. Which tennis player would play famous movie character and why? It can be any genre, any era. Who would be a great Marvel character, for example? Don't feel you have to answer that. That's not a question. That was rhetorical. We want you to be creative with your response. The movie could be from any era and anywhere around the world, although you might want to give us some more information if the movie isn't well known.
That's cool. I've done this, but for a TV show.
Okay. There's a bit more to read out.
Okay.
And a bit more to talk about. So why don't we just see if Elena Gabriella can serve out this set first, and then we'll return to that matter and some of your messages. All right, let's see here. Rusa serving for the first set. Into the nets. Will she get nervous? Will she get tight? Will Tomljanovic step in and take her chance? Rusa serves. Backhand from Tomljanovic. Pretty good, bit short. There's another one, again, not putting Rusa under any great pressure at the moment. A bit better depth on that change of angle from Rusa. That earned her the point there. She just changed the off forehand down the line, got the mistake she wanted.
Yeah, very disciplined point by Rusa. Just trying to get Isla stretching, but Isla was so far off the baseline and so wide that going line was just not the smartest decision. Had to go back cross court.
15 love. Oh, serving for the tee, and I was in Rusa's camp there. I thought that would just about caught the line, but Hawkeye disagreed. So it is called a fault going down the middle, just missed it. Let's see what the second serve is like. Lands this deep in the court on the backhand of Tomljanovic. There's another backhand from Tomljanovic, but he just pulled the trigger and it went way wide into the tram lines. Low percentage ball, 30 love.
Just very unnecessary again from Isla. 2 mistakes off the backhand wing, but they're not her backhand, they're just undisciplined mistakes in the choices that she's made.
Not what you'd be expecting to see. Anyway, 30 love, she's not putting the pressure on. Let's see what happens here. Serve out wide, the forehand not in the court from Tomljanovic. We've seen that ball a few times already in the 20 minutes or so we've been on this match. The forehand mistakes going long beyond the baseline.
Definitely, but credit to Rusa, they're stretching her opponent, getting Isla outside the baseline, that ball swinging.
So 3 set points for the Romanian. Can she deliver? She serves heavily at the backhand and Tomljanovic stands and delivers that time and hammers a backhand back past her.
There's your backhand line. But she's hit that much better. She's hit it cleaner. She's hit it out in front. She hasn't gone for the lines. They're big areas of the court that she's gone into.
Still double set point for Rusa. Serves at the backhand of Tomljanovic. Again, does really well. Well defended by Rusa, but then a very poor forehand error straight into the net from the Australian. Hands the set a little bit, although Elena Gabriela Rusa has earned that opening set in 45 minutes by 6 games to 4. So that puts Isla under more pressure to try and find a way past this second round at her 7th attempt.
That's pretty cool. But she did it 2 nights ago. She's been in this position, but credit to Rusa, who actually put Isla under pressure.
So just looking at the numbers, the more first serve percentages in for Tomljanovic convincingly, but the 7 second serve points won just sitting at 36% for Tomljanovic, whereas 69 for Rusa. 7 winners up against 8 unforced for Rusa, but 9 winners, so more winners, but 15 unforced for Tomljanovic, and that tells a little bit of the story there. The winner of this match to play Sakkari or Mira Andreeva, who looked to be in pretty good form when we watched her the other day. Right, back to the competition. We will come back to the second set in just a minute. And just if you're wondering time-wise, what is happening over the next hour or so? Well, the evening serve will be along with Nat Edwards in about half an hour from now, and then we'll be into tonight's serving of tennis for you. And we've got a whole bunch of good tennis and big names to bring you. As we mentioned, Mira Andreeva just then. She'll be playing out on Margaret Court Arena. Francis Tiafoe, he'll be in action as well, as will the 3rd seed on the men's side, Alexander Zverev. In fact, he'll come on court in about half an hour or so, straight after this match. Maybe not half an hour or so, maybe a bit longer if Isla's going to come back. And on centre court, Alex de Minaur, the 6th seed, is going to come up against the Serbian Hamad Medjedovic. And then Priscilla Hon, another Australian who you'd know well.
I do, indeed.
Will play Iva Jovic of the United States, the 29th seed. That'll be a tough match for Priscilla, but still, big stage.
Just about to warm up in front of us on Rod Laver Arena.
Okay, you can keep one eye on that, one eye on the tennis and one eye on the competition, should you have 3. Now, back to the comp. Where were we? Oh, yes. So the voucher can be used online if you're lucky enough to win it. So you can enter from anywhere around the world. You can use the Ask the Booth form on ausopen.com. You can email us, aoradio@tennis.com.au. You can do that just for general comments, questions, thoughts, or where you're listening to us as well. Entries close 5 o'clock Sunday afternoon. Now that's Melbourne time. If you're wondering what Melbourne time is, it's 6 o'clock Melbourne time in the evening on Wednesday evening. So you have till Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 1 hour less than 4 days to get your entry in. 1 hour less than 4 days. And it'll be announced on the evening serve with Nat Edwards on Sunday. And you can also have a look at all the Australian Open merch, which is online. There was a huge queue to get in the shop when I walked past about, an hour ago. Massive queue. Massive queue to get into the shop. AustralianOpenshop.com. So So you can probably buy all the same stuff online as you can in person. But I guess when you come to the tennis,
so much better to buy it in person.
You just want to buy something, don't you? You want the
like
souvenir
a souvenir
T-shirt,
to take
cap,
home so you can wear it.
Something else.
A fridge magnet.
A fridge magnet. Actually, I don't like fridge magnets.
Really?
No.
Why?
I just find them a bit messy.
Okay.
Yeah. Rusa has to pick this up on the half volley. Tomljanovic should make this. No, she doesn't put it away. Gives Rusa one more chance, and she raises her fist in the opening game of this second set. Felt Tomljanovic had the opportunity to put that ball away, but she didn't take it. Maybe poorly positioned, maybe not enough pace on the put away, but Rusa held firm after picking up a really lovely half volley. And
Isla did such a great job end range to make Rusa play, but had the opportunity to finish it, but just didn't do enough.
Yeah. The match going the way of the Romanian at the moment. So opening game of this second set, and Rusa has earned herself a break point here. So this is danger moments for Tomljanovic.
Very dangerous for Isla, but credit to Rusa, who's just made Isla play consistently and time again. Has kind of put her foot down here a little bit.
30-40 on the Tomljanovic serve. Opening game here on John Cain Arena. Serves to the forehand of Rusa. That clips the tape heavily. Tomljanovic, the short ball put away, takes the opportunity and raises her fist on that occasion as she saves the break point. Back to Deuce.
Tomljanovic did a much better job of getting up to that ball and putting that away into the open court. Big point here at Deuce. Isla looking for a first serve. Incredibly important.
Tomljanovic down the far end, serves. Rusa with the forehand right back at her. So Tomljanovic returns the favour. Good angle, though, from the Romanian, forcing Tomljanovic way out onto her backhand flank, and she couldn't make the ball over the high part of the net. Another break point.
Isla's just been a little bit undisciplined with her backhand choices over the last couple points. Tried to go line on a couple balls that were just very unnecessary.
Saves the break point, though, with a good serve out wide. So evening serve at 6:30, and then at 7 o'clock or thereabouts, local time, Melbourne will be on Margaret Court Arena, starting things off with that match I just mentioned between Maria Sakkari and Mira Andreeva. And then we'll bounce around after that. But as I mentioned, TFO, Minaur, lots of good players in action this evening, including this pair who are on John Cain Arena right now on AO Radio. And Rusa finds a lovely angle there on the cross-court forehand, and great depth as well to earn herself another break point, her third in this opening game alone.
We do have another message that has been sent through that I will read out to you after this point.
Okay. I like the advance warning. Break point for Rusa here. Forehand straight back down the middle of the court from both women. And Rusa there looking for a bit more depth on the forehand. Got that all wrong. 6 feet long, I would suggest. And back to Deuce.
Maybe, do you want it now or after this game?
I think after.
After the game. Well, I didn't.
After, because it'll distract us, Jamie.
Yeah, it will. Well, I thought Rusa was going to break.
Yes,
so
yes.
I was just pre-preparing.
Now you'll have to backward pre-prepare because Tomljanovic might hang on here. We shall see. We're back to Deuce. It's a tense and tight opening game after 52 minutes on John Cain Arena. Serves to the backhand of Rusa. Good depth on that return from her. Tomljanovic settles into her own backhand. Heavy clip of the tape from Rusa. Slows things down, changes the process of this rally. Both players still behind the baseline, but it's Tomljanovic who holds firm as Rusa's forehand goes long, and she has a game point.
Isla just starting to pick on the Rusa forehand a little bit more. I love the change up with the pace. We don't really see her do that much. Everything is quite one-paced, very flat.
Of calming ball bounces for Isla Tomljanovic. She serves at game point into the net. Here we go again with the second serve. Serves down the middle onto the forehand, got some good weight onto that, did Rusa, but she got that one all wrong, pulled it into the tram lines, and Tomljanovic holds firm, saves a couple of break points, really critical ones at the opening game of this second set, and hangs on. She's dropped the first set, but she's got the opening game of the second.
Very critical first game, but Isla's body language has also shifted. Shoulders have gone back, the head's gone up, the fists come out. And I'm going to read a message.
Yes, indeed.
And it's from Claudia from Hong Kong. Hello from a gloomy, overcast day in Hong Kong.
Oh, but quite warm, I'd suggest, at this time of year.
Probably. I think Djokovic could be Logan Roy in succession in the way that his younger successors probably were hoping he would go away and give them a chance to get on top of the game, when in reality he's really not planning to retire at all and still wants to dominate the game.
I quite like that thinking. Djokovic could be Logan Roy, yes. Giving others the chance and then, in fact, not giving them the chance. And intimating that he's going to and then taking back the reins. I quite like that. It's clever.
Who picks the winner?
So that's a good question. Hang on. So who does pick the winner? I know it's being announced. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's El Supremo Chifo Lidero.
Okay.
Peter Mercatoro. Could be.
Love
he
that.
may have the final say. Or maybe there's a panel. There could be a judging panel.
You're not on the judging panel?
I don't think I am. I haven't been asked yet. Have you?
No. But does that mean you can enter?
No. I think if you're paid by Tennis Australia and the Australian Open as staff, you can't then enter the competition. I think it's seen as possibly not the right thing to do.
Yes, I think I'll have to agree
Yes,
with you
there might
there.
be a conflict there. Rusa here is out to a 30-love lead as she gets things underway in the second set for her love one. But I love the thinking that's gone into that. That's super clever from Claudia in an overcast Hong Kong. And of course, at this time of year, it won't be that hot in Hong Kong. I was getting my seasons mixed up. Super warm in July, not so hot at this time of year. But great to hear from you, Claudia, and great to hear from everyone wherever you're listening to us. Lovely having your company right around the world as Rusa here and Tomljanovic go toe-to-toe in this second round match on John Cain Arena. A little drop shot there of the highest quality from the Romanian. Beautifully done on the backhand side.
And that's a definite drop shot on the backhand. That's no short slice off the forehand. But it's just a great change-up. Isla loves to sit on the baseline, and Rusa's definitely in control of the rally here, and her ability just to change up with a short backhand drop shot or slice. And she's also a high-quality doubles player as well, so has the ability and hands to do those type of tricks.
Here's the game for Elena Gabriela Rusa. Beautifully done. Holds to love. She's looked pretty good on serve, and her intensity, even in the face of a little raise from Isla Tomljanovic, has been maintained. One game all in the second set, first set to Rusa. So do keep your messages coming through, whether they're entries for the competition, and Claudia has set the bar high. I love the way she's thinking there. Although Jamie Fawless, is it a valid entry? And you have to work out why. Is it a valid entry given the stipulation and what Claudia has mentioned, Djokovic to play somebody in something? Does it fit the terms and conditions? I'll leave that with you as Rusa and Tomljanovic get into the next point. Slice from Tomljanovic into the net, love 15. I love that. I can see your brain ticking over inside your head.
What am I doing that's wrong?
What am I missing? Tomljanovic, ready, serves down the middle. Rusa does pretty well to reach this just with a cut at the forehand. Tomljanovic had the chance to put it away, gave Rusa one more chance, but she netted a forehand going up the line, 15 all.
Does the movie need to be on someone's life?
No.
No.
Right.
So is that a valid entry?
But I would say it could be considered not a valid entry because of one of the words that you just said.
We've talked.
One of the words you literally just said. Picked up on the half volley that time by Tomljanovic. The little slice drop shot from Rusa was good, but it wasn't good enough because Tomljanovic showed great wheels to get up to the net and hammer the winner past her.
Does it have to do with the movie she's picked? Because I don't know what the movie she's
so my
picked
question
is.
It's not a movie.
Oh.
Succession was a Netflix show.
Claudia,
not
you're
a
going to
movie.
have to redo your entry.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. We'd have to check the parameters. But it does feel, even though I love the thinking, and that is out from Rusa. So 40-15 now from Tomljanovic. I love the thinking, and I love the way that entry is constructed, and I was very, very excited. But now I'm thinking that the way the question is constructed, famous movie characters, whereas Logan Roy in Succession was a TV character.
Yeah, that's why mine of Gossip Girl wouldn't actually be allowed, because it's not a movie.
Hang on, wasn't Gossip Girl a movie, wasn't it?
Was it a movie?
Now I'm confused. 1-2 here as Tomljanovic holds serve. So we're on serve in the second set, first set to Elena Gabriela Rusa. Gossip Girl. Now, I have to admit, I didn't watch it.
Well, it's definitely on Netflix now.
Yeah, but
So
is it a
it's
film?
like a series, no.
So if you were playing
It's like a
charades, what would
TV.
you do? Would you do this, or would you go like that? Charades, I you'd probably call it.
I would go
TV.
TV.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
that's
TV.
interesting. Okay.
Definitely TV.
Gossip Girl.
Because if it's a movie, it would just be like one movie or two. Whereas like Gossip
No,
Girl,
one.
it's a series, so there are multiple episodes.
Gossip Girl drama, 6 seasons. Yes, that doesn't qualify. Unless they made a film as well.
Nah.
See, there's some things like, trying to think. They would have... Twin Peaks, for example, because I might have had some assistance from upstairs, where that was a TV series, David Lynch and
Yep.
and also got made into a film,
turned it
right?
into a film.
Yeah.
That's fair.
So, but Succession, not a film yet, and I don't think there's any scope for it to be a film because they kind of covered everything off, I think, in the TV show.
But moral of the story is we're still trying to figure out what the terms are for the entry.
Well, I'm trying to give Claudia some little bit of a leeway here, but the terms are quite strict and quite clear in the sense that they say which famous movie characters, not movie or TV characters. And I don't think in any sense you could call Succession a film or a movie.
Okay. Well, we have another one that's just come through, so
Okay.
I will pre-read it.
Okay. Just to check that
Just
it's
to
suitable
check
for
that.
broadcast. I mean, Jamie's saying that.
No,
Of course, she
just to
pre-reads
make-
everything, don't you?
Just to make sure that I think it's a movie.
Yes. Okay. Well, no. I mean, I think we can read it out because I think Claudia's thinking was superb and it gives us the right idea. But I think she has drifted outside the very strict conditions of attempting to win that coveted prize of the first week competition on AO Radio, which also has $50 at the Australian Open shop. But clearly, it's the prestige of winning the AO Radio competition that you want. As Rusa serves at love 15 here, Tomljanovic going heavily again with the backhand, going for everything really. Where did she have to? Anyway, it went long, 15-all.
Yeah, just going for way too much on the backhand side. Doesn't really need to. She's not going to get beaten off that backhand wing. Would love to see her get her left hand outside the ball, put a little bit more shape on the ball.
Let's see what happens here as Rusa serves onto the forehand of Tomljanovic. Open court for Rusa, and she does enough. She didn't try and bite off the line there. She just went into the open court thinking that Tomljanovic might just get there, but probably wouldn't get there in time to do much with it, and that's exactly what happened.
Rusa's done a great job this set and the last of using the wide serve on Isla. The ball just starts to swing.
Serving here, this time Rusa finds the net, looking to go down the tee. Second serve from the Romanian at 30-15. Serves, lands this in. Big forehand from Tomljanovic. Well picked up on the backhand now. Switching to the forehand is Rusa. Pair exchanging forehands until Rusa tries to change direction to go up the line. Found the net, 30-all.
Yeah, highest part of the net. Just have to use more margin going over that. The shot was there to be hit by Rusa.
Bublik and Fušović are going head-to-head on Kia Arena. 3 games all in the opening set of that one. Bringing you up to date with a couple more scores around Melbourne Park in just a tick. As Rusa's ball toss goes wrong. and now it goes right. She landed that in deep in the box, gets a short ball on the backhand again near the baseline. Tomljanovic doing well, but a beautiful inside-out backhand, just skidding away, leaving Tomljanovic flat-footed in the middle of the baseline. Rusa 40-30.
Not enough depth from Isla from these last couple balls. Rus just taking advantage, stepping inside the baseline to an inside-out backhand, which we see a lot on the women's side.
Isla not happy with that. Nuno Borges is getting the better of Jordan Thompson at the moment on 15-73, 2-1. The Portuguese leads on serve in the fourth as Rusa serves net, catching the net. Stays second serve. What else going on earth? Lena Tien is up against Shevchenko of Kazakhstan. Update you on that one in just a tick. As Rusa just backpedaling, just had a weight all in the wrong spot there as her backhand found the net centrally. Deuce.
We do have a great next message that's come in, and I do think...
You feel like it's been pre-read sufficiently?
No, I do think it can be a valid entry. That's what I'm going for.
Okay, valid entry. Tick off from Flawless.
Well, I think.
Okay, we think. Forehand here from Tomljanovic, but doesn't have to play that, as just called a fault with the first ball. So Rusa here at deuce, 1-2. First set to the Romanian. She serves onto the Tomljanovic backhand. Got a fair bit on that, did Tomljanovic. She really attacked that backhand and she landed it in near the feet of Rusa. Got the mistake she wanted and has a break point.
Isla was very disciplined with that return. Went deep through the middle. Just played safe, didn't need to do anything more. Rus not getting out of the way of the ball and moving fast enough. Body weight going backwards.
So break point for the Australian here on the Rusa serve. She hasn't had a great deal of opportunities of late on Elena Gabriela Rusa's serve, but here is one, and it's a significant one at 1-2 in the second set. Rusa serves onto the backhand of Tomljanovic, opposite corner, nice angle from the Romanian, gets the short ball, but took it out of the air, could have let it bounce, went with the swing volley on the forehand side and got it wrong, did Rusa, pushed it long, Tomljanovic breaks for 3-1.
Got it very wrong, Rusa. Was halfway up the court, had Isla on the back foot, just needed to go for big margins, but overcooked it past the baseline. Isla's body language has definitely changed now, up and about. A lot of confidence going into the second set.
Emilio Nava from the United States is up against Cam Norrie of Britain on court 7. Norrie with the early advantage there, 4-1, as Tomljanovic looks to consolidate the break of serve, but she has not got away to the perfect start here at love 15.
First 2 points are so critical. After you've broken, you know, you want to hold after you break, and Rusa's come out firing with some great ball striking.
So Isla gets herself set again here. And serves. Forehand from Rusa, just clipping the tape, but landing in. Couple of big forehand, that's way out from Tomljanovic. You could tell that one was clear of the baseline the moment it left her racket.
Both players not hitting the ball very high over the net, hitting the ball very flat. Isla just took a massive cut at that ball.
Not turn out to be a strategically good decision.
Not at all.
Serving here out wide that time. Nice serving from Tomljanovic. The forehand response from Rusa into the net.
Isla took pace off that first serve, just at 148 kilometres, slider wide.
Lena Tien has beaten Alexander Shevchenko. Just as I said I was going to update you on the score, it became a result and disappeared. That was the delay, sorry about that. Onto the forehand of Rusa. She finds some good depth, and Tomljanovic unable to handle that depth, although to be fair, she should have done. Forehand into the net, and she's dug herself a bit of a hole here, trying to consolidate the break of serve. Finds herself at 15-40.
Unfortunately, is just starting to pile up for Isla a little bit.
Not good time for that. Going to be a second serve here at 15:40. It's a double fault. It was long. She was trying for the out wide serve deep in the box, but it was a couple of inches long of its intended target. So Elena Gabriela Rusa, much to her delight, multiple fist pumping on her way back to her seat, has broken straight back and will serve next at 2-3. Right, I better give you this result because I've been teasing it for what feels like 10 minutes. Lerner Tien is through. He beat Alexander Shevchenko 6-2, 5-7, 6-1, 6-love on... what court were they on? What court were they on, Jamie? Where has that disappeared? Goodness gracious. Where has it gone? ANZ Arena. Thank you very much. Right, now you've got the... Let's get to you. That's important. Let's get to you.
Okay, we have a message from David from London.
Oh, David from London. Lovely.
Greetings from a dark, chilly London.
Yes.
How about Djokovic to play Ethan Hunt? His achievements in the game suggest that he has accepted and accomplished many impossible missions, including beating Nadal at Roland Garros. And his latest mission, should he choose to accept it, to win his 25th Grand Slam while Sinner and Alcaraz stand in the way.
That's very good, David. David, at breakfast time in London, you have delivered us a very fine entry. That's a good one. That ticks all the boxes. All the boxes. So boxes are ticked.
Done.
Yes. Well done.
You're in the running.
Good thinking. Selected a movie character. Didn't even bother to say which movie from. Could have been multiple films, obviously, because there've been quite a few. But
I love the explanation of like how Djokovic will play him and the reasons why behind it.
Yes, and even the little play on his mission, should he choose to accept it. I love that. That's strategic, good thinking, clear thinking over cornflakes as well. You know, maybe a couple of coffees. I reckon David's had a couple of coffees to come
or
up
a couple of teas.
A couple of teas, maybe. Yes, that's true. Are you more of a tea girl?
No, I'm a coffee girl.
Oh.
Coffee girl. But it is chilly in London. It could be... What's the time in London?
7:30 in the morning, 7:20.
Okay. Teas and coffee.
Tea and coffee. I sometimes like a cup of tea first thing rather than coffee first thing.
Really?
Depending on... Well, Ruth here serving and doing it well, 30 love. Just depending on what you've got to get up and do. Like if you've got to get up and you've got, okay, got to go to work, got to do this, got to do that, then coffee. Yeah, okay, I get it. But if you want to get up, might just flick the telly on, just relax for a bit, chill out in bed, you know, hang out, cup of tea.
That's true. I feel like I've gone down the iced coffee pathways since it's quite
First
hot.
thing.
No, not first thing. It would be my second coffee.
Okay, second one has to be iced. I like the way you're thinking, yeah. Rusa serves here onto the backhand, just caught the neck cord, so it'll be a second serve. I just find iced coffee just to be a bit of a faff to make. I don't know why. It's like it's not that complicated, but for some reason it really isn't. Backhand this time from Tomljanovic to the backhand of Rusa. And then Rusa going for the line, just missing it. It was there, but she just pushed a little bit too close to the line and out into the tram lines, 30-15.
We have a response from David.
Oh, yes,
he
good.
said it was coffee.
It was coffee.
Yes.
Thanks,
One
David.
cup.
Yeah. You just had coffee written on it, didn't it? 7:20 in the morning. That was good, clear thinking. Just required maybe a little bit of caffeine. Or, of course, David could have been on night shift, but he solved the mystery with the caffeine admission. Anyway, it's a very good admission to the competition. Great backhand, too, from Rusa. Cross-court, change of angle. It did not work out well for Tomljanovic, whose backhand response was into the net. 40-15. Points here for the Romanian for 3-all.
If anyone could understand Croatian, that would like to translate
And
what her coach was
Somebody
saying.
could. Give us a translation. If you're listening, happy to take that translation. If you're Croatian speaking, can understand it. Or if you're in Croatia. Serving out wide, that is an ace. And whatever the coach says, you can't do much about that because that was beautifully delivered, swinging out wide, halfway up the service box. Beautiful angle from Rusa. And she's won a couple of consecutive games, having dropped that service game, and it's 3 games all, and she's ready to go here.
That's a gutsy hold from Rusa. Hasn't done much since dropping that game. She's really brought it to Isla. It's more Isla's intensity in shot making has dropped.
And she's just making too many mistakes. Like,
way too
really,
many errors.
just way too many mistakes.
And they're more just undisciplined mistakes as well. She's gone line off the backhand into the net multiple times or out long when it's just not necessary. One of her best shots is backhand cross.
Jamie Fawless, Steve Pearce with you on AO Radio. We'll be heading off to the evening serve shortly, but we should have a chance to see what Isla can do with this service game first. Before then, with new balls, well, the first mistake that she's made is hitting a forehand just long beyond the baseline. Love 15. By a nano inch.
Hawkeye.
Technical term.
Hawkeye. Very close.
Hawkeye, yes. Well, we're believing Hawkeye. We have no choice. We'll have to believe Hawkeye said it was out by the smallest and narrowest of margins, what you might call a quadruple zoomer back in the old days when we had those challenges. A long time ago now. Seems like when we had... I'll challenge that. Do you remember?
No.
Don't remember that? Oh, God. Wasn't that long ago? Surely it wasn't that long ago. Forehand this time from Rusa. Big forehands from the back of the court, repelled by Tomljanovic. Straight down the middle of the court. No angles whatsoever on these ground strokes. Hitting the ball hard as well, the two women, until the backhand from Rusa finds the net. 15 all.
Wait, do you mean when they used to have three challenges?
Three challenges,
oh,
yeah.
that was the best thing ever.
Yeah.
That was my favourite thing.
Yeah. I thought it wasn't that long ago.
No.
You're just giving me that look as if like, oh my God, hang on, was it 15 years ago?
No,
Surely
that was
not.
my favourite thing.
Yeah, I'll challenge that.
And everyone goes, challenge. Yep.
Yeah. And then it would go boom. And if it was really close like that one, it would go in, zooming in again. And then it would zoom in again. Picked up on the half volley by Tomljanovic, and she's going to earn the point, making her opponent play another ball. Rusa, almost inexplicably looking for too much on the angle on the backhand, pushes it into the tram lines, and it's 15-33 all.
First serve returns made so far, Rusa 77%. Isla serve just not being as effective, but when you have a great returner down the other side, it's hard to hold.
Serving here, Tomljanovic, and the backhand down the line was pretty good from Rusa. Then she goes back cross court, just picked up by Tomljanovic, and again going for the big angle. Rusa, this time she made it on the forehand, inside out cross.
Just scraping up, pretty much on the line. Incredible shot by Rusa there.
We will keep you across the score in this match and all the other matches that are happening around Melbourne Park when Nat Edwards takes over in a couple of minutes to wrap up what's been another enthralling day at Melbourne Park, the fourth day of the 2026 Australian Open on AO Radio.
And
You're about to say something?
We have another...
Quickly,
entry. I'll do it after this point.
No, don't wait, because we're going to have to go in a tick anyway. Just go.
Okay, so it's from Aaron. He says, hey Booth, been loving the radio, you're doing a wonderful job. Here's my player in a movie idea, Jannik Sinner as Luke Skywalker in Star Wars. Okay. The Empire Sinner's back.
The Empire Sinner's back. A new title.
A new title.
Okay.
But I've never watched the Star Wars, so I don't really know the reference.
Character analysis is there. I could see Jannik playing that role, I think. Yeah, I think that's a valid entry.
One? Okay.
In it goes. Absolutely. It's 40-30 here. Tomljanovic is looking to try and hang on before Nat takes over, but she's going to have to do better than that because that's a double fault. So back to Juice. She may not make it. But anyway, we'll keep you across all the matches and all the scores as they happen around Melbourne Park. It's been wonderful having your company. Jamie and I have enjoyed greatly having your company. Thanks for all your competition entries, all your messages. It's been a wonderful afternoon's tennis. We've seen Davidovich Fokina through in 5 enthralling sets, and also Carlos Alcaraz in the last couple of hours as well. Plenty of great live tennis coming your way this evening. But before that, Nat Edwards will wrap up the day's play and look ahead to the evening on the Evening Serve, coming up to you next here on AO Radio.
On AO Radio, this is the Evening Serve with Nat Edwards. Hello everyone and welcome to the Evening Serve. On tonight's show, a British star crashes out in the second round as the world number ones get through unscathed. Plus tonight, it's all about the Aussies as Alex de Minaur and Priscilla Hon take centre stage. This is the Evening Serve.
To the tape from Sabalenka, gets a little bit lucky by nets to the forehand. And the world number one, the two-time champion, is through to round 3 of the Australian Open with a 6-3, 6-1 win over a valiant Zhu Bai.
A long rally, Faria runs out of steam. Andrei Rublev is into the third round here at the Australian Open, gets over the disappointment of being broken, serving this match out or attempting to, and breaks again. So he gets the better of Jaime Faria, who's come through qualifying the Portuguese. A good run.
Backhand from Hanfmann is wide. Alcaraz raises his arms. Well, the big battle in that was the first set. 78 minutes it took. Alcaraz winning it on the tie-break. But when you look at the match in its entirety, he was never seriously threatened.
Another massive day here at Melbourne Park. Another record crowd, 68,011 fans making their way through the gates here during the day session. Now, that is the biggest first Wednesday day session that we have had in history. So another historic day for the Australian Open. They're breaking records left, right and centre as I welcome in our special guest for tonight on the evening serve. It is tennis journalist all the way from New Zealand, Dave Worsley. Dave, welcome to you.
Oh, thank you very much there, Nat. All the way from New Zealand, 27th time here at the Aussie Open, which makes me feel incredibly old.
And your 50th Grand Slam, is
exactly,
that right?
Yeah, 50th Slam. Obviously the majority of them are Aussie Opens, quite a few US, and then half a dozen or whatever Wimbledon and a couple French or something like that anyway.
That's incredible. Do you have, like, when you look back at the 50 Grand Slams, is there one in particular that really stands out? And this is a question without notice.
Yeah, it is. No, there's always a few, but I just remember one of my firsts at Wimbledon where particularly the French used to cut up radio audio, like physical cut.
Oh.
It was like a tape as such, and they would physically cut it up.
Oh.
Which I hadn't seen before.
I've
and I was
never
just
seen that.
fascinated. And this was in the days of fax machines and things like that.
Yes.
I don't know if you're old enough to remember
No,
that.
my dad had a fax machine. I'd have to fax my footy tips into my dad's office every Friday night. And sometimes I would forget and no one would answer the fax machine, and then I'd have to have all the losers for the week. So it was very disappointing.
Well, it goes a long way back. And, we're talking about players from Navratilova. Saw her play live in singles. Also, Pete Sampras was fantastic at the US Open where he actually vomited on court but still won his match.
Insane. The things that players do and put their bodies through and still win a tennis match, it's quite insane. Well, I remember my first ever time working at the Australian Open, and I bumped into you, and you were very kind to me in the radio room. So it's nice to see you once again. Yes, don't worry, I wouldn't have had you back on the show if you weren't.
There's been some late nights and early mornings, and I think one of the times I left here at 5:30 in the morning and had to be on the radio about 20 minutes later. In fact, on the walk back to the hotel, there was also a time at the US Open where they used to have really late nights. And I ended up in the car, the transportation, well, that had all gone home.
Oh, no.
I ended up with James Blake and Leighton Hewitt in the same car as them because that was the only car left. And the players were like, we don't care.
Do they have any good stories for you?
I think we all fell asleep.
That is very, very funny. Now, before we dive a little deeper into the big stories of the day, here's what's making news at Melbourne Park. Well, 28th seed Emma Raducanu has crashed out of the Australian Open. The Brits served for the opening set at 5-3 against Anastasia Potapova, but crumbled, losing in straight sets 7-6, 6-2. Potapova will now face defending women's champion Aryna Sabalenka, dropping just 4 games against Chinese qualifier Bai Zhuoxuan.
Super happy with the win, of course. Really enjoyed the atmosphere. It was really beautiful and it was a bit tricky. She played really great tennis. I'm happy that I was able to close that first set and kind of like was able to step in and increase the level in the second set.
Meantime, 12th seed Alina Svitolina continued her undefeated start to 2026 as she moved through to the third round where she'll face 23rd seed Diana Shnaider. Shnaider saving 3 match points against Aussie wildcard Talia Gibson to win in 3 sets. Despite the loss though, Gibson keeping a sunny outlook on things.
There's no reason why I shouldn't take so many positives from that match, and the fact that I put myself in that position in the first place, which is something that I haven't done before, so I'm really proud of that.
And on the men's side, world number 1 Carlos Alcaraz got through in straight sets despite being challenged in the opening set against Germany's Jannik Hanfmann. While seeds Daniil Medvedev, Andrei Rublev, Tommy Paul and Francisco Cerundolo also progressed through to the third round. And there's plenty of matches going on at the moment, Dave. Out on JCA, Aya Tomjanovic, the Australian, is down a set, and it's 4-all in the second set against her opponent Rousset. And then what's happening on court 7?
Yeah, court 7, where you've got Cam Norrie up a set 6-1, but down love 3 against Nava. Now, Norrie in the first round won his first set 6-love, and then I think went to 5. So I don't know if he's just decided to drop the I don't know, win it easy and then go to 5 anyway, just keep the Brits sort of going for breakfast radio or TV. Cam is an interesting character. He's done so well in the past, and he said, what was it, last week in Auckland, that he's just happy to be healthy and out there and just enjoying life.
Well, I think he likes a 5-setter. He
Yeah.
prefers
I don't
the
know if that's
challenge.
enjoying life so
Yeah,
much.
I don't know. I don't know either, but we'll keep you updated on all of those matches that are happening around the grounds as we move into the night session. Of course, we'll preview that in just a moment, but I do want to chat to you a little bit more about the biggest news of the day, and that is, of course, that Emma Raducanu is out. Now, she's made headlines this week for a lot of reasons, one of them being she had a super fan nickname her Rado, and James Bray, the Sydney sider who came down, got free tickets from her team to come today, and now it seems that perhaps that was a curse. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's nice to have super fans, but perhaps concentrating and focusing on the tennis. There seems to be a little bit of an issue at times, and maybe this is the way she works, between Emma herself and a coach as to who says what and who does what. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it works. She's had a number of coaches. I can't actually count that many, but it has been a number. And maybe that's just the way she feels better about it. She needs to have the combative nature with her coach about discussing how things work. And I deal with a couple of coaches that I know quite well, and sometimes they say, we're not there as coaches, we're there as to get the towels, to get the water, to be blamed. Which, I don't know if
You're
that's the
paying
best
a lot
way.
of money for someone to do that for you, right?
Yeah.
But this is the thing with Emma. I mean, so up and down. She was seeded in a Grand Slam here for the first time in 4 years. And I know she said in an interview leading into the tournament, I think it was in the off-seasons, that she was still searching for her identity as a tennis player. And yes, she burst onto the scene as an 18-year-old. She won the US Open back in 2021.
21, yeah.
But, I mean, that's the only title that she's won.
Well, the other thing with Raducanu is there is the curse, certainly in the men's side of the draw, that all 4 Grand Slams, the last 4, maybe make that 5 Grand Slams, the 28 seeders lost in the first round.
Oh.
Yeah, some weird stat that I saw somewhere.
Okay, so the curse of number 28.
Yeah, now it's gone across the women's side. So, no, but yeah, 5 Grand Slams, I think it is, that for the man, the 28 seed is lost in the first round.
That's crazy.
Yeah, well, it was a crazy stat, so somehow I still remember it.
I like it. But talk to me a bit more about Anastasia Potapova, because you're out there watching her now, playing for Austria at the moment, the world number 55. That's a tough matchup for someone like a Raducanu.
Yeah, even when you have the 32 seeds, because it always used to be 16, but even when you have 32 seeds, you're going to play the 33rd player? You could do, and someone who's ranked about 50. She's been higher than that and is better. She's quite ferocious, and she has a fractured finger on her left hand. Yes, she is right-handed, but she does have a double-handed backhand.
It's still awkward, isn't it?
Yeah, she's got a fracture in there. And we asked her today, well, is that still the same? Is it still painful? Oh, it doesn't matter. Nothing's going to happen. We'll just carry on.
I love that attitude.
It's a fracture on her bone. I'm thinking, for your double-handed backhand, yes, I have to adjust it, but it's okay.
Wow, she's doing a great job of adjusting it at the moment through to the third round. How do you think she's going to go, though? Because in the third round, she meets none other than Aryna Sabalenka, who is trying to win a 3rd Australian Open title.
I think that's going to be a battle for a while. It'll be noisy in many ways. I really think Popova will try and out-hit her or try and hit just as hard for some time. Now, a lot of players can hit as hard as Sabalenka, but can they do it for as long? Can they actually do it for 3 sets or potentially 3 sets? They may get into a battle for the rallies, but it's just whether they can keep doing that and be doing it consistently. So that's going to be the real test. Consistent rallies, consistent power, rather than just, I'll hit one shot hard. Oh, it came back just as hard, if not harder.
Now, a quick apology to Madison Keys, because in my news headlines, I did say that Arena Sabalenka was the defending champion, which I was still thinking from 2 years ago. So, apology, Madison Keys. I do remember that you won last year, so a quick correction to our news headlines. Now, we gave you just a little bit of homework today before you came on the show.
Yes.
What we wanted from you was 2 men and women's players who you think will be there at the business end of the tournament, and maybe a smoky.
Well, it's probably not that much of a smoky as such, but Anisimova, she's Wimbledon. Okay, she got thrashed in that final, but she came back, which was remarkable to actually come back and make the US Open final, because
resilient.
After getting absolutely done in Wimbledon, you would have thought it might have taken her a little while to actually, reset herself, find herself as such. Well, she found her game and made it through to the final. And the way that she seems to be enjoying life at the moment seems to help her. If you're enjoying your life off the court, perhaps it's going to help you enjoy it on the court, particularly if you win. And she is, maybe it's a pretty obvious, she's probably the 3rd player. When you come to most people, you've got Sabalenka 1, maybe Iga 2, Madison Keys maybe their 3rd favourite. Then you've got Anisimova. And I really think, she seems to be playing very well at the moment, and she could challenge, if not beat, everybody above and below. So that's kind of an obvious one.
No, well, it might not be obvious to everyone, because I don't feel like everyone's talking about her in that way. Everyone's still talking about Sabalenka, and I mean, even if you look at the men's, it's still Jannik Sinner, Halys, Alcaraz. So we want to see someone a little bit different win it for once, don't we?
Yeah, well, maybe not those players. They're saying, hey, I want to keep on winning.
Aussie fans like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you sort of, she's my player to actually come through there. There's a few other players that you enjoy watching, but I don't see too many others that could really come through other than that. Madison Keys, again, she's got to be in the zone, because at times she can be completely wayward with her shots, like she was in the first round. If she's in the zone and hitting, she's strong. She's real strong. But she has to get that zone, and sometimes the zone doesn't really arrive until too late. So, I think, Keys is one of the players. There's a few others sort of that are fun to watch, but you can't see them going through 7 matches in the women's draw. But, really, Iga, well, she's made the semi-finals, but she hasn't made the final here. This is one thing. And then you look over to the men's draw, Alcaraz never made it past the quarterfinals.
I know, that's astounding, isn't it?
Yeah, that's nuts. And he's got to play, to my reckoning, Tommy Paul could beat him in the quarters, or 4th round, I think.
Why do you think that is? Is it more about it's the start of the year, he sort of takes a while to get going? Is it the surface or the heat? What is it?
Well, you've got Jannik Sinner as a machine. He's like, I could almost compare it to a Rolls-Royce vehicle that just goes and keeps going and is not going to change. Whereas you've got perhaps Alcaraz as the sports car that can do anything, that's flamboyant, can do any shot, but isn't quite as reliable.
Yeah.
You can't drive him at 30 Ks around the city. No, you've got to go full on.
Not.
Yeah, you've got to go full on sort of thing. So it's either hot or cold. I mean, how often do you see Carlos Alcaraz perhaps play a patient rally where he just out-rallies? Or is he trying to do a little bit more? Yeah, of course you do. I'm been a little bit silly there, but yes, he does out-rally. However, he does it in the style which is like, I've got to win it with a big shot or a bigger shot. Whereas Jannik Sinner is going to go bang, bang, bang. Every shot is going to be exactly there.
Precise.
Every shot's exactly precise. Whereas Alcaraz could be just a bit more flamboyant.
Yeah,
it's fun to watch.
Flair. Yeah, that's why people absolutely love watching him. What do you make of Daniil Medvedev's chances? Because, I mean, he looked very, very good winning the Brisbane International title.
I love watching Daniil. I've seen him like at the US Open when he had the episode initially where the crowd started booing him, and he kept on, come on, the more you boo me, the more I go through the final. Everything about him is entertaining to watch, whether he just loses it completely, calls the umpire a big cat. That's what makes it fun. It's one of these almost, at times, a car crash. In a motor racing, a car crash.
And you can't look away.
Yeah, exactly. So that's where he's fun. His consistency has dropped off. What is it? 5 slams that he was runner-up. I think 3 of them here, and one slam. So, I mean, he's amazing. How he was just so consistent for a little while before Sinner and Alcaraz kind of came through.
Yeah, it's a shame for him.
So, I mean, he's fun, but really my other sort of player, I mean, Tommy Paul could beat Alcaraz in the 4th round, I think it is. I'm looking at Rublev to make it past the quarterfinals here for the first time. He's made the quarters here 3 times, and I'm thinking, well, maybe Rublev could make a little bit of a run, maybe to the semi-finals, or perhaps not winning, but he's entertaining, so maybe he can make it through.
Just looking at a couple of the scores at the moment. And one of the matches that has just come up on Kia Arena is the match between Alexander Bublik and Marton Fucsovics. Now, we actually managed to catch up with Tennis Australia's head of game analysis. That was Jordan Zock who did that interview. We might actually just play that because they are in the first set.
We're back chatting with Simon Ray, going through our night matches now. We've got one match to look at, Simon. Alexander Bublik up against Marton Fucsovics. How do you see this one going?
Well, this is one we spoke when we previewed some of the day session matches, Jordan, where, if there's only been 1 or 2 matches between certain opponents, how much do we read into that? This is one where I think we can read a little bit into the head-to-head matchup. So this is 4-0 in Bublik's favour. But I think when we think about Bublik and some of the growth and maturation and development that we saw from him in 2025, he finds himself right now at a career high ranking, number 10 in the world. But on the precipice, I think, of pushing even further, even climbing the higher rungs of the ladder, for want of a better term. He's got incredible weaponry. He's got an element of unpredictability. He's volatile. We never quite know what we're going to get. But his shot-making ability is, I would say, as good as there is on tour. Second to none, I think. So that unpredictability makes him very, very difficult, nigh on impossible to scout for, to prepare against. So, but his challenge is, can he find that repeatability of performance? And I think, when you think about Fucsovics, a similar challenge. Bublik's dominated the head-to-head record. Fucsovics, when he gets things on his terms, he can do some damage with serve and forehand as well. And another player that likes to incorporate the use of the slice backhand. So Bublik's one of his best shots is the double-handed backhand. So offensive with it, so aggressive. Strikes at that double-handed backhand almost fearlessly. And looking down the other end, Fucsovics is going to go about it a little bit differently. Take some pace off the ball, manoeuvre the ball around the court off the backhand wing, use that slice that we spoke about to try to create time to use his forehand. So I think an interesting contrast in that regard.
Really appreciate your time, Simon. Thank you.
Thanks, Jordan. Thanks for having me on.
So that was Simon Ray there, Tennis Australia's head of game analysis. That match is currently on at Kia Arena, and it was Bublik who took the opening set 7-5. Just a couple of other updates from around the grounds. Australia's Ajla Tomljanovic has been bundled out in the second round, 6-4, 6-4, going down to her Romanian opponent, Rusa there. So unfortunate for Tomljanovic. She is out of the Australian Open. She's not the only Aussie who has been knocked out of the Open today. Talia Gibson, the wild card, going down after having 3 match points against Diana Shnaider, the 23rd seed. That was earlier this morning. Now, Dave, we'll get back into our little chat that we were having before about players that you think might be there at the business end, but there's a player that you mentioned to me before that you really enjoyed watching today, and it's the Turkish lass, Zeynep Sönmez.
Yeah, she was great. Just around court. Now, I've got to remember whether it was 5 and 7 because you can see both courts now.
Yes, you can.
With the mezzanine above it.
So
It's
cool.
fantastic. Well, Sönmez was playing and she won her match over Bonda. It was fantastic because the crowd, the Turkish crowd, was just, I won't say chaotic, I did, but it was...
They were enthusiastic.
Oh, they were so enthusiastic. And there was, just like Iala the other day, and one of those courts nearby on court number 6, there were so many fans, so many flags, and the passion from young and old who were almost in tears, some of the older ones, watching someone from their country compete. And this is what perhaps the Australian Open needs to understand more, or maybe sports in Australia need to understand, or anywhere need to understand, that when you're away from home or you're not seeing people from your home, but when you do see them come out and play and win, and you're seeing other people from your country, the celebration, the enthusiasm comes through. And that was just fantastic. It took her so long to leave the court because she was having to say hi to everybody and sign autographs. And here she is, a qualifier, making it through. And it was just fantastic. People were, I guess, borrowing the furniture from upstairs at the mezzanine and standing on it. The security guards trying to say, no, you put that back. And another one would go and all that. And it was a great atmosphere. But it was just that security's looking, okay, how do we sort of move these people on and say, we've got... The umpire came out for the next match. And he's like...
Hold on a second. What's happening?
This is the wrong crowd. And it was just the enthusiasm. So when she plays next, whoever she plays is going to have to be on a bigger court. It was just like the Iala the other day. If she had won that match, oh my goodness, it would have been, sorry, we're going to have to move you, Sabalenka. We're putting on Iala on Rod Laver. But that's the sort of thing. These players are gaining such enthusiastic support that I think tournaments now have to be really aware that, there's a Turkish player, there's the the Filipino player. It's fantastic to be around courts, was it 5 and 7 and 6 and 8, where you can stand up there and look at either side, although they have to keep on shutting down the entranceway to court 6 because it gets too popular. I'm not sure about the weight load that's actually allowed on there, but I'm sure someone's aware of that.
I'm sure they're across that.
Yeah.
No, it is really brilliant how they've increased the viewing platforms and things like that. But I guess sport is that great connector, isn't it? It connects people from different cultures together, and it connects people from the same culture together who may not have normally come across each other. So I think it's such a lovely thing.
There's a lot of tennis fans now from Turkey around.
Well, there are.
Yeah.
And the camaraderie. And that's the thing, because there might be Turkish fans here today who watched their first ever tennis match.
Exactly.
They might not have been exposed to the sport had a Turkish player not been there. And you can't see, you can't be what you can't see. So she might have inspired someone else.
I think so. And now 112, I think she started the tournament, coming through qualifying and through to the third round, which is going to take her ranking, up considerably, probably to around about 80 or thereabouts. So, nice career. And she was the player who was involved with the ball girl fainting and then helping her off the court.
Yeah, on that really hot day a couple of days ago. No, she beautiful.
It hasn't been that hot. I'm in a sweatshirt with a hoodie right now.
Yeah, right now you're
hot.
freezing your butt off. Come on, Dave. You know what it's like in Melbourne. You've been here 27 times for this Grand Slam. The weather changes on a dime here at Melbourne Park. But right now, we're going to look ahead to what is happening tonight, because on Rod Laver Arena, starting at 7 p.m, so in about 7 minutes' time, we have Aussie and the 6th seed Alex de Minaur up against Hamad Medjedovic from Serbia, who's ranked about 90 in the world. That match will be followed by the 29th seed in Jovic from the USA up against Australia's own Priscilla, who's ranked here at 121 and won a wild card into this, and also had a nice moment because her first round opponent, Marina Stikuzic, had horrible cramps and couldn't get off the court and was wheeled off in a wheelchair, and Priscilla was trying to hold her leg because her leg was cramping so badly. So we've had some nice shows of sportsmanship.
We have indeed. But, I mean, what do you do as the opposition player?
It's a bit strange, isn't it? Stretch me out, stretch my calf.
You're bleeding or you're whatever. What do I do? No,
I mean,
there's been some good sportsmanship so far, although we do have, what is it? I'm just trying to think of the player now from Kazakhstan, Putintseva. She'll be on the court and... let's just say she brings out the best or the worst in people tomorrow. That'll be a fun one to watch because she was racking up the crowd after round one, but we'll wait and see on that one. But looking at that women's match tonight, Eva Jovic, she is very good. She's one of the hardest hitters that I've seen. She made the semi-finals of Auckland, and she is on the upward.
She's just 18 years of age and the youngest player in the WTA's top 100 at the moment.
And won a tournament as well.
She's won a title already. And then this time last year was ranked 191 in the world, and now she's seated at a Grand Slam for the first time. That's an incredible rise.
Yeah, she is powerful. I mean, I've stood next to her and I thought, well, okay, you're not quite as tall as a lot of them would like to be, but she can just set off both wings very powerfully, and she doesn't mind, particularly at this young age, actually going for it, setting up the point. Okay. So she's very good at setting it up. She can hit hard off forehand and backhand any time. However, the way she sets up the point is very good. I don't think she's going to have an issue going on Rod Laver, although I don't know how often Priscilla Hans played on there either.
Not that often, I wouldn't think. I'm not actually sure if this is her first time. I feel like she might have played on there once before. But a terrific occasion for both of them to play in front of a packed crowd. And they will be a packed crowd because everyone's going to be there to see Alex de Minaur before her with that match. This is a first meeting between the pair as well, the Serbian in Medjedovic, and a big occasion for the Demon. He was impressive against Mackenzie McDonald in his first round win. I feel like he doesn't play better during the day, but his game is better suited to a very hot day. So it'll be interesting to see what these cooler conditions at night do to Alex de Minaur's game.
I mean, he should feel happy to actually play this match. It's a good second round match where he can actually be challenged a little bit, but feel comfortable to go through.
Yep.
You know, he's the sort of player who you feel, particularly here at the Aussie Open, that he can make the quarterfinals. What happens after that?
Well, that's the big question. And there's so much pressure. I mean, you think about us here in Australia. We all love an Aussie and we get right behind them, of course. But there is a lot of pressure on Alex being his home Grand Slam, and it has been a while since we've had a male triumph here in the Australian Open.
Well, you certainly weren't born.
No, I wasn't.
It was in
I'm
the
happy to
70s,
say
folks.
that.
78? 78, yep. But, Demon, he's got everything there. People think that he doesn't hit the ball hard. Well, they obviously haven't been up close and actually watched the
him
match.
live.
Yeah. Unfortunately, television does slow down the pace quite a lot. But I really think he should come through in this match. He may get pushed to, say, a 7-5 in one of the sets, possibly even drop one set, but I think he's going to be too good on this. He looks to be fit and healthy. There doesn't seem to be any issues that really rose up during the first round. So let's see if he can actually just show us the determination that he can take apart his opponent and actually, even if he gets pushed in the first set, but then take apart his opponent in the next couple of sets and really take it through and say, this is my match, this is my court, I'm going to take it, I'm going to move through quick and go from there.
Make his mark in that way and be really dominating in that fact. And then, of course, what's happening out on Court 7? Can you give us a little bit of an update? Because we did give one earlier with Cam Norrie, who, as we said, he likes a marathon 5-setter.
Well, that's right. He won the first set 6-1. This is against Nava and is now down 2-5, although serving at 40 love. Yeah, I really don't know what's going on there. He's doing a lot of rallying from the back. Yes, that's his game. It'd be nice if he could actually finish it off by coming forward a little bit. There seems to be a reasonable crowd out there at the moment. So 40-15 up, but down 2-5 in the second set after winning the first 6-1.
Okay, we'll keep you updated with that. Now, speaking of the night matches on Margaret Court Arena tonight, it is Maria Sakkari up against another teenager. We were speaking about one just before, but it's Mira Andreeva, the 8th seed. And we'll be crossing to that after the evening serve. But let's take this moment to check in with our commentators for that game, Steve Pearce and Kate Kearns.
Nat, lovely to hear from you. We are seated and we're in position for what should be a really enthralling match between Andreeva and Sakari. They've never played.
I'm surprised by that, Steve.
It is a bit of a surprise, but they've never played. But the 30-year-old Sakari definitely goes into this one as a big underdog. I think everyone's liked what they've seen over the last couple of years from Mira Andreeva, and she came out in her first round, looked really super, and also physically she's looking very, very strong. So I think it's going to be a really interesting contest. It'll be really interesting to see what Sakari brings to this one. But I think also, we're watching one of the big guns on the women's side in Andreeva these days, aren't we?
Without doubt, for me, the most exciting young player on tour at the moment. She has everything in terms of a game. There's something, she has flicked the switch in the last, I think it's happened over sort of the last 6 months. That match on the other night against Donna Vekic, she lost that first set, but you could just tell the maturity in her response and how she came back, and she was in total control, and I could not have been more impressed.
We also, Alex de Minaur, as Nat was saying, is going to be playing Hamad Medjedovic, the Serb, tonight. Have you liked what you've seen from the 6th seed to this point, Kate?
Well, we've seen only the one match, but he went through very easily, and yes, he looks like he's in good form. It's always tricky, though. We expect to see him in the second week. Let's talk then.
A mouth-watering prospect awaits, as it does every night, Nat. Great tennis coming our way on AO Radio.
Have a great call, team. Appreciate your time. Dave, it's been great having you on. Will you come back and play with us again?
Indeed, we'll try and come back. We're here for another week or two anyway.
We are, Dave Worsley. This has been the Evening Serve. Make sure you tune into the morning show with Fiona Darmody on AO Radio tomorrow morning from 10 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. We cannot wait for that show. Of course, let's get to live action now and head back to our commentators for tonight. This has been the Evening Serve. Have a great night.
On 99.7 FM around Melbourne Park and around the world on the official Australian Open app and ausopen.com, this is AO Radio.
It is tremendous having your company on AO Radio for the Australian Open 2026. We have reached the very first Wednesday evening of the tournament, and we've got some great tennis coming your way, as if there hasn't been enough of that during the day. We've got more coming for you this evening. Steve Pearce with you in commentary. We're building up to the match, which is on Margaret Court Arena this evening for you, between Minaur Andreeva, the 8th seed, and Maria Sakkari, the... can I call her a veteran now? I think I can at 30 moving towards 31, and she's been around a long time. The Greek player who, will she be able to challenge her higher-ranked opponent tonight? We'll find out over the next hour or so. Looking forward to bringing you this one. Steve Pearce with you in commentary on AO Radio this evening as the players make their way down towards the court. Alongside me, for the very first time this year, an exciting moment it always is. Hello,
Kate
Steve. Kearns. Hello, Kate.
Hello. Yes, great to be with you. I can't believe it's got to Wednesday. We've been here 4 days and this is our first shift together.
Yes, I know. It's quite extraordinary how the days
you were
just
right there on your chair.
by. I actually nearly fell down then. And
you were so excited to be sitting next to me.
Sometimes what I do, I don't know. So we sit on chairs in the commentary box, right, that are like an office chair,
right,
and they've got those little levers
yes,
underneath it so you can go up and down supposedly easily. But the trouble is sometimes, and I don't know if you do this wherever you are around the world, but when I flick my legs underneath it to try and reposition myself, I sometimes catch the lever with my leg and inadvertently find myself just going
down.
On
the ground. Almost on the ground.
I suppose I was probably being a bit
You've disappeared on me
dramatic.
now.
I don't actually fall off the chair, but you do find yourself suddenly sitting almost on the floor because you go right down without intending to.
Now, the other issue that you have sometimes, I don't think so on this chair, on these chairs, but there's another handle in under there, and if you flick it, it throws you forward.
Like literally like an ejector seat.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Wow. You wouldn't
Which
want that
is a problem
happen,
here in the booth.
Imagine if that, because that's bulletproof glass, I think, there.
Yes,
like
but
you
it's
would
at
absolutely
Steve-proof.
hammer yourself.
You'd be in trouble.
You would be in trouble.
Anyway,
Do you reckon
that's
it
right.
would vault you over the top of the laptop into the glass?
Well, let's just say that I might be making an interesting entry onto RLA tonight.
I suggest
it's another entry point.
If Kate does do that this evening, I would suggest tuning in on YouTube to watch that, because it'll be quite the sight. We've got some angled glass about an arm span away from where we sit at courtside, and it's kind of angled away in a, what would you call that? Like 15 degrees angle?
Yeah,
so it's not vertical.
No,
it's
not.
Like
It's a very
away.
small angle.
So that's the only thing that might save you a little bit if you do catapult yourself off the chair and into that glass.
Okay, stand by. St.
Stand
John's.
by. So, as I mentioned, Margaret Court Arena for this match between Maria Sakkari and Minaur Andreeva, the 8th seed, and their players are about to come out on court. There's a decent crowd inside Margaret Court Arena this evening. Let's hear the players out on court.
From Greece, Maria Sakkari. And her opponent, 8th seed, Minaur Andreeva.
Well, very, very warm applause for both players as they stride out onto court. Minaur Andreeva dressed this evening in a kind of a purpley, lilac-y and black dress with the purple visor. Kate, you can contradict me?
No, that's fine.
Okay, you're happy with that.
I'm
That's
very
good to
happy with
see.
that.
Very happy, and I was just about to...
The slight cutout in the back.
Just about to... Okay, yes, I did miss the cutout in the back. That is very true. And I have completely... there's Maria Sakkari. What's she? So she's in sort of an orangey dress.
Yeah,
should we say?
It's just orange. It's fine.
Yeah.
It seems to be these two colours are the colours of the Oz Open. It's bright orange, tangerine orange, and then the purples, the lilacs. I'm not sure that they're the... You know how we have Pantone Colour of the Year?
Yes.
I'm not sure that either of those are Pantone Colour of the Year, but anyways, they're lovely.
Right. They look to be in fine fettle. Right, Alison Hughes is in the chair tonight. Let's get to the net for the coin toss.
Coin toss, we're going to face that way for a photo. So ladies, same conditions in your first round match, just a few reminders. Maria, if I can ask you to use the white for the towel boxes. Blue, please. Blue. 25 seconds between points, which will be shown on the boards. And just a reminder that it's the VR is in operation. Any questions, ladies? Would you like AO or Mark Edmondson? AO. Okay, William. Great, well done, AO. Your serve.
So Maria Sakkari has won the toss and has chosen to serve not the most extravagant of coin tosses, more of a coin flip, I would call it, a coin toss.
I was just thinking that's one very tall ball kid.
He's quite tall, I suppose.
He's
yes.
As tall as Maria.
As tall, which is about 5'8", I think.
Yeah.
I think, give or take. Let's have a look. Maria Sakkari, 5'8", exactly. So yeah, so we'll say 5'8". I don't know what
the toss though.
Well, I'm a little bit of I've got a high bar for a toss, and I've never actually tossed a coin in the middle of Margaret Court Arena or John Cain Arena or Rod Laver Arena, to be fair. So I can't tell you, and maybe I would make a mess of it.
Do you know why?
But, I think a ball kid there who did a fine job went for a very safe little flip rather than the extravagant, let's get it high up into the air.
You shouldn't have to move the hand at all, of course. And that's where it all goes horribly wrong. And I've lost you again to the floor.
Just did that stupid thing with the chair again. Oh dear, right, okay, we're into the warm-up here, so we'll let the players go through that warm-up for a couple of minutes. Now, I should mention we've got a competition. We've had some great entries so far. I know that Chris and Mark and you and Jamie and I and all sorts of people have been talking about this today. Probably people earlier than that, I just didn't hear it. And we will go through that now, will we, Kate?
I think we should. I think we need some clarity on the competition. It is a movie after all.
Some clarity.
Yeah.
Okay. You're suggesting there's some controversy.
Well, there was some discussion.
We had a very good entry earlier, but I dismissed it eventually after consideration. There has been no appeal that's come through. I think that was from Hong Kong. I can't remember the lady's name. Anyway, it was a really good entry, but it referred to Novak Djokovic taking the role of Logan Roy in Succession.
Yes.
And she backed it up with all sorts of thinking behind, tempting the younger rivals and people coming through to take over. And it was very much on message, but then on further reflection, it became clear to me that Succession was in fact a TV, well, I don't know if it's called TV, a streaming service show, not a movie.
Yes.
Or film, as we often used to call it. So, it's been probably not allowed, although, of course, being the Supremo leader, El Chifo, Lord Mercato, may overrule that. I don't know.
I don't think so. I don't feel that will be the case. He's
Would you like
pretty tough on these
Would you
things.
like to take us through the competition, Kate?
Yes. Okay. So, we've talked about which actors would play tennis players if they made a movie of their life. We're turning the tables on this one. We want to know which tennis players would play famous movie characters and why. It can be any genre and any era. They keep talking about, maybe a great Marvel character is someone that you could look to. And every time we do this, guess what we get? Entries that have poor old Daniil Medvedev as a villain of some description.
Well, he doesn't mind
rough.
Playing the villain.
Yeah, I know, but
doesn't mind it.
Maybe it's an opportunity for him to change character.
Possibly.
I think we could do that. Now,
everything is open.
They're on the line because there is a voucher, $50 voucher. And, of course, you can, if you're listening around the world, don't stress because it is for the Australian Open shop.
Yes.
But you can hop online.
Yes.
And use the voucher online.
And
so
if
it
you're
doesn't
here,
matter.
can you use it in the venue? That's
Oh, I
a
would love
question
to
without
do that
notice.
because, I'm a sort of a shopper that needs to go in and feel things and pull things out and decide whether or not that's what I want.
I haven't been in the shop yet, but it must have some superb merch because
Great merch.
The queue to get in there, when I was on my way down to the commentary pit hours ago, it was huge, the queue, just to get in the shop, let alone to actually queue up to buy anything, just to get in.
And that's probably a few of our listeners going in to do a bit of a recce to see what it is that they might get if they win.
You could be right. I like
Could
the
be.
way you're thinking.
Okay. So,
but it's always best, before you prepare to buy or use your prize, best get your entry in.
best get your entry in. And the best way to do that is enter via the Ask the Booth form on ausopen.com or email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. And remember, well, we need your details, don't we? Otherwise,
do.
you're not getting anything.
Do you reckon you could also hand your entry in at the AO Radio shop front at Kia?
I
Is it
reckon
Kia?
that's
It's a Kia, yeah?
under Kia,
Arena.
between 12 and 13. The
if you can do
doors 12 and 13.
I don't know if that's encouraged, but
Oh,
it
I
would
think
be
that's
lovely
great.
for people to come and say hi.
I would like
because
that very
I think
much.
Peter himself is going to be there later, and Isaac's there now producing, and I think Peter's going to drop in there as well. So you may have the opportunity to meet the great man, Lord Mercato, and actually deliver your entry in handwritten form.
Not that will sway.
Or maybe he'll insist.
That will not sway,
Peter.
Peter.
He might insist on you still stand there and get your phone out and enter online.
But
I
if
don't
you
know.
do bring some Tim Tams, that may work.
Tim Tams work, do they?
Oh, well, for Peter they do.
Do they? Okay. That's good to know. I knew they always work with
I
Jill.
think
but-
food related.
Yeah. All right, the players have completed their warm-up. We're looking forward to this one. It's Maria Sakkari, it's Mira Andreeva, it's AO Radio on this Wednesday night. Kate Kearns and Steve Pearce with you in commentary. It's Sakkari to serve first. Down the far end of Margaret Court Arena, she gets that first ball in onto the Andreeva backhand, and Mira immediately switching around onto her forehand. Here's a couple of forehands from the 8th seed from the back of the court, then swinging onto the backhand, all repelled by Sakkari. Down the far end, cross court with the forehand, then back up the line from Andreeva. Then she's forced to defend with the backhand, and Sakkari saw her chance to pull the trigger on a forehand cross court, but could only find the net.
Yeah, and that's a shame then, because Sakkari was very much dominating that point. Andreeva, although we do know she is so good in defence and doesn't mind just, these long rallies and finding a way into the points.
Keep you up to date with all the scores and the happenings around Melbourne Park as we progress through the evening. Bublik and Fucsovics are into a second set. The first set went the way of the 10th seeded Bublik, 7-5, and it's on serve in the second. Sakkari here with a backhand miles long. And she's dug herself a little bit of a hole here, having chosen to serve. Love 30.
Well, Sakkari, she'll play an aggressive game tonight. That is her style. She'll want to keep the points quite short, try to be on the front foot early on in the point.
Sakkari ready to serve at love 30, just a net chord, so it'll be a bit of a reset. Karolina Muchova is also in action. Update you on that in a minute against Alison Parks on serve. That one on 15.73 as Sakkari serves deep in the court. Andreeva does well with the first forehand response and then settles into a backhand. Back cross court. Nice angle from Sakkari. Again well defended by the 8th seed. Up the line she goes with the forehand. And again the mistake from Sakkari from the back of the court. On the backhand. Into the net. Love 40.
Yeah,
triple break.
Yeah, perfect start for Andreeva so far. We were talking about Andreeva in terms of how physically, how she's like her game has improved because she's been able to, get really strong. I'll wait for this point. Sorry, Steve.
Triple break point here as Sakkari serves into the net. It's very hard, I think, when you start a thought like that.
Yeah,
and then
sorry,
you
and then I got
then you have to
confused.
pick it up again. So you've got to watch this point, and it's very tough. Here we go. Here's Sakkari serves onto the backhand of Andreeva. Staying on the backhand is Andreeva, straight down the middle of the court. Then up the line she goes with the forehand. Sakkari back cross court with her own backhand. Then on the run and skidding, Sakkari plays a good forehand. Andreeva this time missing her mark though. The forehand spraying wide into the tram line.
And just physically how strong she is now, and that's happened over sort of the last 18 months. But I think her movement hasn't. Sometimes there's a point at which when they're putting on a little bit of muscle where they don't move so well, and then they have to work on that part of their game. But I think she's transitioning both right at the same time quite well.
Still break points here for Mira Andreeva on the Sakkari serve. She serves out wide. Andreeva happy to just take a cut at this forehand, bringing Sakkari, and then the defensive lob goes up from Andreeva, but it's too long. Nicely done by Maria Sakkari. She saves 2 break points, and it's 30-40.
Sakkari, we spoke earlier about the fact that she's had the shoulder injury at the end of 2024, and then 2025 really fell out of, well, she was, I think, top 10, at least top 20, and there's some work to do to get that ranking back up to where it was.
Sakkari serves, good forehand response from Andreeva that time, then slicing cross-court, slice up the line from Sakkari, and then, oh, it's a big forehand, but she's hoiked it wide, jumping into the shot, well behind the baseline, and eventually the pressure told she just dug herself too much of a hole at love 40, and Andreeva gets the perfect start and has the first break of serve in the opening game, and will serve at 1 love.
Well, that's the heavy spin that Andreeva does put on her shots too. They look like they're going long, and she pulls them back in, and Sakkari just quite surprised at the back of the court. Terrific start for Mira Andreeva. Where did you have her in terms of this tournament, Steve? Did you think that she would be someone that, having won in Adelaide, of course, it's always a good form guide for the women?
I think she's looking in good nick. I didn't pick her as a winner, but I think she will go deep.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yep, seeing better game, more consistency, more mature. I mean, she's still only 18, but I was really impressed the way she responded to dropping the first set in that first round match. She was just so calm and just really...
Vekic was on fire.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll see. Got a long way to play out here against a much more seasoned opponent in Maria Sakkari. Well behind the baseline here, Mira Andreeva. Now she moves back to the baseline, trying to take control, goes cross-court, but Sakkari returns the favour with a really powerful backhand. Then onto the backhand of Sakkari, really heavy net cord, bringing Andreeva in, but she gets the chance to put away the overhead. The lob wasn't a good enough quality from Sakkari, and Andreeva digs her way out of that.
No, and just then Andreeva showed us how quick she is to the net. Sakkari, we know that she's probably the fittest player on the tour. But Andreeva showing good speed to get to the net after that net cord then, and made the final shot. Not easy. How many shots in that point? 14, 15.
Serving a fault here at 15 love, Andreeva. The winner will play Elena Gabriela Rusa, who saw off the challenge of Ayla Tomljanovic an hour ago, or 45 minutes ago. That's long from Sakkari on the backhand, so 30 love. Disappointing performance from Tomljanovic, but a pretty strong, powerful and consistent performance from the Romanian got her through there in straight sets. So, as you mentioned, Andreeva saw off Donna Vekic, 6 love in the end in the third set. She really wrested control of that contest as Vekic lost her way. Backhand from Andreeva was pretty good on the off backhand, but it just caught the net cord and fell back on her side, 30-15.
I like that from Sakkari, though, going at the body of Andreeva. Keep it off those very strong wings of hers.
At 30-15, she serves. Good service, deep in the box. Sakkari got a forehand racket to it, but could do nothing with it.
And I
Literally
think
nothing.
that's been one of the big improvers, that first serve. It's far more consistent now. It's something she can rely on in her game, get her out of trouble.
4th round on both her appearances at the Australian Open. Mira Andreeva losing to Krejcikova in 2 years ago and lost to Sabalenka. Last year, and delivers an ace there for the perfect start against Maria Sakkari. 182 kilometres per hour, and that's got a bit of pace and a bit of oomph to it.
Well, just a little. I mean, she doesn't flatten it out that much. Keeps still a pretty heavy ball on that serve. So, but that's getting up there.
Semi-finalists in 2024 in Paris. Lost to Paolini that year in the semi-finals. Made quarters last year at Wimbledon. I mean, she's just, for 18, she's delivering right now. Some consistency, and of course that's delivered the top 10 ranking. Backhand from Andreeva, also the same from Sakkari, but she went for too much of an angle there, and Maria's a little bit scrambled a little bit here at the start. She won the toss, predetermined decision to serve first, but it hasn't played out well so far. Broken in the opening game, and now love 15. Spins of the racket from the 18-year-old as she waits to receive the Sakkari, choosing to go down the middle on that first serve, but it was no good, found the net. So it'll be a second serve here for the Greek. Lands this in, backhand kicked up high. Andreeva did pretty well, actually, on the run. Just takes a cut, sliced forehand, does Andreeva. And that does the business, because inside the baseline, a wild forehand stroke from Maria Sakkari flies long, love 30, all sorts of trouble here.
Yeah, she's really got to get that ball back, doesn't she, Sakkari? The first shot, the first forehand was set her up to win that point, and she just is so wild on the second delivery. The racket head just way too open.
Love 30. So it's forehand from Andreeva. Powerful, heavy, too much for Sakkari. Skidding, she just about got there with a backhand, but she literally just got the frame of her racket to it, and it was past her.
We're just having a look at slow motion in terms of where the ball is right out in front. That looks like a pretty good serve for most. But Andreeva's just really reading the Sakkari serve. She was onto that quickly, and yes, 3 break points.
Again.
Serves out wide. Slice from Andreeva. Lands this in deep. Forehand from Sakkari. Oh, it was going for the baseline. She's feeling like she's got a red line to keep in this. It was a close call, officially named as such, but it was out. And that's the most important thing. And it's a dream start for Mira Andreeva here. After just 9 minutes on Margaret Court Arena, she's broken twice and leads 3-love.
Well, Steve, we might go around the grounds because I believe Peter Mercado is in the house.
Oh, hello, Kay. Hello, Steve. Hello, everyone. It's great to be here in... what are we, AO Radio HQ, I think we're calling it. I've sat down, I've broken the chair, now I'm ready to do some updates.
Well, you broke your chair as well.
Yes.
Yes, I've had all sorts of trouble with my chair as well. I haven't broken it, but I've nearly landed on the ground twice.
Steve keeps disappearing on me.
We've got chair trouble. Oh, my goodness. Anyway, I am on a Rod Laver Arena because Alex de Minaur is taking on Hamad Medjedovic from Serbia. First meeting between these two players. Medjedovic ranked 90 in the world. De Minaur ranked 6th. They are at 1-1, 15-all in the opening set. That match just getting underway. Plenty of other matches going on around the courts as well. On John Cain Arena, Alessandro Muller had a really good win against Alexei Popyrin deep in the 5th set tiebreak. And he's just started his match against the 3rd seed Sasha Zverev. They are at 1 all-game point for Muller there. The match on Kia Arena, the 10 seed Sasha Bublik 7-5 against Marton Fucsovic, and it is 4 games all in the 2nd set. Karolina Mukova a break up against Alicia Parks, 4-3. Magda Linette a break up against Anne Lee. We were covering the match earlier between Cam Norrie, the 26th seed, and his match on court number 7 tonight. And he is a set, and they're into the tiebreak. He's about to go 2 sets up. And against Emilio Nava of the USA. So plenty of matches going on around the courts. I will keep you up to date as best I can, and I'm going to go fix my chair now, Steve.
Seems like an excellent idea, Peter, because it'll be a very long evening if you have to stand up throughout the entirety of this evening's coverage, which we don't want. Well, certainly for the next couple of hours while you're keeping us right up to date with all the action around Melbourne Park here on AO Radio. Peter Mercado, Kate Kearns, Steve Pearce. We're all with you on AO Radio as Mira Andreeva is serving here at 3-love at the start of this second round contest against Maria Sakkari. But it is love 15, so there's a glimmer of hope. And there's even more of a glimmer. It's more of a shine now as Mira's second serve hits the tape, flies extravagantly wide of the court, and it's love 30.
Yeah, and it is the second serve that she gets still a little nervous on. She's 18 years of age. There's a whole lot of time to develop this game. And we tend to just hone in on very small things.
We do, but that's better from Andreeva as she serves the backhand into the net from Sakkari. Krasnoyarsk was her birthplace in Russia.
Oh, well done. Did you just make that up?
That would be crazy, wouldn't it? If I just make up a place.
Well, it sounded like you did. So just saying.
Okay. Andreeva here with the forehand, straight at the backhand of Sakkari. Not much angle on, there's a bit more angle on that. She opened up with the backhand, again goes cross-court, does Andreeva, well covered off by Sakkari. Now she leans into her own forehand, forcing Andreeva back. Sakkari's bossing this rally, she's on the baseline, and she gets the reward for her attacking nature as Andreeva pushes a backhand long.
And that is exactly the type of point that Sakkari wants to play in this match. Get on the front foot early, stay on the baseline, come in when she can, put the pressure on Andreeva to come up with a big winner down the line. That was too much.
So 15-40. She's a couple of breaks down, but there's a chance to get one back here as Andreeva serves. Sakkari gets that backhand in. No depth on it, though. There'll be a bit more depth on this, forcing Andreeva back. She goes forehand cross, stays on that same angle. The pair exchange blows from behind the baseline, wildly wide from the Greek, and one of the chances slips by.
Yeah, Sakkari, I mean, she just needs to stay in the point just a couple more shots. She's teeing off on this forehand, trying to get a short angle in court. That was not there to be hit.
And that was the result. So 30-40. Deep breaths for Andreeva as she sets herself here to serve. And does so, goes down the middle. Forehand lands in. Big backhand, lovely here, inside out. Backhand of the highest quality, skidding away into the open court. Great shot.
I'm not sure that backhand was there to be hit, but she hit it and she found the line on Andreeva. That's just, well, no, she did have plenty of time. She was well prepared and ready for that backhand.
So 2 break points saved by the 8th seed. Sakkari sets herself to return again. This one's too long, going out wide in the deuce court. Be a second serve. Kicks up high, and that's out immediately from Sakkari. She was unable to control that kicking serve on the backhand, and I think you can tell from her reaction that we really think she should have controlled that.
Yeah, she's frustrated.
10th unforced error.
Already.
We haven't even completed 4 games.
Andreeva's got 4.
Yeah. Big difference between 10 and 4, though.
Game in a bit.
Serving here onto the backhand of Sakkari. Andreeva pushing hard at the baseline, goes back centrally. Sakkari stands and delivers with her own couple of backhands. Does well, and this time Andreeva just on a rally ball. Forehand finds the net cord. Back to deuce.
If Sakkari was taking any notice, then she'd be very happy to see how far Andreeva was back in the court. Good 2 metres behind the baseline, exactly where she needs her.
Sure she was paying attention.
I'm sure she was. She was up high, looking down. Driving her back.
Very love deuce. Backhand is just bunted back by Sakkari. That looked long, and it was long from Andreeva. Straying out beyond the baseline, and it's 3rd break point for Maria Sakkari to get one of the breaks of serve back on Margaret Court Arena. Serves here, facing break point. Andreeva goes onto the backhand. Nicely met, beautiful forehand. And there's a slice forehand from Sakkari. Keeps her in the point, on the run. She makes the backhand back centrally. Nice angle on the off forehand from Andreeva. Then back with good depth on the ground strokes. Both players. That's too short from Andreeva. Sakkari, though, doesn't take advantage of that mistake, and we're back into a rally ball situation. I couldn't finish those words before Maria Sakkari had almost inexplicably slapped a ball attempting for a low percentage backhand down the line, which was missing but caught the net anyway.
How measured was that from Andreeva? Just staying in the point, just getting balls back, not really doing too much with it, and then Sakkari she loses patience.
Patience is something you need.
Virtue.
Is cut at this from both players. Forehand coming to the net is Andreeva. The lob goes up from Sakkari. Nice idea, but it was out. She had to be pinpoint accurate because Andreeva wasn't on top of the net. And Mira was delighted to see that go out. 6 minutes for this game alone, but Andreeva has a point here, finally, as far as she's concerned, to get to 4-love in this opening set.
5'9", I think still growing.
I don't know about that. Serving here, that's good enough. Lands onto the Sakkari serve and the forehand. A little bit extravagant again from the Greek. And she finds herself at 4-love down, or 4-love up if you're Mira Andreeva. Quick cross to Pete.
Yep, with Kia Arena and Sasha Bublik, the 10 seed, taking that second set from Marton Fucsovic. 7-5, 6-4, an hour and 33 on court for that one. Also keeping an eye on the match on court 7. Cam Norrie is now 2 sets to love up on Emilio Nava, the 26 seed, 6-1, 7-6. And just quickly on RLA, it is 2 games all between Medjedovic and de Minaur. We'll keep an eye on all of those through the evening, Steve.
Great stuff, thanks Pete. Peter Mercato there, keeping an eye on all matters around Melbourne Park. Our eyes, Kate Kearns and me, Steve Pearce, on Maria Sakkari here to see if she can finally hold serve in this second round contest. And the signs are not good from that first point as she puts a backhand wide on the half of volley.
Yeah, nice response though from Andreeva, straight to her feet. Difficult to dig that out. I don't care how fit you are, how good you are with your foot movement.
Ranked 53 in the world now.
Yeah, okay.
Maria Sakkari. So it's clearly a match that Mira Andreeva is expected to win, but I don't think the Sakkari camp had love 4 in their plans.
No. I think this is a bit of a shock.
Conchita Martinez might have had it in Andreeva's plans, but I don't think the Sakkari camp were thinking this is the way to go. Backhand straight down the middle of the court, but it's right in the hitting zone for Andreeva. She comes in, gets the short ball and puts it away, makes no mistake, made that look very easy, but it wasn't the easiest to put away. She found great depth on the forehand from the mid-court.
And Andreeva's a pretty good front runner too. She tends, when she gets a nose in front, she's got more than a nose in front at the moment, tends to hang on.
What you get in front? What do you get in front once you've got your nose in front? Do you say, I've got my head in front now?
Does it depend on what?
Well, you know what I mean. Like once, because you talk about people getting their nose in front, like it's a saying, right, in English or Australian or American or whatever we're talking. But then, like once you get past having your nose in front, like what's the next thing? Onto the backhand. I'm sure you get what I mean. Backhand to backhand, the pair go. Forehand up the line. Nice angle from Andreeva. On the run, she makes a beautiful backhand over the high part of the net.
Oh my word, Andreeva out wide. Such control, such poise. That is a big shot on the backhand. She loves it, doesn't she? It's a lot of top spin on that. Gets that ball up high and drops nicely into the corner.
Perfection and a big fist pump. And why not?
Makes it look easy.
Love 40 triple break point. Already love 4 down. Maria Sakkari has got to try and take a stand here. I'm sure she's trying, don't get me wrong, but she's got to take a stand rather than just try. Plane going low overhead. I presume that's a plane, sounds like it. Here as Sakkari serves out wide. Nice angle from Andreeva. Nicely up the line from Sakkari. Onto the forehand. She whips that forehand, then back pedals to the baseline. Andreeva went for everything with the backhand up the line. On that occasion, she just missed it wide.
Yeah, and she did miss on that occasion, but I like the way that she's able to move the ball around on court. Like, she can change direction so quickly, just catches players out the back of the court, not sure exactly where that ball's going. It's tough to read.
It's tough to play against at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Sakkari, she's so strong, you don't expect it.
Facing break point again. She lands this in onto the backhand that time, and there's another one from Andreeva down the middle of the court. Sakkari controlled and well controlled, got the good depth and got the mistake from Andreeva that she was looking for there with a ground stroke. Just moving wide into the tram lines. 2 break point saves, still 30-40. That's what happened in the first game, though.
That's good from Sakkari. Just 2 points in a row. Keep building a little momentum.
Down low to receive is Andreeva. Spins of the racket as we so often used to seeing from her. Is that going to land in? Is near the baseline on the forehand. There's another forehand, off forehand, forcing Sakkari out wide, and she tried to stay in the point by going cross with a backhand, but missed it wide. And Andreeva is off to a near perfect start. It's 5-love. She'll serve for the first set after just 22 minutes next at 5-love.
Steve, can we go and read some emails, because we've got some entries coming through for our competition, of course. This one is from Simon Larsson from Lund in Sweden. Says, hi team, what do you think about Alex Speed Demon de Minaur in Catch Me If You Can? I think that's a good one.
That's not a bad idea.
I think that's
quite
pretty
isn't it?
good.
That's quite clever. That is a valid.
Simon,
valid entry moves through
Joanne,
to the jury.
Oh yes.
Is it a jury decision? Is that what we see? Jamie Fawless and I were pondering. Like, Nat is announcing the winner,
right?
But is the winner decided by jury? Like, is there a
panel?
A group? Is there a panel, or is it just our esteemed leader who's on the other end and watching lots of other matches? Is it just our esteemed leader who makes the decision?
I wouldn't like to leave it just to Pete because...
But the question is, you don't get to decide that. Would Pete prefer to leave it just to Pete? That would be the question.
Yes, well, there you go. I think we know the answer to that.
Well, I don't. I'm just putting it out. I'm just putting it out.
Well, I'm not saying it's the right answer.
Anyway, it's a good entry.
It is a good entry. And we've got another cracker from Joanne Stanley from Surrey in the UK.
Hello, Joanne.
Hello, Joanne. I think Nick Kyrgios is like the god Loki, always playing the joke and not taking it. I haven't seen... I know... You know Loki?
Can we come back to that?
Okay. Sorry.
Serving... No, you're right. I just couldn't give you a quick answer.
No, that's fine.
Can we come back to that? So it's Mira Andreeva is serving for the set here. At 5-love, Sakkari still in an attacking mode. She's got her toes just inside the baseline here as she looks to get on top of this serve as Andreeva lands this in and a wild forehand going for a winner, low percentage shot, and it got the low percentage result, 15-love.
And she may want to, Sakkari, that is, change, where she's standing to return serve. Just change it up a bit. Give Andreeva something else to look at. Make her start thinking about where she needs to place that ball.
Andreeva serves heavily. Backhand's pretty good from Sakkari. It opened up Andreeva to go with a backhand, then into the forehand, forcing her into opposite corner. Side to side, Andreeva's moving Sakkari around. Finding some good depth. Sakkari finds a nice angle with a forehand that should be good enough to win the point. It is, as the forehand response on the stretch from Andreeva floats long, trying to go cross court. That was better from the grip.
Well, that's one of the best points that she's played so far, just injecting a lot of speed in on the forehand. And that came back too quick for Andreeva. She couldn't control that ball.
Ready to go here as Andreeva serves. That's a long way out. She was looking for the serve down the middle, the tee, but she missed that by 4 feet, I would say. The opposite of a close call. A far call. Second serve is too long. It's a double. It's her second of the night. 15-30.
Just a little pressure.
Well, she
put pressure mounting.
She did put herself under a little bit of pressure in the previous service game as well, but found a way to get out of it. 15-30. She is 5-love, we should say. So when we're talking pressure, it's not intense pressure. She's got a few breaks of serve in the cupboard. Goes for the serve ace tee down the middle, misses it again, just wide. Second serve, onto the backhand of Sakkari, kicks up. Sakkari does pretty well with it on both occasions there. Forehand again, taking Sakkari down into her backhand corner, stays on the Sakkari backhand again. She covers that off, opposite corner, on the run. Sakkari has to make a forehand, side to side. Brilliant stuff from Andreeva. Brilliant stuff.
Unbelievable. Sakkari is so quick, but she just watched that ball go by because there was no getting to it. Andreeva just moving the ball beautifully around court, side to side. Sakkari doing a lot of running.
And great depth.
Oh, yeah. Accuracy. She makes the court look small too, using all the angles.
Andreeva serves, just bunted back by Sakkari, but it's too long on the forehand, floating long beyond the baseline. And in the blink of an eye, literally, it's set point for Mira Andreeva. Not much change of expression from her right now. She sets herself to serve onto the Sakkari forehand, rocking back. Andreeva has to play a forehand. That's out from Sakkari, again pushing too hard. And Mira Andreeva, what a dominant performance from her. The only thing she's lost in the first half hour was the coin toss. And she takes the opening set in just 26 minutes, 6-love.
I believe the term's dialed in. 26 minutes, that's crazy. Against Maria Sakkari, who I think thought she had herself a very good first round match. Was quite pleased about how she's feeling going into her second round match with Andreeva, but with a lot of work to do. Now let's go back to Loki.
How do you spell your lurky?
No, not lurky, Loki, Loki. It's not something I've seen, but I think it's like, I'm not sure that it's Marvel. Maybe it is part of the Marvel.
Is this something I'm going to have to get Google
It is
out
Marvel.
for?
No, you don't have to, because it is part of the Marvel movie thingy-jiggity.
Loki.
Is it a show or is it a movie?
I got done by Mike Cation the other night. We started talking about Pokemon. I was like, oh my goodness,
no,
I've got
don't be
nothing
doing
for you here.
no.
Mike came up with all sorts of characters, and eventually it ended up with. And what was the character was Snore something, which was a sleepy character in Pokemon, and it eventually ended up with Mike sharing that he has a 6 foot. I want to say Snorlax. Is that a Pokemon character? Snorlax? Yeah, correct. Thanks, Isaac. Snorlax, and he has a 6 foot chair that him and his daughter often sit, like the beanbag chair, Snorlax. And I'm thinking that Loki's going to go the same way. You're looking
completely
absolutely
and utterly lost what you're talking about. Pokemon, anyway, so it's still a thing.
How can you be lost? How can you be lost?
Pokemon's still a thing.
Loki is a prominent trickster figure in Norse mythology. Are we on the right track with that?
I have no idea, but Loki, the actor, is the guy that can dance. British.
Okay. I'll take your word for that. We are just getting underway in this second set. It's not going well for Maria Sakkari at the moment. Love 15 in the opening game. But while Maria, the trials and tribulations of Maria, gives us a chance to check in with Peter Mercado. Pete.
Oh, look, we'll consult the younger generation at some stage, you two. Goodness me.
Are you the younger generation?
No. I didn't say me. I wasn't including me in that conversation. A couple of updates. What's happening on Rod Laver Arena? 3 games all now, Medjedovic and Minaur. And 15 love for Medjedovic. Looking pretty comfortable out there, I've got to say, against Alex. And these tend to be the danger matches for him, the ones that he's expected to win and win comfortably. And Medjedovic, well, had a run of outs in terms of first rounds at majors, and well, he had a good result at Roland Garros last year, got through a couple of rounds there, but trying to build that ranking from 90, and certainly an opportunity if he can cause the upset. On John Cain Arena, Sasha Zverev, the 3rd seed, 4-3 in the opening set against Alexandra Muller. Zverev has a break there. We've got Alicia Parks, the first set against Karolina Mukova, the 19th seed on 1573 Arena. 6-4 just started the second set there. Magna Linette, 6-3, the first set against Anne Lee. And it is Cam Norrie against Emilio Nava. Norrie 2 sets up and 2-1 in the third. And that is on serve there. So if this keeps going the way it's going on Margaret Court Arena, I suspect we'll be back to Rod Laver Arena very swiftly, Steve.
Yes, maybe within the half hour, in fact. Pete Mercado there, keeping us across all the events and all the scores around Melbourne Park. You will miss nothing on AO Radio. And Mira Andreeva is pretty much missing nothing right now. 6-love in the opening set, and his break points again on the Sakkari serve. And this is very much danger time at the start of the second set here for Maria Sakkari, who serves, lands this in, the sliced backhand lands, it's good from Andreeva, and that's a nice angle. Got the short ball well inside the baseline to put away from Maria Sakkari, and she found her range there, whipping a forehand across court.
She had time to prepare for that forehand, and she didn't make any mistake. Feet well grounded on court.
30-40, though still break point. She's facing an enormous pressure situation for Maria Sakkari. Goes down the middle, but missed that long, and she slaps the ball away with a fair bit of disgust, I would suggest, back to the net, where it's picked up by a ball kid. Which is not surprising, because that is their job.
Should hope so.
Still break point. Goes to the forehand. Andreeva really leans into that. She didn't get the depth she wanted, though. Another strong backhand from Andreeva. That's really good from Sakkari, though. Attacking on that backhand side. Found that ball deep down into the corner. Into Andreeva's backhand side. And the 8th seed was unable to deal with that power and precision. Back to Juice. 2 break points saved.
Yeah, she moved that ball so well on the backhand side. Andreeva hasn't had too many worries deep in the court.
Sakkari serves. Backhand from Andreeva lands very deep, forcing Sakkari back. But she did well, and then the mistake, unforced on that occasion, from Mira Andreeva has allowed Sakkari to get to a game point here, and there'll be a bit of an ovation from the crowd, I would imagine, on Margaret Court Arena if she's able to get on the board here, having dropped the first set to love.
Well, let's hope that Sakkari can do that right now.
She's ready and serves. That's missed, though, down the middle. Just looking for the tee serve. Missed it to the side of the centre service line. So a second serve, just a tick before 1/4 in the evening. She lands this in. Andreeva unloads on a backhand. Only 121 off the serve, and it's sat up for her to have a go at it. And she took it with some aplomb.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of that second serve, trying to get it up high into the back end of Andreeva, but it just sat right in the wheelhouse, didn't get enough on it. She paid the price.
Deuce. Sakkari serves, that's too long.
Maybe a body serve, Steve. Easier said than done.
Sakkari on the second serve. Goes pretty much at the body of Mira Andreeva. Anyway, she dealt with it well. Then on to the backhand, the pair exchanging blows from behind the baseline. Andreeva tries to put a bit more onto that, but didn't get depth. She got a bit more depth on that there. Sakkari finds a nice angle on the backhand. Stays on that same angle, keeping Andreeva well behind the baseline. Sakkari is on the baseline. That's caught the line, though, from Mira Andreeva. She apologises. Her backhand caught the tape, still landed in, and just changed the momentum and pace of that rally. And Sakkari, the ball wasn't too challenging for her, but as I said, it just took them the momentum out of that rally, and she made the mistake and finds herself facing break point again.
Took it by surprise, but big hitting by both women. There won't be much left on those balls by the end of this match.
So break point again for Andreeva. That ball was halfway up the net from Sakkari there on the first serve. Second serve still quite breezy outside here at Melbourne Park. She serves, goes down the middle. Forehand from Andreeva lands in. She's forced to defend here. Andreeva stays in the point. Forehand back from Sakkari, and then she switches to the other flank, but she's dumped it in the net, the Greek. And she's given up serve again. And the shoulders slump just a little bit. Head to the court. She's dropped her opening service game of the second set, having dropped all of them in the first set. And it's 6-love, 1-love on Margaret Court Arena.
Now, Andreeva's just asking chair umpire about, I'm not entirely sure what the question was.
I was hoping
it wasn't, it was just, clearly it's not like she's calling for medical help or anything like that.
I don't think so.
Probably just something, maybe, time do you think I might get off court and...
I think Maria Sakkari might
dinner
need
waiting for me and
a bit more help than Mira Andreeva right now. She's looking a bit frustrated with her
and rightly so.
Coaching box, but of course...
She's running out of answers, isn't she?
Any seat for now, thank you.
To be fair, she's got to find the answers herself. This is tennis after all. Even though you are allowed to have your coaches, of course, by your side now, which is a lovely touch, but anyway. Okay, we're into this next game on the Andreeva serve. Straight down the middle of the court from both players. No angle until Sakkari's backhand flies long. We've said that a few times this evening.
Have. But the age 30, Steve, if you don't know what you're doing out there now, you never will.
Yeah, let's nip across to Peter on John Cain Arena.
John Cain Arena, yeah. Set point for Sasha Zverev on the Muller serve. He's pulled that wide. And the third seed is rolling nicely. Zverev taking the first here on John Cain, 6-3. And Muller, well, he's just looking a touch jaded at the moment. He had that long 5-setter the other night against Alexei Popyrin, and he's not going to get the same latitude against Sasha Zverev. 6-3 in 37 minutes, Steve.
Thanks, Pete. Yes, Zverev is definitely a different cup of tea to Popyrin. No disrespect to Alexei, but it's a whole different challenge when you come up against Sasha Zverev. And Alexandra Muller is finding out about that right now, and Maria Sakkari is finding out right now why Mira Andreeva is one of the top players in the women's game right now as well, because she is yet to win a game in this contest and goes long once again on another ground stroke. 30-15 here on the Andreeva serve. 1-love in the second set, 6-love the first set to the 8th seed.
Sakkari, as we said, her game plan A is not working. Can she just throw in some, I don't know, some drop shots, show Andreeva something a little different?
Andreeva serves right at the body of Sakkari. Does pretty well to get out of the way of this and play a backhand to stay in the point. Andreeva's doing really well, moving her opponent around the court at the moment. It's an exhausting night for Maria Sakkari. And she berates herself for missing another backhand. This time not long, though, to be fair.
No.
Slap that one into the net.
True. But, you know, it is hard to, when your game's been taken away from you, find something else to do when that ball is coming down so quickly, so hard. Just feel yourself retrieving balls.
Andreeva looking for the ace out wide, had a good stare at that. I'm sure she would have stared at Hawkeye if Hawkeye had been sitting there, but Hawkeye wasn't. Called out, 40-15. Serves here onto the forehand of, forced to pick this up on the half volley. Sakkari doing really well. There's the drop shot. Andreeva got there, but made a bit of a meal of trying to go cross court with her own forehand, and that was halfway up the net. So Maria Sakkari may not have heard her coach, but she did hear you, Kate. Threw in the drop shot, and it worked a treat.
Just try something different. Take some pace off the ball. And Andreeva, I mean, she's just so comfortable at the back of the court.
40-30, Andreeva serves a fault. Second serve just lands that in. Wow, kicked up high as well. It was a nasty kicking, spinning serve, which Sakkari couldn't control, and Andreeva has the perfect start. It continues at 6-love and 2-love. It's great having your company wherever you're listening to us right around the world, whether it's on 99.7 FM around Melbourne Park or nearby anyway, or maybe even here through the app or online at ausopen.com. It's great having your company with our partner stations as well, SiriusXM, courtesy of the ESPN radio network in the United States. iHeartRadio, of course, our great friends. Vision Australia Radio, right across Australia. TuneIn Radio, right around the world through their app as well. And SEN Sports Network in Melbourne. Lovely having your company. Kate Kearns and Steve Pearce with you here in commentary on Margaret Court Arena on this Wednesday night. We're watching what is a masterclass so far from Mira Andreeva, the 8th seed, yet to drop a game against Maria Sakkari. And that continues at 2-love here. With Sakkari now trying to get on the board. It's love 15.
Yeah, it's nothing. There's nothing worse than having the crowd go, oh,
we just want you to win a game.
I know, the pressure mounts.
Mind you, no one takes delight in this, apart from
the
Andreeva camp and all her fans. Nobody else takes delight. Serving here down the middle is Sakkari. And then she puts away the forehand winner. Got the short ball return. Good serve down the middle. Nicely done. 15-all. Do keep your messages coming through as well. We do love hearing from you. It's aoradio@tennis.com.au, or you can use the Ask the Booth form through ausopen.com or the app. And do remember to put your name and where you're from when you do get in touch.
Temperatures are very important. I will get to every email tonight.
Wow.
It's a promise.
It's a commitment. You are a commitment woman. Serving here, Sakkari out wide. The forehand from Andreeva from well outside the tram lines could only find the net. And from love 15 to 30-15.
I'm feeling very confident on this service for Sakkari.
Wow, I can't believe you just said that.
I feel that she is going to find herself on the board any moment now.
Okay. Kate Kearns has spoken. Sakkari is ready. Serves into the net.
Pressure on this second serve.
Ball toss went wrong. That's hence the apology that you heard. So Maria resets herself here. Down the far end, she's ready. Serves, lands this onto the forehand racket of Andreeva. And then the backhand slice from Andreeva is really nice, but so's the response from Sakkari. Also on the backhand, changes direction, moving Andreeva around on this occasion. Forehand slice from her, and then up the line, putting a bit of air into that as Andreeva skips into the baseline. Does Andreeva. The slice from Andreeva finds the net, and Sakkari is beginning to feel a little bit more comfortable here. It's 40-15. She's still got to get it done. Here's her chance to get on the board at love 2.
She does, but that was more measured from Sakkari, just getting those balls back, keeping them deep, not allowing or giving anything to Andreeva to work with. So 40-15.
Ball toss goes wrong. Second consecutive point. Reset from the Greek. And then she goes down the middle. Backhand from Andreeva. Sits up. Can Sakkari put this away? Not yet. Well defended by Andreeva. Then near the baseline. Again, Andreeva does well with the backhand. She switches to a forehand. That's too long. Sakkari doesn't have to play another shot. And the Greek fans are standing inside Margaret Court Arena. She's on the board.
And that's fantastic. No, that was obviously a much better game from Maria Sakkari. I just felt that she was able to get a lot of depth into her shots, but also she just stayed in those points, didn't give Andreeva anything to work with, and maybe that's something for her to build on now in this second set.
Well,
she's still down a break, but
it's only a break of
change.
serve. It's only one break
That's
of serve.
right.
Forget about the first set. It's only one break of serve. Andreeva to serve next at 2-1. Any other messages to address?
Yes, we certainly do. We've got one here from Leanne from Sri Lanka, said enjoying the commentary as always.
Whereabouts in Sri Lanka, Leanne?
She
doesn't say.
But Leanne, if you hopefully you're still listening, if you would like to write back and let us know where in Sri Lanka you are, that'd be great. I've always wanted to go.
It's a beautiful place.
Yes, I
was there 25 years ago.
Did you do safari?
I didn't. No. We went all over. Well, we couldn't go to all over because there was still a bit going on in those days with the war. But we went to most parts. Beautiful. Kandy up to Sigira, Colombo, down to Gaul.
Yes.
Also, all got tragically hit by the tsunami.
I know,
a few
they've had a
years
really
later,
tough time, haven't they?
Yeah. Anyway, sorry.
Anyway,
we never got to the
clarifying
message.
discussion on Loki. I'll come back to it.
Okay.
Sorry, stay with us, Leanne. We'll get back to your email.
All right. So, Mira Andreeva serving here 2-1 with the break of serve in the second set, having won the first set to love. And that's a good start for Maria Sakkari there. She had a good return of serve right near the feet of Mira Andreeva, and she scooped a backhand up on the half volley long.
Yes, the return at the feet of Andreeva said she's still working on that part of the game, the movement.
Andreeva, that's a double, love 30, right, okay. So Sakkari gets on the board, and one break of serve down. Andreeva's serving, serves a double to put herself at love 30, her third of the evening. Doesn't look ruffled though yet. Delivers a serve. Sakkari with a defensive backhand. The attempted drop shot from Mira Andreeva. She was there mid-court. It wasn't a bad play, but she just didn't play it well.
No.
And it fell back on her side. And love 40. Big fist pumps from Maria Sakkari.
Yeah, Andreeva
Can she take one of these chances?
Didn't quite get in under that ball to cut it enough.
Andreeva serves out wide, backhand from Sakkari, goes back behind her, Andreeva. Sakkari's there, saw it coming, stays on the backhand. Here's another one from the Greek, on the run. Andreeva puts a forehand back wide, nice angle from Sakkari, cross court, gets the defensive ball, big forehand from Sakkari, defensive up from Andreeva. It's going to land in, but it's going to be smashed away by Maria Sakkari. And she's back on terms in the second set.
And the crowd's come to life. That's a fantastic game from Sakkari. She's 2 in a row now, and she's starting to get herself back in this match.
Great stuff from Maria Sakkari. She is fired up.
Yeah, she's walking with purpose. I like to see it. How things can change so very quickly in a game of tennis.
Absolutely, literally in a game. Literally in a game. It's tick before 8 o'clock now, and suddenly the 1 hour finish looks a little way off. 2 games all as Sakkari sets herself to serve right in front of us here, heavily down the middle. Andreeva does pretty well to get this back drop shot attempt from Sakkari. Should put this volley away on the backhand, does so past the 8th seed who was left stranded at the net. 15 love.
And Steve, variety is the spice of life.
You called it, Kate.
No,
you called it about 20 minutes ago or even 15 minutes ago. Change it up. Change the look for Andreeva. Throw in some drop shots. Mix it up.
Show us something different.
Take the pace away from the ball.
Yeah.
Stop hitting it into the zones where she's comfortable. She's listened to everything.
She has.
Andreeva now is a little bit at sea and will have to reset herself.
That's
here.
right. Slightly. No, I wouldn't say rattled, but and you know it's that difficult thing. You've won that first set 6 love, and then you perhaps start thinking, and you 2 love up in the second. Is it me, or am I playing well? Am I playing well? Is it my opponent? Are they going to come back? She's a much better player than this. Things can.
What am I going to have for dinner? I'm going to be off court in 15 minutes. Sakkari looking for the ace out wide, nearly got it, but just out 30 love, 2-2 in the second set.
Perhaps that was just a look into the way I think. Scrambled.
Possibly.
Frightening.
Serves here. Big forehand from Andreeva, but landed quite short, so Sakkari had plenty of time. Then onto the backhand with the Greek. That was very near the baseline. Andreeva's miles behind the baseline. She can't stay in the point from there and doesn't as Sakkari skips inside and hammers away a backhand.
How good has the backhand cross-court from Sakkari been in the last couple of games? It has been her weapon. So solid off that side. Oh, that's beautiful.
It's a bit of a passive position, though, for Andreeva to be that far
just
behind
not
the
quite
baseline.
sure what to do at the moment.
40 love and points for 3-2. Sakkari serves down the middle. It's just back into play. It's a short ball. Should be easily dealt with by Sakkari, and it is. Hammers it right back at Andreeva, deep into her forehand corner, and Andreeva unable to handle the pace and depth of that ball. And Sakkari holds to love. And the match turns on its head, and it's 3-2 on serve, with Andreeva to serve next in the second set. First set to Andreeva.
Did we want to go back to Loki?
Yes.
Right. This is, of course, Leanne from Sri Lanka, still waiting to find out.
It's the longest message in history of AO Radio, I think.
So, clarifying your discussion on Loki, he is the god of mischief in Norse mythology.
It is the
of course.
Norse mythology that I stumbled across on the Google search.
And in Marvel Comics.
Oh, right,
and
okay.
Cinematic Universe.
Okay.
He's the adopted brother of Thor.
Yes.
And he's a villain. He's the anti-hero. I like that.
So,
the character is played by, Tom Hiddleston. You know, he's a great dancer.
So he's a villain anti-hero, but the suggestion was it for Loki to be, was it Daniil Medvedev? Or who was the suggestion who should play Loki?
Oh, now I'm going to have to go back and find that because I've forgotten.
How can you have forgotten? That's the key piece of information.
I'm so sorry.
Wow, this could be your last shift on AO Radio if you can't pull this one out.
Nick Kyrgios.
Oh, Nick Kyrgios. There you go. Yes, another person who likes to play the villain. Nicely done.
Just about to be ejected from the seat.
Yes, which would have been painful because you'd have hit that glass that we were talking about earlier. Right. Margaret Court Arena, that's where we're at. We'll come back to Loki in a minute. Did we actually finish that message? Yes, Andreeva serves heavily down the middle, looking to reset this match again, and that was a scream from Mira Andreeva, and you can see that she also has a sense that this match needs a reset from her perspective. 8 straight games she won, and now she's lost 3 on the spin. Serves here. Just catching the net cord. Do keep those messages coming in.
Please do.
Great catch, one-handed at the net from the ball kid. Even Alison Hughes looked pretty impressed by that. She didn't break into a smile.
No, she did not. It was a sort of a.
That could get you a appearance in the final.
Tick.
We saw that. Noted. Down the middle we go with the serve. Sakkari does well, though. Nice angle on the backhand cross there from Sakkari. Rocks back, plays the forehand on that same angle, the off forehand. Up the line, she's trying to just move Andreeva around the court. Slices, comes to the net, but she's passed. That's high-quality stuff from Andreeva. Sakkari asking the question, slicing with decent depth to approach. But Andreeva found a way through.
She had the answer, and that is the way she dug that ball out and then gets that cross-court right in front of Sakkari. That is one of the best shots she'll see tonight.
Mind you, wasn't maybe quite deep enough from Sakkari, but I love the thinking, I love the idea, aggressive play. Good serving out wide from Andreeva. 40 love. This is exactly what she wanted, but she's having to show a bit of fight here, having things all her own way for half an hour. It's been a bit of a turnaround, and now it's an even keel here on Margaret Court Arena.
Oh, this match has just gone up a couple of notches.
Serves up so for so long it almost hit the shoelaces of Maria Sakkari. Serves again. This one's much shorter. Really attacking and comes to the net. Sakkari, and the volley's brilliant. That's great stuff from the Greek.
And this is the pressure that Sakkari knows she can apply to the second serve of Andreeva. Because she gets, when things get tight, she gets a little nervy on that second serve, relies on the big first serve. So that is terrific. And how, you called it, Steve, attacking she was on that second serve. She stood right in to take it.
Andreeva serves forehand from Sakkari. It was right, trying to hit the baseline. It didn't miss by much, but it did miss. And Andreeva does hold serve there, and quite well in the end. 3 games all. But this match, as you said, Kate, has lifted up more than one notch over the last 15, 20 minutes or so. And we have a contest on our hands here. Might still end up being a straight sets win for Minaur Andreeva, but
who knows?
This second set is hotly contested, unlike the first. 7th game here. Maria Sakkari to serve down the far end. Serves, goes down the middle, looking for the tee, finds it. We'll check in with Peter in the end of this game for some updates on some scores of the other matches that you'll all be interested in around Melbourne Park, as well as this one, which we're bringing to you live around the world on AO Radio this evening.
Sakkari's first ace of the night. Nice time.
At 15 love, Sakkari serves well into the tram lines.
Oh, please.
Call for hush. Didn't think it was that noisy.
No.
Second serve. Onto the forehand of Andreeva, who pushes it straight back at Sakkari on the backhand. Here's another backhand from the Greek. On the run, Andreeva makes her own forehand from behind the baseline. Going back cross-court, Sakkari is thinking of coming in, doesn't. On the run, she makes a forehand, pushing Andreeva back. Andreeva is there, though, with her own couple of forehands from behind the baseline. Up the line goes Sakkari. That's a really high-quality backhand, and it's going to earn her the points.
Yeah, just a little short from Andreeva in the court, and Sakkari was right onto that ball and got it very deep in the court, the return. That's so positive now from Maria Sakkari. She's really got her eye in. It's much better tennis. And the coach liked it.
30 love, Sakkari serves, forehand Andreeva, nicely done, back in the middle of the court. Andreeva with the slice, flattened out by Sakkari. Big forehand, oh, the angle was there for Sakkari, but she just pulled it too much, trying to go cross-court, and she shakes her head as she hit it into the tram lines.
Yeah,
30-15.
A rush of blood then from Sakkari. We were talking earlier about the fact that the way that she's got herself back into this match, into this second set, is that she's been a little bit more conservative on some of those shots, staying in the rally along a bit longer than normal.
Kate Kearns and Steve Pearce with you on AO Radio as Sakkari serves into the net. Pivotal game, you would imagine, this one, in the outcome of this second set. 3 games all, 30-15. Sakkari down the far end, serves, running around onto her backhand. Andreeva goes right back at her and then finds the angle on the off backhand. Andreeva then switching to Sakkari's backhand. Oh, that's overhit by, or mishit and overhit by Minaur Andreeva on the backhand. And Sakkari moves out to 40-15. Game points here for 4-3.
I like that from Sakkari, going straight down the middle of the court, not giving Andreeva anything to work with.
Rackets spinning everywhere as we get ready, and Sakkari serves right at the body of Minaur Andreeva. She just got out of the way but could do nothing with her forehand. Put it into the net, and Sakkari holds pretty comfortably. And after 29 minutes of the second set, we're on serve at 3-4. First set to Andreeva, 6 love. Pete.
Yep, plenty going on. I don't know where to look over, eyes in the back of my head. Kia Arena, Sasha Bublik is now serving for the match against Marton Fucsovic. He was down a break in the third set, managed to turn that around, and now he's got the decisive break. 6-5, 15 love, but the focus is on Rod Laver Arena at the moment. Hamad Medjedovic and Alex de Minaur, they are in the opening set tiebreak, and it has been a tight contest all the way through. It's 2-1, a mini break for Medjedovic here in this opening set tiebreak, and both players have covered a lot of ground. There have been a hell of a lot of long rallies. Medjedovic keen to bring de Minaur forward as much as possible, and that's created some interesting rallies. The crowd obviously getting behind de Minaur, but there's plenty of Serbian support here as well tonight. So we're in this tiebreak, 3-1. Might cross back to you for a little while, guys, but then we'll come back when we get to the business end of this tiebreak, because Medjedovic is playing really strongly at the moment. He's holding his mini break advantage. It's 4-1.
Okay, brilliant stuff, Pete. Just jump back in when you get to the right moment in that
tiebreak. I might stay with you. Stay with me anyway, because Alexander Bublik has match point, and he's just served an ace out wide, and he's wrapped that up nicely against Martin Fucsovics. That would have been a dangerous proposition going in, but the 10th seed, well, he is playing some great tennis at the moment. It's good to see as well. 7-5, 6-4, 7-5, 2 hours and 13 minutes on the clock for Sasha. And of course, the collision course will be in de Minaur's section of the draw, with Bublik lurking, also Tiafoe as well. Meanwhile, on Rod Laver Arena, it's 4 points to 2. Medjedovic still with the mini break, Steve.
Great stuff. Thanks, Pete. Andreeva has got away to a good start in the 8th game on Margaret Court Arena. It's 15-love for the 8th seed, serving at 3-4 in this contest against the Greek, who's getting increasingly vocal support from the Greek fans in the crowd. Having dropped the first set, Maria Sakkari to love. Andreeva rocks back to play a backhand and then slices a forehand all from behind the baseline. Sakkari's miles inside the baseline, but it's the Greek who's being the more aggressor on that occasion, who makes the mistake, slicing a backhand long beyond the baseline.
Yeah, it was an awful slice though, wasn't it, from Sakkari?
Yes, that's another way of putting it.
Her footwork was not good. Is that too brutal?
30-love. Out wide. Oh, Sakkari can't do anything with that. That's good serving from Mira Andreeva. Out to 40-love.
Yeah, taking pace off the ball on that first serve, but it's all about timing and all about the angle in court.
At 40-love, we might come back to you, Pete. It looks like the scoreline's interesting.
5 points to 2 for Hamad Medjedovic. Another long rally between the players. And the crowd getting a little restless here on Rod Laver Arena. Players just going to the towels while they're doing that. The opportunity to talk about the match on court 7. Cam Norrie, well, he's 2-1 up against Emilio Nava. Nava taking the 3rd set out there, 6 games to 4. And Magda Linette closing in on victory on Ann Lee, 6-3 and 5-2 on ANZ Arena. Looks like Karolina Mukova steadying the ship against Alicia Parks. But here, on Rod Laver Arena, Medjedovic serving at 5-2. The serve onto the forehand of de Minaur. That floats long. And it's 6-2 now. 4 set points for Hamad Medjedovic. The first meeting between these two players, 56 minutes on the Rolex. This is a huge moment. Set point Medjedovic, 6 points to 2. As the serve looks to go down the tee, goes long. Second serve, de Minaur up on the baseline for this one. And the serve. Double faults. Maybe feeling a little of the pressure, but also de Minaur bearing down. He was well inside the baseline for that one. He's still got the mini break cushion though. It's 6-3.
4 games all on Margaret Court Arena. We'll stay with you, Pete.
Perfect. Sasha Zverev 6-3 and 3-2 on serve second set with Alessandro Muller on John Cain Arena. We are everywhere tonight on AO Radio. De Minaur, can he get himself out of trouble here? Serving at 3-6. And the serve down the tee goes big. Second serve. Stepping onto the baselines, Medjedovic. He plays this as a backhand. That's long too. And that just a little loose. Maybe just a little bit of tension, and he's getting close to the finish line of this opening set. 2 set points remaining for Hamad Medjedovic, the 22-year-old. His career Grand Slam record sits at 3 wins, 7 losses. He'd love a big scalp like this tonight. De Minaur serves again. The serve out wide. Big up the line. Missing again, Medjedovic. He has one more opportunity. Set point number 4 for Hamad Medjedovic at 6-5. Oh, he'd donate a little portion of his prize money for an ace right now. And that will relieve some tension because he's been feeling it as this has gone along. Set point number 4. Capacity crowd again on Rod Laver Arena. Medjedovic just has to wait. At 6 points to 5. The serve out wide. Backhand from de Minaur is good. Cross-court forehand. Yes, from Medjedovic. Cross-court forehand winner. What an excellent set of tennis from both players, but Hanfmann Medjedovic has taken the opening set on Rod Laver Arena in the tiebreak, and I think the crowd a little bit stunned, Steve.
I would imagine they are, Pete. I don't think there are a lot of Australian fans who knew much about this Serb before they came into Melbourne Park this evening, but they're finding out a lot about Hanfmann Medjedovic right now. What an outstanding performance to take the opening set. Here on Margaret Court Arena, thanks Pete, here on Margaret Court Arena, it's double break point for Mira Andreeva. She has played an outstanding ninth game and she has the opportunity here. It's 15-40 on the Sakkari serve. Serves to Sakkari, the forehand comes back from Andreeva. There's another one, down the line. Sakkari goes back cross court, goes to the backhand of Andreeva. Oh, she tried to stay on that, but she couldn't. She's hit it long, and Mira Andreeva has broken serve and will serve for the match next at 5-4. We saw a couple of cracking ground strokes in that contest as well, Kate. I'll leave you to describe what we saw while Pete was on there.
Andreeva absolutely just driving the ball through the court. It's what we'd seen earlier on in that first set. She lost away a little bit. Sakkari, I mean, she had really upped her game, started, finding ways to I guess, break that consistency from the baseline that Andreeva has. And but Andreeva, this is what I'm really loving about this young player. She finds a way to win these matches now where, she's going along nicely and then she finds herself in a difficult situation and she's able to get herself out of them. She was driving those balls through the court in that last game, and now she'll come out to serve for this match. This is a terrific response under pressure.
It really is. She's been challenged and Sakkari had the crowd involved. She had everything going momentum-wise. It felt like the narrative was going to drive us towards, well, at least a tiebreak, if not a third set. But Mira Andreeva had none of it. She's stepped in that ninth game and she's given herself the chance to serve this out. Let's see if she can. Onto the Sakkari forehand with the opening ball. Sakkari then, with a simple rally ball from the baseline, dumps a backhand into the net. And Andreeva has the perfect start at 15-love.
Yeah, and I think just that would have been so tough on Sakkari just to have lost that. She'd been playing so well in this set and then bang. Andreeva comes up with all the winners.
Bang indeed. Okay, Andreeva then with a forehand quite short. Sakkari doesn't attack this too much. They backhand again, back centrally. Andreeva's happy to deal with those on her own backhand. Does so again. Sakkari leans into this, looks for some depth. Well defended by Andreeva. No great angle on any of these ground strokes from the two players behind the baseline. That was short. Sakkari has a bit more of a go with that up the line. Andreeva found some good accuracy and Sakkari couldn't get there in time to control her forehand. And Andreeva moves to 30-love and within 2 points of the third round.
Crazy from Andreeva because Sakkari was on the baseline dictating play in that point and she digs that backhand up straight down the line. Just too tough, too hard, too good.
Serves Andreeva, that's too long. Straight back to the ball kid, nice catch. Not quite as good as the one-hander we saw earlier. Andreeva serves, that looked like it was long, and it was. A little bit of tension as you're trying to serve out the match, 30-15.
Yeah, maybe. We're all human. Semi-final perhaps for that ball kid. Not sure that final's bound for that one.
Oh, it's more of a quarter catch, I think. It was pretty set up. It was regulation. It would look bad if he dropped it, to be fair.
Yeah.
Serving here, Andreeva. Lad gets this in, kicks up high. Sakkari does pretty well to control it onto a couple of backhands. Nicely done by Sakkari. That's going to force the mistake from Andreeva. Backpedaling to play a forehand from behind the baseline. She scoops it long, 30 all.
Things getting tight here again. It's always difficult. I don't care how good you are and how many times you've been in this position. Serving out a match. Things get tight.
Andreeva serves, that's too long. Going at the body of Sakkari, but too long. Second serve, Andreeva. This is very short in the box. Sakkari has plenty of time to play a forehand right back at Andreeva. Kicks up high from Andreeva. She got that ball to kick up high and Sakkari was unable to control it, trying to flatten it out. Dumped the backhand into the net. It's a match point for the 8th seed.
Oh, Sakkari had a chances too because that second serve, it was short.
kicked, though.
It was, yeah, a little. It was begging to be hit.
Thank you, players ready.
So 4 match for a place in the third round. Andreeva misses down the middle. Second serve. Lands this in again short. Sakkari can go with the big forehand. Andreeva's there defensively at this point. Goes with a forehand, puts a bit more loop in that. Landed on the baseline. Sakkari did well. Sakkari with her own backhand. That's too long from the Greek. And Mira Andreeva has withstood the challenge of Maria Sakkari. It was a tale of 2 sets. 6-love, 6-4, but Andreeva safely through to the third round.
What an impressive win from this youngster. She is such a talent, and I enjoy every time I watch her matches where you can just see that development. And I mean, she has such a big future, and tonight, I mean, that was the first set, 6-love. She was just dominating, doing her thing. 2-love up in the second. She was challenged, as you said, Steve, but then held her nerve, stayed the course, didn't get too disrupted. You know, there are ebbs and flows throughout matches, and now she knows that she can get that game back on her terms when she wants. And she did that in the very important, what is that, the 9th game. Maria Sakkari just waving to the crowd as she leaves. She had great support out there tonight, but wasn't enough to get her over the line.
Wasn't the performance she was looking for. She delivered a much better second set, but she left herself a huge hole to come back from, a set and a breakdown. She got it back on level terms, but you know, you're playing Mira Andreeva, and she is a huge talent in the women's game. I think we're about to hear from her in the middle of Margaret Court Arena. Might have gone too early. It's possible.
No, here we go.
Here we go.
Mira, first of all, congratulations through to the third round of the Australian Open. You are playing some fantastic tennis, and you've also had an incredibly difficult draw in the first round and the second round. How much has that actually helped you focus early in this tournament?
Well, I don't know if it helped me. When I saw the draw, I was like, wow, it's not the easiest draw that you can have, because obviously Donna and Maria, they're both amazing players. They're so experienced, and they play very aggressive tennis. So I don't know how it helps, to be honest. Maybe it just helps to be nervous earlier. Right when you see the draw, I was like, okay, well, here we go. But yeah, honestly, if we talk serious, I think it helps to be 100% since the first match that you're playing, because obviously sometimes you want maybe to have some time to get into the tournament, but here I didn't really have time to do that. I needed to start 100% right away, and I guess the tough draw is for this.
So, Mira, you come off of winning in Adelaide and you come here. It's been a great start to this year. How much also has that helped the confidence of winning a tournament like that? And also, I don't know, but the winners of Adelaide do very well here at the Australian Open. So, no, you're fine. You can handle this pressure. Does that help?
Well, kind of.
See, you like it.
Yeah, I do like it, that's true. Of course, having a great week of playing before starting the Grand Slam, the first slam of the year, helps a lot. Obviously, it gives a lot of confidence, and I was feeling great on the court. For sure, conditions are a little bit different here. It's more windy. We don't have the roof, but obviously it helps to get into the match rhythm. You know that the opponents are going to be tough from the very first match, and yeah, I know the statistic that winners of Adelaide do not bad here in Melbourne, but I'm not going to think about it. I'm just going to take it match by match, and then we'll see if that statistic works for me.
Okay, so before the match, I was in the locker room behind here, and I don't know, you guys don't know this, but your coach Conchita Martinez and you went running into the locker room. She was chasing you. You were trying to go to the bathroom. There was a little bit of tag, you're it. Is it important for you to have this fun relationship and also the relaxedness, if that's a word, before you come onto the court?
Well, I think so. I think it worked pretty good today. Yeah, I actually didn't know she was chasing me, because I tapped her. I was supposed to be the last one, so I sprinted into the locker room to go to the toilet, and then all of a sudden she scares me, and then I was like, well, it's good that I was close to the toilet, you know? So yeah, she was trying to scare me, maybe shake me a little bit before the match, but for sure for me it helps to have that kind of relationship, not to be super serious and have some fun as well before the match.
Well, you are having a fabulous start to this year and you're through to the third round here. Congratulations. I hope you guys keep playing it. Congratulations through to the third round, Mira Andreeva.
Mira Andreeva with Renee Stubbs in the middle of Margaret Court Arena. Mira Andreeva, who can speak better English in conversation, I think I could when I was 18.
I know, that's incredible,
and she's not,
right?
Not even a native language.
No.
She just rolls it out. There you go.
She's a
bang, bang,
very
bang.
impressive young woman. And I have to say, I'm starting to think that she's going to cause some problems deep into this tournament.
Starting to think, I like it. You're turning around.
Well, no, actually,
Yeah, you've always thought it. But Kate, before we wrap things up on Margaret Court Arena, because we'll be heading to Rod Laver Arena next for our live coverage continuing on AO Radio. Just your final thoughts on what you saw unfolding here over the last hour.
Well, I think for Maria Sakkari, I mean, she just got off to the worst possible start, and really I think, in terms of just saying okay, and then the second set didn't start so well but she was able to get herself back into that, so I think she'll take a little from what she was able to do late in that set, but it's so difficult to have to change your game and then to keep finding ways to win when that's not your natural way of playing, and to continue to put pressure on someone who keeps being able to come up with winners deep in the court when you least expect it. In terms of Andreeva's win today, I mean, 27 unforced errors, 7 winners, and she still wins the match. That says a lot. That usually doesn't happen. We look at statistics, try to find where it is that, she's been able to win. But I just thought from the get-go, she is able to change a match, throughout, during a set, which I don't think she used to be able to do. Like, she'd get down and perhaps, you could see the match getting away from her. But now she has that little bit more maturity, and I think she just has that confidence in her game where she knows that, she's the better player, and she can change things when she needs to. She can put the foot down. That serve comes back. It's far more consistent for her now, that first serve. Second serve still gets a little nervy, but there's not too many players on tour where the second serve's not a little bit nervous at times. So, I mean, yeah, she's a terrific player. I mean, what else can we say?
She is indeed a terrific player and destined to be around at the top of the game, you would imagine, for the next 10 years or more. And will this be her fortnight, her year to break through and win one of these major titles? She's not far off, and she is a superstar of the women's game.
Close.
She will play Elena Gabriela Ruse in the next round after the Romanian beat Ayla Tomljanovic a little bit earlier today. So there's another test for her coming up in a couple of days. Now, the live coverage is going to continue here on AO Radio. Hamad Medjedovic, well, he's taken the first set, would you believe? That's a bit of a surprise as well, against the 6th seeded Alex de Minaur, as Pete was telling us earlier, in a tiebreak. And that's where we are going to head next on AO Radio, after we just get a wrap of the day's play so far. There's plenty been happening already with our very own Nat Edwards.
28th seed Emma Raducanu is the big casualty on day 4 of the 2026 Australian Open. The Brit crashing out in the second round in straight sets to world number 55 Anastasia Potapova. Raducanu served for the opening set at 5-3 but crumbled, losing the set in a tiebreak. With a plethora of forehand errors and a lack of firepower on her serve, Raducanu was unable to get back into the match, Potapova taking the second set 6-2. A disappointed Raducanu speaking to the media after the match.
Yeah, I thought it was a very difficult match with the conditions in the first set. I thought it was tricky trying to get used to how lively it felt out there, and also the wind was pretty strong from one side, so just not something that I felt, too comfortable with. I didn't feel like I dealt with it particularly well, and even so I still had some chances in the first set, but yeah, nevertheless, just one of those days you don't feel too good on the court, but credit to her, she found a better solution in the first set and then really played better, I thought, in the second.
So Potapova now faces two-time defending women's champion Aryna Sabalenka in the third round, who dropped just 4 games against China's Baizhou Xuan on her way into the third round. For Carlos Alcaraz, the first set was a battle as Germany's Jannik Hanfmann threw everything he had at the world number one, but the Spaniard rose to the challenge, digging deep in a tiebreak to claim the first set. Whilst the straight sets victory might look routine on paper, for Alcaraz it was anything but.
I knew he was going to play great. I know his level. I played a few times already. We came, through the challenges together. I played in challenges against him. So it was. But to be honest, it was tougher than I thought at the beginning. I didn't feel the ball that good, or not as good as he wanted. But the ball was coming as a bomb. Like forehand, backhand, serve. So I had to be ready for those shots. But really happy that I get through a really difficult first set, and then I started to feel a little bit better in the on the court with my shots. Tactically, I think I played much better. So just happy to have played the really good level at the end of the match and get through in another row.
Meantime, third seed Coco Gauff and 12th seed Alina Svitolina took under an hour and a half to dispose of their opponents. Svitolina says she's re-energised after what was a tough 2025 season.
It was more mental, I would say. Physical, of course. With the many months of playing high intensity, of course you get a little bit worn down. But I think mental part, it was something that I was more like checked out a little bit. Sometimes you need a little bit to step back and try to stay away from it, and just try to regroup and be again back with new energy.
And a promising start couldn't be capitalised upon as Aussie wildcard Talia Gibson fell to 23rd seed Diana Shnaider in 3 tough sets. Gibson had 3 match points in the second set, but just couldn't capitalise. Shnaider holding her nerve and trusting her serve as she made it through to the third round.
Thank God it wasn't my serve. So I was just, try to go for my serve and then just, rally, but don't be like too defensive, because obviously she's a big hitter. So if I would slow it down a little bit, to be a little bit more defensive, she would step in and just rip it. So I just tried to be, play safe, but at the same time also aggressive, so I don't give her a lot of opportunity.
And fresh off his Brisbane International title, 11th seed Daniil Medvedev continued his winning ways despite dropping the opening set to Frenchman Quentin Halys.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try cardio tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with cardio tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills, and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ausopen.com.
Message our commentators. Go to ausopen.com/AO radio and click on Ask the Booth.
Live around the world, this is AO Radio.
It's lovely having your company on AO Radio this evening, the Wednesday evening, the first one of this fortnight as the clouds darken over Melbourne Park.
wouldn't say they're darkening yet on Alex de Minaur in his contest against Hamad Medjedovic, but it's certainly a tough old battle for de Minaur at the moment. Hamad Medjedovic has taken the first set in a tie-break, and Alex de Minaur has just put a forehand into the net, having been at 40-15 in this fifth game, to give Medjedovic a break point for a 3-2 lead in the second set. He's in constant discussion with his coaching box. Alex de Minaur is obviously not happy. Nothing is going the way that he imagined it. He's getting big support from this local crowd, being the Australian at Melbourne Park, but he's facing a big moment here again at break point. He serves heavily down the middle, moves onto the forehand, lovely angle. Medjedovic goes up the line, but de Minaur saw that coming and cut it off with a beautiful forehand volley to save the break point.
Yeah, that's nice from de Minaur, taking his opponent out wide and then closing in quickly across court.
Just nip across to Pete quickly.
Very quickly on Cain Arena, it's 1-all. Alexandra Muller, 6 games before the 1 break of serve, getting the job done. 1-all with Alexander Zverev.
On Rod Laver Arena, we're at deuce in this 5th game as de Minaur serves down the middle. That's better for de Minaur as Medjedovic puts a simple enough backhand into the net. And a game point here for the Australian for a 3-2 lead in the second set.
First serve definitely helps for de Minaur.
Not many people it doesn't help.
No, but, you know, it's not his weapon. You know what I'm saying.
No, I know. Gee, I really hope I missed my first serve this time.
my second serve,
that's
it's an absolute cracker.
Mind you, the only person I can think of would say that would be probably Nick. He'd go, I'll ace you. That's a beautiful stand and deliver backhand down the line over the high part of the net from Hamad Medjedovic. I mean, it was in his hitting zone, but you still got to deliver that shot. It's not necessarily easy, but he delivered that in style.
But I believe my point has just been made. Medjedovic,
what, you'd prefer to land your first serve?
It's a terrific response and helping me out with my terrible argument.
It's your insight. It's your insight to tennis, Kate. That's why we employ it. Serving here, de Minaur, right at the body of Medjedovic, onto the backhand cross from de Minaur. That's low, too low from Medjedovic into the net. The backhand back cross court. And as you hear, de Minaur has the opportunity to close out this game for 3-2.
Medjedovic is quite animated on court. He's not happy. He's in the lead, but...
Serving here, de Minaur out wide. Medjedovic going back cross with the backhand, then flat over the high part of the net. Gets the mistake on the run. De Minaur pushing the forehand long beyond the baseline. To deuce we go for the 4th time in this game, this 5th game of the second set.
Yeah, good depth from Medjedovic just then. Deep, right on the baseline.
It's a packed Rod Laver Arena on this Wednesday night to see the local hope in the men's draw. Hasn't been a great night so far for the Australians with Tomljanovic out. De Minaur is set down here. Medjedovic on the run, goes backhand with a bit of air, looping that back towards the baseline, but he just went an ounce too long, and de Minaur was delighted to see that go 6 inches out, or maybe 4 inches out. Either way, it's a game point.
Not a great day for the Aussies all round.
No.
Storm Hunter out.
Yeah.
Gibson out.
And Talia Gibson had what, match points?
Oh, 3 match points.
De Minaur here serves right at the body of Medjedovic, and you heard exactly what that meant to Alex de Minaur, and there's lots of verbals and release of tension. Even Tony Roach there in the crowd cheering on Alex de Minaur, who has dug himself out of a bit of a hole there. That was a tough old moment against Hamad Medjedovic, but he found a way to deal with that. And his reward is a little bit of banana as he sits down. How are we doing for messages, Kate?
Yes, we've got lots of messages. Let's get through a few of them now. Do you think an American... This one's from Bernard from Hartford in the United States. Do you think an American male tennis player has a chance to win this year's championship?
Yep.
Shelton?
Yeah, too, I would say. Yeah, I think he has a chance.
I think Fritz is still sort of getting... Yeah, well, I think he's coming back from injury. I'm not quite sure where he's at. But
I mean, they've got a chance. I mean, you know, the chances, if you were dealing out the chances and there were 100 of them,
yes.
I'd say Sinner and Alcaraz greedily take probably about between 90 and 95 of those chances.
They do.
Or maybe 92. There's a few chances, aren't there? Your Djokovic's has a few chances. He'd probably say he's got more than that. But
number 3 player in the world is Zverev.
Yeah, I know.
What do we think?
Well, he may get 1 or 2 of those chances.
Okay.
Just the way that the other two are dominating the game.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
You know, I mean, the most likely scenario on the men's side really is Sinner Alcaraz in the final. That's the most likely scenario.
Leanna's in Colombo in Sri Lanka.
Colombo in Sri Lanka. Beautiful.
You've been there, yes.
Yes, indeed.
Lovely.
The main gateway to Sri Lanka, so I don't want to profess that was great exploration on my part. That's where you flew into as the capital, but still,
yes,
that's good. Thanks for messaging us back.
And Jack's listening to us from Melbourne, and yes, we're on Alex's match right now. Jack, stay with us.
Indeed, we are. Picked up on the half volley by Medjedovic into the opposite corner. That's brilliant from de Minaur, skidding, sliding, showing great athleticism to make that backhand. And Medjedovic, I don't think he was expecting that to come back, and then he missed the volley.
There's a lot of sliding, as you expect from de Minaur. I think he was saying that he goes through a pair of shoes every 45 minutes.
Medjedovic serves right at the body of de Minaur, but that one catching the net cord. It wouldn't surprise me.
It's a lot of shoes.
It's a lot of shoes. I think he's paying for it. Serves here right again at the body. de Minaur does pretty well with that backhand. Opposite corner from Medjedovic. de Minaur doing brilliantly, forcing the issue here. Medjedovic is getting balls back. He was no way expecting to come back. Forced to play another shot, and he dumps the backhand into the net. And here's a window of opportunity for the 6th seed to get this match back on his terms.
Yeah, it's what you expect from de Minaur, though, covering so much court, going out so wide over the highest part of the net to get that ball. That's terrific.
The Serb will sense this is a moment that he's got to come up with some answers here. 2-3 in the second set. First set to the Serb. Medjedovic serves out wide, but he hasn't hit his mark there. Back pedals to the baseline. Dressed all in green, apart from a white strip. Medjedovic serves a double. And claps, puts his hand to his racket in sort of faux applause to the crowd, obviously feeling the crowd against him. Not a big surprise, he's playing in Melbourne.
Did someone call out, Steve? I didn't hear it.
I didn't hear anyone call out particularly. I think there was just a bit of applause for the double faults, you know, the release of tension that you do get.
Yeah.
Never ideal, but it happens, right? Serving too long, and of course that's going to energise everyone. There'll be some Serbian support in here, though. I think Pete was saying earlier, so we've had that atmosphere before, haven't we, Serb against Australia? He serves an ace, a second serve ace. That's brilliant stuff.
Oh, that's a great
response. He
response.
raises his racket, serving an ace down the middle. Medjedovic to save one break point. 15-40.
Yeah, terrific response from Medjedovic just then down the tee for a, what was his second serve? That's nuts.
For a 10th ace.
Woof.
Serving here, still facing break point though, and he misses the first ball down the middle.
He went after it.
Imagine he won't be brave enough to go for a second serve ace here. Serves, he nearly got it though, out wide. It skidded off the racket of Alex de Minaur and went into the crowd. It wasn't far off being an ace. He's showing some real metal here. Hamad Medjedovic serving out wide, right on the line. Good mark.
No, and Alex thought that was going down the tee. Completely misread that second serve.
He's got out of jail. He might be challenging you for preferring his second serve, as you were saying in the last match, Kate.
Well, you know.
Still 30-40, still break point. Medjedovic serves down the middle. de Minaur gets this one back. Should be put away by the Serb. It is. Puts away the short ball on the forehand cross court. Raises his fist to the less than enthusiastic crowd as he saves 3 break points to get back to juice.
Yes, that's coming off the big first serve there. Medjedovic and stepping in, as you said, to take that short reply from de Minaur. Makes it look easy. He's done well to get back in and on even terms here on this serve.
Serves here, looks for the tee down the middle, misses it at 206.
Second serve. Medjedovic serve, kicks up, serve volley. He was coming in. He didn't have to play it because de Minaur's backhand went into the net, but probably saw Medjedovic making his way into the net as he was playing that shot.
Yeah, he does like a little serve volley. Throws that into his game. I like it. Don't see enough of it.
So game point here for Medjedovic, having been love 40 down. Serves heavily down the middle. De Minaur does well with the first forehand. Medjedovic with an expansive forehand. Should earn himself the point, but he hit it straight back at de Minaur, who said, thank you very much, don't give me another chance, and ripped the backhand unreturnable for Medjedovic. He couldn't make the second volley.
Well, Medjedovic had the open court, but decided to go back the way of de Minaur, and he paid the price.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. Oh, I think he just thought de Minaur was moving across the other side. Maybe. Indecision. It's a killer.
Back to Juice. Medjedovic serving. Looking again down the middle. This time it's too long. Glares at where he's missed. And resets. Serve goes out wide. De Minaur does really well. Into the opposite corner. Medjedovic comes to the net. Backhand volley, but de Minaur's still in this point. Another backhand volley. Medjedovic, and this time he's forced to play a third, and it goes wide. The Serb's trying his best to force the issue, but de Minaur will go nowhere. And he hangs in and earns himself another break point.
Oh, this match has been played in warp speed. How are you going, Steve? Because it is frenetic out there. The reactions from Alex de Minaur at the back of the court, just pounding those balls. Oh, that's terrific.
It's his anticipation of where the ball's going to go, which has changed the last couple of points. He's been helped a bit by where
but he's reading
Medjedovic has put it. But
he's starting to read it better.
So break point here for de Minaur. He can't make that backhand. That's good heavy serving out wide to the backhand of de Minaur. Into the net goes the response, and we return to Juice again.
Such a pivotal game. Both players with opportunities.
Medjedovic serves out wide to the forehand of de Minaur. On the run, de Minaur makes the backhand down the middle of the court. Slice from Medjedovic, pretty deep. De Minaur's happy to deal with that. Cross court, Medjedovic's backhand is miles out and wide. And it's a fifth break point for Alex de Minaur to break through for a 4-2 lead in the second set, the first set to the Serb.
I haven't seen the stats on this match, but how many break points? Well, de Minaur's had 5 in this game alone. Not sure how many in the match, but surely he'd be thinking his opportunity.
Medjedovic serves heavily down the middle. A forehand from de Minaur lands in. Big put away from Medjedovic. Just stood there and calmly slammed away the forehand winner inside in down the line.
Yeah, that's great from Medjedovic. Big serve, short ball, puts it away, makes it look easy. It's not easy. There's so much pressure out there.
De Minaur. 5 break points, none of them converted.
90 in the world, age 22. Got a big game.
Serves, looks for the ace out wide, doesn't find it. A bit of support for Hamad. Yeah, you're right, 90 in the world. Good response from de Minaur that time, and rocking back. Hamad Medjedovic can only put his forehand into the net, over the high part of the net. Frustrated with himself, he remonstrates with his coaching box down the opposite end of the court. It's a 6th break point for Alex de Minaur.
Yeah, Medjedovic just then trying to hit that forehand, but all the body was, the momentum was moving backwards. It's difficult.
Medjedovic serves. De Minaur gets the forehand back on that occasion. Deep from Medjedovic, rocking back. He's hit the net. The Serb has finally been broken. He hung on and he hung on and he found the answers, but de Minaur kept asking the questions. And eventually the forehand slumps into the net from Hamad Medjedovic. And de Minaur has the break of serve. 4-2 in the second set. The first set to the Serb.
Medjedovic, he is filthy with himself. still remonstrating at this end. His coaching box is at the far end from where he is, and they're copying it.
Yeah, so they should. It was clearly their fault.
Oh, it was clearly their fault.
Thank you. Ready for play.
Check in with some other scores with Pete at the end of this game. De Minaur looking to consolidate the break of serve. Finds the net with his first ball, serving down the far end. Plenty of movement in the crowd, but of course you're allowed to do that these days. Even right behind the server's arm. Anyway, De Minaur serves. Backhand goes right back at him from Medjedovic. There's another one that's too long.
And that's just a lack of footwork then from Medjedovic. He's swinging through, just showing us what he could have done with that.
Just got to be careful he doesn't lose focus here.
Yeah.
His higher ranked, far more experienced opponent, you would imagine, won't. De Minaur serves, finds the net with the first serve again.
I'm not going to mention the fact that De Minaur's second serve is under a lot of pressure.
15.
Go on, Steve, say it.
Well, I mean, I don't think...
Has he double faults?
I don't think I or anyone listening would have to say anything to that last comment.
I just feel like I've been vindicated, actually. But anyways.
Double fault from De Minaur. Leaves us at 15 all. 4-2. Serves. This one was out wide and was long. Athletically taken by the ball kid right in front of us. As it bounced off an advertising hoarding. Second serve. Medjedovic came,
he really needed to
inside the baseline to take that backhand on the second serve, but just dumped it easily into the net.
Yeah, really needed to get that back over. He's not got one first serve in this service game. De Minaur having just broken. It's not ideal.
30-15 though, lands this first serve. There's just a bunted return from Medjedovic. Up to the net comes De Minaur, and that's enough for him. He lets that go calmly past. That backhand flies well long from the serve. 40-15, and points here for a 5-2 lead in the second set, which would just level things up nicely and set us up for the next couple of hours maybe here on Rod Laver Arena on AO Radio on a Wednesday night. Kate Kearns, Steve Pearce with you.
You get the sense this could go the distance.
Serving here to Medjedovic's forehand, but he's unable to make much of a play on that. That's good stuff from Alex De Minaur. He does exactly what he needed to do, and that is break serve and then hold serve comfortably. And it'll be Medjedovic next to serve to stay in this second set at 2-5, having taken the first. Pete.
Let's do a bit of a call of the board at the moment. Back on John Cain Arena, Sasha Zverev, as I mentioned, against Alexandra Muller. They're at 1 set all. Muller taking the second set, 6-4. Zverev 3-1. He's just broken the Muller serve, and you wonder how much gas Muller's got left in the tank after that long 5-setter the other day. Some of the other scores around the courts. On court 7, Cam Norrie, the 26th seed, 2-1 up on Emilio Nava. They're at 5 games all now in the fourth set there, and 15 all. It's the dark clouds hovering over Melbourne Park at the moment. We might get a little bit of rain, which might slow things down. On Kia Arena as well, Jasmine Paolini, the 7th seed, is out on court against Magdalena Freck, and it is 3-1. Paolini with the early break of serve out there. Karolina Muchova is closing in on victory slowly against Alicia Parks. They're at 1 set all, and Muchova, the 19th seed, up a break, 3-2. And Francis Tiafoe, the 29th seed, taking on Francisco Comisana, and they are into the second game of the match there. So still plenty of matches around, but it has cooled off significantly as the evening's gone along, Steve and Kate, and the dark clouds are hovering, maybe a little sprinkle a bit later on.
Oh, that's not the news that we're after, Pete. I mean, the rest of the news you had for us was good, but not the rain bit. I don't think we want that. I don't want to see people out drying the court with towels this evening while we wait for the roof to close. Let's say, fingers crossed, we don't get any. Although you probably have some meteorological advice on your side. On centre court, which of course is Rod Laver Arena at the Australian Open, it's Hamad Medjedovic, who's serving at 2-5, trying to extend this second set, but he's delivered a second serve that deserved to be eaten up, and it was by a De Minaur backhand into the open court. So love 15.
Yeah, De Minaur all over that second serve, coming in early, putting it away, making sure of it, putting the pressure on early.
Hamad might be taking a break from the court if this set gets away from him here. Feels like there'll be a need for a momentum shift. De Minaur here heavily with the backhand, then moves on to the forehand. Medjedovic does pretty well with his own backhand and then skidding to try and play a forehand to serve. Again, wide and long. And it's all Alex de Minaur right now. Love 30. A couple of points for this second set.
Yeah, and the thing with de Minaur, isn't it, that I think that so many players find exhausting is that he just continues to run down
He's
every
relentless.
ball.
He is
Absolutely.
a relentless player. He fights every point.
Yeah, he finds every corner.
Medjedovic goes out wide, but de Minaur saw that coming and plays a tremendous forehand up the line. I don't know if it quite went round the net post, but it certainly went over it. And it brings up 3 set points, love 40. Medjedovic, he serves an ace. That's got everything, hasn't it?
And quickly between points too, not allowing the crowd to really get into this.
He has delivered some wonderful serving at different times in this, but his consistency's gone away right now. Still set point for de Minaur as Medjedovic serves, goes down the middle, bunted back by de Minaur. There's the drop shot from Medjedovic. That was superbly played, the backhand dropper, leaving de Minaur stranded.
That is lovely. We haven't seen that much tonight from Medjedovic. I just knew that was going to happen.
Right, it's not, don't point at me, it wasn't my fault.
Oh no, Medjedovic.
Hamad. And de Minaur just slowing things down a bit, a trip to his towel box coaches, and then another hold up, and now Medjedovic is ready to serve right at the body of de Minaur. Hammered in with a couple of forehands. There's a huge forehand from Medjedovic, but it's way wide and long, and de Minaur raises his racket to the fans around Rod Laver Arena. So he's right back on track here. He's taken the second set in 42 minutes by 6 games to 2, having dropped the first in a tiebreaker. And Medjedovic is looking for a little bit of water. I don't know if he's going to leave. I would suggest it would be wise if he does within the
yes, I think he
narrative
might have
of this match. It feels like the moment he's putting his bag on his back, and he is indeed leaving the arena. And Alex de Minaur is going to go with the shirt change, but he's got no reason to leave right now because this match has turned in his favour over the last 20 minutes or so. And Hamad Medjedovic is indeed taking this opportunity to try and change that back again in his favour. That's great, great stuff by Alex de Minaur to level this contest up at 1 set all. Might take this opportunity to take a break, I think. And when
I'm going to stay here. I'm going to stay here.
You are going to stay here,
I am,
you?
for a little bit.
Okay, well, you hold.
We're waiting for Jill.
You stay in your seat, but when you come back, you're going to be hearing the dulcet tones of Mike Cain in my place, and we'll continue the live coverage here of this wonderful contest here on AO Radio between Alex de Minaur and Hamad Medjedovic. Next.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free, whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights, and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Go to ozopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
You're listening to AO Radio.
A pleasant good evening indeed. My Keisha Kearns joining you here. How are you?
Mike, I'm really well. I'm so delighted to actually spend some time with you.
No. Do we have to talk about the tennis?
No, not you and I. We talk about anything we want. Although, mind you, we've got a cracker in front of us at the moment on Rod Laver Arena.
We really do. I was kind of sitting out, obviously we're in the bunker at Rod Laver Arena. I was sitting out in there's an area for players and media to mingle, not too far away from here, and just kind of waiting and watching a little bit. You can just hear it in there. I mean, the whole building is rumbling.
At 3-all in that second set, things just really changed.
Yep.
And there was that, both players had opportunities. Clearly it was on Medjedovic's serve.
Yep.
And you just get that sense if he was able to hang on there, well, that whole momentum for de Minaur may not have happened. So
yeah, that's the thing about what separates the greats from the very goods.
That's right.
That ability to come up with the goods in the biggest moments.
And he didn't serve well. He had the break, but that next service of de Minaur's was not terrific. A lot of second serves. You sort of hope that you're going to get through that next service quite quickly, but still found a way to win and then roll through.
Yeah. I will also say, I apologies, I didn't get to listen to you guys. It's chilly.
Yes,
I mean, it's gotten really cold out there.
Pete Mercado said that there's a chance that we might get a little bit of rain this evening.
Interesting. Is the roof closed?
Well, I was having a look before. I think they've got it in a position where it can close quite quickly if need be.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's partially closed just in case, so it'll be a lot faster.
We should be fine.
Alex de Minaur is out of his chair right now, and during this break for the change of a tire, he is allowed to talk to his team, so he is over at the player's box. Did you guys, while you were doing commentary, because I was watching, again with no audio, so I'm just watching here, and I saw that when he finally broke through on, I think it was breakpoint number 6, if I remember correctly, Katie Bolter, they caught a shot of her saying, finally.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, that is going to be all over social media shortly.
Oh, I don't know about the wedding.
I think it's going to be all right.
It'll be all right. They'll get through it.
Right now, they're in the midst of a change here, literally, for Hamad Medjedovic. There is a gentleman who has been dancing throughout the entire break on the big screen.
Really?
So he's been entertaining the crowd. What else? Have we gotten into any debates tonight on AO Radio?
Well, we've actually been getting in on the competition.
Okay.
So there's quite a few entries, and we've got one here from Tara. Tara's from Deeside in Wales. So my entry for the competition is Jack Draper in Inception. Now, this is a movie I actually haven't seen. He's living the dream as a tennis player, but within that dream, he's in a nightmare with injuries. I'm hoping within that there'll be a dream run at a slam.
Kate, it started raining. It has started raining.
Right.
So that roof is getting closed. Peter, can you give us an update, please?
Absolutely. It is raining. I'm on court 7 at the moment because Cam Norrie was closing in on victory against Emilio Nava, Mike, and it was 4-3, has a mini break in the 4th set tie break, and then the rain came down. So they're having to stop. I'm not sure whether they're actually going to leave the court or not, but obviously things are slowing down. We expected that we'd get a shower, and this is exactly what we got. Emilio Nava's tried to go under the umbrella right next to his chair. He's covered everything with his bag, although his racket's still out in the open, which is a little bit silly. But anyway, it gives me a good chance, Mike, just to give you a quick call of the board because matches are stopping all over the place now. Mukova is 4-2 up against Alicia Park. So the 19th seed was closing in on victory there before being slowed down by the rain. Jasmine Paolini was 4-1 up, the 7th seed against Magdalena Freck on Kia Arena, and they're sprinting everywhere, the fans.
Can I interrupt you real quick, Peter? Hamad Medjedovic has just come through the tunnel and had no idea it was raining. So he looks out and he stops at the tunnel. He says, wait a minute, his stuff is all still on his bench.
Oh, it is too.
And he's just saying, can I please go get my stuff right now? He's not being allowed onto court for a moment.
Yeah, he should be allowed to. And just quickly, too, we've got obviously Tiafoe and Comersana. That match getting underway. 2 games all on Margaret Court Arena. I suspect that roof may have been closed, knowing the weather was coming in. And Sasha Zverev is 1-set-all with Alexandra Muller. He just got the break, 4-2 in the 3rd set, and then they've had to stop as well. So, yeah, the rain is coming out. The first rain that we've had for the tournament, guys. So, you know, it's come right at the very end of the day, which is probably handy, but there will be delays here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah, and what makes it obviously complicated, we obviously, inside Rod Laver Arena, we do have the roof. It is now closed, so it is not raining inside the building here. However, that rain came very quickly.
It did.
And as a result, this
court's
wet. This court is going to take 25, 30 minutes to dry, maybe less. I knew we have state-of-the-art technology in here, but it was a lot of water in a very short period of time.
It was quite heavy, and even I think Minaur was sort of saying, well, what's going on here? There's so much water on court. Why wasn't that roof on earlier maybe? But I think they do leave it. They have to wait, don't they? They can't shut it until it rains.
Well, listen, I mean, it's one of those things you want to keep it as a quote-unquote outdoor tournament. That is part of the deal. We do the same thing in the States in New York. If it's one thing that you're guaranteed, it's a massive thing, then you'll shut it preventatively. This one is kind of more sporadic, so it's a little bit different. But right now they do have, I believe these are called the Vaptors that are out, not to be confused with Raptors. That would be terrifying.
That would be. And I wouldn't have the kids out anywhere near them if that was the case.
Well, I don't know. That was kind of the best part of Jurassic Park. The kids and the raptors in the kitchen scene.
Oh, that's true.
I mean,
they were terrified.
That was a great scene, though.
That was.
And
must have been scary for the kids.
Hey, listen, the kids survived.
Right? Well, they did,
No, it wasn't scary for them. It was like a person in a little suit. It was a Muppet.
Yeah, but still.
It's a Muppet
I'm thinking sort of Stranger Things as well. I mean, those kids were mostly traumatized by that.
I think Peter wants in here.
If I could just jump in on this this movie chat for a moment. Sure. Just want to take you back out to court number 7, because it's interesting, because you mentioned about Medjedovic not being able to get his stuff. Well, Cam Norrie and Emilio Nava, they're still out on court, both of them at the moment. They're actually just standing under umbrellas, which are right adjacent to where their chairs are. So it is interesting, Mike, because obviously your players have come off court.
Correct.
And then these players are choosing to stay on. Now, I'm looking outside the window, and it is absolutely hosing it down at the moment. We are getting, this isn't a short, sharp one. This is kind of one that might potentially have set in for a little bit. Now the players are leaving the court here on court number 7. I think we're in for an extended delay out on all of those courts, including the stranded Jill Krabus on 1573 Arena.
Kate, you're stuck with me for a while, I think.
Who's stuck with whom?
I'm going to work out a plan here as we go along. But yeah, it has stopped matches. But at least we're going to have Tiafoe and Comersana continuing. We're going to have Zverev and Muller. That's going to be continuing. I suspect too, if either of those two matches go rather swiftly, that one of these other three that we've still got going on will be moved in there. Hard to predict which one it would be, but they will try and get those matches done and complete. Obviously, with one more match to come on Rod Laver Arena tonight. So, yeah, the rain is still coming down. I'm looking at it outside AO Radio HQ at the moment, and people scurrying for cover at this stage. So, yeah, we'll keep you updated with the outside courts. But, yeah, play is suspended and everyone's sort of leaving those outside courts.
Yeah, so it's just going to be a little bit of time here.
Yep. It happens.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this competition too.
Oh, have you?
You know, what about Dane Sweeney for Ant-Man?
Oh, I like that.
He's a little fella.
He is. He's good, and he's, plucky.
Although I have to admit to you, I haven't watched a single Marvel movie ever.
Either.
I mean,
we're allowed to admit that, aren't we?
I get
is
into
that not
nerdy,
a badge of honor?
Nowadays, listen. I'm an old a Star Wars nerd. Okay, so I have my nerdy things. We've talked at length about Pokemon over the last couple of days.
Yeah, that has me a little worried because I have no idea about Pokemon. Only a couple of years ago, where we had a lot of people walking around, there was some sort of augmented reality thing happening, and they were literally just disappearing into the river, and it was causing me all sorts of trouble.
Disappearing into the river. Well, they had to get the oh my gosh, they weren't disappearing into the river.
Can I just say, they were all over the place when I was running. I was quite upset.
Well, listen, it helped people get out and walk.
Get out and walk into the river and into runners
They
and
didn't
in my
go
way.
into the river. Stop it, Kate.
They were out walking. I had no idea where they were. They were looking at their screens. They could have crossed the road.
Yeah, listen.
Hit by cars. Out of control.
That's not why people are listening. We'll tell them what the competition is if maybe they're listening for the first time here tonight.
Right.
We've talked about which actors would play tennis players if they made a movie of their life. We're turning the tables. Which tennis player would play famous movie characters and why, and who would be a great Marvel character, for example. So you can write us, AO Radio, of course. Do it in the Ask the Booth form on alsoopen.com or on email aoradio@tennis.com.au.
So, Mike,
Yeah.
back to Tara's entry, which
Yes.
is Jack Draper and Inception. Have you seen Inception?
It's been a while.
I don't think I've actually ever watched it.
Yeah,
Who
it was a lot.
Okay.
Paul Thomas Anderson, if memory serves. I think that's right.
Right. We've got another one here from Mo from Huddersfield in the UK. Competition entry, movie character. I think older grey-haired Bjorn Borg could play the Colonel in A Few Good Men. Well, that's Jack Nicholson. Was Jack Nicholson the general, wasn't he?
I don't know. He was such a jerk.
No. The hard stare and the classic line, "You can't handle the truth."
I mean, that seems like it's a little out of character for Bjorn.
Maybe he's seen another side of Bjorn that we just didn't.
There was just actually recently a book. Oh gosh, I wasn't prepared for my Bjorn Borg chat today, but
Right.
I believe there's actually a new book that just came out, a biography might even been an autobiography, but a lot of. He did have a bit of a darker side, some difficulties within his life. I mean, a lot of those guys, it was a hard time in many different ways. The late 70s, early 80s in terms of the travel. I mean, it was I come from the States, the Studio 54 lifestyle that was going on, and it was a different way of living for a lot of those guys, especially on the road. They didn't have access to the same training and healing components.
That's right.
Lifestyle.
What do you mean? I thought you still had that lifestyle, Mike.
I was just talking about generally. I have been doing that. I haven't actually slept in 5 days. just finish here, go to a club.
Sleep is for the week, obviously.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, that would surprise me.
You spent some time in Studio 54, did you, Mike? In your day?
I have.
Have you?
But not in New York, in Las Vegas, a long time ago. They had a replica of Studio 54.
Yeah.
Not the same, obviously.
It's not the same.
No, that's Paul Mann's.
Can I
54.
Can I just
Studio
update you
54, sorry,
on
Pete.
what's actually going on? Because the rain is getting heavier. And the four folks on Kia Arena, who some of them have sought shelter and got some of it, which is fine. But the courts, the grounds crew have gone out there and they were starting to try and mop it up because it just eased off a little bit. And as they were pushing the squeegees around, it just chucked it down. So forlorn, these court staff are doing an amazing job of pushing this thing as it was getting out. So their work was being undone. They are getting the court tidied up on Margaret Court Arena. Yep. So that is almost complete there, but I think they got caught out a little bit with Zverev and Muller on John Cain Arena. So there is a bit of a clean-up job there. It came in really, really fast.
Yeah.
And, good news for you, Kate, because Jill Krabus is running down from 1573 Arena because their match is, waterlogged at the moment.
Hey, Pete, at what stage will they make a call on those outside courts and play?
Well, I think be good to get your insight, Mike. In terms of what they'll do is they'll probably hit a marker point and go, okay, if this is just one shower, we'll clean this up and we'll get them done. Because I think the players' preference would be, and I'm sure you've had this in all the events that you cover around the world, Mike, that you want to try and keep the schedule as sort of, as consistent as possible.
Correct.
So for Mukova and Parks, for example, it's 4-2 in the final set. They have a finite amount of games to complete. They could easily complete those tonight. Obviously, we've got the Roos Stadium, so once John Cain Arena finishes, we might be able to move another one. I suggest Paolini and Freck because they're only at 4-1 in the opening set. There's a tiebreaker going on court 7 with Cam Norrie. He's closing in on victory there, so that could be only a handful of points. So you'd probably, if you're the players, saying, look, it's an inconvenience, but let's try and see if we can finish off these matches if this is the only shower that's going to come across tonight. Of course, if it's not, and the weather radar shows more rain, then they might make some decisions and go, okay, well, let's, come in second match up because they never play the first one.
Correct.
And then go and finish the match off there. But I reckon, Mike, I think if the players had their way, they'll wait this out and try and get the matches done.
That's exactly right, Peter. And to that point as well, they want to make sure there's a bit of equality in terms of if let's just use Alex de Minaur, for example, want to make sure that his match finishes on the same day as a potential opponent in the third round. So that's what they want to always make sure, so that you're not playing on consecutive days here. And Kate, bye, Kate. I mean, you didn't even say goodbye to the people. You're just
she
sitting
get
there.
Out quick enough, Mike. That's typical of Kate Kearns, by the way.
Do you want to use my headset to say goodbye?
No.
No?
No.
Okay, she's putting on hers. Okay, just say goodbye real quick.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Okay, that's taken care of as Jill Krabus, the very wet Jill Krabus, has made her...
While Jill's doing all of that, Mike, I'd be interested to get your thoughts on Emilio Nava, because this match has been quite interesting on Court 7. Obviously, Cam Norrie looks like he's closing in on victory. He's got the mini break in that 4-set tie break, and he's up 2-1. But terrific fighting effort from Emilio Nava in that third set to take it 6-4. An unfortunate time for it to stop, but I'm still not counting him out here in this 4-set tie break.
I think Emilio Nava, the skill level of what he can do in terms of power off of the ground, a serve, it matches just about anyone. His ability to be consistent and understand how to create a point, Peter, some of the intricacies are just not there. It has been a really good work in progress for him over the last year. He won 4 challenger titles last year, which was tied for most on tour. However, it's still a little bit of a task for him when he's up against the best in the world, because he can't string together 5 shots at times.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll see if he is able to, because obviously Norrie with that mini break. But there's no sign of them coming back out. No court staff are willing and able to go out there. And I think, has Jill Krabus actually dried off?
Yeah, no, she's not dried. I mean,
I'm not dried, but I've arrived.
That's really all we can ask for, Peter.
Well, exactly. Well, you were doing the match with Mukova and Parks I was keeping an eye on 15.73, and looked like Karolina Mukova was closing in on victory there. But again, I don't count out Alicia Parks with the way that she was playing some long games in that final set.
They're very long games in the final set. Actually, quite a few long games in the entire match. But Alicia Parks, I mean, when she's on, she can be so dangerous. And she did have those little mini streaks during the match where it seemed like what you said, Peter, that Mukova was in control, and then all of a sudden with 2 games, Parks can just unleash and hit winners out of nowhere. So I have to say, after losing that first set, Mukova did a good job of trying to dictate a bit more. I think it was uncomfortable at first, but she did great. She held her composure very good. It's still, I know Mukova's up a break, but it's still not over, because Parks has had some great fight in her throughout that match. It's been fun.
Yeah, and listen, I think it's been an interesting day just overall. It feels like a lot of the favorites have just been able to find a way through today. It just feels like one of those days when, as they say, the chalk has come through.
Yeah, I think you're right, Mike. And it's been, compared to what we've seen over the previous 3 days in terms of the struggles that some of the players have had, the top sort of favoured players have had. I mean, look at Sabalenka was really troubled. Alcaraz pushed a little bit today. Rublev got through. Goff pretty comfortable. Andreeva we saw a little bit earlier. Svitolina was good. Medvedev was pushed. He lost that set to Quant on Halys along the way. So, but the challenges are coming tonight, because I'm very impressed with Alexandre Muller, Mike, in terms of him able to win that second set, because he did look like at times that he is out on his feet, because he had that long match a couple of nights ago. But, I was impressed with him a couple of nights ago. I'm impressed with him here, even though Zverev's up 4-2 in the third set.
Alex Muller, listen, most of 2025, he was right in this range of about 33 to 45. And Peter, how difficult that makes your life.
Yep.
If you're just outside of seeding, that means you're going to get Zverev in the second round instead of the third.
Yep.
And that's a big deal because that points jump from second to third round and that financial jump as well that you go from second to third round, it's a big deal.
Oh, it's huge. And the other thing too is also when we look at the structure of the ATP Tour and the Masters 1000 events, some of those cutoffs are quite brutal.
Yes.
So you're making a decision. Do I go and try and qualify into a Masters 1000 event? Do I stay and play a 500 or 250 and try and build that ranking? Or do I chance my arm knowing going to get the bigger prize money, the bigger points that are on offer by playing the 1000? So it is that kind of tricky situation. You know your direct entry for the majors, but then you got to try and it becomes a really tricky schedule. Much like, obviously players that you see coming through the ranks, Mike, that have that massive jump in the rankings and then their whole calendar's just thrown upside down. Do I stick at 250 level? Do I maybe say and play challenges? And there are some obviously massive ones that are on the calendar, or really try and push and qualify for 500s, and it becomes a really tricky thing how they organise a schedule.
Yeah, but that's the beauty of it, right? I mean, that's the good thing about this sport. One of the things that I have just loved I've been involved in professional tennis now for 25 years in some way, shape, or form. And you get to, your skill level and your results really show where you are in the rankings. I mean, you get to set your own schedule by your own play. And I think that's what makes the sport beautiful.
Is that how you kind of did it, Jill, in terms of how you structured your schedule? What were the sort of factors?
How I structured my calendar year?
Yeah, for tournaments and like what you selected, how you selected it, what changed as you moved up the rankings?
Yeah, exactly. It depends where your ranking is. But once you get into the top 100, which of course is every player's goal, it's nice to know that you're automatically in those Grand Slams, and then you can structure it around the Grand Slams, what lead-up tournaments you might want to play to prepare, because of course you want to peak for the Grand Slams as much as possible. But even if you're just 100, you're not necessarily getting into the other big either ATP Masters events or WTA 1000 events, so it really depends. But I always, if you have a lot of players that are trying to make that jump from the ITF level to the main tour, once you get to a certain stage, you want to make that shift to be okay to play the big events, to play the qualifying, because that's where you're going to play tougher matches. So it's more about how you want to test yourself against the top players rather than how many events you want to play, how many tournaments you want to play.
And Peter, I'm going to interrupt this discussion for a moment because I have good news.
Yeah, I can see it. You bring it to the people.
Yes. Alex de Minaur is on his way to court. He will hear it from this crowd as soon as he enters here. He is just I think he just walked by the booth. Did you want to go grab him for an interview?
Yep, good luck. Alex, good luck. I just lowered myself back.
Everybody watching on YouTube just going to love that. All of a sudden, Jill Krabus lost about 6 inches. It has been 25 minutes since our last point. And Alex de Minaur is making his last turn before heading back out onto Rod Laver Arena. Hamad Medjedovic is not that far behind him. Some of the cameramen are heading back out onto court as well, sprinting out onto court. Now we get to see if Alex is going to wait. Taking those steps down to the court. He's going to be off to our right, Jill.
I see him.
Cameraman is leading him out. You can hear this crowd respond as they realize tennis is not that far away. I think our listeners are happy that radio's not that far away from having some live tennis as well. You're on AO Radio.
Just before you jump back into all of that, because they will probably have the full warm-up, I'd say, Mike,
yes,
25 minutes.
Yep.
Comesana and Tiafoe, they are back out on court and back going 3-2. Comesana opening set in there, so they've had their delay. The courts are being mopped up around the place, so I am keeping an eye on 1573 Arena, Jill, for you.
Thank
so you can get back out there and do that. You might be doing a split shift.
Are they drying the courts already?
Yes, they are. They are. So the rain has stopped. They are drying the courts on Kia Arena as well. That might take a little while. They're still going on John Cain Arena to try and clean up that court because the roof didn't close in time. So the ball kids are working with the towels Old school. Remember doing that in Hobart a couple of years ago, helping out.
I've done it too.
Oh, yeah. It's good fun, isn't it, Mike?
It is.
It is very
it feels like you're a part of the tournament at that point.
I agree with you.
I thought it was really nice that Jill just like went and did a slide to just mop up some of the water along the baseline.
That would have been fun, actually.
In American baseball, Peter, they bring out a tarp to cover the infield.
Yep.
And one of the things that baseball players love to do if it's really soaking wet is they'll just go out there and just kind of it's like a slip and slide.
Yeah, how good.
Just go for it. And I thought it was really cool that Jill did that today.
I'm glad it could entertain.
Yeah.
So we'll have, so I'll keep you updated with what's going on Margaret Court Arena, and then eventually once John Cain, they've just got the last little patches to tidy up, so they won't be too far away. But as you can imagine, a big crowd's now assembled on John Cain Arena because they can't go anywhere else, and the Hardy Souls are hanging out on Kia Arena as well. So I imagine there'll be a bit more of a delay, about half an hour or so at least on those outsides, but inside we should be back up and running on John Cain shortly, and we are on Margaret Court Arena.
All right, sounds good, Peter. And yeah, we are in the midst of a quick warm-up here between these two players. So what we're going to do is take a short break, and then we'll come back for the resumption of play. Alex de Minaur and Hamad Medjedovic here on AO Radio.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try cardio tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood, and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with cardio tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills, and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ausopen.com.
Message our commentators. Go to ausopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
Live around the world, this is AO Radio.
Well, for the moment, it's Mike Cation and Jill Krabus. Jill might have to go do some other tennis at some point.
Well, maybe. I was in the middle of the Parks Mukova match.
Just love it.
With the rain delay, all I wanted to do was be here on radio next to you.
Okay.
But I might have to go back quickly.
I just wanted
they're
you
already
to say
drying
me.
the courts.
I just wanted you to say me.
Okay. You.
Just wanted to be
You got it.
close to me. I get it. Listen, and we've been talking a little bit while Kate Kearns and I were on the call as well. You can get involved in our competition of which tennis players would be good to fill a role within movies. We talked a lot about Marvel movies. I mentioned that.
I love Marvel movies. I didn't mean to scare you, but I do.
So
I've watched them from the beginning to the end in order.
I suggested, what about Dane Sweeney for Ant-Man? He's a little fella. The wee guy.
Diego Schwartzman for Ant-Man?
He's retired.
Oh, well, you can't be retired?
No, you can't be. Like you and I, you can't.
Has to be active players.
Yeah, let's go active.
Okay.
Although somebody did just mention Bjorn Borg as the guy, as Jack Nicholson in A Few Good Men.
Okay.
Which seems a little intense.
Yeah. He was so calm and even-keeled, Bjorn Borg. So that was... I mean, I guess he was to some stage until he lost it, Jack Nicholson, in the movie.
Right.
Yeah.
Listen, we've got tennis for you.
Okay.
The players are out. The players are ready. It has been 31 minutes since our last point here at Rod Laver Arena. And as you hear, it is time to play. What we've got for you is Alex de Minaur, the 6th seed. Hamad Medjedovic. He's on the far side. Ready to play and start this third set. We're essentially just restarting best of 3. De Minaur from the near side, serve up the tee. Chip return misses long from Medjedovic. 15 love.
You might have to bring me up to date since I was very focused on a women's match on 1573. What's been happening?
High quality first set. No breaks of serve at that point through the first set. Tie break first set, 7-5 going the way of Medjedovic. Alex de Minaur was able to break in an extended 2-all service game. I believe it was his 6th break chance, and he converted there. Then ran away with the second set. He goes big forehand behind Medjedovic. Backhand from de Minaur. Medjedovic forehand inside out to a de Minaur backhand. Medjedovic forehand up the line, running forehand for de Minaur. Catches the baseline, drop shot Medjedovic. De Minaur there, pops it up the line. Backhand lob. Medjedovic. De Minaur puts it away into the ad corner. And it's 30 love.
Another amazing display of the quickness of de Minaur. It's so hard to win a point against him. You have to play one more ball almost every single time. So continue.
Yeah, so and then just was able to kind of run away with it. You could sense after that extended deuce game, Medjedovic had just a little bit of a drop off.
It took a toll.
Yes,
yeah.
It was a very physical game. We had Katie Bolter say on camera, finally, after he broke on his 6th time. Serve from de Minaur into the body was a let, so another one coming. That hits our window. But yeah, that kind of wraps it up. We've got Alex in his new Wilson kit. That is a new sponsorship for him over the last couple of weeks. It is a white top, and we'll call it maroon shorts and cap. Serve out wide. Medjedovic forehand's going to be sprayed wide. Game points here for the world number 6.
It's a simple outfit, but I like it.
I
looks
do
clean.
Too. Yes. I think he deserves a little bit more flair. Just a tad bit.
Do you think it has... Oh, he deserves more flair than the outfit, you mean?
Yeah, just like a tad bit more. I agree with you. I prefer simple.
Okay.
That's just a personal preference.
I think it looks good.
I think it does too. Maybe just a little bit. Serve with game point. Second serve good. Medjedovic backhand up the line. Squash shot from de Minaur. Medjedovic goes backhand into the net. Looks over at his team. What were the most important things when you had about a half an hour rain delay as a player, Jill? That what were the things that you focus on in those moments, especially as we mentioned, you're essentially looking at best of 3 from here on out?
Well, I think they're lucky that they were on Rod Laver, the one that has a roof, because you know there's actually a specific time that you have, so you can kind of understand exactly what you need to do to prepare. But you know, it would be about, if they knew it was going to be about a half an hour, which they probably did. The courts drive very quickly here, even on the outside courts.
Yep.
Maybe probably would have gotten a little snack. We saw them in our screen on the bike. It's important to stay warm, not cool down too much. The body gets cold very, very quickly. So all these players are very experienced to know that, not to stop moving too much. And of course, since it was an over 15-minute delay, they get another warm-up out here when they come back out in the court. And it's just to get those reminders from their coaches, meet with their teams, and just to keep them on track.
Medjedovic here, love 1. Serve out wide is wide. We are technically an hour 54 into this match. Mike Cation, Jill Krabus joining you here on AO Radio. Second serve, Medjedovic good. No, it's just a little bit long, trying to go into the body. Love 15. He's going with a green and white kit. A lot of olive color kits through this fortnight.
A lot. I was going to say military green. That's how I took it. But I like olive.
I like olive too.
I don't know. It's kind of a mixture, actually.
It is. Forehand inside out from Medjedovic. De Minaur tracks it down with the backhand. Slice from Medjedovic up the line. De Minaur there with the running forehand. Medjedovic backhand inside out. De Minaur tracks that down. Forehand now from Medjedovic inside out. Misses it long. And this is real trouble here at love 30. Medjedovic, the world number 90. 22 years of age, out of Serbia. First time that he has faced an Australian here at the Australian Open. 1-3 at tour level against Aussies. Serve up the tee is long. Let's have a win over Popperin. Has lost to O'Connell and Rinky Hijikata. Second serve, love 30. It is a let for him. Medjedovic serving at 68% so far here on the day. He's fought off 7 of the 9 break chances. Most of them were in that extended 2-all service game in the second. Second serve for him here at love 30. Good. De Minaur forehand will miss long.
He's got a heavy kick serve.
Yes.
And I think that's a good play. I think he can use that more on a first serve as well, especially with the height of de Minaur. Can really kick up on him. It's hard to get depth off that return from such a high position.
From the near side right now. Waiting for the crowd to settle. 15-30. Tosses up, serve out wide into the net on the return. Medjedovic hears just that little baby in the crowd and pauses for a moment. Now ready for this second serve, which is good. de Minaur back into him. Medjedovic backing up the line, running forehand from de Minaur. Medjedovic backhand cross, de Minaur back into a volley from Medjedovic. Can't come up with it. It's not on the strings, it's on the frame, and then into the net. And two chances for Alex de Minaur.
That pass just skimming the net. De Minaur did a good job of keeping it so low. It wasn't a bad approach. Maybe could have gotten a little bit more cross, but de Minaur was there. The way he was able to slide, get such good balance, as he was able to get such pace on that pass.
So game points here, break points for de Minaur. Serve up the tee. It's a good one, gets a free point as de Minaur can't track it down. This is a pretty important stretch here for Medjedovic, big picture. Not only just this particular match, also has to defend a final in Marseille in a couple of weeks. So a lot of points earned there. Last year didn't play here, was playing in a couple of challengers in Portugal. Let for serve, trying to go up the tee. It was an interesting decision. I remember that because he was ranked at about 112 at the time. So yeah, that's one of those things where he was going to be in qualies and decided to play challengers instead.
Well, already helpful that second round here, right? So some points already here at
Correct.
the Open.
Gets another free point after a hammer of a first serve. He also has 11 aces on the day, but a return into the net from de Minaur. Deuce now. Yeah, but just that's why this match has a little bit more import for him.
Yeah.
The jump that he would make in terms of the points. Tee serve is missed long from Medjedovic. Second serve upcoming. He's won 52% of his second serve points so far tonight. That second, oh my goodness, he went for everything there.
That was huge, yeah.
210.
210 on a second serve, 210 kilometers an hour. Missed it by a lot and went super flat on that second serve.
So now a third break chance for Alex de Minaur, who I think he might have a crowd advantage tonight, Jill.
You think so? It's super packed in here.
I'm not an expert.
As soon as I sat down next to you, I was like, oh, there's a lot. There's not one seat open in the house, or I can't find one anyway.
We've got a good seat, though. Down in the bunker here, Rod Laver Arena. On the break point, serve up the tee. De Minaur lobs a return. Forehand from Medjedovic catches the baseline. Now he steps back forehand up the line to a running forehand de Minaur. Medjedovic slices a backhand cross to a de Minaur slice backhand. Medjedovic backhand cross. De Minaur backhand cross. Medjedovic drop shot. De Minaur pops it towards the deuce corner. Lob from Medjedovic. De Minaur overhead right to him. Medjedovic throws up a lob. De Minaur backhand up the line. Forehand from Medjedovic. De Minaur forehand off the baseline and good. Now he steps into a backhand middle. Medjedovic backhand up the line off the net and good. De Minaur forehand to a Medjedovic. Drop shot once again into the net. How, Alex? How?
He was all over the place. Such a good point. High quality from both players. And I thought it was actually a good idea to throw it the drop shot again. It was completely unexpected, but cut it a little bit too fine. I mean, the movement of de Minaur is just absolutely incredible.
I mean, listen, we all know the speed, but the ability for him to change directions as well as he does as well, I mean, that's
so
another
low.
level, yes.
I mean, I know he's not the tallest guy, so he's already relatively low to the ground, but sometimes you watch him, if you just pay attention to his side of the court, his legs almost touch the ground sometimes when he's trying to defend against the pace.
Most importantly, he has a 2-love lead, I believe, as he comes up with an ace there. Trying to think here, I think that is 7 games in a row.
You mentioned the crowd too, and now that the roof is closed,
Yes.
it's going to be even louder for de Minaur.
You think? It's already pretty loud when it was open. It is also what we should point out, and I know Peter Mercado can take us around the grounds here in a few seconds, but it is also much colder, much windier outside as well. So that will certainly change things on the outer courts here tonight. Luckily, we're inside Rod Laver Arena.
I actually prefer this weather, not the rain. I like the cold. Well, I do like rain, but not when there's tennis.
Thank you.
Just want to throw that in there.
Thank you very much. Serve here, 30-love. Serve up the tee, misses just wide. Second serve for de Minaur. Good. Medjedovic, big backhand inside out for a return winner as we've crossed over the 2-hour mark for 30-15.
He's got such a good short backswing on that backhand, Medjedovic, so which makes it easier to return. Doesn't have that big swing, so he can time it a lot better, especially when that pace comes into his racket.
Next-gen champion back in 2023 with wins over Alex Michelsen and Arthur Fils during that stretch. Serve for de Minaur into the net, trying to go up the tee. Lost in qualies in 2024 to Abdullah Shalbeh. Serve good, return right into Alex de Minaur. Huge return into the body, draws an error, and it's 30-all.
Yeah, it's great. 2 back-to-back very aggressive returns. He's going after the ball to try and get this break back. Really leaned into those returns.
You should probably understand, having just watched a couple of games here, I mean, everything is being dictated by Medjedovic in terms of how the points are being played.
Yeah.
De Minaur, obviously, with his speed, makes it a different beast, but 28 winners, 41 unforced errors for Medjedovic, so he is really controlling things in a lot of ways. 30-all serve out wide. Medjedovic forehand is hammered, but right into the net. A game point for Alex de Minaur.
I think what really stands out to me about Medjedovic's game, though, is how, even though Alex sometimes will hit with some depth and some pace, I feel like Medjedovic, he approaches the ball like he looks like he has so much time in the world. Like very calm, doesn't panic, doesn't rush himself.
Game point here for de Minaur. Serve out wide is an ace with a fist pump towards his team. Alex de Minaur, good restart for him. 3-love with a break in this third set. Peter Marcato, give us kind of an update on where we are around the grounds right now.
Well, I can tell you on Margaret Court Arena, Francis Tiafoe has the break against Francisco Comesaña. He's going to serve for the opening set now at 5-4. Full house there, as you would expect. Just getting back underway on John Cain Arena. And Sasha Zverev is 4-2 in the third set against Alexandra Muller. And 30-15, so looking for a 5-2 lead in the third set. They're at 1 set all there. The courts are being mopped up on Kia Arena, on Jill's Court 1573 Arena, and they won't be too far away from the start. So the crowd's still hanging around. A lot made the way to the exits. Court 7 is being mopped up as well. So we shouldn't be too far away from play on the outside courts, Mike and Jill, and we'll get some of these matches completed. But yeah, he was really hammering it down before, and thankfully it's only been the 1 rain delay, and it should just stay at the 1 rain delay, Mike.
All right, thank you so much, Peter. They're showing some on the banners, if you will, the electronic banners inside Rod Laver Arena, some of the acts that are going to be performing in the next week and a half, Jill. Are you excited about some of the concerts?
I am always excited about some of the concerts. Sorry, I forgot to turn my mic back on.
It's okay, that happens from time to time.
I'm always excited about some of the concerts.
Are you more excited about the Kid Leroy or Renee Rapp?
I don't know. Both.
Okay.
Evenly, complete even.
Okay.
Well,
Peter?
can I just jump in? Yeah, because
of
the set points here for Tiafoe at 40-love, and he served down the tee, misses. Been on court 44 minutes notionally because we've had the rain delay. The second serve onto the backhand. Comesaña goes up the middle of the court. Cross-court forehand from Tiafoe into the net. Goes Comesaña, and Tiafoe looking pretty good now. 6-4 that opening set. The break coming late, and he's run away with it nicely. The 29th seed, Mike. So Tiafoe in a good position on Margaret Court Arena, and 5-2. Sasha Zverev in the third set against Alessandra Muller, looking for a 2-1 lead.
All right, thank you so much, Peter, as we bring you back inside Rod Laver Arena. I'm just getting left and right by various women, Peter. First Kate left me. Now Jill has left me.
Disappearing. Well, look, I'll send you a Bowers. How does that sound?
I think I'd rather have a Jill. Is that all right?
I'm
Somebody
sorry.
left their water bottle here. Oh, my goodness.
We're a bit of a mess tonight.
No, it's okay. That's what rain does to everyone. I'll hold on to that water bottle, and we'll see if it's Jill's. All right, bringing you back inside here. Love 3 for Medjedovic on the far side. 15-all serve tee. He's missed that wide. It is another double fault for him. Got a couple of them since the restart, and 5 total for the night. 15-30 in this Love 3 service game. And this is, again, since 2-all, well, actually since 1-2, Alex de Minaur serving, it has been all Aussie. 5 games in the last 3 games here, total of 8 games straight for Alex de Minaur. Medjedovic serving out wide. De Minaur there with the backhand return. Good. Now he gets a forehand. Goes inside out. Medjedovic backhand cross. Good. De Minaur backhand to a Medjedovic inside out forehand. De Minaur backhand cross. Medjedovic goes backhand cross. De Minaur slices the backhand to a Medjedovic backhand up the line. Running forehand De Minaur. Medjedovic drop shot once again towards the ad side. De Minaur there. Backhand cross. Medjedovic backhand cross. Catches the line. What a shot. Incredible pickup from Hamad Medjedovic. To the delight of the Serbian crowd.
30.
There's a few of them in here, and it's 30-all. This is a huge spot for him. Really has to stop the bleeding soon, because otherwise this is a runaway freight train inside Rod Laver Arena with this Aussie crowd, and also Alex de Minaur when he gets a full head of steam. Big spot here. At love 3, 30-all. Medjedovic far side. Serve T. It's an ace. It's number 12. Big one there, 197. Actually took a little bit off to make sure he hit his spot, and he hit that spot very, very well. 12th of the night, 5 for his opponent. And a game point for him, 40-30. Serve, T. De Minaur there with a forehand. Medjedovic forehand inside out to a De Minaur backhand line. Medjedovic running forehand. De Minaur backhand cross. Medjedovic backhand cross. De Minaur digs out a backhand to a Medjedovic backhand middle that's into the net. That is unforced error number 24 on the backhand wing for Medjedovic. So De Minaur is trying to keep things in that backhand trade as much as possible. It is a pretty flat stroke. And that's where a lot of the errors have come, just driving it straight into the net on repeat. Just a little bit of topspin, but not very much, not a lot of margin. Serve it deuce out wide. De Minaur back, no, forehand up the line, just laces that. Return winner. Alex de Minaur, and he's got another break chance. He has created 12 of them in these last 2 sets. He's converted 3 so far. This is actually the 13th that he's created. Stepped in, cut off the angle very well, very flat take back. And yeah, launches his entire body into that one for this break chance. Medjedovic serve, far side, T. De Minaur loops a forehand to a Medjedovic forehand crush to the ad corner. De Minaur lob, it lands good. Medjedovic backtracks, forehand up the line. Another lob from De Minaur. Medjedovic forehand inside out. De Minaur backhand cross to a Medjedovic drop shot towards the deuce corner. De Minaur there, cross court. Medjedovic pops it up the line and misses long. The speed pays off once again. Katie Bolter is pumping her fist. Matt Reed is thrilled. And Alex de Minaur to 4-love in this 3rd set. Ball change as well as we hit game number 5. Well, this is my 3rd partner in 45 minutes. I don't know that this has ever happened before. Chris Bowers is here. We'll let him get settled, give him a couple minutes. I'm sure coffee is coming for him. He's had a day. So is Hamad Medjedovic. He's had a day at this moment. Really, he's had about an hour and a half that have just been a nightmare, in fact. New balls are shown. Alex de Minaur serving here for love. Serve good. Medjedovic to forehand to a de Minaur forehand inside out. Medjedovic backing up the line is a great one. Precise stuff, about 3 inches away from both the sideline and the baseline. That is a perfect target. So love 15. Mike Cation with you. Chris Bowers will join in a couple minutes. Take your time. Everything's fine. I got it under control for a couple more minutes. Nice of you to just run down here and join me for a little bit. Serve for de Minaur near side right now in that white and maroon new Wilson kit. Second serve as that first one was into the net. It's good. Medjedovic backhand to a de Minaur backhand slice. Medjedovic backhand cross. De Minaur backhand cross. Medjedovic backhand cross is pulled wide. It is another unforced error on that backhand side. 25 now.
Good evening, Mike. Variety is the spice of life, as they say. So, trying to enact that in your commentary partners.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't. I prepare so intently for certain people, and now you've.
What have you done to the other two?
Look at what I've got going on here. There's a reason I'm on radio. I mean, I don't want to be on the YouTube stream right now, you know? Nobody needs to see this.
We all are.
It's very scary. 15 all here. At 4-love. De Minaur serve, good. Medjedovic backhand up the line. De Minaur digs out a backhand to a Medjedovic backhand slice. De Minaur forehand inside out. Medjedovic backhand cross. Caught the baseline, good. Medjedovic backhand up the line. De Minaur pops it up the line himself. Volley Medjedovic, volley De Minaur, volley Medjedovic. De Minaur forehand, Medjedovic volley. And another one back behind De Minaur. Unbelievable stuff.
Oh, that's just playing. I mean, Medjedovic just hit those volleys pretty much where De Minaur was. Kept the rally going. It's good entertainment, but can't help the feeling that a more experienced Medjedovic in a couple of years' time will have won that point a lot quicker than he actually did.
Is he still part of the next gen? A couple of years past.
It was a couple of years past, yes. I mean, I suppose you're always next gen until you've... Is Zverev part of the next gen because he hasn't won a major yet.
Fair point. 15-30 serve up the tee. Chip return lands good in the ad corner. Medjedovic goes backhand cross. De Minaur digs out a backhand again. Medjedovic backhand cross. Huge angle. De Minaur throws up a lob. Medjedovic trots in. Backhand up the line. Just catches the baseline. 2 break chances for Medjedovic. I think this might be the first game points he's had in a while as well. Maybe 1 game point on the service game here.
He was so good. He matched De Minaur absolutely stride for stride until that marathon 6th game of the second set.
Yeah.
And then the moment De Minaur had broken on his 66th break point. Yeah. At that point, it's almost like the floodgates opened.
Correct. Literally with the rain.
Well, that came a bit later, but yes.
15-40 serve is good. Return is short. De Minaur puts it away calmly into the deuce corner to find off a break chance. 0 for 2 now for Medjedovic.
Given that we're due to have about 39 Celsius on Saturday, a bit of rain to soak the grass is no bad thing.
I will tell you, my daughter is very excited. I live in Oklahoma, and we're about to get 12 inches of snow.
Right, yes.
It's a pretty extreme difference. Serve good. Medjedovic backhand lands right in the middle of the court. Medjedovic now gets forehand, goes cross to a De Minaur forehand. Medjedovic forehand inside out. De Minaur backhand cross. Medjedovic slices that up the line to a forehand for De Minaur cross. Medjedovic running forehand up the line. It caught the baseline. Alex De Minaur stunned and letting his team hear it as well. Medjedovic closes the gap, gets one of the breaks back. Yeah, just about, 5 millimeters of ball in that line?
It's hard to judge, isn't it? I have said to a couple of these people who design these systems, why don't you just give us a little scale every now and again? Just put a, whether it's fractions of an inch or millimeters or whatever, just give us something so that we know roughly how much it is. I know we know the width of a sideline. Of course, baseline is double the width of a sideline, but it's still nice just to see how much did it miss by.
I'm going to let you talk to Craig Tiley about that.
Yeah, but he'll say you talk to the electronic people. He said, I'd be happy to... Craig, you know what Craig will say? He'll say, I'm happy for that if they do it.
Listen, I know one person I do want to talk to right now, and that's Peter Marcato. He's going to give us an update on Cain Arena.
Oh, well, just before I do that, talk about... I have my units of measurement, Chris Bowers. You know what they are.
Well, you've got
the zoomers.
The zoomers.
The zoomers zooming
single
in.
Zoomer, double zoomer, or triple zoomer.
Or quadruple zoomer.
Oh, we have quadruple zoomers
We
now,
do. My word, we do. And I actually got the proper units of measurement for that as well. So
What's
anyway...
happening right now?
What is happening right now is Sasha Zverev is 2 sets to 1 up on Alessandro Muller. 6 games to 3. He took that set 2 hours and 6 minutes on court. And on Margaret Court Arena, 1 game all in the second set. Francisco Comasana. And I can tell you on the outsides, court 7, 1573 and Kia Arena, they are almost ready to go. We will see some action imminently. I'll keep you updated with Mukova Parks, which is 4-2 in the third set. And that tie break in the fourth set on court 7 between Norrie and Nava. Mike and Chris.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, that Mukova Parks match was actually the one I was watching. Mukova is my favorite player on the women's side to watch.
I love watching Mukova.
Yeah,
just beautiful to watch.
The aesthetics of that whole thing. Mine on the men's side has been for a very long time Dan Evans.
Yeah, well, he's beautiful to watch, but he's starting to drift away now.
He is.
Yeah, but he's a beautiful player. When he played Federer here, it was gorgeous, and they both wore white.
Yeah, classic stuff. Medjedovic is serving from the near side. We were having a debate before you got here, Chris. Are these olive colors or military colors, according to Jill Kravis? I said olive. He serves here. Again, 1-4 up the tee. It's another ace for him. Number 13 on the night.
Yeah, I can see. I mean, olive is legitimate, although not for black olives.
True. But Kalamata Olives right out.
Yes, yeah. I can see what you mean by military. I don't think they do him any favours, those colours.
Serve here, 15-love, T, net.
He's got a quite military haircut, hasn't he?
Yeah, a little bit.
I just wonder, mind you, go to Serbia, Djokovic's hair is long by Serbian men's standards.
Second serve is good. We'll get a backhand, goes through the middle. De Minaur digs out a forehand. Medjedovic forehand inside out. De Minaur slices a backhand. Medjedovic run around forehand is inside in, into the net, and it is 15-all. Have you noticed just, obviously, let's leave Naomi Osaka out of this discussion, but there's a lot more focus on fashions now within the sport.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose they probably feel that the tennis public is already into tennis. What they want to do is just expand it a little bit. So if they... It's probably a way of trying to get a few more people into tennis.
I love that.
I mean, the whole concept of that Netflix series, Breakpoint. Breaking Point?
Not Breaking Bad, that's different.
No, was it Breakpoint or Break? Yes.
You're right.
Was to bring more people in. I mean, a lot of people said to me, what did you think of it? And I said, well, look, it wasn't aimed at me. I know the tennis circuit. It's aimed at people who know the tennis circuit exists but don't know much about it and therefore might get into it. And I wonder whether all this focus on fashion is just a way of broadening the appeal of tennis to people who are on the edge.
I love that. And also, I still go back to it, as Medjedovic has come up with an ace and a free point. Missed return from De Minaur to get it to 40-15. Serve here, up wide. De Minaur forehand to a Medjedovic backhand looped. A little bit long. I was having a discussion just a little while ago with doubles player Luke Johnson.
Oh, yes.
Who's now playing with Jan Zielinski.
And they saved a match point yesterday in the second set and 1-3 against an Aussie pair.
So we were having a long discussion about how the doubles component and how there's always that switching and moving around. That would be way better for Breakpoint. And also get some stories from the futures, get some stories from the challengers to go along with the highest level of player.
And have a secret camera in on the discussions.
It would be amazing.
I'm looking for a new partner for next year. Don't tell my existing partner.
Right.
And, would you consider playing together?
Yes.
I won't say anything to your current partner.
Phooey. I've heard some of the stories of this past off-season, and it was a lot. All off-the-record stuff, so I'm sorry I can't share to all of our listeners.
I understand that. I'll tell you a story where I won't mention the names.
Okay.
I interviewed a doubles team in Basel or Vienna. It was that week, so end of October.
Okay.
And I said, halfway through I thought, oh gosh, I should have asked before I started the interview, are you playing together next year? And I said, are you playing together next year? And they both said, yeah. And I thought, oh, great, fine, that was easy.
Yeah.
A week later, it emerged that one of them had been already having negotiations and announced the split.
Wow. Second serve here for De Minaur. Leading 4-2 right now. Medjedovic goes backhand cross to a De Minaur backhand through the middle. Medjedovic forehand catches the baseline and good. Now his forehand goes cross. Running forehand, De Minaur up the line. Medjedovic has to slice that one into the net for 15-love.
And if you make that program about how they find their doubles partners, have a marriage guidance counsellor there just to comment on it.
Fantastic. And that adds another reality show feel to the whole thing.
Doesn't it just? I mean, when doubles teams lose a match, frequently you don't want to be anywhere near them in the locker room.
100% correct.
And it's like a couple having an argument.
Forehand for Medjedovic as we're in the midst of a baseline trade. Now goes backhand slice to a De Minaur forehand. Medjedovic drop shot towards the deuce side. De Minaur there goes cross. Medjedovic just pokes it up the line. Stays in the court. Got a little close to that baseline to a wide open court, but does find a forehand winner for 15-all.
And that's an interesting point because the drop shot was so heavily undercut that although De Minaur can get to it, partly because it's so difficult to pull off a drop shot on a hard court because it bounces up so high, because he was right by the high part of the net, Medjedovic knew that De Minaur would almost certainly have to go cross-court, and therefore went to the cross-court, and therefore the forehand he played into the open court was so simple, but it was all because it was so well undercut.
Yeah, just great awareness from Medjedovic in that regard. 15-all serve for De Minaur goes T, 205 for an ace.
I'm going to pull you up on one thing, Michael.
Okay.
You just used the term free point. Many years ago, I was chatting to Goran Ivanisevic, and I said, what's it like when you get all those free points on your serve? And he corrected me, and he said, they're not free points.
Yeah.
You can call them cheap points, but they're not free. I still have to step up to the service line and hit the ace. Yes, when it works, It's a cheap point, but it's a cheap point, not a free point. And I have been rigorous about not using the term free point.
Yeah, but what does that guy know?
A free point is when your partner serves a double fault. Your opponent serves a double fault.
You know,
that is free.
I've had that discussion as well, and I think that's fine if that's what you want to do, but I'm going to go with it.
You're going with 3 points?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And if Goran wants to come have a chat, we can have that discussion as Alex de Minaur does get a free point. You're so nervous right now. I think Goran is not outside, I promise, Chris
that's
Powers.
right. So I have to deal with you tonight and Goran some other day.
5-2 here in set number 3. We've also, of course, been taking all of your competition entries on which tennis players would play famous movie characters and why.
Have you had this one? This is from Kathy in southwest France, near Libourne. Tennis players for films. Matteo Berrettini to play Tor.
It's not bad, although the legs are they're pipe cleaners.
They are. And the thing about Berrettini is that when you look at him, he looks ferocious. When you talk to him, he's so gentle.
Correct.
And he's a lovely man.
I think you could say the same about Thor.
Yes, probably.
You know, except for the hammer.
Yes. Yes, apart from that, Mrs. Lincoln.
Yes. You know, I think, it's just the legs. I mean, Thor is thick.
Thor
with 3 C's.
Has thick legs.
Yes.
Yes.
And Matteo really doesn't.
No, Matteo has horse's legs, race horse's legs.
Yes, very thick up top, and then the legs just kind of beat her out.
Yes, exactly. You look at a horse and you think, how can they run so fast? How can they jump so high with those kind of very, very thin legs? And there are a few tennis players a bit like that.
Yeah. What about Martin Fucsovics as Thor?
Yes.
That guy's ripped.
He is, yes. Yeah. Mind you, when Alcaraz took off what little he has by way of a shirt today, he's
not doing too bad either.
He's beefed himself up.
Okay, let's focus on tennis before things get away from us. 2-5 here in this service game for Medjedovic, trying to stay in this third set. Serve into the body, forehand de Minaur. Medjedovic goes backhand through the middle. De Minaur backhand slice to a Medjedovic backhand slice that goes cross. De Minaur digs that one out. Medjedovic backhand slice. De Minaur backhand slice. Shorter though. Medjedovic tries to get up to it but was late reacting. And it is love 15 as that one is into the net.
Is it Thor in the film? I called him Tor because it's Scandinavian, isn't it?
Right, but
it's the origin of the word Thursday.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but yes,
if it's known as Thor,
correct.
It tells you what sort of films I don't watch.
I totally, as I said to Kate when she was in here, I've never watched a Marvel movie.
I've never watched a Marvel movie.
I take that back. I've watched Black Panther. Backhand cross from de Minaur as Medjedovic has come up to the net, and an interesting dynamic between the two as de Minaur went cross. That happened to be where Medjedovic was. He angles that volley away for a winner and then stares down the Aussie.
Well, he held his ground,
yes,
Medjedovic, and I think de Minaur was figuring on him, guessing one way or the other, hence the down the middle for de Minaur.
Yeah, so just want to make sure everybody's okay. Was that a chat about coaching or the dynamic between the team? Or a little bit too much? Yeah, an interesting discussion there with our chair umpire. Just couldn't quite make it all out, Chris.
Didn't seem to be particularly critical, did it?
No, I don't think so.
I thought it was quite pleasant, although given that Medjedovic had just served a double fault, I wonder if he might feel that his rhythm was not quite like a team walking out for 15 minutes after 90 minutes of a soccer match, but let's not go there either.
No, definitely not. 15-30, de Minaur 2 points away. Serve into the body is long. Second serve upcoming here for the Serbian. The second right now, he's won 45% of them. Good, he went big. Forehand inside out to a de Minaur back in up the line, running forehand Medjedovic. De Minaur forehand inside in. Medjedovic has to squash shot, can't come up with it. And 2 set points for Alex de Minaur.
And he has grown into this. Since that marathon 6th game of the second set, you just feel he's been freed up.
Yeah. It just looks very, very comfortable at this stage as Medjedovic, long discussion with his team before this set point, pair of them. 2 hours, 26 minutes on the clock. Toss goes up for Medjedovic, far side. Out wide, caught the line. No,
it didn't.
No, it did not. A little bit late on that call, but I was waiting for the light on the net post to come up. That didn't come up.
Didn't come up, did it? No.
Second serve, good. No, that one misses as well. It looks like those lights are off. The point is, it is a double fault for Ahmad Medjedovic, his 7th of the day, and this set is done and dusted. A pair of 6-2 sets now in the books for Alex de Minaur after losing the first in a tiebreak, and comfortable over the last hour and a half of play here at Rod Laver Arena, Chris.
Yeah, I still consider it possible that Medjedovic will make a fist of this 4th set, and if he were to take it, maybe towards the end. Now, he's chatting away with Louise Engsel, the umpire, so I suspect that there was an issue there. And
yeah, he was just pointing over at his team, so I think it might have something to do with the interactions, because you're allowed to have coaching, but the interactions have to be short interactions.
Yes, and
quirky tennis rule.
Mustn't be too loud. Yeah, I mean, for years they tried to hang up onto the idea that you should not be coached, which I approve of. I don't think you should be. I think you should be on your own out there. But it was so difficult to enforce.
Sure.
They feel they've got a system, but it does include that judgment by the umpire. Is the coaching too intrusive to the match? And
yes.
I think she probably felt it was borderline.
Yeah, it was getting a little bit more interactive between Medjedovic and his team, and they're continuing to have that discussion. We're continuing to have a discussion with Peter Marcato, who's going to give us an update right now on what's happening over on court number 7.
Yep, where Norrie is closing in on victory here. They've only played a handful of points, both going the way of the 26 seed, 6 points to 3. He now has 3 match points on court number 7. And as you can hear, there is quite the large crowd, because this is one of the party courts, if you like. It's got the elevated grandstands. And now, Emilio Nava under pressure, serving at 3-6 in the 4th set. The serve goes into the net. Second serve. Norrie with match points. The serve onto the forehand of Norrie into the nets. And so he can breathe again. 6 points to 4. He leads by 2 sets to 1. Does the 26 seed. They had the rain delay. It was in an awkward time, and that's saying the least. As Nava serves down the tee, the forehand from Norrie. Sits up Nava, goes to the Norrie backhand. Little volley by Nava. Norrie's volley in return goes long. He was caught out of position. He was closer to the baseline than the service line, and he just tried to fend it away. But now he has the opportunity on his own deal. It's 6-5. And you can hear the crowd, and they've been waiting a little while. He's got the opportunity now to finish this off. As he waits. Match point, Norrie. The crowd getting a little bit restless. As he waits, match point, the serve goes into the nets. Nava close to the baseline for this second serve. Match point number 3. As the serve comes in, onto the forehand of Nava, onto the forehand of Norrie. Backhand up the middle of the court from Nava. Back out the middle of the court from Norrie. Cross-court forehand from Nava is deep. Dug out by Norrie. Going up the line is Nava. Looping forehand from Norrie. It's just landed in. He steps into one to the Nava forehand. That's big up the line and wide. What a fantastic performance that is from Cam Norrie. He salutes the crowd and they salute him back.
Pete, do you have the match duration there?
It was 6-1, 7-6, 4-6, 7-6, and as I'm trying to find the match time, it's 3 hours and 18 minutes on court.
Well, that's a short match for Cam Norrie.
It certainly is.
He played 5 sets in the first round, and he grows into these long matches, so he's probably saved some energy by winning in that match time.
Absolutely. He will play the winner of the match currently on Cain Arena, Alexander Zverev, 2-1 with a break in the 4th set. He's 2 sets to 1 up against Alessandro Muller, and Jasmine Paolini on Kia Arena closing in on the opening set against Magdalena Freck, 5 games to 1. And Karolina Mukova 1 game away from a win against Alicia Parks on 1573 Arena. We'll keep you up to date with all of those scores. Mike?
Thank you so much, Peter. Yeah, sounds like it's a real party out there right now in cold, windy conditions on the outer courts. Nice and warm inside every time I'm with Chris Bowers. very warm and inviting.
Well, it's
it's like you're like a warm fireplace on a cold winter day.
Well, I do have a jacket in my bag, but I haven't actually used it today. You're still in shorts.
It's how I always am. Big forehand from Medjedovic, misses long as Alex de Minaur does have a very quick hold to love. We had a little bit of a delay to restart the fourth set inside Rod Laver Arena as they were actually working on the net posts, the lights that are a new installation here for the 2026 Australian Open to make sure that those were on.
That's a convenience. Out on court 13 yesterday in that doubles between Luke Johnson and Jan Zielinski and the Australian pair.
Hijikata and Schoolcade.
Yes. They actually lost the sound of the calls.
Oh, wow.
And the umpire said, just hang on. In fact, I think it happened in the previous match between Eva Lys and Sorana Castella. They said, right, we've lost the sound, but the system is working.
Yeah.
So if I get a red light, it means the ball was out, and I will call it from the chair. But it meant that they had to carry on.
Yeah.
And trust that she would see the light on her tablet.
That's tough. Medjedovic serving here. Love one.
And then it came back in phases. So it was slightly awkward.
I had that happen at a challenger, actually, last year. Second serve for Medjedovic. Good. No, it's long again. He's thrown in. Yeah, again, I'm getting caught by the lack of the lights on the net post. But yeah.
Got used to them already.
I know.
4 days.
I know. It's crazy. But yeah, it's, you know, we rely on technology so much nowadays, right?
Yes, we do. Like a mobile phone. As mine crashed at the start of the tournament.
Serve here. Love 1, love 15. It's an ace for Medjedovic. Number 16 on the day to go along with 8 double faults. I know back in the States, actually, there were a whole massive cell phone shutdown last week. Let's go to somebody who never shuts down, Peter Marcotte.
Oh, no, we're on 1573 Arena now because Karolina Muchova has match point on Alicia Parks. It's on the Park serve. She's serving at 3-5. It's 30-40. Muchova did have the chance to finish it off in the previous point, wasn't able to. And let's see if she can get it done here, because she'll want to get back into the locker room as quickly as possible. As you mentioned, quite cool conditions now, about 14 Celsius here in Melbourne. As Park serving, match point Muchova, and that's an unreturnable serve. Excellent work from Park. She continues to hang in, Mike. It's back to juice. I'll come back if it's another match point.
Sounds good. Ahmad Medjedovic, 53rd unforced error on the last point. That's a lot, Chris.
It is. But what is winners counts? I'm never keen on judging unforced errors without winners.
I think that's a fair statement. 41. So he is a -12.
Yes.
Goes backhand cross to a de Minaur backhand slice. Medjedovic backhand slice goes cross. De Minaur backhand cross. Medjedovic goes backhand up the line. That has been the issue. Just changing the pace from de Minaur to from a slice to coming over the top. And Medjedovic has really struggled in that regard. That's the 29th unforced error on that backhand wing.
Yeah, I'd love to see a breakdown, though, before the 6th game of the second set and after, because I suspect that most of those have happened since then.
Actually, interestingly, they should pop it up on our screen in front of us.
Great minds.
13 unforced errors on the backhand in that first set has actually gone down each set.
Yes, it has. But that's backhand only.
That is true.
Yes.
That is true, but that is the majority of them.
That is the majority, I agree.
Ace.
Look, this is all good experience for him.
100%.
Playing on one of the biggest stages in world tennis.
Against the home favorite.
Yep. 17 aces. So, decent serving display.
Serve up the tee. De Minaur's return lane short, but good. Medjedovic up the line with the forehand. Lob, de Minaur. Good. Medjedovic tracking it down, throws up a lob. It's going to miss wide, almost to his bench. Medjedovic laughing as it appears, he says, de Minaur hit it off the frame.
Well, de Minaur did apologize.
Yes.
He put his hand up. And I was trying to work out why, because I thought that was a brilliant lob.
I thought so too. Landed with about a meter of clearance from the baseline. Medjedovic just couldn't quite get the angles to throw that lob back into play. So another deuce for Medjedovic to contend with. Just really struggling at this stage to find easy holds.
Please.
Indeed, the crowd did yell out right before he started his service motion. Deuce at love 1, serve, tee, net. Medjedovic qualified, won a round in Auckland last week before falling to Jakub Micic. Second serve for him. Good up the tee, hit a big serve. 2-11, second serve, Chris. It looks like you.
Yes, you have, when you speed up the film.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
3 times speed.
Absolutely. I mean, we were talking before about who could play Thor. I mean, it looks like Medvedev could. He
guy's
is
a tank.
So powerfully built.
Yeah. Got a game point here. Trying to level the score. 1 apiece. Serve off the net and good. Another first serve coming.
First serve.
We had another person who suggested a player to play Thor, but come to that maybe at the change of ends.
Okay. Try this one again. First serve here. Add in. Love 1. Serve. Medjedovic. Good. de Minaur forehand to a Medjedovic backhand slice. de Minaur backhand slice cross. Medjedovic backhand drop shot. de Minaur there, pokes it up the line. Lob Medjedovic. de Minaur has to backtrack. The lob misses long. We go back to deuce.
I like that play from Medjedovic. It just shows he's got all the shots. But I think there's a bit of mental fatigue, if not physical fatigue, setting in now.
On top of it, I mean, you've kept mentioning this extended game in the second set. Hasn't really been the same since. He also had that long rain delay. That was not comfortable as well.
Yeah, I don't know whether that might have almost helped him, because by then he was trending in the wrong direction.
Yeah, but then he lost the next 4
Yes,
games from there. Serve up the tee, will get a backhand, goes dropper, deuce side. de Minaur there, pops it up, and then a lob from Medjedovic that de Minaur just smacks into the ad corner. Great chance, Alex de Minaur.
Well, he tried exactly the same move as he tried 2 points ago. That time he put the lob, the first time he put the lob too long, so he made sure he didn't make that mistake and put it pretty much bang onto the smash racket of de Minaur.
Medjedovic is moving quickly to the line. Toss goes up, serve up the tee, in behind it, volley. de Minaur lob is going to miss wide.
I like that serve and volley.
I did too.
Came in, nice balance on the backhand volley.
It feels like it's just one of these matches where you and I have watched a lot of tennis in our careers. This is a guy with a lot of weaponry, a lot of tools. It just doesn't necessarily feel like he's got the comprehensive game on how to use it effectively.
Not yet, no. But I mean, he's got all the tools he needs, and the question is, can he put them together?
That's the question for a lot of players, isn't it?
Yes.
I said that about Emilio Nava when Peter Marcato was asking me about him earlier. Forehand return will miss long from de Minaur through the middle of the court, so Medjedovic will have a game point.
Well, the person that I think of, because I had such great hopes of him, and he's starting to stagnate a little bit, Sebi Korda. He has everything he needs.
Yeah.
Maybe he doesn't quite have the hunger. I don't know.
That's a tough thing to say, and I know you don't say it lightly.
Well, in a family like that, you either say, right, I'm going to show them all that I am at the same level, or you could say, yeah, does it matter? Now, consciously, he will say the former.
Of course.
But what is deep down when it gets to 4-all in the 5th set?
Yeah, we'll never know.
No.
Did win that Washington title, 500 title, about a year and a half ago. Serve into the body. Medjedovic goes forehand inside out. Lob from de Minaur. Medjedovic retreats to the baseline, goes forehand inside out. de Minaur backing up the line, running forehand. Medjedovic pushes it wide.
That was a mentally tired point from Medjedovic, because he was in control of that. But when the defensive lob came up from de Minaur, Medjedovic backed off.
Yeah.
And then he had to start building it again. And then he went for a forehand that was not necessarily a bad choice of shot, but it was wishful thinking behind it.
It's been, listen, everybody knows, right? de Minaur, the defensive capabilities are so good, so it's Medjedovic trying to overthink too much instead of just smoking that forehand into the open court, trying to thread a needle. Do serve up the tee, backhand return. Medjedovic goes backhand cross in behind it. Touch volley is into the net, no touch at all. de Minaur, great backhand to find the feet, a break chance, number 2 for Alex.
But on that occasion, Medvedev did not bend his knees.
Not at all.
You know, the use of the knees is so underestimated because it's not the kind of thing you pick up on television. Occasionally you do when you see a player go right down, maybe touch the ground with their knee when playing a low backhand. But
serve up the tee, short return into the net. Sorry, Chris.
If you don't bend your knees, you don't get things like those kind of drop shots.
Yep.
And the whole point about bending your knees is so that you are at the right height for the shots that you rely on and that you've hit several thousand of in your afternoon practice sessions.
So another deuce. This is deuce number 5, reminiscent of that early game in at the second. Katie Bolter is here watching with bated breath. Serve tee, chip return lands good. Backhand slice from Medjedovic. de Minaur the same. Medjedovic backhand slice. No, it's a dropper. It's into the net. he looks mentally cooked.
He does, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And you mentioned there a slice from Medjedovic, a slice from de Minaur. What people can't see unless they're listening to us at the same time as watching on television is just how crisp the slice from de Minaur was.
Yep.
There is such a difference in the slices. Now, go back to the early part of Djokovic's career. That slice was such a fussy shot.
Yes.
And his slice is now brilliant. He can knife it if he wants to. So, this is all part of the learning curve for Medjedovic, but we're seeing the difference now between him and de Minaur.
Break point. Serve from Medjedovic. Lob return off the backhand side. Medjedovic swinging volley. Good into the ad corner to go back to deuce. And we go back to Peter Marcato.
A result on 1573 Arena. Karolina Muchova has just wrapped up her match against Alicia Parks. She was, well, it was tight late, but she managed just to get through 6-4, 6-4, 6-4, 2 hours and 37 minutes on the clock. Zverev and Muller, it's Zverev 3-1 in the fourth set there, leading by 2-1, Mike.
Thank you so much, Peter Marcato. It's a second serve coming here on Rod Laver Arena for Ahmad Medjedovic at deuce. Serve good, backhand up the line to a Medjedovic backhand cross. de Minaur backhand slice. Medjedovic goes backhand up the line. de Minaur running forehand. Medjedovic backhand cross. de Minaur backhand cross to a Medjedovic drop shot again. That one doesn't even get to the net.
That was a horrible shot. He's overplaying this.
Yes.
Which I think is a sign that he just does not want these long rallies anymore.
No. I mean, nobody does with Alex de Minaur too often, right?
But you have to be prepared for it. Otherwise, you won't get anywhere.
This is a 10-minute game at this stage. Breakpoint number 4 for Alex de Minaur. You have to have that mindset, absolutely, Chris, coming into a match like this.
And that's why I said he looks more mentally tired than physically.
Agreed. Breakpoint once again. Medjedovic serve out wide. de Minaur backhand is short. Medjedovic backhand up the line. He overthought it again. Should I drop shot? Should I slice it up the line? What do I do? I want off the court. Send me home.
So he sliced it long.
I want to go to bed. Misses it long, and it's 2-love. It is all Alex de Minaur since that epic game early in the second.
Yep. And just a word about Karolina Muchova's victory. That is just such good news for tennis because... again, I mean no criticism here, but in order to get to the top, you have to turn yourself almost like into a machine. And it means that some of the flair in tennis gets lost. Muchova has managed to keep the flair. She hasn't managed to keep the injuries away, but she's got the flair. She's such a wonderful player to watch, and we need people like Muchova in tennis.
Absolutely.
I say the same about, I hope Shapovalov can put a run together. He's got himself back into the top 30. 23rd seed here, something like that. I just hope he can do that because he's got that flair. We need players with flair. Especially now we don't have Federer anymore, although we do have Alcaraz who has it in spades.
I think flair, it's different for different people, right?
Yeah,
what that is.
I agree, but spectator sport has to be a watchable spectacle. And if you get to a stage where, because the competition is so great and the rewards are so high, that everybody plays the same way, eventually the sport will become less watchable. And that's why I latch on to the players with flair, like the Alcarazes, and in this particular instance, Muchova.
Right now we're seeing some flair from Alex de Minaur. He's, locked in, finds another forehand winner. I mean, Medjedovic, he's got some flair in terms of the attitude.
Yes.
I don't think that's the flair you're speaking about.
It's not. No, I'm looking for the flair in the way you play the sport.
Forehand from de Minaur to a backhand slice. Medjedovic. De Minaur was sneaking in. Good recognition for him, but all of a sudden he's on a dead sprint and that ball's behind him, and then all of a sudden it's flying out of the stadium.
One of the things that all the coaches teach you is if you're coming up to the net, do your split step. Bounce on the balls of your feet just so that you've got your weight. Don't necessarily lose the momentum. And de Minaur, when he saw one hand come off the racket from Medvedevic, he raced into the net, didn't do his split step, was completely unbalanced, hit that ball very long.
But he's got a backhand to an open court here. Yeah, he's not too stressed at this moment, and certainly that's a very positive thing for Alex de Minaur, but he's making sure the crowd knows that he's still engaged and involved here tonight, so he's got a very comfortable 3-love lead. Mike Cation here with Chris Bowers on night number 4.
Yeah, and we have another match to come, so we've got at least an hour and a half of action for you on the end of day 4, first of the 2 days of second round matches. So do please message us if you have anything to say or ask. You can either go to ozopen.com/radio or /listen and scroll down and you'll find the Ask the Booth form. You can fill that in and click on send, or you can just send us an email. Our address is aoradio@tennis.com.au. And we've had one from Simon in Lund in Sweden, who says, "Hi, Del Potro as Thor."
Yes.
Hammer time.
Yes, absolutely. I think I have a winner right there. And
well,
on top of it,
for Thor,
and then the warm and fuzzies too. I mean, give you the best hugs.
Yeah, Del Potro is a lovely man.
Just
lovely man.
The best hugger in the world. I think that
you still have the scars.
I just love it. Delpo is just one of those. I've never gotten a chance to interview him, Chris. That's one I haven't. I would love a sit down.
I've interviewed him a couple of times.
Lovely person.
Lovely man, absolutely. Yeah.
You know who's gotten better at interviews is Alex de Minaur.
Yes, he has. Yes.
He starts the answers with the same thing every time. Yeah, look.
Well,
every single answer starts with yeah, look.
Or yeah, no. Yes, exactly. But most Australians do that.
Yeah. A little bit of something there. Love 3 here for Medjedovic. A little bit of pride at stake for him in this moment.
It was very interesting, his on-court interview after his last round. Did you hear it?
I didn't.
No, it was because he was asked. I'll tell you after this point.
Love 3. 15 love. Serve into the net, trying to go body. Medjedovic is at the far side of the net right now, 2 hours, 47 minutes in. Second serve for Medjedovic. He's good. He gets a back and goes up the line. De Minaur forehand cross. Medjedovic squash shot. Going to miss long for 15-all.
He was asked whether he's one of those people who really focuses on every detail or whether he's somebody who can see the big picture and enjoy it more. And he started his answer with, sadly, I'm the first. I'm somebody who really focuses, and I'm trying very hard to get some enjoyment out of this period of my career. And I thought that was a really interesting answer. I remember watching him in the ATP Next Gen finals when you hear them talking to their coaches. And he was talking to Adolfo Gutierrez.
Yep.
And it's fascinating to hear that conversation because they're into and out of English and Spanish the whole time. I don't even think they know what language they're speaking half the time. They just sort of speak. And but Alex was doing well in this match, but so self-critical.
Yes.
And I remember thinking this about Federer in the early part of his career when he really suppressed that sort of joking, I was going to say wild child. He wasn't wild, but he had that real sense of humour.
Yes.
I thought, are you going to enjoy your years at the top?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what Alex is trying to do. He's a top 10 player now. Who knows how far he will go? This may be the peak for him.
That's true.
But I just hope he enjoys it so that in years to come, when he's boring his children and grandchildren with it, that he can say, and I had a great time.
Yeah, it is really important. And yeah, definitely not too many people get to really enjoy it at the top, whatever that top may be for them.
Because it is so competitive.
Yes.
You have to give up so much.
Yes. Sacrifice. I mean, you think about what Novak has sacrificed, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Serve is good. It is 30-all right now in this love 3 service game. Backhand to a backhand for Medjedovic up the line. Running shot from de Minaur. The forehand will miss wide.
Well, you quote Novak, but actually we've got 256 singles players in the draw here. I bet you if you asked all of them, have you ever, did you in your childhood have friends who said, come to this party, and you said, oh no, I can't. I've got to guard my sleep because I've got a tournament this weekend.
Yeah.
I bet you most of them will say yes.
At some point.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, all of us, even in the media, we've all missed birthdays. We've all missed all sorts of things.
Absolutely.
Serve misses long for Medjedovic with a game point right now. Second serve upcoming for Ahmad. Good to a de Minaur backhand. Medjedovic forehand middle. De Minaur forehand cross. Running forehand squash shot from Medjedovic. Drop shot, mid shot there from de Minaur. Medjedovic, incredible angle. Around the post from de Minaur. Medjedovic up cross court. Now goes a backhand up the line. De Minaur forehand. Drop shot from Medjedovic is going to be pushed wide. Around the post from Alex de Minaur. Hopefully he enjoys that.
Which his opponent got. And got back in and the rally continued. I'm not sure if I've ever seen that. Normally the shot round the net post is a clean winner.
Yes. But Medjedovic is right there expecting it. Yeah, we're getting a look at it. Yeah, in between a ball kid and the net post. Unbelievable stuff from Alex de Minaur. And Medjedovic tapping out once again in an extended rally.
Yeah, tapped out.
Wow.
I think he wants out of here.
Serve up the tee. De Minaur off the net just wide. He hit that well, just a little punch return. Was going to be a clean winner, but just the net cord doing enough damage to push it wide.
We'll come back to the party theme in just a minute.
Okay. I'd love a party theme.
Because there's a good story. Which
as long as there aren't clowns involved.
You may know. Don't like the clowns?
I hate them.
Okay.
And birds. So the seagulls that are dressed up here drive me bonkers.
Oh, right, okay.
Second serve is good. De Minaur backhand cross. Medjedovic goes back in up the line. Squash shot, De Minaur. Medjedovic drop shot. Yuck. Into the net.
Why do you keep playing those when everyone's missing?
He's asking the same thing of his team. Why am I playing those? They don't know. One of his team is laughing.
Yes.
I don't know what else to say.
He was looking at his coach. One of them was actually engaging with him and talking with a very straight face. The other one was just chuckling.
Try this again. Deuce number 2. Serve out wide is wide. I mean, it feels like every service game for him is to deuce. Every single one. It just feels like he's having to work so hard. The second serve, good. De Minaur forehand through the middle. Medjedovic pokes a forehand up the line. Slice from De Minaur. Medjedovic backhand up the line. Forehand from De Minaur. Medjedovic forehand up the line. De Minaur is there again. Forehand inside in from Medjedovic. De Minaur just making him work, and Medjedovic again taps out.
So why didn't Medjedovic come to the net then? He had a ball that he knew De Minaur would have to play a slice. Okay, he might get sort of the slice down.
In one, it's the speed of Alex De Minaur. The same coach who was laughing a couple minutes ago, now pumping his fist as Medjedovic comes back to him.
But still smiling. Still smiling.
Yeah,
I like that guy's attitude.
Oh, my.
I suspect he's the fitness coach.
Yeah. Or the mental coach.
He'll need one after this match.
All right, we're still at love 3, deuce number 3. Medjedovic far side, serving. Out wide, missed wide. Yeah, we should tell you that the net posts are still not working that light up, but the chair umpire's chair is lighting up. Second serve went for it all up the tee, and it's into the net for a double. So we still do have lights. It's just on the chair umpire, the back of her chair. So Medjedovic facing second break point of this game.
You may think, why are we telling you that, given that this is radio? Well, we're telling you because we can't see any line umpires anymore who either put their arm out or put their hands together.
Medjedovic with a backhand off the net and good. He was, again, he was done. The return was short, and Medjedovic was just kind of walking through, and whatever happened,
His body was not in position for
not
that
at all.
shot. And he gently stroked the ball against the top of the net, and it dribbled over.
Goodness, it's an odd game. Alex De Minaur just not giving an inch. Medjedovic again with deuce serve into the net. Head and shoulders collapse right after the swing, understandably, on deuce number 4. Now a second serve. Goes for it all again.
I'm not sure that's a bad tactic, you know. His, if he gets into a long rally, he's not got a particularly good chance of winning the point. Whereas what's kept him in this has been the big serves. That was a 205-kilometre second serve. One that missed. Again, he's gone to his towel now, but I think that's just so that he can have a quick word with his
That wasn't a quick
team.
word.
That wasn't
That
even
was
a
a
quick
long word.
And yeah.
It's going to be close to the serve clock, right? Yeah, he's towing the line at 7. He'll get it in, though. On this break point, number 3, serve tee. De Minaur forehand, Medjedovic serve and volley. De Minaur passing shot is clean. 4 love. And this one is all but over. We've got some more updates, though, from around the grounds, including from over on Kia Arena. Let's go to Peter Markov.
Welcome to the party court, because there's no play happening. The rain has come down again. Jasmine Paolini taking the opening set 6-2, but the crowd in very strong spirits because the DJ is playing all the greatest hits, and they're having a great time. As you can hear,
I want to know.
Listen to the background.
If you'll be my girl.
There you go. Here we go. And they're still going with it around the place, even though the music stopped. Anyway, the rain falling there. Frances Tiafoe 2 sets up. 6-4, 6-3 over Francisco Comesaña. And Zverev closing in on victory against Muller. 4-3, up a break in the 4th set. So it'll just be Paolini and Freck. I suspect there may be a court change at some stage this evening so they can get that one done. Paolini in a strong position, Mike.
All right, thank you so much, Peter. Those folks need to settle down.
Why?
It's late. Wow. Some of us need to go to bed.
Well, yes. Who's going to be the one to announce that actually this match is not going to continue on this court?
I'll let you do that when you go talk to Craig Tiley about the extra. Yeah, we'll let you handle that.
About the measuring.
Yeah, exactly.
Measurements, yes.
4-love, 40-love for de Minaur near side serve out wide. Medjedovic backhand, de Minaur forehand up the line. It is 5-love. That was, 41 seconds for that service game?
Yes.
44.
44.
Not too far away, and not too far away from the 3rd round is Alex de Minaur. It would be a matchup with Frances Tiafoe if Frances is able to get through that one.
When we were talking earlier about flair players, you said the male player I enjoy watching most is Dan Evans.
Yes.
Well, you know that he served a suspension for
of course.
A social drug abuse.
Mm-hmm.
And he was basically a party animal. Mm-hmm. And then he got a coach who said to him, right, let's do a deal. Let's do a deal. I think it was something like 7 weeks. 5 weeks train, and then 2 weeks you can go off and have your parties. And that's when he got back. And he got back into the top 40 at that stage.
Yeah.
I think he then became a little bit more disciplined because he saw that the work ethic worked out for him. But it took a coach to say, right, okay, let's not take everything out of you. Let's have, a bit of what you are, which is a party animal, alongside the discipline to make the most of your undoubted talent.
Yes, and if you try to change a player, their personality as a human being, that relationship is not going to work. I mean, think about Corentin Moutet. Some of those shots you just are left scratching your head, but you have to let him do that because it allows him to be the most free and open version of himself on a tennis court.
But the way I often quote Moutet is the fact that when he had a serious damage to his right wrist, he learned how to play an aggressive single-handed backhand.
Yes.
And for 2 years he played that. Most of his backhands were sliced.
Yes.
But when he had someone up the net or when he had to inject the pace, he hit a one-hander. Now his right wrist has recovered, so he can hit the two-hander.
Yep.
He's a left-hander, needless to say. But to me, that shows an attitude of mind, which is creative and determined.
Well, just thinking about creative, what de Minaur just was able to do with a return there from a full stretch position. He had to hit one more ball. This time he misses, and he's up 5-love and 2-1, and he smacks his head because he couldn't track down that back in on the run.
Yeah, that's the attitude that he has.
Yes. Medjedovic ready to go here. Love 5. 15-love, serve T. He's trying to avoid the bagel, although the breadstick very much still in play. Second serve for Medjedovic, good. de Minaur backhand cross lands on the line. Now he goes backhand slice. Medjedovic running forehand up the line. de Minaur backhand cross. Medjedovic backhand cross. Volley, de Minaur misses wide. That was, again, a laser from Medjedovic. He is just full swinging on everything at this stage.
I don't think that backhand from Medjedovic was going in.
Not even close to the court.
I don't think that de Minaur needed to take that at all.
Not even close.
Well, it's good, if in doubt, play it. And he probably felt he could have a fairly standard volley down the line for a clean winner. That's a bit of an error, but it's not going to cost him.
Correct. 30-love. Medjedovic, I mean, listen, he's been playing well. He's giving as much as he can right now after a mental beatdown. Give him some credit in that regard. Second serve at the 3-hour mark. We'll get a backhand, goes into the net.
He's got that whole body language of, I am exhausted.
Yep.
And it's all part of the learning game, and I hope his coach says to him, well done. You're getting this far, taking his head off de Minaur, but this is the reality if you're going to get to where you want to be.
Consistency over 3 hours at the slams.
Absolutely. And sometimes more. It's bang on 3 hours now.
Yep. Ball went into the crowd, then was thrown back. Medjedovic was in the midst of his motion already. 30-15, love 5, second serve, good. De Minaur backhand misses long. Couple of game points here for Ahmad Medjedovic. Right in front of our booth here.
Just looking into his eyes. They're hollowed out.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of the toughest things, right? You have to finish the match. You don't just quit when you know it's over. Serve, T at 40-15. This is long. Second serve here for Medjedovic. Toss goes up. The second serve, good. Up the T. Backhand return winner for de Minaur, who's also in behind it. 40-30 now.
40-30.
Yeah, beautiful contact from de Minaur. He's stepping and he's seeing the ball so clearly at the moment.
Yeah, he wants perfection every single swing. You touched on it, and it's exactly right. 40-30, love 5. Medjedovic near side. Serve off the net and long, trying to go T. Nods his head towards his team. They all roll their eyes. Second serve for him. Good. De Minaur backhand cross. Medjedovic digs out a backhand. De Minaur backhand up the line. Running squash shot. Medjedovic is going to miss long. Deuce now.
Why do we call that a squash shot? Because if you watch squash, they don't really hit that shot, do they?
I've never watched squash. Not a single time. You know, actually, random factoid. I'm calling his match tomorrow. Elliot Spazziri.
Oh, yes. His
brother is an internationally ranked squash player.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Serve out wide is an ace for Medjedovic.
I played at a tennis club where we have squash courts.
Okay. We unfortunately have the dreaded pickle over in the States.
We're getting that now, but it's on tennis courts.
Awful. Serve Medjedovic T. De Minaur forehand right back to him. Now De Minaur forehand inside in. Misses long, and Medjedovic, a little bit of pride, gets on the scoreboard, 5-1.
Yeah.
And again, De Minaur smacks his head in disgust.
Because he's not.
Peter Marcato has an update for us over on John Cain Arena.
Match point here for Sasha Zverev, and Muller has just saved that one as well. Muller serving at 3-5 in the fourth set, but they're back to juice. A rowdy atmosphere out here, but we'll cross back to you to see whether de Minaur can finish it off. If I get another match point, I'll jump back in.
Sounds good. De Minaur does have an ace here. I don't think there's any question, Peter Marcato, that Alex de Minaur is going to finish it right here. I think all of us are in agreement here, including Ahmad Medjedovic. 5-1, 15 love. Serve de Minaur into the body, as Medjedovic doesn't even take a swing at it. 30 love. The only person applauding in Alex's box is Matt Reed. Matt Reed, a former, pretty good junior player.
Yes, he was.
Decent career,
yeah.
Especially as a doubles player. Got to around 60, I think. Second serve, chip return is into the net. I once had a fantasy football league with Matt Reed.
Did you?
We all had to use each other's names as our team names, so I called mine Fat Reed.
Oh, right, okay, and you're still friends?
You tease your friends, right? That's how it goes. You hear this crowd rise to their feet on match point for Alex de Minaur. Serve out wide is an ace, and Alex de Minaur just cruising from that moment early in the second. Lost the first 6-7, but from there 2-2-1 and into the third round of the 2026 Australian Open. Ahmad Medjedovic exhausted, de Minaur not so much, and he raises his fist to this crowd. Thanks them for their support. He's moving on. Potential matchup with Francis Tiafoe. There's the big vamos. And a come on as well. Pumped, ready to go. The Aussie hope.
Yes, and when you look at the score, you say, oh yeah, well, okay, so tight first set, which he lost, and then fairly straightforward after that. I bet this crowd was very, very nervous up to that sixth game. And in fact, after the fifth break point had been saved, I suspect there were a lot of people who thought, I wonder if he's made his match here.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it, I think it was 2-all. It was the 2-all service game because it was 6-2 second set.
Yes.
That was the one. 6 break chances. If Medjedovic comes out of that game with a hold, I mean, those extended deuce games really can actually have a pretty big impact either way, no matter who takes it.
It was 3-2 to de Minaur. Yeah.
There you go.
Here's the interview.
Jim Courier handling the proceedings.
Okay, Alex. Boy, Ahmad was playing some amazing tennis for a set and a half. He was all over you, and then you were able to figure it out. What changed in the middle of that second set?
Just stayed patient. I weathered the storm. He was playing some unbelievable tennis, serving great, hitting the ball from the baseline really big and deep, and not really allowing me much to do much. And ultimately, I just, hey, a 5-set match is a long match, so there's going to be lots of chances, and I took them, and I'm super happy to battle my way through.
So 2 rounds into this tournament, you're battle tested. You've been in the quarterfinals here before. How would you compare your form this year to the years when you've made that deep run here?
Yeah, look, I'm super happy with where my level's at. The competition's only going to get tougher, and I'm ready for it. I'm up for the challenge. I'm looking forward to it, and as always, I'm going to go out there, compete, and give it my all.
Well, thanks for a great show tonight. We've got another women's match coming up shortly. We're going to let you recover. We're going to let the women come out and play. Congratulations to Alex de Minaur.
Relatively quick interview, as they do have another match to be played here, Rod Laver Arena.
Yes. Somebody you probably know quite well, Jovic.
Not as well as, not quite. She's still so new.
But people are getting excited about her.
She's got some real skills,
yeah.
And was close to going to college as well. That's the crazy part is, think about what she's done already in her career. She was really close to going to college, so it's great to see her having that big expanse ready early in her career. So, yeah, it should be a fun one. Alex de Minaur right now is ready to sign. We'll see what he signs on the camera. He feels like he's staring into my soul right now, Chris Bowers.
He is.
Oh, it's a smiley face. He just drew a smiley face over his own face. I like that. He's having fun, Chris.
Yeah,
he's
good.
having fun.
Good. Well, maybe that's the signal he's trying to send out.
Yeah, very good win for him. Let's check in with Peter Marcato. John Cain Arena right now. Really interesting matchup, of course, between Alexander Zverev and Alexander Muller. And it looks like it might be coming to a close, Peter.
Yeah, it's getting close. 3 hours and 2 minutes on the Rolex. 5-4 in the 4th set for Sasha Zverev. The 3rd seed. Hasn't had it all his own way. Muller's played another very, very good match, but I think the resistance is just coming down now. Zverev taking the 1st set 6-3. Muller the 2nd 6-4. Then we had the rain, of course. Zverev 6-3 the 3rd. And he's now 5-4 and 30 love on what is a packed John Cain Arena. As his serve comes in, clips the tape on the way through. We'll be crossing to Margaret Court Arena to finish off Francis Tiafoe's match, and then back to Rod Laver Arena. Maybe even a side trip across to Key Arena, because Jasmine Paolini and Magdalena Freck, they're off the court because there's been a bit of light rain around. As the serve here from Zverev out wide, missing. And I can reliably inform you, Mike, that the lights on the net are working here on John Cain Arena. As is the umpire's chair. It does make it somewhat easier. As we wait now for this 2nd serve. 30 love, 5-4. As the serve. Onto the backhand of Muller. Hammers up the middle of the court. Cross-court backhand from Zverev. Muller up the middle of the court as well. Big forehand cross from Zverev. The line goes Muller back behind. Nicely done by Zverev for the winner. And he's got 3 match points. Dad, no reaction. Misha, his brother, a little bit of a reaction. Needs to just finish it off here. Does Sasha Zverev. Winner will play Cam Norrie in the 3rd round. Match points for Zverev. 40 love, 5-4, 4th set. The serve down the tees, an ace. And not too much emotion from Sasha Zverev. He knows he just needed to get the job done tonight, and that's exactly what he's done. Another great performance from Alessandra Muller. But it's Zverev that gets through 6-3, 4-6, 6-3, 6-4 in just over 3 hours on court. Of course, the rain delay as well. He will salute the crowd. And I figure, since we've got maybe a little bit of time, Mike, maybe we should take the post-match interview too, because he's always got the occasional interesting thing to say.
Yeah, occasionally. And I'm just looking at the stats. Obviously, we've been here. We haven't been able to watch this. But, you know, we've heard a lot of reports in the off-season that there's been work on the transition component and more net play from Alexander Zverev. We've been talking about that, it seems like, for years, that has been just a point of emphasis and something that's lacking in his game. 21 of 29 at the net. I hear you.
Yeah, just not sorry to interrupt, but I believe that Jasmine Paolini match is moving to this court. So moving to John Cain Arena. I'm not sure whether the Kia people have been told about that, but I believe that is what is happening at the moment.
They should be allowed in, shouldn't they?
Oh, absolutely,
they
will.
Sure.
No, they will. There's not many hanging out there. They've been having a bit of a party, to be honest. So I'll just wait for official confirmation of that, but I believe that's what John Blom actually said, that match will move across so they can actually get it done. And just wait for Sasha Zverev. We might just have a listen to him, then we'll get a wrap of the day, and then we'll get out to Margaret Court Arena to finish off that match and wander back to... We're going to be everywhere. Rod Laver Arena.
That's what we do.
Well, it is. I mean, look, Candy Reid's just sitting up here with me at AO Radio HQ, and she's out of breath because she's been told to run from one court to the next, to the next, to the next. And quite frankly, she's barely drawn breath, actually. She's just does it. She's so fit. Let's have a listen to him. Sasha Zverev with Ryan Harrison.
Unbelievable match out there. That level was incredibly high. Talk us through the end of the match. I mean, the way you were playing was off the charts.
Yeah, but credits to him as well. 2 days ago, he played a 7-6 in the fifth against an Australian popperin, and the way he came out, he played amazing tennis. And yeah, as you said, I thought it was a very high-level match. So I didn't know what his energy levels would be like, but he showed that he is probably one of the fittest guys on tour, and I'm extremely happy with this match.
Yeah, you should be. It was an incredible performance, incredible atmosphere out here as well. What's it like playing in front of this crowd?
This is my favorite court, actually, in Melbourne. So the atmosphere is insane. The crowd is always very wild, and I love this atmosphere. I enjoy playing here every single time, and I hope I'll play many more times here.
Yeah, well, I think everybody's hoping to see you many times to come now. We saw a little moment there in the third and the fourth set. You had to check on the foot. How are you feeling? Did it respond okay afterwards?
Yeah, I took a painkiller, and it was fine after that. I'm not somebody that takes a lot of medical timeout, so I was a little bit scared because it was towards the Achilles tendon, and you know there's a lot of Achilles injuries in the past couple of years on tour, so I was a bit afraid. I just wanted the physio to check it out, but yeah, I mean, even after the medical timeout, I was moving fine, I was playing fine, and I hope tomorrow it's going to be fine as well.
Yeah, well, we're happy to see you okay. You definitely played great. Everybody, one more time for Alexander Zverev.
Yep, he takes the applause of the crowd. Ryan Harrison doing the interview. Pretty happy to be through Mike and Chris, and just repeating that Jasmine Paolini and Magdalena Freck will be moving here from Kia Arena. Paolini with the first set, 6-2. So more tennis still to come for the fans here on John Cain Arena, and I'll keep you up to date with that.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, we see it on our screen as well, Peter, that match is now flashing, so officially moving. Also moving right now, Priscilla Hahn and Iva Jovic are hopping out onto Rod Laver Arena. We're going to be checking in at Margaret Court Arena in just a couple of minutes. But for the moment, in case you missed a lot, and there's been a lot here today, we'll give you a wrap of the day with our own Nat Edwards.
28th seed Emma Raducanu is the big casualty on day 4 of the 2026 Australian Open. The Brit crashing out in the second round in straight sets to world number 55 Anastasia Potapova. Raducanu served for the opening set at 5-3 but crumbled, losing the set in a tiebreak. With a plethora of forehand errors and a lack of firepower on her serve, Raducanu was unable to get back into the match, Potapova taking the second set 6-2. A disappointed Raducanu speaking to the media after the match.
Yeah, I thought it was a very difficult match
well, I'll
with
slip
the
into Mike's seat
conditions
then.
in the first set. I thought it was tricky trying to get used to
I'm okay
how
with that,
lively
yes.
it felt out there,
Yes.
and also the wind was pretty strong from one side, so just not something that I felt too comfortable with. I didn't feel like I dealt with it particularly well, and even so I still had some chances in the first set, but yeah, nevertheless, just one of those days you don't feel too good on the court, but credit to her, she found a better solution in the first set and then really played better, I thought, in the second.
So Potapova now faces two-time defending women's champion Aryna Sabalenka in the third round, who dropped just 4 games against China's Baizhou Xuan on her way into the third round. For Carlos Alcaraz, the first set was a battle as Germany's Jannik Hanfmann threw everything he had at the world number 1, but the Spaniard rose to the challenge, digging deep in a tiebreak to claim the first set. Whilst the straight sets victory might look routine on paper for Alcaraz, it was anything but.
I knew he was going to play great. I mean, I know his level. I played a few times already. We came, through the challenges together. I played in challenges against him. So it was, but to be honest, it was tougher than I thought at the beginning. I mean, I didn't feel the ball that good or not as good as he wanted, but he was the ball was coming as a bomb, like forehand, backhand, serve. So I had to be ready for those shots. But really happy that I get through a really difficult first set, and then I started to feel a little bit better in the on the court with my shots. Tactically, I think I played much better. So just happy to have played the really good level at the end of the match and get through in another row.
Meantime, 3rd seed Coco Gauff and 12th seed Elina Svitolina took under an hour and a half to dispose of their opponents. Svitolina says she's re-energised after what was a tough 2025 season.
It was more mental, I would say. Physical, of course. With the many months of playing high intensity, of course you get a little bit worn down. But I think mental part, it was something that I was more like checked out a little bit. So yeah, I mean, sometimes you need a little bit to step back and try to stay away from it, and just try to regroup and be again back with new energy.
And a promising start couldn't be capitalised upon as Aussie wildcard Talia Gibson fell to 23rd seed Diana Shnaider in 3 tough sets. Gibson had 3 match points in the 2nd set, but just couldn't capitalise. Shnaider holding her nerve and trusting her serve as she made it through to the 3rd round.
Well, thank God it wasn't my serve. So I was just, try to go for my serve and then just, rally, but don't be like too defensive because obviously she's a big hitter. So if I would slow it down a little bit, to be a little bit more defensive, she would step in and just rip it. So I just tried to be, play safe, but at the same time also aggressive so I don't give her a lot of opportunity.
And fresh off his Brisbane International title, 11th seed Daniil Medvedev continued his winning ways despite dropping the opening set to Frenchman Quentin Halys.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
The sound of summer. AO Radio.
A very good evening to you. From me, Chris Bowers. Alongside me is Candy Reid. We'll bring Candy in a few minutes' time. As she's been making, I don't know if she measures her steps, but she'll have done an awful lot today around Melbourne Park. As Frances Tiafoe, 2 sets to love up. And 3-all in the 3rd. And it's Tiafoe who'll be serving. Against Francisco Comesana, one of the 5 Argentinians who made it through to the 2nd round. That hasn't happened for 21 years, since the era of Correa, Nalbandian, Chela, Caleri. Tiafoe serves off the top of the net. Exactly 2 hours played in this match, but don't forget there was the interruption. There were 2-2 first set when the rains came down, and when the first lot of rain came, it was heavy. It was seriously heavy. Didn't last for very long, but it dropped an awful lot of water. Very good evening to you, Candy.
Hello, Chris Bowers. I've been watching the Tiafoe match, and I've been very impressed with him. I watched him a lot last year, and he was working with David Witt, a very, very good coach, but the results just didn't seem to come, even though they got on so well. Jordi Acanada, Francis's best friend, was also travelling, and he's dispensed with both in the off-season.
Forehand return from Comisana to the backhand of Tiafoe. Backhand Comisana. Tiafoe with his two-hander. It's two-hander to two-hander. Now a slice from Comisana. Slice from Tiafoe. Forehand from Comisana to the backhand of Tiafoe. Slice from Comisana. Tiafoe runs around his backhand, goes into out onto the sideline, but Comisana is there. Now goes the forehand up the line from Comisana, netted by Tiafoe. Good coverage of the court from the Argentinian.
Very good coverage, and he's just about got a lifeline here, hasn't he, after 2 hours of play. Tiafoe's been the better player. He's just taken his opportunities as he gets Comisano out wide. Came in on the forehand ball, but Comisano had enough room to go up the line, and an almost volley from Francis Tiafoe. He's disappointed to miss that.
So love 30 on the Tiafoe serve. Don't think there's any danger at this stage, but opportunity for the Argentinian, who chips the return of serve, goes mid-court. Tiafoe goes to the backhand, but Comisano's court coverage is good. Comisano now slices deep to the backhand of Tiafoe. Comisano off the top of the net, sits up for Tiafoe, goes cross-court, but Comisano's read it, but nets his forehand.
I think Comisano hits too many slices from the baseline. That slice hasn't been particularly effective. You can't really get it to stay low enough. And that was another opportunity. Tiafoe recovers from love 30.
Yes, 15-30. I like Tiafoe's outfit. It's essentially all white, but it's got flashes of blue and green on it. Sort of clouds of blue and green.
The Lululemon stuff is really nice. He's now signed on at the US Open last year. He was front and centre as picture of the big Lululemon store in the city.
Serve from Tiafoe, forehand return, forehand Tiafoe to the forehand of Comisano, forehand Tiafoe, driving Comisano wide. Comisano's gone just fractionally long.
And that's the difference, I think, Chris, with Francis Tiafoe in 2026 compared to 25. When he was in trouble in games like this, he almost always lost them last year from what I saw. This year, and it's of course early stages, but he just looks like he's not panicking. Got Dr. Mark Kovac out with him, who's based in Atlanta, where I lived for about 18 years, so I'm very familiar with Kovac. Very interesting guy.
An ace out wide from Tiafoe. Came around the side of that ball very neatly.
And Dr. Mark Kovac is not, Chris, a tennis coach as such. He was a very good tennis player, lefty, played college tennis. He works in the biomechanics space these days.
Tiafoe serves. Love 30 to 40-30. Point for 4-3. That'll increase the pressure on Francisco Comisano. Second serve is taken on the forehand. Forehand from Tiafoe is long. Going for a little bit too much.
It's an unusual forehand, isn't it? Francis has seen young boys and girls try and replicate his forehand, and he's like, no, don't do it like that. The arms separate quite early. He's got a very loose wrist. But the forehand up till this point has been shored up.
It's like people trying to imitate John McEnroe's serve many years ago, which is virtually impossible to imitate.
No.
Good fun, yes, exactly. Forehand return from Comisano to the backhand of Tiafoe. Comisano covering a lot of ground. Backhand from Tiafoe, a slice from Comisano. Backhand from Tiafoe to the forehand of Comisano. Short ball. Tiafoe can't do anything with this, though. Backhand from Tiafoe now. Comisano's on the run, but he's missed his backhand up the line.
Oh, it's such a hard shot. Changing direction there, Comisano. Perhaps he didn't have really an option to go back cross-court. When you go cross-court, you have to hit the ball a bit earlier. That ball really moved on. And Comisano missed it quite a bit wide, and he's just remonstrating with his team. He's running out of time. He hasn't managed to break today. 0 for 3 on breakpoint opportunity.